Thunder rumbled repeatedly, accompanied by lightning bolts as thick as fingers. Xia Jin was so frightened, she nearly fell off the cliff. After finally reaching the mountaintop, the sky instantly turned pitch black, oppressive and unsettling. Thunder and lightning rolled from the horizon to directly overhead, dazzling bolts connecting the dark sky and earth, illuminating everything. Then raindrops as big as beans fell from the sky. Instantly Xia Jin went from a clean young woman to a drenched mess, utterly miserable. Xia Jin felt incredibly unlucky. She had just failed in her business venture, owing hundreds of thousands, but she was ready to start over and work hard to earn money. Today she just wanted to hike and think about what to do next. She wasn't someone who refused to pay back debts, so why was she being struck like this? Was she that terrible? The more she thought, the more aggrieved she felt. She had been harassed daily, unable to sleep or eat well, and now even the heavens were bullying her. God, why are you doing this to me? She thought, wasn't she just a bit generous, kind-hearted, honest, and independent? Was that wrong? They'll change, okay? Damn heavens, I despise you. She raised her middle finger to the sky. With a crack, a huge lightning bolt struck right beside her. Frightened, she quickly jumped to the side. Whoa, it knows I cursed it. Xia Jin was blinded by the lightning, so she squinted and groped forward. She saw something bright ahead, a flat and dry place where she could take shelter. But after just 2 steps, her foot slipped, and she fell straight down. Oh my God! Even as she fell, she reached out to grab the glowing object. She kept tumbling down until she lost consciousness, her fate unknown. Time passed, no one knew how long. When Xia Jin regained consciousness, she was in a paradise-like place. She looked around, mountains, water, a house, but no people. She stood up and patted her clothes, but there was no mud. She had expected to be covered in mud after the heavy rain and the mountain dirt. Instead, she felt light and airy, completely clean with no wounds. She looked at her hand in surprise. Why is it transparent? She blurted out unconsciously. Idiot, you're a soul now, so of course you're transparent. Just then a long-eared rabbit ran out from the forest, pure white, small. Xia Jin was surprisingly calm, thinking it was normal since she fell from the highest mountain in the city. It would be strange to survive. What a pity she was not even 30. The country has lost another promising young person. Her parents would be sad, but their retirement was taken care of by her younger brother, so she was relieved. This was the reality, as she wouldn't cry or make a fuss that didn't fit her personality. A strong young person would rather bleed than shed tears. Immediately, she came to her senses and looked at the little rabbit. So little bunny, what's going on? Am I going to stay here forever? Suddenly she thought, my body must have been smashed into pieces, right? What a miserable woman, which deity had she offended? She hadn't done anything against her conscience or harm to others. At this moment, woman, I am not a rabbit. Don't compare me to those weak creatures. I am a hoe, do you know? Dragons are my snacks. Humph. Ho. What was that? She seemed to have heard it somewhere, but didn't know. Anyway, she couldn't afford to offend it in its territory. Being flexible was the essence she had learned from years in sales. Yes, Lord Ho, you are awesome. 666. So what's going on with me? Please enlighten me. That's better. I have many powers, but because of you I'm stuck in this rabbit form. Then it continued. When you fell off the cliff, you grabbed a glowing pearl. Do you remember? Your blood bonded with it, so it brought your soul inside. This is an independent small world, no longer the time and space you were in. So magical. This is often written in novels. Oh, I thought they made it up. Turns out those classic novels are based on reality. Alright, since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. I have to move forward, so helpless. But how do I get out? I won't be a wandering soul forever, will I? Is there a suitable body for me to possess? Little White. She asked the little white hoe with a grin. Little White Hoe rolled its eyes. Just think about going out or coming in, that's all. The space has bonded with your soul, it's yours. After hearing this, Xia Jin thought, out. And suddenly she was floating in a dilapidated house. While even her rural hometown house wasn't this shabby. Modern villages have small multi-story buildings with technology, rarely see mud walls anymore. Looking around, old mud walls, cobwebs in the corners, a half-hanging window shaking in the wind, as if a strong gust would blow it off. The room was small with only a wooden wardrobe and a bed. No modern appliances, definitely not modern times. She floated around, finally stopping by a wooden bed where an unconscious woman lay. Oh no, not a woman, she looked about 18 or 19, a young girl. She was thinking, is this the body? Just then the door creaked open, but she saw nothing. Looking down, she saw a small dark figure slowly entering, carrying something in its hands, staggering and spilling most of it. Xia Jin floated over to look. The dark liquid in the bowl was probably Chinese medicine. The child was at most 3 years old, unsteady on his feet, yet feeding medicine. Was there no one else in this family? Tisk, 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 so pitiful, poor little cabbage. Xia Jin felt the girl was nearly dead. The child tried to feed her with a spoon, but she couldn't swallow. But the child didn't know. While feeding, he whispered, stepmother, drink medicine. After drinking, you'll get better. Case solved, she was a stepmother. Oh wow, she was about to become a free son. She was happy. She never planned to have children, so this was a wish fulfilled. She shook her body with excitement. After feeding, the child staggered out, even remembering to close the door. So well behaved. Quick, enter her body, quick, quick, quick. Without hesitation, Xia Jin dove in. Surprisingly, it fit perfectly, and she immediately controlled the body without struggle. Perhaps the original owner had no attachment, so she didn't resist. At that moment, a flood of memories rushed in. It turned out she was also a poor little cabbage unloved. This body was also named Xia Jin from the neighboring Xiao family village. Her parents died in an accident 3 years ago, leaving her alone. The house and fields were taken by her grandparents and uncles from the old residence. Finally, they sold her to a human trafficker for 10 taels of silver. She was bought by Xiao, a disabled man from Peach Blossom Village, to be a stepmother and take care of his child. So she had only been bought back a day ago when she fell ill with a fever and died. It was a coincidence that modern Xia Jin took over. In her memory, Xia Jin's parents were good to her. Her mother's identity was unknown, brought back by her father. They fell in love, married, and had Xia Jin the next year. Unfortunately, the old master of the Xiao family disliked Xia Jin's mother and favored sons over daughters. They believed girls were worthless, destined to marry out, not worth raising. When her parents were alive, it was okay, they ate their own food. Unexpectedly, in this world, the poor always encounter more suffering. An accident took both her parents, leaving only her. The reputation of being a jinx spread. No one dared to marry her, so she was almost 19 and old maid. The Xiao family, to seize her property, drugged her and sold her to a trafficker. Coincidentally, Xiao needed someone to take care of him and his child. The requirements were not high, just able to do housework and take care of people. Thinking about it was sad. These experiences made the original Xia Jin despair. Modern Xia Jin, after receiving these memories, felt uncomfortable. Human trafficking happening to her in real life. Ooh, she was now a bought little wife. Sigh. Alright, since I have your body, I will avenge you against those terrible relatives. Rest in peace and be reborn into a good family. At that moment, Xia Jin felt the resentment in her heart disappear. This body felt like her own, and the pain from the body came which she didn't want to experience. Sigh. While suddenly becoming a mother with a ready-made husband. I wonder what he looks like. It's making up for everything she lacked in her modern life. Looking at that child, he seems interesting. As long as he's not a brat, I'll be fine. One step at a time. As a modern independent career woman who has worked in sales, led teams, and started companies, starting over in a new place and supporting a family shouldn't be a problem, right? Xia Jin patted her chest, still excited. An 18-year-old new body. Youth is wonderful. She felt full of confidence for the future. Clenching her fists, she cheered herself on. Then she flickered into the space and saw Xiao by sitting there waiting for her. Thank you, little bai, for saving me. I really would have been gone without you. From now on, well, depend on each other. Don't worry, he'll take care of you. Xiao Bai glanced at her. Who needs your care? Take care of yourself first, you skinny weakling. You look like a ghost, not beautiful at all. A little bai likes beauties. Fine, I'm not beautiful now, but I'll get my health back and become beautiful. Xia Jin then took a serious look at her current body. Her features were decent. Big eyes, long lashes, a high nose bridge, cherry lips, and a small face. The rest was hard to tell. She was very thin, definitely not a beauty at the moment. She checked her height. About 165 centimeters, oh, not bad. But she had no chest or buttocks. The only thing she had was the modern A4 waist. Oh well, can't ask for too much. She would gradually nurture herself. She needed some curves to look good in clothes. A woman shouldn't be too thin. It brings no fortune or luck. She wasn't a public figure needing to be on camera, so she didn't need to be extremely slim. In ancient times, it was even less necessary. She planned to become a successful, wealthy, and martial arts proficient woman in this era. Just thinking about it was exciting. What daydreaming are you doing over there? Come over and drink some spiritual spring water to fix that wrecked body of yours. Upon hearing this, Xia Jin quickly trotted to the spiritual spring and drank a large bowl. Wow, such sweet water. As soon as it went down, she felt warmth in her stomach, her body aches gradually eased, and the scars disappeared. This was incredible, like a miraculous elixir. The space was indeed the ultimate cheat code for time travel novels. Awesome. Alright, you can't undergo tempering yet. After a period of nourishment, you'll start cultivation. Come in daily to drink some spiritual spring water and eat plenty of spirit. If you're short on money, take some ginseng and lingji to sell. Your main focus in the future is to intensify your cultivation. Now go out. It's almost dawn outside. If the child comes in and doesn't see you, he'll be scared. Oh, and don't disturb me recently. I need to cultivate. They'll find you in 7 days. Okay, little bai. Can I ask a question? Xiao Bai tilted his head, looking at her with confusion. With your tiny body and childish voice, doesn't it feel weird to speak so formally and sternly? You? Humph. He angrily dashed deep into the forest and disappeared. Xia Jin. That was absurd. She hadn't been wrong to ask, just a reasonable question. As she flickered out of the space. Looking at the morning light streaming through the broken window, dawn had broken. Her life in ancient times had officially begun. Xia Jin got up, put on a pair of red cloth shoes, and walked on the uneven mud floor. It had been a long time since she had seen such down-to-earth ground. Opening the door, the scenery before her refreshed her spirit and lifted her mood. Above, a vast blue sky stretched endlessly. In the distance, a lush, vibrant forest extended beyond sight. A red sun slowly rose at the horizon layered with clouds, while a paradise on earth was right before her eyes. This was the kind of scene you'd only see in Walt. With good spirits, she lowered her head to step forward, and froze completely. She'd rather die. She couldn't stand filth. It made her nauseous. In modern times, she was nearsighted, so many things were blurry. The so-called blurry beauty was real. But now her eyesight was too clear, better than 20/20. She had been unconscious when carried in yesterday, so she had no idea. Reality wasn't a mess of feathers, but a mess of chicken droppings. And what was infuriating was that now her senses were much sharper, and she wasn't nearsighted anymore. She could clearly see all the dirty things on the ground, and even smell the stench. Ugh! Xia Jin squinted, held her breath, and stepped left and right across the yard toward the low kitchen on the right. She had to make some food. The child and that cheap husband needed to eat too. Xia Jin walked in helplessly. Despite her mental preparation, reality still shocked. She was about to faint. Everything was covered in black grime, unknown what it was. What a painful realization. Worse, the child was standing on a stool, adding water to the pot and scattering rice. When he saw her, he pointed at the pot and said with a smile, "Wow, stepmother is awake. I'm cooking. Holy crap." Xia Jin rushed over, grabbed the small hand scattering rice, and lifted the child off the stool. She said gently, "Sweetie, you're amazing, but let me take over. You can watch from the side." The child was very sensible, able to do this at 3 years old while modern 10-year-olds couldn't. So Xia Jin decided to be kind to him. Xia Jin looked around the kitchen, finally found the brush for cleaning the pot, squinted, held back her nausea, and with one go scrubbed the pot several times until it was completely clean. She threw away the dirtiest, most broken items. She shuddered all over, numb. Then she added water to the pot, washed the rice from the child's hand in a basin, and poured it in. Luckily, as a rural kid, she knew how to light a clay stove. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. She looked at the child, wondering if there were any eggs in the house. "Sweetie, are there any eggs at home? Bring me 3. The child nodded, got up, and ran out. Xia Jin watched him run, all the way steady and fearless on the ground. Well, forget it. After cooking, Xia Jin ladled out food for the child and let him eat by himself in the room. Then she carried the porridge and scrambled eggs to the room of her never-before-seen husband. Pushing open the door, she saw a man sitting in an ancient wheelchair that could slide freely. How long had he neglected himself to be this disheveled? Tisk tisk tsk, stubbly beard, impossible to see his original face. But his eyes were deep and dark with thick brows and large eyes, and his thin lips were tightly pressed. Looking further, his hair was tied carelessly, his clothes were washed white, and his long legs disabled in the chair suggested he was over 180 centimeters tall. This aura, he couldn't be simple. Just a tiger fallen to the plains, bullied by dogs. While he didn't seem ugly, maybe he'd be handsome after a shave. She tentatively accepted this husband for now. She'd see later. If nothing unexpected happened, they'd be living together for a long time. "Hi, hello." Xia Jin greeted with a smile, holding 2 bowls and unable to wave. "Xiao. I'm Xia Jin. I came in yesterday and passed out due to my body condition. This is our first meeting. Please take care of me." "Xiao. What?" Xia Jin didn't react. Xiao replied with 6 dots. Was she deaf? Oh. Xia Jin finally realized his name was Xiao. Well, she could understand silent types, but she didn't accept it, huh? Gurgle. A sound came from Xiao's stomach. He was hungry. Xiao wasn't embarrassed and just looked at her. Xia Jin snapped to attention, immediately brought the porridge and scrambled eggs to him. "Just made it. Eat while it's hot. There's more if it's not enough." Xiao nodded without speaking, picked up the porridge and drank. Some rice water stuck to his beard, making it sticky. Xia Jin felt an urge to shave it off. Her damn OCD. Oh well, out of sight, out of mind. Xiao felt a bit perplexed as Xia Jin stared at him. He looked up at her and asked, "Is there something you want to say?" Xia Jin decided to be straightforward, so she plopped down onto the wooden stool beside her. "Well, let's talk first." Xia Jin looked at him seriously. "I'm the one you bought to be a stepmother for your child. Though we're not close yet, let alone have any feelings, I should tell you that here I only know you and the child. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll be living together for a long time." Perplexed, Xiao stared at Xia Jin, signaling her to continue. "As for your health condition, once I'm settled, I'll take you to see a doctor. I hope you'll cooperate since you have a child to raise. As for me, I won't be like the women here staying at home to take care of the husband and children. I can't do that. But I will earn money to support the family." She glanced at the expressionless man. "So don't try to control me in everything. Let's get along peacefully and respect each other. That's the best. I like to set things straight first to avoid trouble later. He'll discuss things with you, and it's best if you're willing to participate." Xiao looked at the confident Xia Jin, so different from when he had just bought her. Perhaps she had come to her senses after a narrow escape from death. He felt that she now radiated vitality and brilliance, something addictive and almost unreal. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "Don't worry. I bought you back to take care of Xiao Bao and to separate from the old mansion. As a cripple with a child, I surely need your care to survive. Hey, erase your indenture contract. You can tear it up. With that, he took Xia Jin's indenture from a nearby box and handed it to her. Xia Jin took the contract and looked at this damned piece of paper that could control a She glanced at Xiao. Aren't you afraid he'll run away? She waved the contract lightly. As long as this paper is gone, I'm free. Xiao sensed the change in her tone and replied casually, it doesn't matter. As you said, we might be living together for a long time, so I want to be relaxed too. Without this contract, you'll treat me, and Xiao better right. He looked at Xia Jin with sincere eyes not blinking. Indeed, this man understood human nature. As for why he ended up like this, it must be due to his leg and other. No matter. Being open with each other was necessary. In modern society, people had plenty of little secrets. Since he was so generous, Xia Jin would naturally. Rest assured, since you're so honest. What I just said is true. I will earn money to support the family, let you and the child live well, and help you stand up again. Xiao found himself actually believing her words. The military doctor had suppressed the poison so it wouldn't recur for 2 years, and now only a little more than a year remained. Either way, there was hope. Even if he died in the end, at least he would live well this year. He suddenly felt enlightened. His whole body instantly relaxed. Within this year, if he could find a celestial physician or an antidote pill, he would be cured. Although in this Fanteon continent cultivators were rare, and celestial physicians even harder to find. However, the military doctor and his brothers hadn't given up. Now Xia Jin said she would find a way, and he inexplicably felt he could trust her. When had he become so trusting? He really had no memory. Xia Jin saw him silent, and patted his shoulder smiling. Come on, brother, stop being so deep. Trust me, you'll recover, and live a long life. Xiao snapped back and looked at her speechlessly. Haha, by the way, how old are you? The child looks about 3. What's his name? Xia Jin thought it wouldn't hurt to know more since they were going to live together. I'm 21. Xiao Bao isn't my child. He's the son of a comrade who saved my life. He'll be 3 in 3 months. A poor kid hasn't even been given a formal name. He glanced at Xia Jin and continued, after I was injured and discharged, I went to visit my comrade's family. I found his wife had remarried and was about to sell Xiao Bao, so I bought him and told the Xiao family he was my son. I wanted everyone to know he's my child. This kid has probably suffered since birth. He's smart, sensible, knows how to read people's expressions, and lacks a sense of security. Xia Jin sighed after hearing this. In ancient times, the poor truly had no rights, especially children who were bought and sold. In modern times, that would be at least 10 years in prison. Alright, let's decide. From now on, no matter what happens, we'll discuss and communicate. Deal. Xia Jin was a straightforward woman who valued communication. She disliked living under the same roof with different thoughts. That would be meaningless. Xia Jin looked at Xiao, then at the room and outside. Sighing she had to clean up. She was a clean freak. Okay, make yourself at home. I need to do a thorough cleaning. She blinked and teased. They'll boil water for Xiao Bao's bath later. Want me to help you bathe too? Xia Jin's bluntness stunned Xiao. Were village girls this bold nowadays? He looked at her face. She wasn't even blushing. Cough, cough, cough. No need. Just boil the water for me, thank you. I appreciate your help. Alright, I'll go boil the water now. With that, she gave Xiao a pitying glance from head to toe before turning and walking out. That look made Xiao tense up, and he sighed helplessly. Xia Jin hummed a cheerful tune as she went to the kitchen and boiled a large pot of water. Then she grabbed a big broom and swept away all the trash and mess in the yard. Luckily, the yard wasn't big, about 50 square meters, with fenced areas on both sides where vegetables and seasonings were planted. There were green onions, celery, garlic sprouts, cabbages, bok choy radishes, and so on, enough for daily meals. Xia Jin worked hard and finished cleaning in just over 10 minutes, leaving it neat and pleasing. She dropped the broom and clapped her hands. Looking at the clean little yard, she felt satisfied. She had always loved a ground floor house with a small yard, whether for planting vegetables or flowers. It gave her a sense of control and connection to the earth. She didn't like tall buildings, especially living inside them. It felt like being trapped in midair, disconnected from the ground, and without a sense of security. So she was very pleased with this little yard. Next, she tidied up the central hall, the 2 bedrooms, and the tool and storage room on the left. Xia Jin felt she was a real work genius. She clapped her hands and went to prepare hot water for the adult and the child, adding plenty of spiritual spring water to their baths. It was early summer, so Xiao Bao could bathe in the yard without getting cold. He happily played in the water, using 2 basins, and transformed from a grimy child into a fair-skinned, clean one. She would make him plump and healthy in the future. Back in the room, she dressed Xiao Bao. Oh my, what a cute and clean baby. Who is this? Xia Jin teased the child. The child shyly grabbed his clothes. It was the first time someone had bathed him, and he felt embarrassed. He looked at Xia Jin timidly and asked weakly, "Stepmother, can I call you mother?" Xia Jin was holding Xiao Bao as she walked out of the bedroom. She looked at him seriously, her voice involuntarily softening. Of course you can. Mother is so happy to have a child like Xiao Bao. She set Xiao Bao down, crouched to his eye level, and said gently and earnestly, "My name is Xia Jin. This is my first time being a mother." Xiao Bao, would you like? It was the first time Xiao Bao had been treated with such respect. His eyes welled up as he looked at Xia Jin. Yes, I want to be mother's child. Mother is my mother now. Tears streamed down his face. Xia Jin quickly and gently wiped away his tears, then extended her right hand to him. Then from now on, please take care of me, Xiao Bao. If mother does anything wrong, you must point it out. Although Xiao Bao didn't understand the gesture, he quickly reached out his right hand, wiping his tears, and placed it in Xia Jin's warm palm. Yes, mother, please take care. Xia Jin felt the child was truly intelligent with strong adaptability and learning ability. From now on, her educational philosophy would be to let him develop freely without forcing his studies or preferences. She tousled his hair. Xiao Bao, you're a boy. Today you've cried, but from now on you can't cry anymore, understand? Xiao Bao wiped his eyes with his right hand. I know, mother. I won't cry. I was just too happy. It's okay as long as you're happy. Now mother gives you a task, go see if your father has finished bathing and help him, okay? Xiao Bao looked seriously at Xia Jin, clenched his little fists, and nodded. Okay, Xiao Bao can do it. He then ran toward his father's bedroom. Xiao Bao had been starved of love since childhood. In a place where he was cold, hungry, beaten, scolded, and finally sold, surviving was already a blessing. He was a smart and sensible child. Xia Jin felt she had struck gold. She had a child now. La la la. Looking at Xiao Bao, she couldn't help but recall the left-behind children she had seen in the mountains on TV, their dark, shiny big eyes filled with heartbreaking longing. They yearned for their parents who had gone to work in the cities and dreamed of the world beyond the mountains. What could they ask for? To have enough to eat, to stay warm, and to have their parents by their side. So simple and unadorned, yet so difficult to achieve. Because everyone had to survive. The adults could only keep working away from home to earn money so that the elderly and children at home could live. Those who had never experienced it could never understand that feeling. Even she herself had lived in a peaceful, loving environment with freedom in clothing and food and a complete family. It was truly a blessing. It is said that those with good karma will undergo some tribulations to awaken and find their true selves living a better life. Others say that having both parents alive is a great blessing. Weren't her parents feeling terribly sad now? She had suddenly disappeared, and perhaps in a while they would find her body. She had let her parents down. She used to argue with them, frequently failing to understand their difficulties and intentions, always seeing things only from her own perspective. Thus, she never had friendly communication with her parents. She always thought she had time, that she just needed to work hard to earn money and support them, ensuring they ate well, lived well, and had money to spend. That would make them happy. Alas, but who could have known? Truly, storms come without warning, and fortune is unpredictable. No one can know whether tomorrow or misfortune will come first. Xia Jin gazed into the distance, her eyes filled with longing. At that moment, the door of Xiao Xian's bedroom opened. Xiao Bao ran out over the threshold, shouting excitedly, "Mother, father has finished washing." Xiao Bao helped. He looked at Xia Jin with a face seeking praise. Wow, amazing. Xiao Bao helped daddy, what a good child. Children need encouragement and recognition. They will give you many unexpected rewards. She patted Xia Bao's cute little face. Too thin, needed to be well fed. Xiao Bao has finished the task, go play. With that, Xia Jin went to Xiao Xian's room to pour out the bathwater. Everything had to have a first time. She had already experienced several firsts in this ancient world, and she would get used to it as she went. Xiao Xian watched as Xia Jin deftly lifted the bathtub to pour out the water. Was this the strength a woman should have? It made him increasingly curious. Who knew that this was just child's play? Oh, what came later would leave him speechless. How fortunate was he? Had he saved the world in his previous life to have met Xia Jin? Leaving the future aside at this moment, he already felt a little courage to live. Perhaps there was hope. After finishing the chores, Xia Jin also washed herself, feeling refreshed. Looking at the sky, the sun had already set. It was time to prepare dinner. Once it got dark, they wouldn't be able to see, and oil lamps were a luxury. In the kitchen, there was some brown rice and a little flour. It seemed no one had cooked for a long time. How had they lived before she came? At that moment, someone knocked on the courtyard gate. Xia Jin went to open it, and saw Aunt Zhang, the neighbor next door, who had been fairly kind to Xiao Xian in the village. She had probably been bringing food to the father and son during this time. Oh, it's Xiao Xian's wife. Awake now, that's good, that's good. As she spoke, she saw the clean and tidy yard, and immediately showed a relieved smile. Now this looks like a home. Indeed, having a wife is good. From now on, Xiao Xian and his son are in your hands, Xiao Xian's wife. She handed the bamboo basket she was carrying to Xia Jin. This is your dinner. Eat quickly. They'll head back now. If you need any help, come find Annie. She patted Xia Jin's hand. Go on now. Without waiting for Xia Jin to respond, she walked out of the yard and closed the door behind her. Xia Jin carried the basket, went to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks, and called Xiao Bao to eat in Xiao Xian's room. There was a plate of twice-cooked pork and a plate of wild vegetables. Fortunately, the portions were generous enough for 3 people. Although the taste was ordinary, this was Xia Jin's first meat meal in this ancient world. In Taohua village, very few could afford meat every meal. Being able to eat enough and stay warm with an occasional treat was already a good life. As she ate, Xia Jin thought she had to find a way to make money quickly. She didn't want to go without meat. She was not a vegetarian. Tomorrow she would go to the mountain to take a look. It was a must-have activity in time travel novels, digging for ginseng on the mountain. Haha. She just wanted to see if Xia Jin ate, quickly finishing her meal in a few bites. After eating, she watched Xiao and his son. Xiao didn't eat slowly, but he had a natural aristocratic air about him. Xiao was the same, burying his head in his food, not missing a single grain of rice, eating cleanly. When Xiao put down his chopsticks, Xia Jin asked, "Did you give Aunt Zhang silver to help cook meals?" Xiao glanced at her, finding her quite clever, and nodded. "Do we still have any silver at home?" "There are still 30 taels. Xiao, go to the cabinet, and bring the silver to your mother." "Oh, that's good. Having silver is better than starving." Though he didn't understand starving, Xiao explained expressionlessly, "It was the compensation for my injury and retirement. There were 500 taels in total. The main family took 400. Buying you cost 10 taels, Xiao 5, giving Aunt Zhang 5, and earlier treating my leg cost 50. It was explained very clearly. Huh, your family is really ruthless. And you're quite something, truly filial." Xia Jin was speechless. The parents took their son's lifeblood money, and then separated him out, leaving him to fend for himself. They said he was their biological son, but she didn't believe it. However, never mind. It was his own money, and Xia Jin didn't want to interfere since they weren't familiar yet. "By the way, I plan to go to the mountain tomorrow. If I find something good, I'll sell it in town and buy some household supplies. They'll also invite a doctor to examine you." Actually, she wanted to learn about Xiao's leg condition through the doctor. Since they were going to live together, she needed to treat it quickly. Xiao listened to her arrangements and couldn't say anything. He gave her the remaining 30 taels. "All right, you arrange it. But when you go to the mountain, stay on the outskirts. Don't go deep inside. It said that some people who entered the deep forest never came out." Xia Jin tossed the money bag in her hand and looked at Xiao. "Got it. Aren't you afraid he'll run off with the money? This is quite a sum." Xiao looked at her expressionlessly. "If you run off with it, there's nothing I can do. But I trust you." Xia Jin laughed. "Oh, you even know how to play weak and act cute. Don't worry. I'm a person of my word. I won't abandon you. All right, get some rest. They'll clean up and go tomorrow morning. They'll keep the breakfast warm in the pot. You can have Xiao bring it to you." "Okay." Watching Xia Jin's retreating figure, he felt a warmth, as if no one had ever taken care of him like this. It wasn't that he had no money, he had just thought before that he wouldn't live long anyway. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Xia Jin came out of her space, cooked the meal, and kept it warm in the pot, then strapped on her backpack and headed for the mountain. Along the way, she saw curling smoke from cooking fires. Ancient people rose very early, it was just barely light, and some were already working in the fields. Ancient farmers could only rely on their land and the heavens for their livelihood, living a life bent over the earth, backs to the sky. On the road, she met many villagers heading to the fields. Everyone greeted Xia Jin. The whole village knew that Xia Jin was the wife Xiao had bought. "Hey, Xiao's wife, are you going up the mountain?" "Yes, Aunt Zhang. I'm going to dig some wild vegetables and see if there are any pheasants or something." "Hee, I want to eat meat." "Then Xiao's wife, be careful and come down early. They say there are big tigers on this mountain. Even Hunter Qin and his men don't dare to go deep." "Got it, Aunt Zhang. They'll just dig some wild vegetables on the outskirts and take a look. They'll go now." Xia Jin didn't say more, strapped on her backpack and headed straight up. The early summer temperature was neither hot nor cold, just comfortable. All along the way, wildflowers of unknown names bloomed. Gazing at the endless, deep forest, mysterious and dangerous, Xia Jin felt a desire to explore it, but not now. The air was filled with a refreshing aura. In modern times, it was called negative oxygen ions. Cultivators called it spiritual energy. As Xia Jin walked, she absorbed the spiritual energy from the air, every pore of her body opening to take it in, finally letting out a comfortable sigh. In her memory, the few wild vegetables on the outskirts had already been mostly dug up, let alone any wild fruits. Actually, Xia Jin went up the mountain to see if she could really find ginseng, as the stories said. In her space, Xiao had already prepared 2-century-old ginseng root. Only by going up the mountain could she have an excuse to take out the ginseng to sell. That was a principle she understood. Xia Bai was really cute and virtuous, she would treat it better in the future. Xia Jin was about to take out the ginseng when she heard a snorting sound. She quietly moved forward a dozen meters and discovered a wild boar eating wild vegetables not far away. Xia Jin's eyes lit up. This was authentic wild game, something you couldn't eat in modern times where animals were protected and coexisted peacefully with humans. In ancient times, however, they were considered a rare treat, a meat dish hard to come by. The ancient times had their own advantages too. Xia Jin instantly pulled out a large knife from the space, where there were many weapons rumored to include spiritual tools and even divine artifacts. For Xia Jin, who had yet to cultivate it, was all beyond her understanding, if she simply wanted to kill the wild boar in front of her. Ha, what great luck. Gripping the large knife, she held her breath and charged forward. Xia Jin felt as if she were being pulled by an invisible force towards the wild boar, and with a single strike, she severed its neck, killing it instantly. Damn, when did I become so powerful? Am I the chosen one? She stored the wild boar in the space and planned to take it out again at the foot of the mountain. Who would be foolish enough to carry it that far? After wandering around, she also picked up 2 wild chickens and 3 wild rabbits, each dispatched with a single blow. It was simply exhilarating, almost absurd. She placed everything in the space and then retrieved some muddy ginseng and a few fruits before heading home, her harvest plentiful. Moreover, she discovered chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, which she immediately transplanted into the space. These were all valuable items. As she walked, she hummed a tune. Today the common folk are truly joyful. When she reached the foot of the mountain, she took out the wild boar from the space along with a wild rabbit. Weighing over 300 pounds, she was capable of carrying it back. However, she still tied it with a rope and dragged it along, holding a wild rabbit in her right hand, making her way home, while encountering many people along the way. It was quite a lively scene. Heavens, Xiao Xian's wife is incredible. That's a wild boar. Who would have thought a girl could take down a wild boar? What luck! Why haven't I encountered something like that? Some expressed envy. This wild boar must weigh over 300 pounds. That's substantial. It will last a long time, and if sold it would fetch a good price in silver. When the villagers saw Xia Jin, they chattered among themselves, yet no one offered to help her. Ignoring the mixed voices of praise and criticism, Xia Jin paid no mind. She had slain the wild boar with her own strength, which did not impede anyone. It was purely good luck that knocked itself out, and I just killed it. In the past couple of days, the villagers had been discussing Xiao Xian's wife, thinking she was weak, but now realizing how formidable she was able to take down a wild boar. They decided to maintain a good relationship and avoid provoking her. Xia Jin intentionally wanted the villagers to know that she was not to be trifled with, wishing to live a quiet life and do what she wanted. With a loud thud, she attracted the attention of a father and son who were basking in the sun and playing in the mud. Wow, Aunt Zhang, is Uncle Zhang around? Can he butcher pigs? Yes, he can. You drag it back first, we'll go call him. Thus Xia Jin happily dragged the wild boar back to her yard. With a loud thud, she attracted the attention of a father and son who were basking in the sun and playing in the mud. Wow, mother, what is this? It's so dark. As he spoke, he poked at it with his little fingers. Then he ran over to hug Xia Jin's leg, but she quickly stepped back as she was quite dirty. She pressed her finger against his forehead. Alright, little treasure, mother is dirty right now. You can hug me later. This is a wild boar, we will have meat to eat. So little treasure squatted next to the wild boar and continued poking it. Is this a wild boar? I'm going to eat your meat, wow. Xiao Xian looked at Xia Jin in astonishment, opening his mouth. That's impressive. Xia Jin glanced at him and chuckled. Of course I'm impressive. She then went inside to change her clothes. At that moment, Zhang Taiyi's family also arrived along with Aunt Zhang, their son Zhang Dashan, and the village chief. They gathered around the wild boar, praising it endlessly. A girl was truly remarkable. Thus the task of slaughtering the wild boar was entrusted to Uncle Zhang and the others. Xia Jin, who knew nothing about it, was simply instructed to chop off its head. To avoid scaring others, she was only responsible for boiling a large pot of water. With the wild boar, everyone got busy and villagers came over to join in the excitement, asking if the wild boar meat was for sale, as it had been a long time since they had. Uncle Zhang and the others made a large incision on the wild boar's neck, letting the blood flow out, scraping off the fur and methodically opening its belly to remove. Xia Jin had eaten pork soup in modern times, but she had never witnessed the entire slaughtering process in person. It was indeed brutal, far too brutal. Not eating the pork soup was even more brutal. Father, are we having meat today? Little treasure wanted to watch the butchering, but fearing he might have nightmares due to his young age, he was kept away and stayed with Xiao Xian. Yes, your mother caught the wild boar, so we will have meat today. Watching little treasure's eager expression as he swallowed, Xiao Xian pinched his cheek. Little treasure looked at him with his sweet voice. Father, can I have more meat today? Of course, little treasure can eat as much as he wants, but don't overeat. Xia Jin happened to overhear this. She had no intention of taking the wild boar to sell in town. Selling it to the villagers was enough. This little bit of wild boar meat wouldn't make her rich. Keeping some meat for a few days was fine. Anything more would spoil without a refrigerator, and she had no plans to expose the space just yet. Meanwhile, they had already started cutting the meat into pieces. The village chief approached them and asked, "Are you keeping the wild boar meat for yourselves, or selling it in the village?" Xia Jin looked at the crowd surrounding them, and said, "Village chief, you can decide how to divide it. We can keep 50 pounds, 3 people won't eat much, and the rest can be sold to the villagers for a feast." Suddenly remembering something, she asked, "By the way, village chief, how do you handle the offal?" Hearing this, the village chief was puzzled and replied, "We throw it away, it's very smelly, and no one eats it." Xia Jin thought for a moment, and decided to keep it to see if she could make something out of it. So she said to the village chief, "Then save it for me, I'll see if I can cook it, and let you all taste it later." The village chief nodded, saying, "No problem, I'll help you clean it." Xia Jin was delighted. The hardest part was cleaning. "Thank you, village chief." Xia Jin suddenly looked at Xiao Xian. "Should we send some to the old residents?" Otherwise they might accuse you of being unfilial and cause a ruckus. In any era one cannot escape the virtue of filial piety. In the end, 30 pounds of meat were sent to the Xiao family's old residence, 20 pounds to Uncle Zhang's family for the butchering, 10 pounds of bones, 20 pounds to the village chief's family, and 10 pounds of bones. The remaining 180 pounds were sold to the villagers on the scene, who happily took the meat home. The old residents received the wild boar meat, and Xiao Xian's father nodded in satisfaction. Although some was given away, they did not forget their roots. Otherwise they would surely have caused trouble. Xia Jin's words turned out to be true. The Xiao family members, seeing so much meat, had their eyes light up. They hadn't eaten meat in a long time, as their money had gone to support the second son's education. The two grandsons jumped up upon seeing the meat, nearly rushing to gnaw on it raw. Grandma Xiao lovingly patted her grandson's head, saying, "Today, everyone gets—" At that moment a woman holding a basket stood at the door looking at the meat with a grin, yet her mouth said, "I heard that wild boar was quite large, over 300 pounds. Here there's at most 30 pounds. Can 8 of us make it last for 2 days? Grandma Xiao paused for a moment, yet before she could speak Grandpa Xiao looked at everyone present and said, "If there's food, eat more. It's already sold out over there, so hurry and cook." He hadn't thought much about the 30 pounds. After all, they had all been sold to the villagers. There was no way to get it back now. After speaking, he did not look at anyone and left the woman beside him had a somewhat ugly expression, but said nothing further. The sun began to set, and at that moment the village was filled with curling smoke as those who bought wild boar meat laughed and chatted eagerly awaiting their meal, all remembering Xia Jin's kindness. Those who did not buy any were envious and resentful. However, this had nothing to do with Xia Jin's family. She also prepared to start cooking dinner with little treasures circling around her legs, quite happy. Xia Jin planned to make braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and blood pudding soup along with a stir-fried vegetable, ensuring the family had a satisfying meal. After dinner, the family of 3 sat in the yard chatting. Xiao Bao was walking around to aid digestion, having eaten too much. Xia Jin was also quite full. She found a bamboo chair laid down and sprawled without any regard for her image, causing Xiao Xian to shake his head in disapproval. This wife of his really didn't act like a girl, but it was fine. A too delicate woman wouldn't be able to support this family. By the way, I plan to go to town tomorrow. I was lucky in the mountains today and dug up 2 ginseng roots. They'll sell them tomorrow. Xia Jin glanced at Xiao Xian's expression. He didn't seem suspicious. She continued, "I want to rebuild the house. Should we repair it here or move to another place?" Xia Jin looked at him. Xiao Xian was still stuck on the 2 ginseng roots. Wait, how did they get to talking about rebuilding the house? Confused, he looked up and said, "This place was given to me when the family split. It's small and shabby with neighbors on both sides. There's no room to expand. If I want to enlarge it, it's clearly not suitable." After a moment's thought, he continued, "There's land near the Yuling Mountains, quiet and secluded. If you're not afraid of the wild beasts in the mountains, it's a good choice, and the land is relatively cheap." Xia Jin considered her own plans. Of course, she would choose the foot of the mountain. She had too many secrets, and she wanted to build a courtyard house. It would be nice to realize her modern dream here. As she thought, her right index and middle fingers kept tapping. Finally, she stopped tapping abruptly, looked up at Xiao Xian with bright eyes and said, "Then let's do it at the foot of the mountain. To be honest, this place is too small, doesn't match my vision, and I do have some secrets that are inconvenient to keep here." She smiled. "There's nothing to fear from the wild beasts in the mountains. Most animals have a spirit, they won't bother you if you don't provoke them." Glancing at the sky, she stood up, lifted Xiao Xian together with his wheelchair, and carried him back to his bedroom. Xiao Xian was so startled that his eyes widened, and his whole body tensed, his hands gripping the wheelchair handles tightly. Only after Xia Jin set him down did he take a deep breath. Oomph. Ignoring Xia Jin, he used his light skill to leap directly onto the bed, quickly pulled the thin blanket over himself, and indicated that he was going to sleep. Acting spoiled. Interesting. Xia Jin laughed heartily, and returned to her own bedroom. Xiao Bao was already asleep, drooling. She flashed into the space to soak in the spiritual spring water. She was quite looking forward to the trip to town tomorrow. The next day, at the first crack of dawn, she adjusted Xiao Bao's blanket, got up to prepare breakfast, and had already asked Aunt Zhang the day before to deliver lunch for Xiao Xian and his son. Carrying a basket on her back, she closed the courtyard gate and walked to the ox cart gathering place. The ox cart was largely occupied by baskets of vegetables for sale, leaving only seats for 6 people, and there was no empty space. Xia Jin quickly boarded and sat in the last seat. The women on the cart had never seen Xia Jin before. They looked her over appraisingly, but Xia Jin didn't mind. In modern times, she had given speeches to thousands of people without fear, so this was nothing. So Xia Jin glanced at the women, smiled, and nodded gracefully. Her composure made the women feel a bit embarrassed, and they smiled back. Uncle Zhang gave a shout, and the ox cart slowly moved forward, jolting along the bumpy road. "Is this the wife of the 3rd son of the Xiao family?" A plump woman suddenly spoke. Xia Jin looked at her kind face and nodded. "Auntie, I'm Xia Jin. Oh, my Xiao Laosan is lucky to have such a beautiful wife, though she's a bit thin." That's right, that's right. Now he has someone to take care of him, sigh. Yes, his bitter days are finally over. The women chattered like a marketplace. She's just a bought servant sold by someone. How do you know she's really his wife? Who knows if she's been touched by others? A discordant mocking voice rang out. Xia Jin looked and saw a girl of 16 or 17 sitting in the corner. She was quite pretty, but her eyes were filled with jealousy as she looked at Xia Jin, which confused Xia Jin. Xia Jin glanced sidelong at her. Who are you? Oh, Su Xiaohua, how can a girl speak like that? This is the legitimate wife of Xiao Laosan. What business is it of yours? Truly ugly people do ugly things. Right, so rude and ill-mannered. With such a sharp and venomous tongue, she'll have a hard time getting married. Without Xia Jin needing to act, the enthusiastic villagers launched a barrage of criticism. Whether they were genuinely caring or just gossiping was unclear. You're all bewitched by this fox spirit. You've only just met her, and you're already taking her side. Watch out, she might seduce your husbands. Su Xiaohua shouted. Xia Jin was displeased. How could she be a fox spirit? And seducing other men? Oh come on, she was a young woman with impeccable values. No flirting, no promiscuity, completely faithful. Besides, it wasn't like she would fall for just any man. Otherwise, why would she still be single at nearly 30? At this, Su Xiaohua's eyes turned red. She shouted, You don't deserve Brother Xiao III. He didn't buy you to be his wife. Oh, so that's it. She had a crush on Xiao Xian. Tisk, though she hadn't seen Xiao Xian's real face these past few days. He hadn't shaved his beard. She'd have to buy a razor later. Let her see how handsome he really was. So he had romantic entanglements. She wouldn't put up with this unwarranted resentment. Xia Jin looked seriously at Su Xiaohua. Oh, you like Brother Xiao, then why didn't you marry him? Change his diapers, and clean his waist, take care of his son under 3 years old, cook, and support the family. In a few years you could become his widow, inherit his property, and live a good life with his son. Xia Jin's serious nonsense scared Su Xiaohua into shrinking back. Like him? Marry him. You're not even pretty, but you sure think you're something. Su Xiaohua was completely stunned and couldn't say a word. Xia Jin looked at her unimpressed. Your so-called love is worthless. You like him when he looks good, but when he's in trouble you avoid him. Not only that, you come to disgust him pretending to be so devoted. Don't ever say in front of me that you like Brother Xiao. If I see you, I'll hit you. Who do you think you are, thinking yourself a flower? What a joke. Get lost. I don't care if you're a woman, I'll beat you until you wet your pants. Listen, Xiao Xian is my man. He's under my care. Don't let me hear you talk about liking him or wanting to marry him. I don't like it. I prefer to use my fists, so stay away if you have nothing to do. Xia Jin wasn't good at cursing, but she had an imposing presence. The villagers had never seen such. They had all thought she was weak and easy to bully. Her fierce outburst not only frightened Su Xiaohua, but also stunned everyone else on the cart. Xiao Laosan's wife is too fierce. Of course some disapproved, thinking she was too aggressive and unreasonable. A woman should be gentle and virtuous. If Xia Jin knew what they were thinking, she might retort that she had gentleness and virtue, but it depended on the person and situation. She could win people over with virtue, but she could also fight evil with evil. It was the same in any era. A good person is always taken advantage of, a good horse is always ridden. To live comfortably, one must have their own. She wouldn't hurt others unprovoked, but she wouldn't be hurt passively either. The cart fell silent, and they jolted all the way to the market. Uncle Zhang told Xia Jin to gather at the same place at the way hour. Xia Jin gave Uncle Zhang 2 copper coins for the fare. She walked around looking at everything. The town market was quite large, divided into 4 streets, east, south, west, and north. In the center stood a statue representing Tianyuan town. Each street had functional zones, snack stalls, agricultural products, daily necessities, restaurants, inns, and so on. Surprisingly, everything was neatly arranged, not chaotic at all. It was quite different from what Xia Jin had imagined. So one shouldn't think that ancient times were backward. The wisdom of ancient people was truly remarkable. In the market, if you wanted to set up a stall aside from farmers selling their own produce without occupying a stall, all other businesses had to pay a management fee, which was rent. It was quite reasonable, similar to modern times. Very reliable. Xia Jin strolled through the streets, taking a general look at several of them. She asked a few passers-by, and found the Tongxin Hall pharmacy that Xiao Xian had mentioned. Tongxin Hall was the largest shop in town, rumored to have connections even in the capital. Its physicians were highly skilled, and locals came here for serious ailments. The pharmacy was well stocked with herbs at fair prices, and Xiao Xian had always obtained his medicine here. Outside the shop, a young physician sat to the left, attending to a queue of about a dozen patients. Inside, against the central wall, stood a vermilion medicine cabinet with numerous drawers and a broad vermilion counter for dispensing prescriptions. The inner chamber likely served as the chief physician's consultation room. As Xia Jin stepped over the threshold, a young pharmacy apprentice about 14 or 15 approached. Miss, are you here for a consultation or to purchase medicine? Xia Jin noticed his warm demeanor, free from any disdain for her shabby clothes. Do you accept herbs for purchase? We do, miss. May I see them? Xia Jin casually took out 2 wild ginseng roots with soil from her basket and handed them to him. After a glance, he promptly said, Miss, please come inside. Our shopkeeper will handle this, it's beyond my authority. He then led the way. Xia Jin had anticipated this and followed him into the inner courtyard. It was a hidden gem, a small yard with 4 modest rooms. As they reached the shopkeeper's room, she heard the young man exclaim excitedly, Uncle Lu, something good. Ginseng. So his earlier composure was all an act. He was still just a child around 15 like a high schooler. Xia Jin didn't enter, but waited at the doorway. The apprentice pulled a shrewd, middle-aged man from the inner room. The shopkeeper approached with a genial smile. Xiao Jiang says you have some herbs to show me. Without pleasantries, Xia Jin handed him the 2 ginseng roots. Shopkeeper Lu glanced at what she held, and turned back inside. Miss, please follow me. The room usually used for business was spacious with several guest chairs, and a desk at the far end where a few account books lay. Please have a seat, miss. As he spoke, he served her tea, showing no condescension, despite her being a woman. Let me examine this ginseng first. What price are you hoping for, miss? Shopkeeper, I've heard Tongxin Hall has an honest reputation and doesn't cheat ordinary folk like me. I'm sure you'll offer a fair price. If not, I can always go to the county seat. Xia Jin adopted her modern business negotiation demeanor. The shopkeeper, seeing her calm composure despite her ragged clothes, sensed an aura not typical of common folk. He thought to himself that she was not to be trifled with or easily deceived. He examined the ginseng carefully. These 2 wild ginsengs are well handled and preserved. For this one about 200 years old, I can offer 300 taels. For this 500-year-old one, 1,200 taels. Does that work for you? Xia Jin felt it was close to her estimate and agreed readily. Fine, I'll accept your offer. The shopkeeper, surprised by her quick agreement, burst into laughter. My surname is Lu. How should I address you, miss? If you ever have more herbs to sell, feel free to come to Tongxin Hall. It'll ensure a fair price. Xia Jin beamed, for money always brought a smile. Shopkeeper Lu, I am Xia Jin, your junior. You're a kind soul, and you haven't looked down on me as a young woman. They'll certainly come to you in the future. Then it's settled. Wait a moment. He turned and went into the inner room, emerging after half an hour with a pouch in hand. Handing it to Xia Jin, he said, Miss Xia, here are 14 100-tael notes, 50 taels of silver, 40 taels of loose silver, and 10 strings of copper coin. This should make it convenient for you to use. Xia Jin hadn't expected such thoughtfulness from shopkeeper Lu. Truly, there were many good people. Thank you, shopkeeper Lu. They'll give you first dibs on any good goods in the future. Suddenly recalling Xiao Xian's leg, she inquired, By the way, shopkeeper Lu, could you recommend a skilled physician to examine my husband's leg? Shopkeeper Lu was surprised to learn she was already married. After a moment's thought, he nodded. I can arrange that, but it'll take a couple of days. Dr. Zhou is out on house calls and won't be back until tomorrow. Bring your husband the day after. Xia Jin considered it acceptable. In the 5 days since her arrival, she had been using spiritual spring water for the 2 at home, drinking foot-soaks baths and cooking. Their constitutions must have improved. A little outing would do them good rather than staying cooped up indoors all day. She nodded. All right, thank you, shopkeeper Lu. We'll come the day after tomorrow. Goodbye for now. Slinging her basket over her back, she walked out of the pharmacy. She was hungry, and now that she had money, she felt empowered. Time to eat. She decided to visit a restaurant and get a sense of the era's cuisine. She learned there were 2 major taverns in town, Taoyuanju and Zuaxian Tower. The latter was said to have connections in high places, making it a bustling establishment. Indeed, connections were essential everywhere. Xia Jin leisurely walked towards Zuaxian Tower on North Street. It was lunchtime and several tables were already occupied. She found a seat by the edge. The waiter eagerly attended to her. Honored guest, what would you like to order? We have steamed rabbit with rice flour, stir-fried wild boar, braised fish, wild mushroom stewed with old hen, bamboo shoots, stir-fried with meat, braised goose, steamed spare ribs, and quick fried duck. All our signature dishes. Xia Jin was intrigued by the variety and decided to indulge. They'll have the braised fish, quick fried duck, and a bowl of rice. Very well, honored guest. The waiter efficiently took the order and withdrew. The dishes arrived in about a quarter of an hour, quite prompt. He set them before Xia Jin. Enjoy your meal, honored. Xia Jin picked up her chopsticks eagerly and took a bite of fish. Damn, is this fit for human consumption? It's awful. This is supposed to be braised. It's more like plain broth, not even masking the fishy smell. She glanced around. Oh, every table had this dish. How did they manage to? People here seemed to enjoy fish quite a bit. Though she wasn't an exceptional fish cook, she had never made anything this bad. Alas, despite the variety of dishes, the shortage of seasonings might be an issue. From what she knew, her current location, Tianyuan Town, belonged to Huarong County, a remote area. A swift horse could reach the capital in a month, but a leisurely journey would take 3 months. Tianyuan Town wasn't particularly prosperous, but it was surrounded by many villages, making it quite lively. Moreover, merchants from all directions came to Huarong County and Tianyuan Town to do business. Perhaps for survival, people didn't prioritize food much. Being full was enough. Meals were simple and bland. Chili peppers existed, but were rarely used. The local cuisine relied mainly on steaming and boiling. Only restaurants added some chili to their dishes, but it wasn't well received as the pure spiciness caused issues. from burning mouths to worse. Tisk tisk tsk. She shook her head regretfully. Chili was such a delightful seasoning, and she couldn't enjoy a meal without it. The waiter saw Xia Jin spit the fish meat onto the table, so he came over to ask if there was a problem. Xia Jin said the fish was too fishy to eat. The shopkeeper noticed the situation and also walked over. After understanding what happened, he apologized with a smile. Miss, we have always made this fish this way. It only has a slight fishy taste. I dare say this is the best tasting fish you can find, and we sell a lot every day. A thought suddenly struck the shopkeeper. Could it be that the young lady has eaten fish that tastes better than ours? As soon as he said it, he felt he had been rash. He was well-traveled and had eaten many things, but he had never tasted fish better than theirs. Their fish was actually made with a recipe from a master chef of imperial level secured through the owner's connections. Now every branch sells extremely well. Why was this young lady finding it inedible? Xia Jin said, I have eaten better fish, and I even know how to make a little. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper clapped his hands and said, Our store has all the ingredients. Could you make a dish? Xia Jin did not hesitate as she also wanted to eat it. Okay. Then she followed the shopkeeper into the kitchen. She asked them to slice the fish into thin pieces as she intended to make Piampian fish sliced fish. Then she looked around the kitchen to see what seasonings were available. The large kitchen was very well stocked, but it lacked some Chinese medicinal herbs that when combined with chili would not cause internal heat, and also lacked Sichuan pepper. They could only make purely spicy flavors. Too much chili would be unbearable for customers, and too little would not bring out the taste. The shopkeeper and the cooks all left, leaving the kitchen to Xia Jin. Therefore Xia Jin took out Sichuan pepper from her space, and the spices she had bought earlier from the pharmacy 5-spice powder, star anise, bay, leaves, cinnamon, and galang. After a quarter of an hour, a numbing and spicy aroma wafted out, filling the air with fragrance. The guests in the hall were drawn by the scent, not to mention the cooks, and the shopkeeper waiting outside the kitchen door. Shopkeeper, what dish is this? It smells so good. Yes, it's incredibly fragrant, oh my. Give me a portion. Oh, just the smell makes me want to eat rice. Several familiar guests surrounded the shopkeeper. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, this dish is not available. It was made by a guest. The shopkeeper quickly explained to them. After another quarter of an hour, Xia Jin poured hot oil over the fish, which was topped with chili, Sichuan pepper, chopped green onions, and minced garlic. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The aroma released wherever the oil touched was so tempting that the sound of swallowing could be heard all around. Xia Jin placed a large bowl of boiled sliced fish on the table in the hall. Immediately 7 or 8 heads crowded around. The bottom was lined with vegetables topped with tender fish slices and sprinkled with green onions, chili, and Sichuan pepper. These fish slices are really thin. Yes, they look delicious. What is this? How can it be so fragrant? Everyone was talking at once. The shopkeeper picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. His eyes instantly widened. There was truly no fishy taste at all, and the texture was tender, melting in the mouth. However, what was this new flavor of intense spiciness and numbness? He really wanted a bowl of rice. Everyone watched him swallow, and he finally put down his chopsticks with restraint and said to Xia Jin, Could we have a talk? Xia Jin was certainly willing to talk, so she invited the others around the table to try the food, saying she would discuss it slowly after she had eaten her fill. Thus the entire hall was filled with sounds, SSS. Wow, so spicy. Oh dear, so numb to death. Sounds came in waves. Some were crying from the spiciness, jumping up and down, others were slapping their mouths from the numbness, yet none of them wanted to stop their chopsticks. In the end, even the soup was almost gone. No matter the era foodies exist. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Xia Jin followed the shopkeeper to the second floor. Once in the private room, the shopkeeper politely invited Xia Jin to sit, and then said, My surname is Zhou. May I ask your name, miss? Xia Jin replied politely, Xia Jin. Shopkeeper Zhou continued looking at her. Miss Xia, I was wondering if you could sell the recipe for this fish to me. Xia Jin was not short of money at the moment. A recipe could sell for at most 100 taels, so she did not intend to sell it. Moreover, even if she sold it, they couldn't make it without the ingredients. She wanted to spread modern cuisine, which required partners. Wouldn't it be wonderful if money flowed in like water? After thinking it over, she said directly, Shopkeeper, Zhou, this recipe has been passed down from my ancestors. Even if I sold it to you, you wouldn't be able to make it because the seasonings are only available to me. However, right now I can't provide enough to make more boiled fish. Xia Jin glanced at him and continued, I'm not going to sell the recipe. I have many more recipes and marketing methods. I need a partner. I'm not just considering this town. Shopkeeper, Zhou, you probably can't make the decision alone. You can discuss it with your boss. Hearing this, Shopkeeper Zhou realized that he indeed couldn't make the decision. However, he understood the enormous business opportunity. If he informed his boss, and it worked out, he would earn great merit in his boss' eyes. So he agreed to write to his boss to discuss it, and would talk in detail when the boss arrived. From the brief exchange, and her usual judgment of people, Xia Jin saw that Shopkeeper Zhou was a workaholic, shrewd and capable, and fairly upright. She also wanted to make some new friends since in ancient times there were few people who respected women. They believed that women's only use was to bear children and do housework. To be honest, since carrying on the family line was so important, yet they looked down on the most important women. Without women who would give birth, they didn't think about it. Their mindset was hard to communicate with. Xia Jin didn't want to change anything, she just wanted to do her own thing. In the end, the meal was free of charge, and they happily saw Xia Jin out, welcoming her to come back anytime to offer guidance. Xia Jin was overjoyed. With money in hand, she felt at ease. Moreover, she was about to close a long-term deal. She was confident that no one could resist the temptation of Chinese cuisine. Thus, she began a massive shopping spree. Xia Jin felt there were so many things to buy. The clothes of the three of them were all torn, but fortunately it was summer, so she had to buy several sets. Bedding, kitchen utensils, seasonings, grains, etc. She swept through the market like a plague of locusts, spending lavishly. Truly a joy for the body and soul. Bye. Finally, she bought a silver bracelet and a longevity lock for Xiao. Although he was almost 3 years old, it was still okay to make up for it. She had to spoil her own child. She also bought a few sets for Xiao, all based on Xia Jin's estimation. Whether they fit was another matter. As for buying fabric, stop right there. She didn't know how to embroider. Wasn't it better to buy ready-made clothes? Passing by a pork stall, Xia Jin remembered there was still some wild boar meat at home. She looked at the other options and thought buying some bones for soup would be nice. Xia Jin called out to the back room, boss. Coming. What would you like to buy, miss? Fatty meat is 15 when per jean, lean meat is 12 when per jean. A sturdy man in his 40s came out, his muscles bulging, which was related to his profession. Xia Jin mainly wanted to buy fatty meat to render lard for stir-frying and making noodles. She would also buy some lean meat. Give me 10 jean of fatty meat for rendering lard and 5 jean of lean meat. The boss skillfully cut the meat for her. After paying, Xia Jin saw that it was still early, so she headed to the grocery street. As the name implied, it had all sorts of odds and ends mostly frequented by traveling merchants. Xia Jin walked while looking around. Moi. On a stall were several pots of red fruits. Some long, some round, some green, some red. It's chili peppers. She hurried over to take a look. Indeed, it was chili peppers. Having chili peppers was good, as she planned to plant them in large quantities, as no one in Taohua village grew them. Shopkeeper, what are these? Chili peppers, she asked with curiosity. The shopkeeper looked up and saw a farm girl, likely someone who had never seen them before, and found them attractive. He had traveled far and wide as a merchant in this area. No one grew chili peppers, and few people ate them, so it was normal for her not to recognize them. Yes, miss, these are chili peppers. These varieties are quite spicy. Spicy is good. Boss, how much per pot? Miss, you really want to buy? 12 when per pot. She didn't seem like she was lying. Xia Jin thought for a moment. How many pots do you have? He'll take all of them. Miss, I only brought 10 pots. He'll sell them all to you for 10 when each. How about that? He had been at the stall almost all day, and only these chili peppers remained unsold. All right, give them to me. Xia Jin paid, and put the chili peppers into her basket, then continued looking for other items. In the end, Xia Jin managed to buy many unexpected seasonings. She only placed rice flour and some household items in her basket, storing the rest in her space. If she brought too many things, the villagers would inevitably gossip. It was very annoying. Humans are strange. When you are desperately poor, many people sympathize with you sincerely. But when the poor suddenly become rich, people's sympathy turns into suspicion or even jealousy. Unable to bear others' success has become a social norm. When she arrived home, she saw Xiao waiting as she got off the ox cart. The moment he spotted Xia Jin, he rushed over and hugged her leg. Mother, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you so long. Xia Jin scooped up the thin little boy. Xiao, you're great. Let's go home. Let's go home. When Xia Jin reached the courtyard gate, she saw Xiao waiting at the door. Oh, he had finally come out of the house. You're back. Are you hungry? They asked simultaneously, then exchanged a smile. Xia Jin put down Xiao and went into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. The feeling of having someone waiting for you to come home. It's not bad at all. Starting from scratch with strangers in a strange place, everything is unknown, yet full of joy. On the stove was a pot of wild vegetable porridge that Xiao had just cooked. There was nothing else, as the house had almost nothing. Xia Jin was tired of porridge, so she scooped out a bowl of the rice she had just bought and started cooking. She took out the fatty meat to render lard, then placed the seasoning she had bought today in the kitchen. She didn't take out all the meat, as there was no refrigerator and the weather would spoil it easily. Her space maintained a constant temperature. Whatever went in came out unchanged. Truly an essential golden finger for home and travel. For dinner, she made a stir-fried cabbage with lard residue, a stir-fried lean meat, and a bowl of steamed egg custard. Xia Jin picked up the dishes and sniffed. The lard-fried vegetables smelled wonderful. Time to eat. Xiao, come get the chopsticks. Xia Jin called to Xiao. Remember to wash your hands. I know, mother. Watching Xiao run quickly, wobbling, Xiao was afraid he would crash into the wall. Xiao slowed down. Promising and doing were two. She set the dishes on the table, invited Xiao to start eating, gave Xiao some meat, and a few spoonfuls of egg custard. Xiao Bao buried his head and ate happily, making little sounds. Xiao Xin took a bite of the stir-fried cabbage, then a bite of the lean meat, and a mouthful of rice. He praised without reservation, delicious. This is the best meal I've ever. Upon hearing this, Xia Jin felt pleased, though it was an exaggeration. Cooks always enjoy recognition from those who eat, as it gives them more motivation. If someone eats your food without expression or gratitude, who would want to cook for them again? Haha, well said, well said. There are even better dishes, and I'll make them for you later. The three of them ate heartily, and were fully satisfied. After cleaning up, she took Xiao Bao for a walk in the yard to aid digestion, while Xiao Xin sat on a chair watching them. By the way, I made an appointment with a doctor from Tongxin Hall to look at your leg. We'll go to town together the day after tomorrow. Xia Jin looked at Xiao Xin and told him about what she had done today. Xiao Xin was silent for a while, then sighed softly and looked at Xia Jin. Alright, I'll follow your arrangement. Anything else today? Well, I sold the ginseng for 1,500 taels today and also negotiated a business deal, but it won't be confirmed for a few days. Once it's settled, we'll become rich. Xia Jin said excitedly. Also, I discovered several treasures today. I'll make some special food for you, and I'm going to plant them. We'll make a fortune from them in the future. Xiao Xin looked at the confident Xia Jin and felt that there was really hope. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Xiao Jin, you've worked hard. Hearing him call her Xiao Jin, Xia Jin was startled. Jin horizontally and vertically both meant, too. Absolutely not. No, call me Xiao, okay? They'll call you a Xian. Okay. Although he didn't understand why Xiao Xin still cooperated. Lately, Xiao Xin seemed to have become more cheerful. Finally, Xia Jin used spiritual spring water to soak their feet, and then they each returned to their rooms. Xiao Xin could clearly feel that his body had been improving since Xia Jin arrived. He knew she had secrets, but he wouldn't ask if she didn't tell. He would gradually earn her trust, get close to her heart, and make her willing to tell him. Looking at the clothes and razor that Xia Jin had bought for him, he thought, since she wants to see, let her see. Meanwhile, Xiao Bao was fast asleep, snoring softly. Xia Jin flashed into the space and sat in the spiritual spring pool, absorbing spiritual energy. Although she hadn't started cultivating yet, the spiritual energy was very beneficial to her body. She would lay a solid foundation in advance so that she could absorb quickly later. So every night Xia Jin came in to meditate and would only leave at dawn. It had been 5 days since she arrived. Xiao Bai said he would teach her cultivation in 7 days, and Xia Jin was looking forward to it. She now knew that in this era there were immortals and martial artists. Xiao Xin was probably a martial arts master. For her cultivation would not only give her the ability to protect herself, but perhaps also allow her to return. Having hope was always good, at least she knew her goal. The worst was to live a muddled life, never understanding one's purpose until death. As she thought, Xia Jin entered meditation. Spiritual energy surged straight into her body, indicating that her body had been nurtured to have all meridians unobstructed with no hindrance to absorption. Her talent was exceptional. The next morning, Xia Jin prepared breakfast. Her plan for the day was to go up the mountain to chop firewood. In this era, burning wood was really inconvenient. It was her first time chopping firewood. Carrying a basket, she walked up the mountain. Halfway up, she met a thin, delicate young man, also called a gear, who was carrying a basket and digging for wild vegetables. With bright big eyes on a thin, fair face, he turned at the sound, saw Xia Jin, and smiled cheerfully. Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Xiao. Xia Jin nodded. She didn't know him, but with the surname Xiao, he was probably Xiao Xian's cousin. Sister-in-law, are you digging for wild vegetables? Want to go together? No, I'm going to chop firewood. Xiao frowned slightly. Sister-in-law, the easy torage wood on the outskirts has been almost all cut. You'll have to go deeper to find some. Otherwise, I'll go with you. You're not familiar with this place. Looking at this warm-hearted Xiao, he didn't seem like a schemer. Then he'll trouble you, Xiao. No trouble at all, sister-in-law. Third brother helped me before. If you ever need anything, feel free to come to me. Receiving Xiao's goodwill, Xia Jin nodded with pleasure. Alright, you can come to me too. Sometimes whether two people can become friends is decided in an instant. They walked side by side up the mountain. There was indeed no firewood to cut along the way, but they picked up quite a few mushrooms. Although Xia Jin didn't know which were edible, Xiao did. The locals were very knowledgeable. Going deeper into the forest, they finally found plenty of dry branches. Under Xiao's guidance, Xia Jin bundled 2 piles of dry firewood, enough to last. They chatted as they walked and encountered 3 wild rabbits along the way. A fruitful harvest. Carrying the dry firewood on their backs, they headed joyfully down. Xiao was clearly excited. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Last time you caught a wild boar, and now you've caught wild rabbits. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Xia Jin. This was her idol. He too wished to be so formidable, hoping then he wouldn't be bullied. Even Xia Jin, who had a thick skin, couldn't bear such an intense gaze. Just average, world's third best. Ahem, just lucky. By the way, take 2 rabbits home for your family. Consider it. Thanks for guiding me today. Without you, I wouldn't have gathered so much firewood. Xiao was startled and quickly waved his hands. No, sister-in-law, I can't take them. I didn't catch them, so I can't accept. He lowered his head and murmured, even if I take them home, I won't get to eat them. It's better not to take them at all. Hearing this, Xia Jin felt helpless. Every family has its own troubles. Xiao Xian's family was no exception, and neither was her original family. Life was hard for everyone. Alright, just take one rabbit back to report. He'll cook the other one, and you come over to eat. Don't refuse. If you consider me a friend. Xia Jin, afraid he would refuse again, even used a threatening tone. Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with tears, but he smiled happily. Got it, sister-in-law. Thank you, sister-in-law. He was a clever and adaptable person. He understood that his sister-in-law was trying to help him, so he accepted it. He would repay them someday. With that, he carried one rabbit back to his own home. When Xia Jin returned home, Xiao Xian was already cooking. Today he was making rice. He felt that Xia Jin wouldn't skimp on food for herself. I'm back. Oh, you're cooking. Not bad. In with me doing a bit, you can take it easier. Mommy, you're back. Little Bao had recently taken a liking to hugging legs. He rushed over and tightly embraced Xia Jin's thigh. Xia Jin pinched his cheek. So pinchable. Alright, let mommy put down her things first, be good. She placed the rabbit in the kitchen and the dry firewood in the storage room. Let's butcher the rabbits. She handed the knife to Xiao Xian. Butcher both of them. We'll have them for dinner. Send some to Aunt Zhang's family, and Xiao Yu will come over to eat later. Xiao Xian was taken aback for a moment. Alright. Then recalling that family, he added, he's had a hard life, but he's a decent kid. If we can help, we should. Xia Jin nodded. What's his family situation like? I saw Xiao Yu today. He's pitifully thin, but he has a lovely personality. Xiao Yu was one of the few people she had met who showed her kindness. Most villagers were bystanders, friendly when things were good, but distant when trouble came. Not kicking someone when they were down was already considered decent. Moreover, she thought, how could a boy be so adorable? He was about her height, with a thin small body, a round face, and round eyes. Those eyes sparkled just like little Bao. Although his clothes were patched over, and they looked clean and fresh. She felt an itch in her hands. She wanted to pinch his cheeks. While skinning the rabbit, Xiao Xian told Xia Jin about Xiaoyu's family. Xiaoyu is the younger son of second uncle's family. He has an older brother. His birth mother died of illness when he was 5. Within half a year, second uncle remarried a stepmother, who gave birth to a son, now 10 years old. With a stepmother, there's a stepfather. When his older brother turned 15, he went out to work and has been missing ever since. From the age of 5, Xiaoyu survived in that harsh environment, with a stepmother and a stepfather, until he turned 15. Since boys have low status and are destined to marry out, they made Xiaoyu do all the household chores and never gave him enough food or warm clothes. When I was home, I often gave him some food. But during the 2 years I was away, I don't know how he fared. I only returned 3 months ago, injured and disabled. I was forced to separate from the family and couldn't even take care of myself, so I didn't bother about him. He's one of the few people in the Xiao family who showed me kindness. Xiao Xian spoke slowly. It was rare for him to say so much, and it was clear he felt sorry for his young cousin. What a pitiful little thing. It seemed that in any era there were stepmothers and stepfathers. Hell, luckily, she wasn't that kind of person. All children were treasures. After skinning one rabbit, he started on the second. But Xiao Yu is almost 15. He should be getting married soon. I wonder how it will turn out. Suddenly Xia Jin remembered. Yes, in this era male marriage was allowed. A 15-year-old high schooler would be married off. When he comes over, let's first ask about his situation. If he needs my help, I'll help him. The key is what he thinks. He can even escape that den of misery. You know, I'm not blindly filial, and I want wrong myself. Besides, I really like Xiao Yu. He's so adorable. Xiao Xian looked up at her and nodded. Okay. The rabbits were skinned, and she was about to chop them up. Get out of here. I don't need you anymore. Tisk tsk. Used, and then discarded. He could only indulge her. Nodding, he pushed his ancient wheelchair out of the kitchen. Watching the freely moving ancient wheelchair, Xia Jin realized that Xiao Xian was probably stronger than everyone else perceived. Only then did she notice that the man had no beard anymore. He had deliberately shown off in front of her, hadn't he? She patted her chest, a little excited. Xiao Xian's appearance completely matched Xia Jin's aesthetic. His features were sharply defined and deep, with fierce brows, dark and profound eyes, and a high nose bridge. He exuded a noble and elegant charm. When he didn't smile, his aura was strong and intimidating. When he smiled, he was as gentle as moonlight. Contradictory, yet natural. And he had none of the roughness of a countryman. Xia Jin watched his back. You should have shaved long ago. You're quite handsome now. She thought to herself, even in modern times no movie star could match him. This was pure natural beauty. Modern celebrities looked stunning with makeup, but hideous without it. Nothing compared to natural-born handsomeness, so pleasing to the eye. This man was now hers. As she was lost in thought, Xiao Xian suddenly wheeled over to her and smiled. Are you satisfied with what you see? I'm very obedient. Xia Jin snapped back to reality. She had actually been caught staring at a man. Slap. She smacked her forehead, leaving 5 red marks. How hard had she hit herself? Xiao Xian was speechless. Was his wife losing her mind? That was a lot of force. Xia Jin didn't feel embarrassed. After all, if she wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassment was someone else's. A love for beauty is innate, she simply expressed it to the fullest. She was a connoisseur of faces, hands, and smiles. In short, she adored all things beautiful in people and the world. Nothing major. After coming to this realization, Xia Jin looked at Xiao before her and nodded. Not bad, you sure attract a lot of romantic entanglements. No wonder I ran into a bad one last time. Suddenly recalling something, she glared at Xiao and said, don't go stirring up trouble everywhere, or it'll break your legs. Got it. You're my husband now. Xiao retorted directly, no need to break them. They're already broken. Seeing Xia Jin's fierce glare, he immediately raised his hands. Alright, I understand. He'll listen to my wife. Neither of them noticed how natural this exchange felt between them. Thankfully, Xia Jin came to her senses and pushed his wheelchair toward the courtyard. Alright, just stay here. You're delaying my cooking. Beauty truly is a distraction. The ancients weren't wrong. Leaving Xiao in the middle of the yard, she turned and headed back to the kitchen. The dishes she planned to make today were double pepper rabbit cubes, spicy rabbit meat, braised wild boar, a vegetable dish, and egg drop soup. For dishes and a soup, more than enough for them. Speaking of Xia Jin's culinary skills, she was naturally gifted. During the 2 years of the pandemic stuck at home with nothing to do, she spent her days watching cooking videos. To her surprise, she picked it up instantly, and every dish she made turned out incredible. She never expected to have such talent. But fate was predetermined. If she hadn't learned, she would now be helpless, and this family of hers, one crippled, one young, 1 weak, would have suffered greatly. She was deeply grateful. Today's dishes used chili pepper, Sichuan peppercorn, star anise, and other spices. The aroma was absolutely tantalizing, drifting all the way to the courtyard, and even reaching Aunt Zhang next door, who caught a whiff. The children were so tempted they cried and demanded food. She filled a large bowl and took it to Aunt Zhang's house as her family had many mouths to feed. Meanwhile, little Bao had run into the kitchen and refused to leave, staring at Xia Jin with pleading eyes. Mom's so fragrant. Eat. Xia Jin found it amusing and casually popped a piece of washed rabbit meat into his mouth. She didn't dare give him anything spicy as his stomach was too delicate. Mom's so good. Then go wash your hands, it's time to eat. Okay. He immediately ran off to wash his hands, and even brought a basin of water for his father to wash up before the meal. Such a filial child. At that moment, a crisp knock sounded at the courtyard gate, followed by Xiaoyu's voice, third brother, sister-in-law, I'm here. Come in, Xiao replied. After receiving the response, Xiaoyu pushed open the door and entered the yard, greeting Xiao with hello, third brother. Then he dashed to the kitchen. Sister-in-law, it smells amazing. Xia Jin looked at him and said, come help me. Take the dishes out to the table in the yard. We're about to eat. Sure, sister-in-law. With that, he carried the large pot of meat from the stove to the yard, quickly set the table, and arranged the chopsticks and bowls, efficient and practiced. Xia Jin gazed at the spread of 4 dishes and a soup filled with a sense of accomplishment. She picked up her chopsticks. Let's eat. Everyone tell me how it tastes. She took a piece of rabbit cube and tears welled up in her eyes. It had been so long since Shed had spicy food, and it was absolutely delicious. She loved spicy food, but in this place there were hardly any spicy dishes, and very few people ate them. Xiao also took a piece of the spicy rabbit meat. Instantly, he was conquered by the flavor. It was a perfect harmony of color, aroma, and taste, numbing and spicy yet fragrant. He couldn't stop eating. Xiaoyu grabbed a piece of double pepper rabbit cube and was immediately overwhelmed by the heat, his face turning bright red. But he couldn't bear to spit it out. The more he ate, the more addicted he became. His eyes lit up. What kind of earthly delicacy was this? He had never tasted anything so wonderful in his entire life. He felt like crying. Whether from the spice or genuine emotion, he couldn't tell. He ate and wept at the same time, leaving Xiao and Xia Jin utterly. As for little Bao, he didn't say a word, just buried his head and ate with gusto. By the end of the meal, the 4 of them were completely satisfied. Xiaoyu volunteered to wash the dishes, and Xia Jin didn't argue. She didn't enjoy washing up anyway. It was still early, so the 4 of them strolled and sat in the yard chatting and digesting their food. Watching Xiaoyu and little Bao playing happily, she took the initiative to ask about his situation. Xiaoyu, what's going on at home? Your third brother told me the gist of it. What's the current situation? Xiaoyu was taken aback, unsure how to answer. He was lost. He didn't want to stay in that so-called home with endless chores, not enough to eat and not enough to wear. He was a human being with feelings. He didn't understand. Was he born to suffer all this? But if he refused, his stepmother and father would beat and scold him, hurling terrible insults and inflicting real pain. He had even thought about death, but he couldn't bear to give up before his eldest brother returned. He thought that if his eldest brother came back and took him away from that house, he would be overjoyed. He no longer wanted his father's love or attention. He didn't need it. A few days ago, he had overheard his stepmother talking about marrying him off to a widower whose wife had been beaten to death by him. How could she be so venomous? He wanted to run away, but he had no money and nowhere to go. Recently, he heard that his third brother's wife, his sister-in-law, had caught rabbits and even a wild boar. She was incredibly skilled. Today, he happened to witness it firsthand. Seeing Xia Jin's prowess, he felt a glimmer of hope. He wanted to learn hunting from her. If he could kill wild beasts, he wouldn't be afraid of the 2 people at home anymore. He crouched on the ground deep in thought, while Xia Jin and the others waited patiently. Just as Xia Jin was about to lose patience, Xiao stood up, walked over to the bench in front of them, sat down facing them, and said, "Sister-in-law, I want to learn hunting from you." Xia Jin was startled. She didn't know how to hunt either. Ahem. Why do you want to learn hunting? You could learn cooking or something else from me. The day before yesterday, I overheard my stepmother discussing with my father about marrying me off to widower Li in the village. That would be a death sentence. His wife was beaten to death by him. Xia Jin thought to herself, damn domestic abusers deserve to die, and his parents are no better. Then Xiao continued, once I learn to hunt, I won't be afraid of those two at home. If they force me to death, they'll drag them down with me. He added in a low voice, it's just a pity I won't get to see my eldest brother again. Look at what kind of father and stepmother this was, driving a child to the brink of mutual destruction. How detestable. Filial piety is expected everywhere, and children must be obedient. But if the parents are unkind and unloving, there's no need for blind obedience. Xia Jin and Xiao exchanged a glance, then looked at Xiao. What do you plan to do? Tell us. Seeing no mockery in their eyes, only sympathy and support, Xiao suddenly found his courage. I want to learn some self-defense first. If they hit me, I'll hit back and make them fear me. Then I'll demand to be separated from the family. Xia Jin shook her head. Hitting back isn't a good idea. You'll be labeled unfilial. I don't care about that, but you might. How about this? First learn some self-defense from your third brother. That'll keep you safer. You're doing all the work at home, right? Starting tomorrow, just be lazy and waste everything in the house. Pick on your younger brother. Make your stepmother go from hating you to fearing you, afraid that you'll squander all the family property. If they hit you, dodge skillfully. If they try to marry you off, first gather all the bad information about that widower, then make a huge scene. Take it to the village head and demand a division of the family. Cut through the knot quickly. Don't waste your youth fighting them. Xiao listened with tears streaming down his face. For 15 years no one had ever taught him these things. Just hearing them made him feel exhilarated, his heart surging with emotion. He wanted to act right away, his hands itching to start. He decided that from this moment on, third brother and third sister-in-law were his second parents, and he would never do anything to betray them. So he stood up and bowed deeply to Xiao and Xia Jin. Third brother, sister-in-law, thank you. I know what to do now. They'll come to learn tomorrow. After speaking, he turned and walked out with hope in his heart. But Xia Jin called him back. Tomorrow won't work. We have to go to town to see about your third brother's leg. Start the day after. Oh, and take that bowl of rabbit meat from the kitchen back with you. No need, sister-in-law. I don't want to give them even a single bite of good food. They don't deserve the meal you cooked. Can I come here to eat instead? You may. It's getting late, be careful on the road. All right, third brother, sister-in-law, he'll come the day after to learn. He walked out of the yard and closed the door behind him. Xia Jin and Xiao exchanged glances, both showing relieved expressions. At least this child wasn't blindly filial. In this era, such a mindset could still be redeemed. Xia Jin intended to guide him. She genuinely liked Xiao. Xia Jin turned and went to the kitchen to prepare spiritual spring water, which she poured into the bath barrel in Xiao's bedroom. Looking at him, she said, after your bath, sleep early. We have to get up early tomorrow to go to town. By the way, take Xiao Bao with you for the bath. Bring him along to town tomorrow. There's no one at home, and I don't feel safe leaving him alone. So she picked up Xiao Bao from the yard and looked at him seriously. My boy, I'm giving you a mission. Tonight you sleep with your father, and tomorrow morning you're responsible for waking him up. We're going to town to get his leg checked. Xiao Bao understood. He clenched his little fists and nodded firmly. Mother, I've got it. Leave it to me. With that, he slid down from Xia Jin's arms and ran to his father, bustling about, as if making arrangements, leaving Xiao Zhan speechless. After watching them finish up and get into bed, Xia Jin returned to her room and directly flashed into the space. Xiao Bai should be awake tonight. Speak of the devil. A white light flashed from the depths of the forest, and Xiao Bai appeared before her. Xia Jin noticed that Xiao Bai seemed more solid this time, whereas before it had appeared somewhat ethereal. She grinned and moved to embrace Xiao Bai, but Xia Jin touched the tip of her nose. While Xiao Bai was still as tsundere as ever. Xiao Bai, long time no see. Did you miss me? I've missed you so much. Fool, who would miss you? Humph. Xiao Bai replied with a tone of disdain. Xia Jin paid it no mind. After all, it was just a child, and she wouldn't argue with a kid. So she looked at it and said, now what's the plan? My body is fully conditioned. Take a look. After speaking, she swung her arms, kicked her legs, and bent her. Xiao Bai rolled its eyes and shook its head. Truly she was foolish. Sigh, but who could blame her? She was its master. It would just have to endure. Perhaps after she started cultivating she would become smarter. It hoped so. Come with me. With that, it headed toward the courtyard house in the space. When they reached the main gate, the door opened by itself without needing to be pushed. This was a formation, but Xia Jin didn't understand it yet. As she stepped through the gate, there seemed to be no hidden paradise revealed. It was just a vast open space. Directly ahead, to the left and to the right, were several rooms, the main hall in the front with 2 bedrooms, the cultivation chamber on the right, the weapon room, kitchen, and storage room on the left. Every door had a nameplate making everything clear. They entered the cultivation chamber, where 3 walls were lined with shelves filled with bottles and jars. On the wall directly opposite the door hung a portrait of a figure. Wow, what a celestial man. He wore a snow-white brocade robe, a black lotus jade pendant hanging from his belt, and held a sword made entirely of white jade. Xia Jin's gaze traveled from his feet upward until she reached his face. She regretted not having studied Chinese better, for she could find no words to describe him. Her mind could only conjure 3 words: beautiful, handsome, ethereal. Ho 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 ho. Can a human really look like this? She muttered unconsciously. Ignorance. In the divine realm, beauties are as common as clouds. But Divine Lord Junyue is indeed the most handsome man in the divine realm. Xiao Bei's voice carried a hint of longing and fear. Xia Jin snapped back to reality and despised herself for a moment. She thought, this man is no white lotus. His heart is black as pitch. All right, pay respects to the master quickly. Only after that can you cultivate. Xia Jin didn't ask any more questions. She walked to the cushion in front of the altar, knelt directly, and kowtowed 3 times. Disciple Xia Jin pays respects to master. Greetings, master. As soon as she finished speaking, the figure in the portrait floated down. A clear, gentle voice sounded in Xia Jin's ear, but the words it spoke were, "Oh, so this is the disciple Xiao Bai found for me. Tisk, such a frail little body, a pitiful child. Not very pretty, but with some care, she might be passable." He paused, then continued, "Truly gifted with extraordinary talent. A chaos spiritual root. Tisk, heaven's favored daughter, with such astounding luck. No wonder she could contract this space." He said everything himself, leaving Xia Jin and Xiao Bai to listen in silence. "All right, I'll take this, disciple. Rise. Cultivate diligently from now on. Xiao Bai will assist you. This space is an independent small world with inexhaustible spiritual energy. Use all the pills in the room, and there are plenty of weapons and techniques. I look forward to seeing you in the divine realm, little disciple. They'll wait for you there. Keep up the good work." The image returned to the scroll, and the room fell silent. Before Xia Jin and Xiao Bai could react, the figure was gone. Was that a recording? She let out a heavy sigh. Her master truly embodied the saying, you can't judge a person by their appearance, just as you can't measure the sea with a bucket. The divine realm. There really was a divine realm. But it was still too far for Xia Jin. First, she needed to complete the first step: live well in this time and space, cultivate diligently, and find a way to return to the modern world for a visit. The divine realm. Perhaps there would be such a day. Under Xiao Bei's urging, Xia Jin swallowed the meridian cleansing pill from the first jade bottle. Within 3 seconds, all the meridians in her body exploded with a series of cracking sounds. This agony was unimaginable for an ordinary person. She could even clearly hear the crack of her bones as if they were about to snap at any moment. Pain. It nearly killed her, making her wish for death and rebirth. Xia Jin gritted her teeth and endured. The intensity of the pain was too much for someone like her, a mere mortal. One slip and she might die on the spot. She could feel the meridians, bones, and flesh inside her body breaking apart and reforming. The pain nearly made her faint, but she clung to the last shred of clarity. Xia Jin bit the tip of her tongue fiercely, just barely managing to hold on. This intense pain lasted for a full half-hour before it subsided. Her clothes were soaked with blood, sticking tightly to her skin, revealing her less than ideal figure. Xia Jin lay on the ground, her face as pale as paper. At that moment, strands of spiritual energy slowly rose from her dantian, flowing through her meridians, and Xia Jin immediately felt much more comfortable. It was a relief and joy beyond anything she had experienced after the pain. Those meridians, bones, and muscles were all repaired, clearing away the impurities accumulated in her body over the years, making her body exceptionally light. She could sense that her strength had increased. While savoring the comfort brought by the marrow cleansing, she heard Xiao Bai say, "Quickly take the inheritance pill in the bottle on the right side of the table." Without a word, Xia Jin picked up the bottle, opened it, and swallowed the pill. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy rushed from her dantian to her limbs and body. Xia Jin felt every cell in her body cheering and rejoicing as streams of warm energy flowed through every inch of her skin, then along the 8 extraordinary meridians to her limbs and bones. She directly entered the stage of qi induction, continuing to absorb the inherited power within the pill. Xiao Bai then said, "Focus on absorbing the inheritance in the pill. It is 1,000 years of power sent by your master, containing the techniques and formulas." Xia Jin closed her eyes, feeling this energy, and followed the guidance to circulate the technique, slowly absorbing the power from the inheritance pill. The technique circulated faster and faster, and she gradually adapted to the energy, entering a state of self-forgetfulness. Unbeknownst to her, outside the sky was nearing dawn. In her dantian, the unabsorbed remainder of the inheritance pill coalesced into a mass of energy. By then, Xia Jin had directly broken through to the foundation establishment stage and reached the great perfection of the foundation establishment peak, only 1 step away from the golden core. Xia Jin abruptly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with elation. She couldn't help but tilt her head back and let out a clear, melodious cry. Ha ha ha, how awesome. My whole body is brimming with power. Then looking at the portrait, she felt a deeper sincerity, no longer merely admiring the beauty. Thank you, master. Turning to Xiao Bai, she no longer teased it, but spoke seriously. She knew Xiao Bai had ulterior motives. She wasn't foolish, but having a purpose and a goal was definitely best, then she would know how to strive to achieve it. Thank you, Xiao Bai. I feel hopeful that one day, I might truly return to the modern era, and I will go higher and farther together with Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai also breathed a sigh of relief. It hadn't expected Xia Jin to break through to foundation establishment in such a short time, and at the great perfection of the peak only one step from the golden core. The chaos spirit root was truly formidable. Cultivation was like child's play. It seemed to see hope as well. Faced with Xia Jin's sudden gratitude, it felt a little embarrassed as it too had its own agenda. It said awkwardly, don't get complacent and don't slack off. There's still plenty of energy left in your dantian. Absorbing it all should bring you to the nascent soul. Oh, keep an eye on you. Okay, hurry up and go out now. Xiao Bai urged. Xia Jin acknowledged and flashed out of the space. She glanced at the sky outside. It was already faintly bright. So she quickly changed clothes and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Although she hadn't slept all night, her spirit was exceptionally good and her 5 senses were extremely sharp. Everything within 100 miles was within her awareness. Such was the convenience of cultivation. After Xia Jin finished preparing breakfast, she went to Xiao Xian's bedroom to wake the father and son. As soon as she reached the door, it opened and Xiao Bao came out. Seeing Xia Jin, he called out happily, "Mother." He trotted over and threw himself into Xia Jin's arms, clinging to her. Xia Jin lifted him up. "Mother, I just helped father get out of bed." Xiao Bao raised his head, eyes shining as he looked at Xia Jin, clearly seeking praise. Looking at his increasingly delicate and handsome little face, Xia Jin's heart softened. Truly the power of an adorable baby was immense. She quickly kissed his cheek and said, "Xiao Bao is amazing. Thumbs up. Hee. Xiao Xian also appeared before them, pushing his wheelchair. Seeing Xia Jin holding Xiao Bao, a smile flickered in his eyes. He felt that life was good now. "Good morning, Xia." Xiao Xian sensed that Xia Jin seemed different today. Xia Jin stood up, smiled, and said, "Good morning. Let's go have breakfast. Afterward, we need to go to town to check on your leg." "All right." Xiao Xian agreed. Xia Jin carried Xiao Bao with one hand and pushed Xiao Xian with the other. After a simple breakfast, the family rode Uncle Zhang's ox cart to the town. The cart was also full this time, but because Xiao Xian was present, everyone remained silent. People indeed bullied the weak and feared the strong, who with a man around they behaved themselves. The ox cart bumped along the road, and they arrived at the town smoothly. Xia Jin pushed the wheelchair with Xiao Bao sitting on Xiao Xian's lap, and the family headed straight to the Tongxin Hall. It was still early, so there weren't many patients. As they reached the entrance, the little medicine boy from before came up to them. "Sister Xia, you're here so early. Dr. Zhou is inside, he'll take you in," the little medicine boy said with a chuckle. Xia Jin nodded and followed him. Once inside, they saw an old man in a white robe about 60 years old with a gaunt face and white beard exuding an immortal-like demeanor. On the table beside him were a bowl of porridge, 2 steamed buns, and 3 pieces of pickled vegetables. Seeing this scene, Xia Jin couldn't help but wonder, did people in ancient times eat so simply? "Sister Xia. Sister Xia, what's wrong?" the little medicine boy asked in confusion when Xia Jin didn't respond. Xia Jin snapped out of it and shook her head. "Nothing. Well, just wait." She then pushed Xiao Xian to the consultation desk and sat down. Dr. Zhou ate while observing Xiao Xian. The room was quiet. When Dr. Zhou finished, "Dr. Zhou, this is my husband. His leg was injured on the battlefield. Could you please take a look?" Dr. Zhou wiped his hands, walked over, and placed his fingers on Xiao Xian's pulse. After a while he said, "This is the first time I've seen someone survive the soul-devouring poison." Then he looked at Xiao Xian. "This young master is a martial artist. Your meridians are very tough. Let me examine you further to see if there are any hidden issues." "All right." Xiao Xian didn't refuse, as this was exactly what he had expected. Dr. Zhou placed his fingers on Xiao Xian's pulse again. After a moment his brow furrowed slightly. "If the soul-devouring poison can be removed, the leg will naturally heal. Someone has suppressed the poison into the leg, haven't they, Xia Jin understood immediately. The soul-devouring poison was difficult to cure. She looked at Dr. Zhou. "Can it be cured? What needs to be done?" Dr. Zhou nodded, then shook his head. "The required herbs are very hard to find. By the time they are found, the person might be gone. The poison can be suppressed for at most." Xia Jin wasn't panicked. She had begun cultivating immortality, so it should be fine, but she didn't want to reveal her secret unless absolutely necessary. So she asked Dr. Zhou what herbs are needed. "They'll go find them." Dr. Zhou glanced at Xia Jin, then at Xiao Xian, recalling the condition of Xiao Xian's leg, and said, "This young master's leg has been afflicted by the soul-devouring poison. It is no ordinary venom. The poison lose all their cultivation, and over time, they become a mindless puppet controlled by another." "Oh crap. Could someone be trying to control Xiao Xian? That's brutal. How can it be cured?" "Well, there's a way. Only the soul-devouring pill can fully heal him. Dr. Zhou said. Soul-devouring pill. What's that? Xia Jin asked. The soul-devouring pill is the antidote to the soul-devouring poison. Once taken it will restore him completely. However, soul-devouring pills are extremely rare on this continent. The soul-devouring poison is usually used against cultivators. Seeing that young Master Xiao is not a practitioner of immortality, I wonder how he came to be poisoned. Xia Jin also looked at Xiao Xian, and Xiao Bao, not understanding, looked up at him as well. Xiao Xian. Could he say he himself had no idea why he suddenly got— It was indeed embarrassing, a calamity from nowhere. He should really look into this. While seeing him like this, Xia Jin and the others stopped asking. Just then Xiao Bai, who was in the space, suddenly spoke. Idiot, there's a soul-devouring pill in the space. Haven't you looked at the pills in the alchemy room? Everything that exists in the cultivation world is there, and even things that don't exist. Xia Jin was stunned. Wow, a backer. She hadn't had time to check last night. How was she supposed to know? She was just a novice in cultivation. Since Dr. Zhou didn't have the pill, then forget it. Well, in that case, we'll take our leave. He'll go inquire about the pill elsewhere. Thank you for your trouble, Dr. Zhou. Dr. Zhou really could do nothing more. He could only shake his head and see them off from Tongxin Hall. Watching their retreating figures, he could only sigh. Once outside Tongxin Hall, there was a long silence. Even Xiao Bao just looked around, understandingly quiet. Xia Jin found the atmosphere somewhat baffling. Why so gloomy? Alright, I'll figure something out. Leave it to me. It's almost noon. Let's go eat. Xiao Xian looked at his wife's innocent, sweet demeanor. It was nice. At least she was optimistic. If he died one day, she probably wouldn't be too sad. Well, it was better to not be sad than to be sad. For now, he could only spend the day with them and make them happy. So he adjusted his mood. Where shall we eat? Xiao Bao also looked at Xia Jin. Mom, what are we eating? Let's go to Zuixianlu. We have money. We can also see if their boss has arrived and discuss business. She pushed Xiao Xian and Xiao Bao towards Zuixianlu. Xiao Xian. At Zuixianlu, the moment they arrived, the shopkeeper personally came to greet them. When he saw Xia Jin, he was as delighted as if meeting a relative and warmly welcomed her. Miss Xia, an honored guest. Please come in. Xiao Xian. This boss was really enthusiastic. Xia Jin looked at them. Shopkeeper not busy today. Oh, I'm busy entertaining honored guests. Miss Xia has arrived at just the right time. Xia Jin looked at him. Oh. The shopkeeper's face was beaming with joy. This was a money god. The boss was very interested and had praised him, which meant a big year-end bonus. Xia Jin thought for a moment. When you put it that way, it is quite a coincidence. A stroke of fate. But first order us some dishes. We'll discuss business after we've eaten. How about that? Coincidence. Xia Jin thought for a moment. When you put it that way, it is quite a coincidence. A stroke of fate. But first order us some dishes. We'll discuss business after we've eaten. How about that? The shopkeeper immediately said, yes, yes, yes. They'll arrange it right away. Today is my treat. Seeing how eager he was, Xia Jin didn't refuse his kindness and nodded. Then thank you, shopkeeper. After the shopkeeper left, Xia Jin noticed Xiao Xian staring at her intently. What are you looking at me for? I feel you really are different. Xiao Xian replied seriously. Of course. I am what I am, a unique firework. Xiao Xian. Xiao Bao clapped his hands in support. Mom, firework. Firework. Seeing Xiao Bao's earnest face, she quickly bent down and kissed him. Children were indeed adorable. She picked him up and set him on the bench. Sit properly, Xiao Bao. We'll eat meat soon. After Xiao Xian, Xiao Bao, and Xia Jin were seated, dishes were brought to the table one by one. Xiao Bao sniffed. So fragrant. Little glutton. Xiao Xian tapped his head. Xiao Bao was hungry too. Xia Jin smiled warmly, her face full of affection. Xiao Xian. Come try it. See if you like it. Delicious. Xiao Bao said, picking up a piece of chicken and putting it in his mouth. After swallowing, his eyes sparkled as he looked at Xia Jin and the others. Yummy, yummy. Xiao Xian also picked up a piece of chicken, chewed a few times and swallowed. In his heart, he thought it wasn't as good as Xia Jin's cooking. Xia Jin looked at Xiao Xian. What's wrong? It's not as good as yours. Xia Jin hadn't expected Xiao Xian to say that. She felt quite pleased. Her cooking had— Of course. That's why we have a chance to make money. She picked up some food for Xiao Bao and Xiao Xian with her chopsticks. Here, this is good. Eat more. Watching the father and son eating with relish, Xia Jin smiled. In this world, being able to eat, having food, and being healthy were already difficult. If she hadn't transmigrated here, this father and son would have. Seeing that they were both full, the shopkeeper came over. Miss Xia, shall we go upstairs? The boss is— Xia Jin, lead the way, shopkeeper. She took Xiao Xian and Xiao Bao and followed him upstairs. Pushing the door open, she saw a handsome young man dressed in fine clothes, looking no more than 20 with an air of frivolity. Indeed, oh. Is this the Miss Xia that shopkeeper Zhou mentioned, who can remove the fishy smell from fish? Wow. And a little cutie too. Come sit. Don't be polite. We're all young. I think this young master is about my age. Seeing him cheerfully greeting Xiao Xian and Xiao Bao, Xia Jin took no offense. In business, harmony brings wealth. If the boss had been haughty and aloof, she might have had to find another partner. This man seemed a bit silly, but he wasn't. Wisdom and folly, she understood. When he picked up the bewildered Xiao Bao, the little boy froze, too scared to move. He had never been held by a stranger before. But seeing his father and mother nearby, his fear faded. He was no longer a baby. He was almost 3 years old. The boss sat down with Xiao Bao in a chair nearby. Make yourselves at home. He then pointed to the adjacent chairs and gestured to Xiao Xian. Miss Xia, young master, allow me to introduce myself. I am Feng Muchuan from Yunqing. My family is in politics, but I myself enjoy making money and love good food. Zui, Xianlu has expanded from Yunqing to the county and towns. In the future, I plan to open branches in other countries. Xiao Xian. Xia Jin. Was he trying to paint them a rosy picture? She understood, having once made such empty promises herself. Hello, Xia Jin. Xia Jin said. Xiao Xian. Was Xiao Bao. A crisp, childish voice joined in, and the 3 adults smiled indulgently. Be good. As luck would have it, I was inspecting the shop in Tianyuan town when I heard shopkeeper Zhou talking about how delicious the fish Miss Xia Jin made was. I'm particularly fond of fish, but I've never tasted fish without any fishy smell before. So I was curious and genuinely interested. He looked at Xia Jin, rubbed his hands, and grinned. I wonder if Miss Xia Jin could make me a fish dish. I haven't had lunch yet. So that was his angle. Xia Jin, of course, no problem. Really? Feng Muchuan was surprised she agreed so readily. I was supposed to let you taste it first anyway, otherwise how could we talk about cooperation? Feng Muchuan hadn't expected such directness from this young woman. Xia Jin glanced at Xiao Xian. You two stay here and have some tea. He'll be right back. With that, she went downstairs to the kitchen where the fish had already been prepared according to her previous instructions. This time Xia Jin wanted to make a spicy and numbing fish again. Looking at the sliced fish, thin pieces one after another, they would be cooked in just 3 seconds in the pot. Xia Jin added a spoonful of salt, ginger, and garlic to the fish, poured in some white wine to marinate and remove the fishy smell, then added 2 egg whites and a spoonful of starch, mixing well. After heating the pot, she added oiled chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, ginger, garlic, and other seasonings, stir-frying until fragrant. Then she added clear water and simmered for a quarter of an hour to release the aroma. After that, she placed the fish slices in the pot, quickly retrieved them after 3 seconds, topped them with red chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and chopped scallions, and finally poured hot oil over them. A powerful, numbing, and spicy fragrance burst forth, filling the air. The chef, shopkeeper, and Feng Muchuan, who had been waiting outside, were all salivating, their noses twitching. Wow, so fragrant. What is this fish made of? It's even more fragrant than last time. Hurry up, I can't wait, I want to eat. Watching Feng Muchuan's reaction, Xia Jin thought to herself, now she could negotiate a good deal. When shopkeeper Zhou brought the fish to the table, Feng Muchuan eagerly picked up his chopsticks and took a piece. Wow, so hot, so spicy, so numbing, that's the essence of water-boiled fish. Eating too quickly gives you that intense sensation of heat, spiciness, and numbness, leaving you unable to swallow. It's easy to choke and a thrilling experience. Only those who try it know. Eating too fast has its consequences, you know. Although the spicy and numbing flavor is good for health, you shouldn't have too much on your first try. Hee, it's just too delicious, sorry for being so eager. He popped another slice into his mouth, sweat beading on his forehead. Honestly, this flavor is unmatched anywhere in the country. The numbing and spicy taste is both intimidating and addictive. Of course. Finish eating first, then we'll talk. So she left them to enjoy their meal. She went alone to the private room on the 2nd floor. Xiao Bao, having woken up early, had already fallen asleep. Xiao Xian was leisurely sipping tea. A beam of light streamed through the window, illuminating the side of his face, making his skin appear even more fair and translucent. His eyes were deep and dark as ink, and his long eyelashes cast a row of shadows on his cheeks, adding an air of enchantment and allure. He was truly an eyelash fairy. The fish Xia made is so fragrant. I could smell it even on the 2nd floor. Xiao Bao wanted to eat it, but ended up falling asleep. He said, looking at her, all right, I'll make it for you when we get back. That one was too spicy for you. Good. A smile tugged at the corners of Xiao Xian's mouth. The two of them drank tea, peacefully exchanging cups now and then, without feeling bored or awkward. About a quarter of an hour later, Feng Muchuan finished eating and hurried to the private room, brimming with excitement. He could already envision the restaurant packed with guests and silver flowing in like water. He didn't even bother with tea, fixing his gaze on Xia Jin. Xia Jin, let's talk about how to proceed. This dish is truly delicious and addictive. It's a guarantee. How would you like to cooperate? We could open a water-boiled fish restaurant specializing in fish prepared in various ways. Are you interested? Upon hearing this, Feng Muchuan knew he had to show his sincerity. He quickly replied, absolutely interested. Tell me your thoughts. Seeing that he was genuinely interested in cooperating, Xia Jin had originally planned to open her own shop in the future selling water-boiled fish, hot pot barbecue, and more. But after meeting Feng Muchuan, she suddenly realized that in this unfamiliar place, opening a shop would be too slow, and without connections or backing, she would face many troubles. It would be better to partner with a local. She had plenty of ways to make money and products to offer. That way she could make money faster. Wouldn't it be nice to be a hands-off boss, just sitting back and collecting the profits? So she organized her thoughts and said, "Hey, race my idea, I'll provide the recipes, the raw ingredients, and teach the chefs how to cook. You handle market expansion, finding the location, hiring staff, management, and of course networking and dealing with the authorities. They'll take just 30% of the profits. You take 50%, 10% will go to store expansion and operating expenses, and the remaining 10% will be used for charity to help the needy. Also for each store besides management we can hire poor but motivated people, provide free training, sign employment contracts, and give them a way out." Feng Muchuan and Xiao Xian grew more and more astonished. What kind of woman was this? Kind-hearted yet principled. Feng Muchuan interrupted. "Are you sure you're not shortchanging yourself with only 30%? I want a long-term partnership. How about we split it 50-50? That's settled. You still have a family and a child to support. Consider it a gift to Xiao Bao." He looked at Xia Jin, who seemed about to protest, and glared at her. "Don't you dare say no." Fine. She hadn't expected him to be so generous, and she wasn't about to refuse. Who would turn down more money? Besides, even with 40%, he would come to appreciate today's decision. Suddenly Xia Jin thought of Taohua village. "By the way, for the fish seasonings, chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, I plan to have the villagers of Taohua village grow them first. We'll set a price and sign a law. I have other delicacies that require those seasonings, and currently they're probably not available in the Tianyan kingdom. Without those seasonings, the fish you made before only had spiciness, not depth of flavor." Feng Muchuan had no questions and agreed immediately. He also called shopkeeper Zhou to draft a cooperation agreement between him and Xia Jin. Now only Xia Jin and Xiao Xian remained. Xiao Xian gazed at her quietly, making her cheeks flush and her heart race. After all, a handsome man who matched her aesthetic just staring at her silently. Wouldn't any woman be shy? Ahem ahem, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful— She rolled her eyes at him. "Well, I've never seen one like you. You're really something. Oh my, who could handle that? Help." Even though she wasn't a love-struck fool, the allure of such beauty made her a little warm. Xia Jin touched her nose and responded generously. "Not at all, not at all. You flatter me. Daddy, I need to pee-pee." Xiao Bao woke up and Xia Jin hurried over to carry him to the privy. She closed the door and waited outside as Xiao Bao no longer wanted anyone's help. With a helpless smile. When they returned, Feng Muchuan had already drafted the cooperation agreement. His efficiency was impressive. Xia Jin prepared some small snacks and warm water for Xiao Bao, letting him eat by the side. The little one, likely hungry, began eating with a happy shake of his head. Xia Jin sat down, glanced over the agreement, then handed it to Xiao Xian for review. After confirming it was fine, she signed her name and pressed her fingerprint. The rest was taken by Feng Muchuan to the Yamen for notarization and filing to avoid any future disputes. After discussing the subsequent work arrangements, Xia Jin was responsible for preparing the seasonings, while Feng Muchuan handled site selection and decoration. They divided the tasks and decided that the first store would be in Tianyuan town, expanding from the town back to Yin City. The seeds sown in the space yesterday had already matured today enough to cover the expenses of the town store. She planned to sundry some dried chilies and also prepare pickled peppers. Pickled pepper fish would be a good option. Thinking about it, there was a lot to do. She would need to start bustling. She certainly couldn't manage it alone, as she would have to find some people to learn and help. Xiao Xiaoyu was her first choice. However, she first wanted to build a house, and then buy a property in the town for convenience. But buying a house in town, she didn't. When Feng Muchuan escorted them to the door, she whispered in his ear, "Do you have a channel to help me sell a ginseng?" Feng Muchuan was stunned for a moment, staring at her. "Hey, I have 1,000-year-old ginseng and 1,000-year-old lingxi. You're from Yin City, right? I want to sell them for some money." Feng Muchuan finally snapped back to reality. Xia Jin was indeed extraordinary. He decided to be more sincere from now on. Maybe he could latch onto a powerful ally. "What do you need so much money for?" "To build a house and buy a house. Anyway, I have no use for the ginseng. Selling it to someone who needs it is also a good deed." She glanced sideways at him. "Can you do it? Give me an answer." "Of course I can. A man can't be useless. Leave it to me. I'll get you a good price." Satisfied, Feng Muchuan felt that his way of communicating with Xia Jin was relaxed, like chatting with a brother, natural and comfortable. So he decided that this friend was worth keeping. Xia Jin smiled at his assurance and patted him on the shoulder. "Then it's yours to handle, buddy. He'll give you the stuff tomorrow morning. You can take it directly back without running. Wait, you trust me that much?" "Not afraid, he'll take it and run." Feng Muchuan, seeing her complete trust, couldn't help but act cheeky. Xia Jin instantly unleashed the pressure of the foundation establishment stage. Feng Muchuan was terrified, so Xia Jin was a cultivator. No wonder. Seeing his cowardly look, Xia Jin immediately retracted the pressure and put on a beaming smile. "I trust you, you know." With that, she pushed Xiao Xian and Xiao Bao out of Zuaxian Tower. Then came another shopping spree. They bought ready-made clothes and shoes. Xia Jin didn't know how to embroider. Who in modern times would? The family returned home by ox cart and rested for a while. Xia Jin then began preparing dinner. She planned to make stir-fried pork intestines, spicy stir-fried pork liver, and a wild vegetable pork liver, and lean meat soup. The offal from last time had been cleaned and stored in the space, perfectly preserved. Xiao also helped Xia Jin in the kitchen. She washed the wild vegetables and placed them in a basin, setting them aside. She washed the pork liver and lean meat, slicing them, and cut the large intestine into small sections. Then she added starch, ginger, and garlic to each, mixing well. She heated the wok with plenty of vegetable oil. Once the oil was hot, she added the prepared chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and other seasonings, stir-fried them, then poured in the pre-boiled large intestine, and stirred quickly over high heat. A powerful aroma filled the air. Xiao swallowed hard. So fragrant. Then he plated the dishes. Soon 2 dishes and a soup were ready. For Xia Jin, stir-frying was quick as long as someone prepped the ingredients and the fire was strong. The 3 of them ate heartily in the courtyard. Life was truly wonderful. Xiao Bao felt that since his mother came he had been so happy. A blissful little baby. Eating well, sleeping well, no beatings, no hunger, no cold. It was beyond happiness. But suddenly he feared it couldn't last. He hadn't done any chores in the past few days, and his heart grew uneasy. The more he thought, the more scared he became. His eyes reddened, and he walked over to Xia Jin, looking up at her. Mom will wash the dishes. I know how. I can do a lot of things. I can even eat less food. Mom, can you stay forever? Xia Jin and Xiao understood immediately. Little Bao lacked a sense of security. He had been acting like a well-behaved child every day, avoiding trouble and not causing any fuss. He was afraid of returning to his old life. Xia Jin's heart ached. How much suffering had this child endured? At just over 2 years old, he had been enduring hardship since birth, living in constant fear. Security couldn't be built overnight. It required parental love and a warm environment. Take it slow. Alright, then how about you help me clear the table, Xiao Bao? Okay. With that, he carried several bowls to the kitchen, naturally stood on a stool, and began washing. This was clearly a habit. Oh my heavens, if she ever saw that woman again, she would make her pay. Xia Jin brought him a basin of clean water for a second rinse. He was truly full of energy. Xiao silently accompanied them at the doorway. He felt that life was wonderful now. This woman. He wanted to be with her forever, a family, never to be separated. He had never received love from his parents either. They were cold to him, and no matter how he tried to please them, they never treated him any better. 5 years ago, they even sent him to die in the army as a substitute for his elder brother. He was only 16 then. From that day on, his heart died. He began to suspect he wasn't their real child. He had wanted to investigate, but after 5 years of war, he accidentally got poisoned. Now his brothers were still looking into it, and they had made some progress. He thought he would figure out his origins before he died, so he could die with clarity. But then Xia Jin appeared. The wife he had bought without any expectation turned out to be. He finally experienced warmth, an indescribable feeling, subtle, yet truly existing. The feeling of home. It made him unwilling to die. He needed to ask his brothers to find the soul-devouring pill. Xiao Bao finished washing the dishes and obediently went back. Xia Jin watched his tiny, well-behaved back with a mix of sadness and comfort. Such a good child was now hers. Both father and son were pitiful. She would be even kinder to them from now on. Xia Jin thought. Xiao Xin knew martial arts was poisoned. Had someone suppressed the poison, had been on the battlefield, and had a steady temperament. She was quite curious about him. If she was interested, she had to figure things out to live well. Xia Jin had never been interested in a man before in her life. What did that mean? She understood it herself. She had fallen for him. Since that was the case, she would be honest and ask him what he thought. Xia Jin pondered whether the 1500 silver taels in her pouch would suffice for purchasing land and building a house. Do not blame her, she was still unfamiliar with ancient currency and expenditures. Gazing at the dilapidated courtyard, she knew action was imperative. She promptly walked to Xiao Xian's bedchamber, sat before him, and began discussing the matter of buying land and constructing a house. Xian, how much silver will it take to buy land and build our home? Xiao Xian furrowed his brow, appearing deep in thought, and after a long while replied, I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps 300 to 400 taels. We should ask the village chief for specifics. Alright, well, go see him tomorrow. I intend to purchase the land beneath the Yuling Mountains as you mentioned earlier, along with 10 mu of farmland. They'll first plant some chili and Sichuan pepper samples. Once they grow, it'll involve the villagers. I also have some high-yield grain seeds. The villagers here seem decent so far, no villains. We can help them where we can, but of course everything is voluntary. Xiao Xian nodded in agreement. This was Xia Jin's endeavor, and he would fully support and cooperate. Unbeknownst to him, he had embarked on an irreversible path of doting on his wife. Then I'll accompany you to the village chief's place tomorrow. Xia Jin suddenly frowned, looking at him. By the way, have Xiao Bao and I been registered in the house? Xiao Xian felt embarrassed, having forgotten all about it. She instantly understood. She was now an unregistered person. And what about Xiao Bao's name? Haven't decided yet. Xia Jin shot a glare at this unreliable man. Think of a name. He's almost 3 years old and still nameless. Xiao Xin sighed helplessly. Xiao Bao is a good name. How about Xiao Bao? Xia Jin considered for a moment. Too half-hearted sigh. Xiao Xin. Can't you give your son a proper name? So Xiao Xin thought earnestly for a quarter of an hour, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Xiao Jinan, how about that? His nickname can still be Xiao Bao, oh he's probably used to it. Xiao Jinan, that's nice. Sounds good. Let's go with that. Alright, well go to the village chief first thing tomorrow and take care of this matter. Now let's sleep. Good night. Good night. The next morning after breakfast they went to the village chief's home. His house was considered one of the better ones in the village. Village chief Xiao Zongyi's family was relatively well off. As soon as they entered, the chief's wife came out to greet them. Oh, isn't this third Lang and his wife? Come and have some tea. Aunt, what are you busy with? Aunt Xiao replied with a smile. Nothing much. What brings you here? Xia Jin grinned at her. And is Uncle Village Chief at home? Yes, have a seat, I'll call him. I'm sorry to trouble you, Aunt. No trouble at all. Soon Xiao Zhongyi emerged from the inner room. Third Lang, what's the matter? Well, Uncle, my son Xiao Bao is 3 years old now, without a name and not registered in the household. Xia Jin also hasn't been registered. Would like your help. Xiao Zhongyi glanced at Xia Jin and Xiao Bao. Alright, no problem. It's a small matter. We can go to the yamen later to handle it. Seeing the village chief's prompt agreement, Xiao Xin continued, Uncle, we also want to buy some land to build a house. Buy land. That'll cost a fair bit. Where do you want it? The area beneath the Yuling Mountains, is that possible? The village chief was taken aback. The residential land there is cheap, but it's remote and might not be very safe. He glanced at them. Are you really set on buying there? Xia Jin nodded firmly. Yes, we want a large plot. Is there farmland nearby for sale? You want farmland too? Dry land? Paddy fields? Xia Jin nodded. Both. Uncle Village Chief, do you see any suitable plots? Village Chief, Xiao looked at them dubiously. There is some, but Old Man Li is selling his land, and it's not cheap. That's fine. About how much, Uncle? Seeing they were serious, the village chief went inside, fetched a ledger, and flipped through it. The residential land is 5 taels per mu, paddy fields 10 taels, and dry land 8 taels. Xia Jin thought it was quite affordable and wouldn't cost much. She promptly said, Uncle, then 2 mu of residential land, and 10 mu each of paddy and dry land. Are they all near the residential area? Yes. This third daughter-in-law is impressive. In the end, Xia Jin gave the village chief 210 taels of silver, including the registration fees and gratuities for herself and Xiao Bao. She then inquired about building a house. To her surprise, the village chief's second son specialized in construction. Perfect. She could contract everything to him. The village chief accepted the silver with a smile, saying he would go to the town to handle the procedures and bring his second son back for them to discuss directly. The second son, Xiao Yun, was an honest young man. Upon hearing that Xiao Xin's family wanted to build a house, he rushed back without delay. As soon as they met, he said, Third brother, sister-in-law, I heard you're building a house. Yes. Xia Jin nodded. Sister-in-law, what kind of house do you have in mind? Any requirements? Xia Jin thought for a moment, then retrieved a house plan she had drawn earlier and handed it to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun took it and examined it, then exclaimed in surprise, Heavens, sister-in-law, did you draw this? It's absolutely beautiful. The house is gorgeous. Xiao Xin shook his head at his brother's infatuated expression. Could it be that this second brother was still single because he was only interested in houses? Yes, can you build it? Of course. His eyes lit up as he stared at Xia Jin. House addict. Great, I'll leave it all to you, including the furniture and interior decoration. I just want to move in. Can you do it? Xiao Yun patted his chest firmly. No problem, sister-in-law. I guarantee it'll be done. Then he scratched his head a bit embarrassed. Sister-in-law, after the house is built, could you sell me the blueprint? Xia Jin understood his intention and didn't mind offering a favor. She nodded. Sell? No need. Take it. Just make sure the house is well built. Xiao Yun's grin stretched from ear to ear. Of course, no problem. Thank you, sister-in-law. This sister-in-law was truly generous. Third brother was lucky. By the way, calculate how much silver it will all cost. Xiao Yun immediately pulled out an account book and began tallying materials, labor, interior decoration, and furniture. Oh, and hire more people to speed things up. Can it be completed within 2 months? Xiao Yun didn't look up. If it's urgent, he'll try to finish the structure in a month and a half, then another half-month for decoration. He'll assign more workers. There's little farm work now, and I can make the furniture simultaneously. Hearing this, Xia Jin felt reassured. The current house was too shabby, a heavy rain might wash it away. The safety was extremely precarious. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun had already calculated. Sister-in-law, the total cost will be about 350 taels. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Once the procedures are done, we can start. You handle the arrangements. I just need to move in as soon as possible. With that, she gladly handed over 300 taels of silver with the remaining 50 to be settled upon completion. They also signed a construction agreement. Clutching the heavy silver, he spoke with confidence. Got it. He'll head back to make arrangements now. Sister-in-law, third brother fair. Xiao Xian had observed Xia Jin and Xiao Yun's entire negotiation, his eyes shimmering with admiration. That radiance called confidence warmed him to the... She was striving so hard for their home, while he could do nothing. Suddenly he felt utterly useless. Could he even keep her? After seeing Xiao Yun off, Xia Jin returned to find Xiao Xian staring blankly at the door. She waved her right hand before his eyes. What's wrong? Why are you spacing out? Xiao Xian snapped back to reality and said instinctively, You're so amazing. You always have new insights. You're truly a remarkable woman. But I can't do anything. I've only been causing you trouble. Xiao Xian looked at Xia Jin speaking sincerely. Xia Jin was taken aback. What was wrong with him now? Why was he speaking so strangely? She looked at Xiao Xian and sighed helplessly. It seemed he was being sentimental again. Hey Xiao Bao, your father is talking nonsense. Come comfort him. Xiao Bao ran to Xia Jin's side, tugged at Xiao Xian's sleeve, and coaxed, Daddy, don't cry. Xiao Bao will sing you a song. All right, Xiao Bao, sing. The dark sky hangs low, bright stars follow. Fireflies fly, who are you missing? Stars in the sky shed tears, roses on the ground wither. Cold wind blows as long as you're with me. Fireflies fly, flowers sleep, only pairs are beautiful. Not afraid of the dark, only afraid of a broken heart. No matter how tired, no matter which direction. The childish voice filled the entire courtyard. Xia Jin and Xiao Xian listened with great delight. A warmth stirred in Xia Jin's heart, a sweetness rippled through her soul. This child was so sensible, with such a good memory. He remembered all the lyrics. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Son, you're amazing. That was beautiful. Xiao Bao smiled shyly, and continued, Mommy, the song you taught me is lovely. Xiao Bao likes it. Do Daddy and Mommy like it too? Yes, we do. It's beautiful. My son is truly talented. Xiao Xian smiled, and ruffled his hair. Xiao Bao, you're wonderful. Seeing the approval from his parents, Xiao Bao was finally happy. Indeed, children need the recognition and love of adults. In the evening, Uncle Village Chief brought the household registration, land deed, and homestead certificate. Xia Jin looked at the household registration in her hands. At that moment she felt she had finally grounded herself. She was completely Xia Jin, rooted in this time and space. She turned to face the two people before her, smiled, walked over and hugged them, then suddenly kissed them on the cheek. Ha ha ha, I'm a person with a family now. That kiss left them frozen, their cheeks flushed, a little at a loss. Alright, let's go to sleep. We have other plans tomorrow. I'm exhausted, so we'll head to bed first. Xia Jin waved her hand, yawned, and walked toward the house. The two stared blankly at her retreating figure, remaining silent for a long time. Daddy, Mommy won't leave. Xiao Bao looked at Xiao Xian with shining eyes. Trust me, she won't leave. She'll always be Xiao Bao's mommy. Daddy, let's go to sleep. Alright. Xiao Xian patted his little head, and they returned to the house together. At the hour of the dragon, Xia Jin went to the town and handed over the 1,000-year ginseng and lingji mushroom. Feng Muchuan was quite generous, knowing Xia Jin needed money, so he gave her 100,000 taels up front. In that era, 100,000 taels was no small sum. Xia Jin felt invigorated, her hopes for the future soaring. This Feng Muchuan was indeed someone she could get along with. Now that she had money, she could do many things. Moreover, she had taken a liking to Xiao Xian, which filled her with inner joy. Their relationship felt so natural, something she had never experienced in her modern life. She wanted to tell Xiao Xian her thoughts. If he felt the same way, then they would be together. Good men were rare. When you found one, you had to seize the opportunity. Overthinking would lead to missing out. Although men in ancient times could have multiple wives and concubines, that was impossible for her. Sharing. She found it repulsive. What she wanted was a lifetime of one person, one heart. If that couldn't be achieved, it was better to part ways early. Her principle was to state clearly beforehand to avoid chaos later. So after breakfast, she sat in the courtyard with Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian looked at her and asked, You have something to say? Xia Jin nodded. She looked at him seriously. What do you think about our relationship, eh? You are my wife, and I am your husband. That's set in stone. Unless you want to abandon this cripple. Xia Jin couldn't help but laugh. This guy was acting aggrieved, full of self-pity. She looked at him with a stern face. Think carefully. I'm being very serious. Don't brush me off. I'm not brushing you off. I'm afraid you'll leave me. He continued. I know our relationship has always been about living together for convenience. That's what I thought too, but time and again my heart keeps racing for you. I've even started to fear that you might despise me and abandon us. You are so dazzling, so outstanding. I know you have secrets. He glanced at Xia Jin and went on, I'm now trying hard to find the antidote, hoping to recover soon and live a life with you. His deep eyes locked onto Xia Jin. I cherish you, Xia Jin. I don't know when it started, but my eyes and heart are full of you. So please give me a chance. Just say the word, and I'll do it. I'll do my utmost to cooperate with you, support you, love you, and trust you. While this sudden confession almost scared her to death. Happiness came too unexpectedly, as she had no defense. Xia Jin stammered, cough, Xiao Xian. Don't reject me. Let me finish first. Xiao Xian looked at her seriously. You are my wife. In this life, the next life, and every life after. He was indeed a hopeless romantic. Well, since you've said that, what do I have to be coy about? But you have to agree to a few conditions. Xiao nodded, indicating she should speak. First condition: from now on, don't flirt with other women. Keep your distance. No caring, no flirting. In my book, there's no don't hit women. I'm only polite to those who know their place. Xia Jin's face was stern, her eyes wide and round. Xiao was amused by her. Saying that, are you doubting your own charm? TCH, stop flattering me. Listen up. Xiao suppressed his smile. Second condition: I want a lifetime of one person, one heart. Absolutely no multiple wives or concubines. Third condition: don't let any other woman get close to you, not even a hug. I have a cleanliness obsession. Fourth condition: no deception or concealment. We must discuss everything. I'm not weak. I'm much stronger than you think. After thinking, she decided that was enough for now. She could add more later. Alright, I agree. Xiao responded without any hesitation. And you must not betray me. Of course I will also fulfill the conditions I just mentioned. Oh, we are relatively fair. Okay, from now on you are mine. You must listen to me more, understood? Alright. Xiao looked at her gently. Upon hearing this, Xia Jin smiled slightly, her entire being filled with joy. She felt like she had struck gold. Such a gem is now hers, ha. Thinking about it made her feel ecstatic. Then she suddenly walked over, squatted in front of him, and touched his leg. I know you are looking for the antidote. Don't worry, I have it. I hadn't figured out how to give it to you before, but now that you're mine, I can't let you suffer anymore. I'll detoxify you tonight. You have a way, oi? Yes. Xiao was taken aback, excitedly hugging her waist. That's great, Xia. Ahem, what are you doing? Though a modern person, he still felt a bit shy in front of someone he liked. I'm so happy, I want to hug you, but I can't get up. Xiao said with a pitiful expression. Xia Jin was at a loss for words and patted his shoulder. Alright, don't be so pretentious. Meeting me is your luck, understand? You must listen. I'm very obedient. Her cuteness made Xia Jin unable to resist pinching his beautiful face. His skin is truly good. By the way, I find it strange your family's attitude towards you is problematic. Honestly, you don't resemble them at all. Is there some issue? Xia Jin voiced her long-standing doubts. Xiao had no resemblance to the Xiao family. You noticed that? Xiao asked. I also find it very strange. Regardless of appearance, temperament, or aura, they looked nothing alike. They could not have given birth to such a handsome Xiao. They have always treated me quite ordinarily. No matter how I tried to please them, I could not gain even a bit of affection from my mother, and my father was even worse, merely watching coldly. My older brother and second brother were the same. Although they didn't bully me, there was no brotherly bond. After pausing for a moment, he continued, 5 years ago they actually made me replace my older brother to join the army on the battlefield. Xia Jin was taken aback. She didn't expect it to be this way. No wonder Xiao was so indifferent towards that family. At that time they completely severed the only bit of kinship, and I no longer had any expectations. So this time when I was injured and retired, they snatched my 400 taels of silver and forcibly separated me, placing me in this broken courtyard to fend for myself. I also have my suspicions, so I've already asked my brothers to help investigate my origins. Sighing, he added, regardless, it counts as fulfilling a wish. Xia Jin listened with a heavy heart, feeling immense pity. She patted his back. Don't worry, you have me and Xiao Bao now. We will always be here for you. We are not short on money now, so consider those 400 taels as repayment for their raising you. If in the future it turns out they caused you to be in Taohua village, I'll help you. Do you currently hold any position? Xiao felt that Xia Jin was incredibly perceptive, so he had to explain clearly. In the general of the western town, but I'm currently recuperating, so I've returned to the village. Alright, so it's not simple. Turns out he's a great general. This title was earned with his life, and there's nothing to envy as long as he feels good about it. Every era has those who carry burdens and move forward from afar. Xia Jin could only express admiration for them. Perhaps it was helplessness, perhaps it was great love, but they always gave of themselves. If it were Xia Jin, she might not be able to do it. 1. She lacks the ability. 2. She lacks the opportunity. 3. She lacks the skills. 4. She lacks the means. Thus, no matter who they are in every time and space, they have their own value and position. Impressive, thumbs up. You've worked hard, darling. Xiao felt his ears warm at the term darling. No one had ever called him that before. It felt a bit embarrassing, but Xia Jin squatted down to hug him, then cheerfully went to the kitchen to cook. Xia Jin was a straightforward person. She liked what she liked, and never pretended to be cool. Her heart was sweet and joyful. What should she make today? They ought to celebrate. Finally, she is no longer single, haha. When Xiao pushed the chair to the kitchen, he saw Xia Jin walking back and forth, shaking her head, and swaying her little waist, and wiggling her bottom. He felt a bit at a loss, as he had never seen a woman like this. Ahem, ahem, ahem. He placed his right hand over his mouth and coughed 3 times. Xia Jin heard the sound, and looked up, smiling at him. She walked out, squatted by his legs, and blinked her big eyes, asking, "What do you want to eat? They'll make it for you." Her gentle and adorable demeanor was captivating. Gentleness is innate to everyone, but one just needs to meet the right person. Xia Jin was also capable of that. A joy always made one unable to restrain themselves. Xiao Xian's lips curled slightly. I want to eat that spicy and numbing dish you mentioned. Can you make it? Xia Jin's mind turned as if she could make boiled sliced pork, her eyes brightening. Of course, just wait for your meal. After saying that, she stood up, rolled up her sleeves, and began washing rice to cook. Then she took the lean meat out, sliced it thinly, added salt, starch, and shredded ginger, and vigorously kneaded it for a while, placing it aside. She then prepared some wild vegetables as a base. Xiao Xian watched her swift movements and couldn't help but sigh. So impressive, it looks like she often cooks. She must not have had it easy before. He probably didn't know that this was just Xia Jin's hobby. Xia Jin turned around and saw him staring in awe, looking a bit heartbroken, and said, "See, I'm very..." Xiao Xian quickly snapped back to reality, seeing the ingredients on the table, feeling a bit hesitant. "Well, you just need to help finish eating later." "All right," Xiao Xian replied innocently. Watching her busy figure, he felt warm inside. This feeling was truly wonderful. Xia Jin turned her head, saw him staring at her with a silly smile, waved her fair hand in front of his eyes, and playfully said, "Hey, don't be silly. Go out and see what Xiao Bao is up to. Don't get all dirty." Only then did Xiao Xian snap back to reality and hurriedly leave the kitchen. Pushing the wheelchair to see Xiao Bao playing in the mud, the child had recently let loose, particularly enjoying playing in the mud, looking like a little mud monkey. Sigh. The main issue is that bathing is tiring, bouncing around without a pause. It's not good when the child is small, and it's not good when they grow up either. Indeed. By the vegetable patch in the yard, he saw a little mud-covered child from head to toe with some dirt even sticking to his mouth. Was he eating dirt? It looks a bit like excrement. Xiao Xian shook his head and reached out his hand. "Xiao Bao, come here." Xiao Bao dashed over to him. Xiao Xian suppressed the urge to lift the little one, directly brought him to the edge of the pond in the yard, made him sit on a small stool, took out a wet cloth, and handed it to him, letting him wipe off the mud himself. The little one rubbed his eyes, and then realized it was his father. There seemed to be something on his eyes just now, so he couldn't see clearly. After wiping the stuff off his eyes, he spotted Xiao Xian sitting on the stool, and immediately got up, wanting a hug. But his father pressed him down on the small stool, unable to move. "Father, what's wrong? Hug me." He looked at Xiao Xian with a puzzled expression. "Don't look at me. Look at yourself." Xiao Xian watched him with amusement. Wow. This isn't my fault. I'm a dirty child. I don't want to be a Helplessly, Xiao Xian said. "All right, hurry up and clean yourself. We're about to eat. Don't you want to taste Mother's delicious cooking?" Thinking of Mother's dishes, slurp. He almost drooled. So he grabbed the wet cloth from his father's hand and began to haphazardly wipe his face and the mud. Feeling a pang of conscience, Xiao Xian couldn't bear to watch. All right, stop wiping. They'll take you inside for a bath." Seeing Xiao Bao's dirty appearance, he felt a bit sorry for him. Thank you, father." "All right, go inside quickly." Xiao Bao trotted into the house. Xiao Xian lifted him into the bathtub. The little one immediately climbed obediently into the wooden tub, earnestly rinsing his small body. In half an hour, a fair-skinned Xiao Bao emerged. After the bath, Xiao Xian dressed him and let him out. A yellow cotton coat wrapped around his tiny frame made him seem even more petite. His hair was still dripping wet. He picked up a dry cloth and began to dry his hair. "Father, I'm so awesome, right?" Xiao Bao wiped his hair with the towel while speaking excitedly. Yes, very awesome," Xiao Xian replied with doting affection. "Then will you stay with Mother forever?" Xiao Bao tilted his head, asking curiously. "Yes, of course," Xiao Xian said firmly. Hearing his affirmative answer, Xiao Bao grinned foolishly. Then looking seriously at his father, he said, "I really like Father and Mother more and more. The most liking." Xiao Xian, seeing the child's innocent expression, couldn't help but lean down and kiss his little cheek. The little one immediately covered his face. "Father, why did you kiss me? I'm a man, I need to respect myself. You can only kiss Mother, you know." "Haha, all right, I know." Xiao Xian looked at him with a beaming smile. This little rascal was just too adorable. The father and son laughed, talked, and played, until Xia Jin's voice came from the kitchen to the bedroom. "Dinner is ready, my two treasures." Xiao Xian quickly pushed the chair back and took his son's hand, walking out. "Coming, sit down, let's eat." "Okay." They sat at the table. Seeing the richly laid table full of delicious dishes, Xiao Xian felt pleasantly surprised. Xia Jin placed a thin slice of meat in his bowl, saying gently, "Sliced pork in chili oil. Try it and see if it's good." After that, she also put a slice of meat in Xiao Bao's bowl, and finally took one for herself, putting it in her mouth and chewing slowly and elegantly. Her expression was very satisfied, clearly pleased with this dish. Xiao Xian, watching her expression, also picked up a slice of meat and put it into his mouth. However, he was choked by the numbing and spicy flavor, coughing as tears streamed down his face. Xia Jin quickly brought a glass of water and handed it to Xiao. Xiao Xian drank some water and immediately felt better, his coughing subsiding. He recalled the taste just now. Though it was numbing and spicy, it was also addictive. So he picked up another slice of the boiled meat and continued eating. Xiao Bao, looking at the dish before him, happily picked up a slice and put it into his mouth. But his little face instantly turned red, tears welling in his eyes. The meat was still in his mouth, but he couldn't bear to spit it out. Xia Jin quickly said, "Spit it out quickly, dear." Xiao Bao. She felt a bit amused. Xiao also hurriedly said, "Xiao Bao, quickly spit out what's in your mouth, then drink some water." Hearing their words, Xiao Bao shook his head, refusing to spit it out. Finally, he swallowed it in one gulp, quickly took a bite of rice, and drank a large glass of water before the spiciness subsided. Xia Jin couldn't help it anymore, and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Xiao Bao looked up at her with a dazed expression. Ahem ahem ahem. Can you still eat, baby? Xia Jin looked at him with concern. Mother, I just wasn't prepared. This meat is really tasty. I love it. Saying that, he was about to pick up another slice of the spicy meat. Xia Jin shook her head. It was hard to tell whether a child being too sensible was a good thing or a bad thing. So she helped him pick up a slice of meat, rinsed it in hot water, and then placed it in his bowl. Now it's not so spicy. Xiao Bao is still young and shouldn't eat too much chili, so eating it this way is fine. Eat up, dear. Thank you, Mother. You're welcome. Next time Mother will make a non-spicy version. Really? That's great. Xiao Bao looked up at her with tearful eyes. His eyes, don't mistake it for emotion. It was from the spiciness. Amidst the numbing and spicy dinner, this day passed joyfully once again. After Xiao Bao fell asleep, Xia Jin arrived at the entrance of Xiao Xian's bedchamber and raised her hand to knock on the door. Enter. Xiao Xian's deep, pleasant voice sounded from within. Xia Jin pushed the door open and entered, seeing the man seated on a chair reading a book. Under the faint lamplight, his fair and delicate features appeared exceptionally handsome and captivating. She couldn't help but stare dreamily until Xiao Xian turned his gaze toward her, at which she composed herself and said with some embarrassment, Are you asleep? Xiao Xian put down the book and looked at her. Is something the matter? Xia Jin smiled. Well, your poison should be cured, shouldn't it? Do you wish to be cured? Xia Jin wanted to tease him. She actually had a rather mischievous nature. Xiao Xian's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to normal. He nodded and said, I do. Seeing his lukewarm demeanor, Xia Jin could not help rolling her eyes. What a reserved man. Xiao Xian noticed her expression and silently cursed in his heart. He looked at Xia Jin gently. You said you can cure me, so I'll wait for you to help me. Upon hearing this, Xia Jin's eyes lit up. Really? Xiao Xian nodded. If you say it can be cured, then it can be cured. I trust you. Seeing his earnest and trusting expression, Xia Jin felt a warmth in her heart. It seemed no one had ever trusted and affirmed her like this before. They hadn't taken her words as a joke, nor had they brushed her off casually. That was quite remarkable, and this man is worth getting along with. Xia Jin looked at him with a teasing air. Tisk tisk tisk, man, you're too quick to trust others. What if I'm deceiving you? Xiao Xian's mouth twitched at her words, but he remained non-committal. How could he possibly trust anyone else? Seeing this, Xia Jin couldn't help laughing. She suddenly leaned closer to Xiao Xian and asked, Hey, tell me, why do you trust me? Because you are my wife, Xiao Xian said calmly. She was being teased back. She had lost. Ahem. Xia Jin coughed loudly. All right, let's begin the detoxification. She looked at him with a serious demeanor. With that, she took out a small white jade bottle from her spatial storage, opened the lid, poured out a black pill, and handed it to Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian took the pill and looked. Eat it, then sit cross-legged on the bed, Xia Jin instructed. Xiao Xian responded, swallowed the pill, and sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed. Xia Jin looked at Xiao Xian, then suddenly placed her palm against his back. Xiao Xian felt a gentle, yet powerful energy enter his body, spreading through his meridians, and finally converging on the thin black thread in his leg. The black thread immediately coiled around her spiritual energy, attempting to destroy it. Seeing this, Xia Jin quickly increased the influx of spiritual energy, enveloping the sinister black thread in a counter-encirclement. SSSSS. The sound produced by the collision of spiritual energy and the black thread was spine-chilling. After a stalemate of a quarter, Xia Jin's spiritual energy pulled, compressed, tightened, and finally dispersed the black thread until it vanished completely. By now, Xiao Xian was drenched in sweat, but he felt an unparalleled ease throughout his body. How do you feel? Xia Jin withdrew her spiritual energy. Much better. Then try to see if you can stand up. Xiao Xian nodded, tried to move his legs, then swung them to the edge of the bed, set his feet on the ground, and exerted force. He found that he could indeed stand up, albeit a bit unsteady and weak, but his legs could move freely. Xia Jin looked at him, her eyes filled with joy. Really? Congratulations, the soul-devouring poison has been cured. From now on, just recuperate slowly, and within 3 months you'll be able to move freely. Xia Jin said excitedly. Xiao Xian looked at her, his eyes soft. Thank you, Xiao. I am so fortunate to have met you. Xia Jin looked at his gentle, affectionate eyes, and felt a bit shy, lowering her head. She was truly not used to making eye contact with others. If she played a staring game, she would definitely lose. Ahem. All right. We're family, no need to stand on ceremony. Just treat me well in the future, and listen to me. Xia Jin put on a proud and cocky expression. She couldn't quite handle such tender affection. Okay. Xiao Xian agreed, softly walked over to Xia Jin and took her hand. Xia Jin's hand felt a rush of heat, and her heart pounded wildly, as if it would leap out of her chest. She struggled lightly a few times, but couldn't break free, so she stopped her futile resistance and let him hold it. In all her years, she had never been held so tenderly and affectionately by such a handsome man. It wasn't that no one liked her, but she had physical and mental cleanliness. Once a stranger touched any part of her body, she would feel nauseous and get goosebumps. Thus, for so many years, she had remained chaste and watched others fall in love, break up, get married, divorce, and so on. She remained single, watching the drama unfold. Previously, she thought she enjoyed the feeling of being alone and reveled in the joy of solitude away from the crowd. But now she realized that the reason she enjoyed that happiness was merely because she hadn't yet met the right person. Now being held by Xiao Xian like this with his deep and tender gaze, she felt no disgust or aversion, only a slightly faster heartbeat and a heart full of joy and slight fluster. So the feeling of mutual affection is really wonderful. By the way, now that your leg is healed, you can't just walk out immediately. How about we buy a house in town and stay for a while? Well, tell the village chief that we want to treat your leg. That way when we come back next time you can walk out. Xia Jin thought for a moment and suggested. All right, Xiao Xian responded, his gaze toward her brimming with affection. He thought to himself that whatever Xia Jin desired, he would find a way to fulfill. Of course I have enough. I have a lot of silver now. Guess how much? Xia Jin looked at him smugly. 10,000 taels. Xiao Xian trusted her, so he ventured his guess uncertainly. Tisk tisk tisk, think bigger. Be bolder. 20,000. Oh, I told you, think bigger, much bigger. If you're still too cautious with me, they'll always surprise you. Xia Jin waved her hand, not letting him continue guessing. Then 50,000. Xiao Xian stubbornly persisted. Ha ha ha. Xia Jin finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing her smiling face, a faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Xian's lips. All right. You're such an old-fashioned thinker. Xia Jin stopped teasing him. She crossed her 2 index fingers and waved them before him. 100,000 taels, and that's Xiao Xian was astonished, never expecting Xia Jin to have so much money. He didn't press her about the source of the funds, for he had absolute trust in her. From their time together, he gradually realized that Xia Jin was very different from them. Yet so what? He would protect her, accept her, and support her. Because Xia Jin was pure and sincere toward him, he understood it clearly. This was his fortune and honor, and he would hold on to it tightly. Xia Jin waited for him to ask about the source of the money, but after his initial surprise, he said nothing further. Did people in ancient times have such a strong sense of boundaries? She had no intention of hiding anything from Xiao Xian. Not her origins, not her space, not her cultivation. If he asked, she would tell him. It wasn't that she was a naive saint, but that she had enough strength to bear all consequences. She also believed in her own judgment. Ever since entering the foundation establishment stage, she could perceive people's auras. In her eyes, Xiao Xian shone with a golden light tinged with purple, indicating that he possessed great merit and likely had an extraordinary identity. However, she saw no need to explain this. She had her own subtle schemes. To build trust, men also needed affirmation and confidence. A little kindness could make the relationship even better. Xia Jin had her own principles. She would open her heart to those she trusted, leaving no secrets between them. But if betrayed, she would never forgive. Death would be the only end. In her view, only the dead could keep the ultimate secret. So Xia Jin smiled and asked him lightly, "Aren't you curious where my money came from?" Xiao Xian shook his head, his gaze focused. "No matter where it came from, just remember, you are my woman. I will protect you and never let harm come to you." All right. A smile tugged at the corner of Xia Jin's lips. "But it's from selling ginseng and lingji. Feng Muchuan only paid part of it. The rest will come when he returns." Xiao Xian nodded without a word. He also believed that Xia Jin would not deceive him. He could see that in many ways she was a rather lazy person who only did what she felt necessary, following her whims. Since money was no longer an issue, the two agreed to head to the town early the next morning to look at a house and stay there for a while. For Xia Jin, being unable to afford a house in the modern world, fulfilling her wish in ancient times, buying a courtyard house, was a tremendous blessing. She would go after what she wanted, enjoy the process, and accept the outcome. In business, the fastest way to make money was to use money to generate more money and to leverage opportunities. Why not? This era was the same as the modern one. Those who could earn big were not relying on manual labor. Those who toiled endlessly could only barely survive. The rich unchangingly leveraged connections and networks. They had money, and they would only get richer. So Xia Jin never believed the saying that hard work alone would make you rich. Those toxic chicken soups poisoned you while enriching the speaker. The next morning at the break of dawn, Xia Jin fished Xiao Bao out of his warm bed. Xiao Bao rubbed his eyes and asked drowsily, "Mommy, what's wrong?" "Sweetie, get up quickly. Today we're going to town to look at houses." Xia Jin smiled and patted his fair, tender cheek. The little guy instantly woke up and scrambled out of bed, not even bothering to put on his clothes. "Wow, Mommy, are we going to buy a big house in town?" Yep, a really big house. Xia Jin replied cheerfully. Wow, mommy, do we have enough money? Can we afford a big house? Xiao Bao looked at her doubtfully. Of course, mommy is amazing. We're going to buy a huge, big house. Yay, awesome. Xiao Bao clapped his hands and shouted in joy. Seeing his radiant smile, Xia Jin laughed even more. Xiao Xian sat in his wheelchair, stopping at the doorway, and happened to overhear Xia Jin's words and Xiao Bao's excited voice. The sight of mother and son chatting and laughing warmed Xiao Xian's heart. Indeed, with this mistress of the house, he felt an immense sense of security. Father, you're awake too. Xiao Bao lifted his head and saw Xiao Xian pushing the door open. Go wash up. Later your mother will take us to see the house. Okay. The little guy was extremely excited. He jumped off the bed quickly and walked up to Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian smiled and tapped his nose. Let's go wash up, eat breakfast, and then see the house. Yay, great. The little one cheered, jumping up and ran toward the washroom. Xia Jin also got up to prepare breakfast. After the three of them ate and tidied up, they boarded the village's ox cart heading to town. Xia Jin pushed Xiao Xian and Xiao Bao as they looked around the streets of the town, ultimately deciding to seek the help of professionals. Upon hearing that Xia Jin and the others wanted to view properties, the realtor was extremely enthusiastic. What kind of house are you looking for, esteemed guests? I do have several properties available of various sizes. If you're not in a rush, I can take you to see the surroundings first. How does that sound? Xia Jin looked at the enthusiastic and professional realtor and clearly stated their requirements. After all, this was a house for them to live in. Although the duration of their stay was undecided, she was certainly not someone who would settle for less, especially since she was not short on money now. The house doesn't need to be too large, a twin-tree house will suffice. The environment should be pleasant, convenient for travel, safe, and ideally furnished so that we can move in immediately. After listening, the realtor pondered for a moment and replied, Boss, I actually have a property that fits your description and I just received the information about it. It's located in the residential area on South Street, with a good environment and security. The house is about 8,090 new and has been meticulously maintained. The previous occupants were Master Qian and his wife, who are about to move to the capital to join their son, likely not intending to return. They entrusted me to find a caring homeowner, but they are asking for a higher price than others. After he finished speaking, Xia Jin exchanged glances with Xiao Xian and nodded, saying, Alright, let's go take a look at the environment first. If it's worth it, we can discuss. Upon hearing this, the realtor immediately understood they were not short on money, and fortunately, he had not judged them by appearances. He then became even more careful in his approach, even buying a stick of candied hawthorn for Xiao Bao on the way. Xia Jin smiled. He was quite adept at his job. No wonder he was in real estate sales. Impressive, just like she was back in her day. After about a 15-minute walk, they arrived at a courtyard. It featured two grand, thick, red wooden doors, quite imposing. The thickness of the door alone indicated the homeowner's status. A grand entrance must display a sense of grandeur, as is typical for newly wealthy individuals. After the realtor unlocked the door, Xia Jin and the others followed him inside. Immediately upon entering, they encountered a hallway and a large archway inscribed with the character for Fu Blessing as the entrance. A refreshing floral scent wafted over them. Xia Jin could not help but take a deep breath and exclaimed, This is nice. Xiao Xian and Xiao Bao also squinted their eyes in comfort. On both sides of the entrance were wide corridors filled with various flowers, and amidst the flower beds some precious herbs were thriving. In the center of the corridor was a pavilion surrounded by a circle of lush greenery. In front of the pavilion was a pond where red koi swam, and many delicate pink lotus flowers floated on the water's surface. The lotus leaves were emerald green, and as the gentle breeze passed, the water rippled, creating a soothing sound that was particularly pleasant to the ears. Walking through the corridor led them to the inner courtyard, which featured two separate courtyards to the east and west, with a small garden in the middle planted with a tall leafy osmanthus tree. Surrounding it were various flowers that bloomed year-round, naturally separating the two courtyards into independent small yards. Each small yard consisted of suites, a main room, a primary residence, guest rooms, and so on. Behind the east and west courtyards were the servants' quarters, storage rooms, kitchen, dining area, and even a small yard filled with vegetables. As Xia Jin walked through, she used her spiritual energy to sense the atmosphere of the courtyard, finding it quite clean, probably because the previous owner was a kind person. Thus the feng shui and energy of the place were very suitable for living. Looking at the flowers, furniture, and arrangements inside, it was clear that thought had been put into them. She glanced at Xiao Xian and asked, Xian, what do you think? Xiao Xian looked at everything before him, quite fond of it. Although there were other houses yet to be seen, the environment here was indeed nice. He nodded and said, it's Xiao Bao chimed in, clapping his hands in agreement. Wow, I like it too, it's so beautiful. Seeing that they liked it, Xia Jin thought that it didn't matter if they didn't see the others. She was too lazy to walk around any longer. Having seen too much would only complicate choices. Since that's the case, we'll take this one. Let's go discuss the price now and have the realtor handle the paperwork. Xiao Xian nodded. All right. She pushed Xiao Xian towards the realtor. When the realtor saw them approaching, he warmly greeted them. How do you find this property, esteemed guests? Are you satisfied? Xia Jin sat down on a Wangwali chair holding Xiao Bao looking at the realtor and inquired, by the way, who lives nearby? She certainly did not want to encounter odd neighbors, as she was someone who disliked trouble. If the living environment and cultural atmosphere were poor, even if the courtyard was great, she would not want it. The realtor was a clever man and understood Xia Jin's concerns. The house on the left belongs to the Liu family, who are in the fabric and clothing business. They are quite amicable and are among the most kind-hearted people in the town. As for the house on the right, it is currently unoccupied. It is a larger 3-entry house, and they have not indicated it is for rent or sale, so it has remained empty. Please rest assured we run a reputation-based business. If there are any issues, we will inform you in advance. Of course, if any problems arise, feel free to reach out to us. We provide follow-up services. Xia Jin nodded, appreciating the after-sales service. She pondered if there was anything else to ask. Oh, she hadn't inquired about the price yet. How much silver is this courtyard being sold for? Xiao Xian frowned, raising an eyebrow as he asked in disbelief. 2,000 taels. Why is it so expensive? This may not be the largest residence on South Street, but it is indeed the cleanest and most exquisite. The broker glanced at Xiao Xian and Xia Jin. If you are not satisfied, I can show you other properties. Xia Jin smiled. The place was indeed clean. She waved her hand and said no need. 2,000 taels, will take it. This residence was one of the most suitable for living in this town. The others all had some issues. Just now she had used her divine sense to scan the surroundings. Boss, so let's check the agreement. If there are no issues, we can sign, Xia Jin added. The broker's heart rejoiced upon hearing this. This boss was truly generous. He had thought there would be haggling, or the deal would fall through due to the price. Alright, boss. With that, he handed over the sale agreement he had brought along. Xia Jin and Xiao Xian looked it over, made some minor adjustments to the details, and then finalized the deal, handing him 2,000 taels. She also asked the broker to help with the government procedures at the Yamen, and gave him another 50 taels for his trouble. Within half a day, Xia Jin received the deed to the Xia Jin held the deed stamped with the official seal, and smiled contentedly. Finally, she owned her first house, and it was a courtyard house. She never expected that in her modern life, she had never thought about buying a house, not wanting too much pressure. Truly, regarding modern houses, first of all, she disliked apartment buildings with elevators. Spending hundreds of thousands or millions to buy a place only to be confined in midair gave her no sense of security. She preferred ground floor units with gardens or Western-style villas, but she couldn't afford them. Who would have thought her housing luck would be in ancient times? Xiao Bao, seeing Xia Jin return, quickly bounced over with joy. Xia Jin scooped up Xiao Bao, lifted him high, gently tossed him a couple of times, and laughed heartily. Sweetie, we're moving to our new home tonight. Wow. Awesome. Moving to a new home. Hee. Xiao Bao was not afraid of being tossed, he was used to it. He clapped his little hands and giggled along, looking excited. Xia Jin began to look forward to it. The dilapidated house in the village was not really their home. They had never felt comfortable there. She thought that although the furniture here was already provided, she still needed to buy new bedding, kitchen utensils, and the like. She had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. She also needed to buy a few servants. Although the courtyard was not large, cleaning was still tiring. She was very lazy. Xia Jin's adaptability after arriving in ancient times was truly impressive. In her view, regarding the ancient practice of buying and selling people, if the person bought was loyal, treating them well, giving them food, lodging, and silver, was also a way of helping them. As long as it was not a permanent contract, they could leave later if they wished. Therefore, she readily accepted the matter of human trafficking. Seeing that it was still early, she decided to settle everything today. She walked over to Xiao Xian and discussed with him about going to the brokers to buy the needed servants. Xian, shall we buy a few people to look after the courtyard? Xiao Xian was not surprised and looked at her. How many do you plan to buy? Let's first see if there are any suitable ones. We definitely need to buy a cook. I can cook occasionally, but doing it every day would be too tiring. Xiao Xian thought it over and agreed. Although Xia Jin's cooking was truly delicious, he didn't want her to exhaust herself. Moreover, the courtyard was a bit spacious for just the three of them, and cleaning and maintenance were indeed troublesome. Furthermore, there was another house under construction in Peach Blossom Village. Buying a few people to take care of this place was also fine. In the future they might leave here, whether to sell or keep it then could be decided later. Alright, buy as you see fit. You can buy a family if there is one. Okay, you'll go to the brokers to find the agent. You two stay at home. After a few more words of discussion, Xia Jin left the residence. She went to the same Lucky Come brokers where she had bought the house. The broker, knowing she had come to buy people, led her into the backyard. Xia Jin followed him. After a while they entered a large room where she saw all kinds of people. Although she had some mental preparation, it still shocked her greatly, leaving an indescribable feeling in her heart. The people in the room were mostly skin and bones, malnourished, weak, as if they had not eaten for days. Most had dull eyes, heads lowered, staring at the ground, or lying. They did not even look up when they heard the door open, showing no reaction. There were both men and women dressed in tattered clothes, and some were holding small children. Seeing this, Xia Jin's heart ached. In modern times, she had only seen elderly and children in impoverished mountain areas on TV, never in person. What now appeared before her was truly beyond her expectations. She simply could not comprehend it. Sigh. The broker explained the situations of these people. Some were from families so poor that they had no choice but to sell themselves into slavery. Others had made mistakes in wealthy households and were sold off. After understanding this, Xia Jin looked at everyone in the room and stated her requirements. She would not consider those who had made mistakes, but those who had been wronged or bullied by wealthy families could be considered. In the end, she chose 3 people: a middle-aged woman who could cook, a middle-aged man who had been a steward, and a young boy under 10 years old who could play with Xiao. This young boy came from a poor family. They considered him useless, since he would marry out anyway, so they sold him to help his elder brother get a wife. Xia Jin felt quite sorry for him. He was young, and being a gayer was not something he could choose. Selling him for that reason. This family was truly disgusting. She looked at the young boy. Although he was dirty, she could tell he was a beautiful child with a spark of intelligence. It would be a pity to let him be ruined. Raising one more child was within her means. After Xia Jin told the broker which people she wanted, the middle-aged man she had selected knelt down with a thud before her. It startled her. She still couldn't get used to such sudden kneeling. The broker raised the whip in his hand to strike him, but Xia Jin quickly stopped him. Although she had some sympathy, it wasn't abundant, but she could not tolerate such beatings and scoldings, treating people like animals, happening right before her eyes. Xia Jin quickly asked him what was going on. If he was unwilling, she would not force him. She never forced anyone. Really? Yun, she looked at her in surprise. This was the first time someone had proactively offered to help him make a friend. He recounted that he had previously been a steward in a wealthy household, while his husband worked as a kitchen helper. Of handsome appearance, his husband unfortunately caught the eye of the eldest young master of the manor. That eldest young master was a profligate son relying on connections in the capital and his family's wealth. He would seize whatever he desired by force. After setting his sights on the husband, he disregarded their status as household servants and forcibly took him away. Unexpectedly, the husband proved to be a man of fierce temperament. He immediately slashed his own face with a stone, preferring to be disfigured rather than be defiled. Seeing his husband humiliated, he could not restrain himself and beat the eldest young master. After that, they were both sold off by their master. The incident caused quite a stir, and most of the town knew about it, leading to them being sold here. Originally, he could manage a household and keep accounts, so many people wanted to buy him. However, every potential buyer shook their heads and chose someone else after hearing his condition. He could not abandon his husband and son, and so he remained until now. Xia Jin listened to the story and could only sigh at the melodrama. Truly, no matter where the wealthy are all the same. She asked him to bring his husband and son over for a look. She admired the husband's character, good for him, and thought they could get along. In this era, she only had Xiao as a friend. This husband's fiery personality appealed to her. Making a friend wouldn't be bad. As for their son, he could play with Xiao. Having one more child was no trouble. Xia Jin had no class prejudice. As long as she found someone agreeable and fated, they could become her friends. She was just an ordinary person. Xia Jin watched as the middle-aged man led 2 gaunt figures over from the crowd. Because the family refused to cooperate, the slave trader tormented them to break their spirit, often withholding food. If slave traders had compassion, they wouldn't be in this business. Xia Jin took one look at the husband. His eyes were bright and clear. He stood about 175 centimeters tall, very thin. Despite the scar on his face, he was indeed a beauty. No wonder he had suffered this calamity. In any era, being too beautiful rarely ends well, unless one is self-reliant and capable of self-protection. She then looked at the child who barely reached her thigh. He was around 5 years old, thin and small, malnourished, just like Xiao in the beginning. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Xia Jin. Xia Jin smiled, crouched down, and patted his head. "Do you want to come home with Auntie?" The child replied in a faint, weak voice, "Can I bring father and daddy? I can eat less and work more." Xia Jin saw the image of Xiao from before, and her heart ached. "Of course you can. Come on, let's go home." The 2 men standing nearby heard Xia Jin's words, "go home," and their eyes reddened as tears streamed down. Did they still have a home to return to? They had no home. Xia Jin looked around and saw no one else she fancied, so she settled on these. After paying, she led them out of the slave market. This time, she bought a total of 5 people, 3 adults, and 2 children. The 2 children were a Bionegetone-free deal. The 5 people cost only 40 taels of silver. Since she had bought the house through them, they gave her a discount. It didn't matter. It was good to go home with satisfactory people. After all, these people would live in the same courtyard and share daily life, so she had to find them agreeable and their vibe clean. Xia Jin observed them and found that they were all upright people. On the way back, she took them to a clothing store to buy several sets of clothes for changing. She didn't buy any uniforms, there was no need, and she wasn't that particular. She also bought bedding pots and pans and brought everything home. Back home, she settled them in first. Fortunately, there were enough rooms. The cooking aunt and the young lad shared a courtyard while the family of 3 occupied another. After settling them in, she told them to tidy up and get organized, and then they would go to the front courtyard to meet the others in the household. After arranging everything, Xia Jin returned to her own courtyard and saw Xiao Xian teaching Xiao Bao to read in the yard. The father and son were focused. The afterglow of the setting sun shone upon them, bathing them in a layer of golden light. She watched them quietly, and suddenly felt that the future was promising, warm and tingling. Xiao Xian and Xiao Bao looked up at the sound of footsteps. Xia Jin smiled at them, her teeth showing. Xiao Xian's expression grew even softer, while Xiao Bao smiled radiantly, revealing 2 rows of white baby teeth, unbearably cute. You've worked hard. Mommy, I missed you so much. Xia Jin's heart melted at the sight of Xiao Bao. Who could resist the coquettish, milky voice of an adorable child? She walked over, picked up Xiao Bao, and kissed his tender cheeks. Mwah mwah. Xiao Bao immediately started bouncing with excitement. Seeing them like this, Xiao Xian was in a good mood too. He put down the brush in his hand, walked over slowly, and wrapped his arm around Xia Jin's waist. How did it go? It's all done. I bought 5 people, 3 adults and 2 children. They'll come over shortly, you can take a look. Xia Jin nodded at him. The 2 children can play with Xiao Bao. Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian knew that Xia Jin's values were very different from theirs, but he hadn't expected her to buy several servants. Well, as long as she was happy. After about half an hour, everyone had tidied up and gathered in the hall. Looking at the clean and refreshed group, Xia Jin couldn't help but admire her own eye for selecting people. All were quite good-looking. As a Fasicano viewer, she really didn't have high demands. Just pleasant to the eye was the baseline. Xiao Xian glanced around, smiled, and shook his head. Greetings, Master, Madam, and Young Master. The 5 of them shouted in unison as if they had rehearsed it. Xiao Xian and Xia Jin exchanged a glance. Xiao Xian was quite at ease, but Xia Jin felt uncomfortable, a bit awkward. Well, what are your names? Xia Jin looked at them. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. In reply to Madam, this servant is called Su Muchio. Stop. Don't call yourselves servant or maid. We don't do that in our household. Yes, Madam. Xia Jin was also uncomfortable with the term Madam. Call us Master instead. Madam and Master sound too old. We're still young, and as country folk, we're not particular about those formalities. Hearing this, everyone felt that this master was truly different. Greetings, Master. I am Yunxi. Thank you. We will work hard to repay your kindness. Master Auntie, I am Su Yunxiu, and my nickname is Xiao. All right, Xiao. The child was adorable. Now that he was clean, he looked quite nice. If he were fed well, and became plump and fair, he would be even cuter. 2 masters, I am Wang Cuiping. I am alone, all my family are gone. Xia Jin nodded, indicating she understood. At that moment, the young lad stepped forward, looking at Xia Jin and Xiao Xian with determined eyes. 2 masters, I no longer want my former name. Since they abandoned me, I don't want them either. Please, masters, give me a new name. Xia Jin and Xiao Xian were both a bit surprised. Looking at the child's stubborn gaze, they could see he was a resolute one. Then what do you want to be called, they asked. I want to take the master's surname, is that all right? The young lad looked at Xia Jin with bright, determined eyes. Xia Jin suddenly felt. She was originally a time traveler, and she was quite casual about many things, straightforward in speech and action. But she was adrift. In this era, to put it plainly, she was a lonely person. Apart from Xiao Bao, Xiao Xian, and Xiao Xiaoyu, she knew very few people, let alone friends or family. Even the original body was a child without a home. That was why Xia Jin wanted to build a house by a house to quickly stabilize herself. Now suddenly a child wanted to take her surname. Her heart felt a little warm, even if only for a few seconds. She glanced at Xiao Xian, seeing her look, he nodded. Sure. Hearing the affirmative answer, the child's face lit up with excitement, turning to Xia Jin. Xia Jin also looked at him. Then you shall be called Xia Fengting. May you be free and at ease in the future, leisurely and content. The young lad heard Xia Jin's words, nodded gratefully, and then knelt down. Thank you, 2 masters, thank you. Xia Jin stepped forward to help the lad up. No need to be polite, get up quickly. Since you've taken my surname, from now on you are my younger brother. Call me Big Sister. The young lad couldn't believe it. He dared not hope for family if he didn't perform well, or for any other reason he feared being sold off at any moment. No matter how much he pretended not to care, deep down he longed for warmth. Excited and fearful, he knelt down. Thank you, Big Sister. Xia Jin quickly pulled him up. All right, in our family, we don't do kneeling. As she said this, she also looked at the others present, only withdrawing her gaze after everyone nodded. Xiao Xian knew that Xia Jin, though seeming carefree and indifferent on the surface, actually had a soft heart. He alone couldn't give her enough warmth, thus having friends and family would make them all much happier. No matter what Xia Jin did, he would fully support and cooperate with her. That was his way of loving her. He walked over to the young lad Xia Fengting and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be afraid. We genuinely like you and want to acknowledge you as family. You can observe us first. Just call me brother-in-law. From now on we are your family. The young lad nodded, then looked up at Xiao Xian, then at Xia Jin, revealing a shy smile. He also hoped for a family, and he would treat them with true sincerity. Since birth, he had never felt family warmth. As long as he could eat his fill and stay warm, he was grateful. No matter how much hardship he endured, he was not afraid. Alright, everyone sit down, and let's talk. Our family doesn't have many rules. Coming together is fate, but how long we stay together is up to destiny. Xia Jin looked at them and said with a smile, I am not from a big family myself, so I hope everyone can treat this place as your own home. My bottom line is no harm, no betrayal. Everything else is your own business. As for me, I am Xia Jin. Then she pointed to Xiaobao and Xiao Xian beside her. This is my husband Xiao Xian and my son Xiao Jinan, nicknamed Xiaobao. Everyone get to know each other since we will be living under the same roof from now on. Xia Jin was a modern person, so her way of handling things had basically not changed. She had only been in ancient times for a few days and hadn't interacted with many people. She thought to herself, life is what you make it, no matter the era or place. Being comfortable is most important, so just go with the flow. Her introduction left everyone present stunned, especially the young lad from earlier, his eyes turning red. This was the most considerate person he had ever met. She was his master, his benefactor, and also his big sister, his family. The others also felt relieved. Since they had encountered a good master, they would just take good care of them and be loyal. Aunt Wang, you and the others go prepare dinner. Today we'll have a feast to celebrate our new family. Xia Jin's words were spoken plainly, yet they made everyone feel deeply cared for, as if they were being treated gently as human beings. Sure, Master Xia. Aunt Wang was overjoyed and strode toward the backyard. This was her skill, and she was determined to show off. Xia Jin turned to Xiaobao and Xiao Xian. Xiaobao, are you hungry? A little hungry, mother. When we eat later, I might need to eat a bit more. Xiaobao patted his little belly. Xia Jin stroked Xiaobao's face. No problem, Xiaobao can eat a bit more later. Wow, thank you, mother. His mother was the best. Aunt Wang, being a professional chef, was indeed swift in cooking. In less than an hour, Xia Jin and the others arrived at the dining hall to find a table laden with delicacies. On the large round table were 4 joy meatballs, chicken stewed with mushrooms, stir-fried peppers with pork, braised fish, sweet and sour ribs, cold eggplant with sauce, tofu soup with baby cabbage and stir-fried greens. The portions were generous enough for all of them. Lifting Xiaobao onto the stool, Xia Jin invited the others to sit down. Come, come, come. Today is our first day here. Let's all share a welcoming meal together, get to know each other well. From now on, we are one family. After Xia Jin spoke, she noticed them exchanging hesitant glances, none daring to sit. It then occurred to her that this was different from the modern era. The concept of master and servant was deeply ingrained. Yet Xia Jin had her own plans. First, in her view, all beings were equal. In the end, life met the same fate. Thus, no one was inherently nobler than another. Everyone had different origins, but as long as they didn't resign to fate, they could strive for what they desired. She would treat her own people with sincerity and respect, which is that all right? Don't be shy. Once you enter my home, as long as you do your job, well, everything else is the same. We have no servants, no underlings. We are a family, a cooperative partnership. Only our assigned tasks differ. Sit down and eat. From now on, we all dine together unless exceptional circumstances arise. Su Mufeng and Yun Shi exchanged a glance, then sat down with Xiao. Aunt Wang followed suit, and finally Xia Fengting took a seat beside Xiaobao. Seeing everyone seated, Xia Jin picked up her chopsticks and placed some dishes into Xiaobao's bowl. The little boy then buried his head in his meal, eating with gusto. Xia Jin took a bite of the braised fish. The flavor was pleasant. Though not as bold as her own cooking, it was still delicious, rivaling that of any restaurant. She planned to teach Aunt Wang the methods for these dishes, adjusting them with a few additional seasonings. Turning to the others at the table, she said, everyone dig in. Don't be reserved. This is our welcoming feast. After this meal, we become one family. We may live together for a long time. So you should also get used to our household rules. In short, there aren't many. Just do your part, treat this place as your home, and never betray us. That's the bottom line. Xiao Xian, hearing this, raised his glass and looked at the table. Indeed, our home has few rules, only loyalty. Understood. After observing for several hours, Su Mufeng realized that these two masters were indeed guileless and treated them well. He could feel it, so he stopped hesitating. Any further reluctance would be unappreciative. Please bear with us, masters. None of us have ever encountered such kindness, so we can't help but be cautious. We deeply cherish this rare opportunity. Rest assured, we will prove our loyalty through our actions. He raised his glass to Xiao Xian and Xia Jin. This toast represents gratitude. And he downed it in one gulp. This one represents cherishment. He tilted his head and finished it. He poured another glass. This one represents resolve. He drank it all in one go. Watching his unrestrained drinking, Xia Jin could sense Su Mufeng. As the saying goes, one's character is revealed in their drinking habits. She herself had once drunk like that. Thus her impression of him improved. Xia Jin also raised her glass. Good, straightforward. Come, let me toast with you and Yun Shi. Wishing you happiness. Yun Shi, you're admirable too. We must live with individuality. Those who know how to refuse will find happiness. Yun Shi, hearing Xia Jin's acknowledgement, suddenly looked up at her. He had been afraid to speak much or raise his head, for his scarred face might frighten the masters. Moreover, in this era men like him were not treated kindly. He endured silently as long as his bottom line was not crossed. Now someone suddenly praised his refusal as individuality and admirable. How could he not be shocked and moved? With bright eyes fixed on Xia Jin, he raised his glass. Thank you, master. He then tilted his head and drank it all. Another good person, Xia Jin thought. Her luck was truly remarkable. Alright, you can call me Xia Xia. No need to call me master. Yun, she nodded. Xia Xia. Ha ha ha, I'm happy. They exchanged smiles and friendship quietly began to bloom in that smile. As the meal neared its end, Xia Jin stood up and refilled everyone's cups. I know you're still nervous and unaccustomed, but remember, you need not be afraid by my side. If anyone bullies you, tell me. We don't provoke trouble, but we don't fear it either. Understand? They nodded, their eyes shimmering with excitement. They had never experienced such warmth, never encountered such a miraculous master. One who bought them, yet treated them so well, regarding them as family rather than servants. Through this meal, Xia Jin truly gained her first group of most loyal friends and family in this ancient world. This was also Xia Jin's subtle strategy. Winning people's hearts leads to winning the world, a principle unchanged through the ages. After eating his fill, Xiao Bao watched the adults talking and tugged at Xia Jin's sleeve. Mommy, can the two little brothers play with Xiao Bao later? Of course. But the one in blue and taller is your little uncle, and the one in red is your little brother. Got it. Xiao Bao looked up, his eyes sparkling at Xiao Fengting and Su Yunxiu. Little uncle, little brother, let's go play together. Seeing the adults nod, they replied in unison, okay. Let's go play. Xiao Bao took one hand of each child and ran toward the courtyard. Watching the children play happily, the adults didn't interfere. They began discussing work assignments. Su Mufing, can you handle the role of steward? You were a steward before, weren't you? Su Mufing stood up and replied steadily, yes. Then continue. Our household is not complicated. Alright, no problem. Su Mufing responded readily. Yunshi, can you manage accounts? Yunshi looked up at her in confusion, then realized. Yes, I've studied a little. Xia Jin nodded. Then you'll be responsible for household expenses and assist Aunt Wang with cooking and chores. I can do that. In that instant, he was filled with hope. He was now useful, no longer the scorned man, destined only to bear children. By the way, Su Mufing, please find time to look into the children's education. Both little ones should start basic learning. I suppose shouting hasn't begun either. It seems so. They'll get familiar first, and then arrange it. Yes, no hurry. Let the children settle into the new environment first. Take it slow. Understood, Su Mufing replied. Yunxi'll introduce you to a young man later. I think you two could become friends. Really? Yunxi looked at her in surprise. This was the first time someone had proactively offered to help him make a friend. Xia Jin nodded. Yes, he's a young man from our Peach Blossom village, Xiao Xian's cousin. He looks quite cute, and is a nice person. However, his family situation is a mess. He'll change soon, and then you can get to know him. Listening to Xia Jin, Yunxi grew excited about the future friend, and said eagerly, I can't wait. The meal was very pleasant. The distance between them had lessened considerably. They chatted and laughed. After eating, Xia Jin and Xiao Xian took Xiao Bao back. Yunxi, Su Mufing, and the others returned to the backyard. This meal was truly a huge change for them. They were a bit stunned and needed to digest it. Perhaps Xia Jin's approach was somewhat inappropriate for this era. But in her own home, she wanted warmth. A home should be like this. Life is but 100 years, everyone comes and goes the same way. Nothing can be held on to, it's all fleeting clouds. However, she was a cultivator and would likely live much longer. At the foundation establishment stage, she could already live at least 200 years. She would encounter many more people and events, both good and bad. If she let everything affect her heart, it would hinder her cultivation. It was better to let go early, follow her heart in everything, and be true to herself. After living in the town courtyard for nearly a month, Xiao Xian could finally walk freely. And he walked very steadily without falling again. During this time, one did rehabilitation, the other cultivated. They were together most of the time, and their feelings grew stronger. Every day, besides studying and playing with friends, Xiao Bao also wandered around Xiao Xian occasionally. One moment, he would hold his father's leg, the next he would hold his father's hand, then bring him tea and water. He was incredibly diligent, adorable, and flawless. Ha ha, Xia Xia, my wife, I finally recovered. I can protect you and Xiao Bao now. Xiao Xian happily spun Xia Jin around. Xia Jin smiled and pushed him away. Yes, Sir Xiao, please protect us from now on. She patted his shoulder. Put me down. I'm getting dizzy. My wife. Xiao Xian spun her a few more times before stopping. I'm so happy. I'm not a cripple anymore. Baby, come to daddy for a lift. He scooped up Xiao Bao, who was watching them in confusion, and tossed him gently. Wow, daddy. Huh. So high. Xiao Bao cheered as he was tossed. Children love being doted on, and he grew even more fond of his father. Although his father usually kept a straight face and didn't smile much, Xiao Bao still loved him deeply. Xiao Bao laughed happily with a giggle. Xia Jin stood by watching this scene, a smile spreading across her face. Looking at Xiao Xian and Xiao Bao, she felt a surge of emotions. She now had a husband and a child. A small family, no a big family. And they had all become her responsibilities. As long as her parents, relatives, and friends far away were still alive, that was the best. She silently prayed in her heart, Dad, Mom, little brother, may you be healthy, happy, and peaceful. The courtyard was filled with laughter, and the pure, bright laughter of a child. So enchanting. The warmth of mortal life was nothing more than this. Since Xiao Xian's legs were healed, cultivation should be put on the agenda. Ahem. Xia Jin coughed. Father and son immediately stopped looking at her with puzzled eyes. What's wrong, Xia? What's wrong, Mommy? Xia Jin coughed awkwardly. Nothing. I just realized I need to talk to you about something. Oh, what is it? Xiao Xian, holding Xiao Bao, strode over to Xia Jin and looked at her seriously. Xia Jin took his hand. Close your eyes. He'll take you somewhere. Father and son obediently closed their eyes without asking any questions. With a thought, Xia Jin transported them out of the courtyard into a place filled with birdsong, floral fragrance, and dense spiritual energy. Seeing them with eyes still shut, Xia Jin smiled. We're here. Open your eyes. Xiao Xian was puzzled. How had they arrived without walking? But despite his confusion, he obediently opened his eyes. It was a place with fresh air and an open view. Before them, a clearly defined river divided the area into several zones. In the distance straight ahead lay a stretch of rolling mountains and forests. He couldn't tell how vast it was with his naked eye. To his left were some unnamed but obviously precious herbs. He recognized ginseng and lingzhi everywhere. TSK. There were also various fruits and vegetables that looked mouth-watering. To his right was a quadrangle courtyard. Though he hadn't entered, he could feel the warmth emanating from within. Where was this place? He habitually surveyed his surroundings. Weren't they just in the courtyard? Could this be another space? Xiao Xian's intelligence and perceptiveness were truly remarkable. He had guessed correctly. Watching his expression, Xia Jin explained with a smile, this is where I cultivate. Cultivate? Xiao Xian was even more astonished. Yes. Xia Jin nodded. Just then Xiao Bao patted Xiao Xian's shoulder and pointed at the colorful herbs. Daddy, it's so beautiful here. I want to get down. Alright. Xiao Xian had been holding Xiao Bao nervously. Xia Jin glanced at him. Put him down. This is my domain, there's no danger. What do you mean by cultivating? Xiao Xian looked at Xia Jin seriously. He knew about cultivators, but the Yun Kingdom mainly focused on body tempering and martial arts. Cultivators were extremely rare. Every 3 years, cultivators came to select disciples from the Yun Kingdom. A few with exceptional talent were chosen, which brought glory to their ancestors and transformed their entire family. He felt both excitement and anxiety. If Xia Jin was a cultivator, would she still deem him worthy? He dared not imagine it. His gaze turned deep and resolute. No, the person he had set his heart on would only be with him. He would never back down. Just then Xiao Bao, who had landed, looked wide-eyed at the patch of fruits and vegetables tugging at Xia Jin's dress. Mommy, where is this? It's so beautiful. So many flowers and fruits. Xia Jin knelt down with a smile, stroking his head. This is Mommy's secret base. You mustn't tell anyone, understand? Xiao Bao quickly covered his mouth and whispered, Mommy, I understand. Don't worry, I'm very tight-lipped. Good boy. Xia Jin pinched his tender cheeks, unable to resist his adorable expression. She walked to the peach tree, picked 3 ripe peaches, washed them in the water, and handed one to each of them. She took a bite herself. Delicious, fragrant, sweet. The flavor was far superior to anything sold outside. Whim, nom nom. So yummy. Xiao Bao mumbled as he chewed, shaking his head in delight. There's plenty more. Eat slowly and don't overdo it, okay? Xiao Bao nodded, focusing on his peach. After finishing the peach, Xia Jin walked over to Xiao Xian. Shall we sit down and chat? Xiao Xian had been waiting for Xia Jin to take the initiative. He was a very patient man. So she looked at him speechlessly. The unlovable thing about men is their aloofness. They have questions, but never ask, keeping everything bottled up. It was annoying to look at, but since he was handsome, she forgave him. Fortunately, Xia Jin was the type to speak her mind, never wasting energy on internal conflict. Rather than exhausting herself, she'd rather exhaust others. I am a cultivator, Xia Jin said bluntly. Xiao Xian paused for a moment, then nodded. After entering the space, he had already guessed it was related to cultivation. He just hadn't expected Xia Jin to be so good to him, even sharing this secret. He knew what he should and shouldn't do, and would guard this secret until his death. Thank you for your trust, Xia. Xiao Xian looked at her. Xia Jin nodded. Family should trust each other, and besides, I want to bring you all along. Xiao Xian was stunned. Was cultivation so casual? Could she just bring anyone along? Had he been living in vain all this time? He doubted. All right, I am willing to cultivate with you. Xiao Xian revealed a brilliant smile, looking at Xia Jin with a gaze as gentle as a spring breeze. Xia Jin looked at his smiling face and suddenly felt it was utterly captivating. Foul, foul, foul. Using a handsome man's tactic. I will devote myself to cultivation, catch up to your pace, and at least be able to protect myself and Xiao Bao. Xiao Xian spoke without exaggeration. As for protecting Xia Jin, she probably didn't need it. As long as he didn't cause her trouble and could protect himself and Xiao Bao, that was enough. He was very self-aware. Xia Jin understood Xiao Xian's words and didn't bother with false modesty about why he didn't say he'd protect her. She truly didn't need it. Xiao Xian reached out and took Xia Jin's hand. Their palms clasped together, and a warm current spread through their bodies. They looked at each other, both seeing a firm resolve in the other's eyes. Let's walk over there. Xia Jin started walking ahead. Xiao Xian followed closely. They arrived at a large peach tree where a stone stool was placed. They sat side by side gazing at the garden full of flowers and grass, a breathtakingly beautiful sight. In this world, cultivation is not easy because of insufficient spiritual energy. However, that is not a problem here. The spiritual energy in the space is abundant and inexhaustible. Xia Jin explained slowly. Indeed. Xiao Xian nodded. He could feel that this place was vastly different from the outside world. So I hope you can become a cultivator as soon as possible. Xia Jin expressed her thoughts. Because she certainly wouldn't stay in Peach Blossom Village forever. She also wanted to go out and see the world. Xiao Xian nodded. He understood what Xia Jin meant. They would leave, and leaving would bring many dangers. In this world, the strong always rule. Then let's begin now. Xia Jin said, handing him a bowl of spiritual spring water. After drinking the spiritual spring water, Xiao Xian felt his body warm up, very comfortable. He became much more spirited, and his entire body was filled with strength, as if he had inexhaustible energy. At this moment, Xia Jin took out the extreme-grade marrow cleansing pill. This is an extreme-grade marrow cleansing pill. The combination of spiritual spring water and the pill produces an effect dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than ordinary marrow cleansing pills. It can remove impurities from the body and reshape the meridians. She paused briefly. However, the process is extremely uncomfortable and painful. No matter how much it hurts, you must persevere. If you give up, failing is a minor issue. You might even become a cripple. Xia Jin was not worried that he couldn't withstand the power of the marrow cleansing pill. After all, this man was very strong. She could sense it. Don't worry, I can do it. No matter how much pain, it doesn't matter. Trust me. Xiao Xian finished speaking and swallowed the marrow cleansing pill, which dissolved instantly in his mouth. Close your eyes and feel the changes in your meridians. If it hurts, shout out. No one will laugh at you. I am right here by your side to protect you. Xia Jin said, then sat quietly beside him, observing Xiao Xian's transformation. As time passed, sweat gradually appeared on Xiao Xian's forehead, streaming down his cheeks and dripping into the grass, vanishing instantly. A dense, overwhelming pain spread from every limb and bone. Xiao Xian clenched his teeth. From time to time, muffled groans escaped from his chest. Xia Jin sat beside him, watching quietly. She could feel that Xiao Xian was enduring great suffering. If he could hold on a little longer, he should be able to get through it. She recalled her own experience of marrow cleansing and meridian reshaping. So to become stronger, one must pay a price. That was the rule, nothing to feel sorry. If she, a woman, could do it, then a man could certainly do it right. Finally a tearing pain struck, and Xiao Xian couldn't help but cry out. Xia Jin felt no pity or reluctance in her heart, even though Xiao Xian cried out in pain. She had experienced this kind of pain herself, but no one could help him. He had to endure. If he held on, he would succeed. This was a truth everyone must understand. Marrow cleansing was an essential process for a cultivator. Ordinary cultivators usually needed some time to adapt to this kind of pain. This pain was not simple agony. It could transform the bones, flesh, skin, and even cells, reshaping them from the inside out. It was like transforming an ordinary person into a supreme expert in one go. Moreover, humans consume grains and various foods, and their meridians are filled with impurities and blockages. Furthermore, Xiao Xian had been poisoned before and had hidden injuries, so the process was even harder than for a healthy person. She was not at all worried about whether Xiao Xian could persevere. If a woman could endure such suffering, what was a little pain for a man? After about an hour, Xiao Xian's body was covered in black-red impurities and blood, and at this moment Xiao Xian felt a stream of energy flowing through his limbs and bones, thread by thread, very comfortable and warm. His whole body felt warm and pleasant, as if reborn, brimming with energy. Xiao Xian slowly opened his eyes, bright and deep, looking at Xia Jin. How do you feel? Xia Jin was startled and quickly asked. Very comfortable, Xiao Xian said, then stood up, spread his arms, and turned around. That's great, congratulations. Marrow cleansing successful. Xia Jin was genuinely happy for him. Xiao Xian nodded. He felt that his body was now filled with formidable power, greatly enhancing his combat strength. Thank you, my wife. Xiao Xian walked towards Xia Jin. Xia Jin quickly raised her hand to stop him. Don't come near me. They'll send you out to wash up first. It stinks so bad. Ugh ugh. With that, she used her mind to send him out. After Xiao Xian was gone, Xia Jin patted her chest. Fortunately, she acted quickly. It really was too. Xiao Bao, who had been lying on the grass, woke up from his nap. He climbed up and didn't see his father. He looked around, but found nothing. Mommy, where is Daddy? Xia Jin rubbed her nose. Oh, he went out. He'll be back in a while. Xia Jin looked at Xiao Bao, who was not yet 3 years old. She pondered whether to give him marrow cleansing now, or wait another 2 years. The child was too young and didn't understand cultivation. Besides, Xiao Bao was still illiterate. Although he had started learning, he didn't know many characters yet. Forget it now wasn't the right time. She would continue to give him spiritual spring water every day and let him eat plenty of spiritual fruits, then teach him cultivation when he turned 5. First, she needed to adjust his body. He had been malnourished before. Although he had improved, he was still thin and small, unsteady on his feet, and hadn't reached a normal. He still needed to be nurtured. After Xiao Xian finished washing up, Xia Jin led him into the training room. Xiao Xian surveyed the room, his eyes sweeping over the porcelain vases on the display shelves. He could sense their value, yet his heart remained calm until he spotted a portrait of a man hanging on the wall, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "What is this?" Xiao Xian murmured, then turned to Xia Jin and asked, "Xia, who is this?" "Oh, this handsome man is my master Junhua, the Divine Lord." Xia Jin gently replied, "You should pay your respects too." Relieved, Xiao Xian thought, "So this is master." The man looked so extraordinarily handsome that everyone else seemed like mere dust in his presence. "All right." Xiao Xian respectfully stepped forward and knelt 3 times. However, he was filled with doubts about this Junhua, Divine Lord. Why would his portrait could there be something special about this place? Nevertheless, this space was indeed extraordinary. Although he had not cultivated, he knew about spatial bags and rings which could only hold inanimate objects. It could not possibly be such a beautiful environment that could also accommodate living beings. Xiao Xian pondered, but as long as it posed no threat to Xia Jin, everything was fine. Xia Jin did not give him much time to think, saying, "Come on, let's begin drawing qi into your body." "Okay. Sit cross-legged, close your eyes, relax your body and mind, palms facing up, concentrate, and calm your thoughts, and use your consciousness to sense the floating particles and light points in the air. Feel them and draw them into your body, circulating them for 1 complete cycle before finally gathering them in your dantian." "Understood." Xiao Xian nodded, then sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut. He could clearly feel the dense spiritual energy filling the entire training room, making cultivation here dozens of times faster than outside. Xiao Xian took a deep breath, gradually immersing his mind into a meditative state. Streams of spiritual energy surged towards his limbs and bones. As waves of spiritual power flowed through his meridians, he felt the channels in his body changing, becoming more unobstructed. Xiao Xian's spirit grew increasingly invigorated as he felt a multitude of spiritual forces rushing into him, surging and swirling inside, as if they were about to break free from his Buddhist restraints. "What is happening?" Xiao Xian was utterly shocked, sensing the changes within his body, as if something was about to burst forth. "Up!" Xiao Xian shouted, his body suddenly shaking violently, as all the pores on his skin opened, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted from his body. "Who?" Xiao Xian exhaled a breath of foul air, slowly opening his eyes, and feeling the changes within himself, his expression immediately brightened. "Huh, I did it." He laughed excitedly, feeling the immense power within him. It was an exhilarating sensation. Xia Jin watched Xiao Xian's excitement with a beaming smile, saying, "Congratulations. You've successfully drawn qi into your body, and can begin cultivating now." Thank you, Xia." Xiao Xian looked at Xia Jin with bright eyes. "No need to be polite, let's test your spiritual root." Saying this, she walked over to him, holding a chunk of crystal. A spiritual root testing stone. Xiao Xian was taken aback seeing the chunk of crystal, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He had heard of such things. "Come on, place your hand on it, and it'll help you test your spiritual root," Xia Jin said with a grin, her eyes sparkling with mischief, eager to see what spiritual root Xiao Xian had. According to the probabilities in novels, it should not be a waste spiritual root. "Oh, all right." After saying that, Xiao Xian placed his hand on the testing stone. As he infused spiritual power into the stone, it immediately erupted with a dazzling display of purple light. "It's actually a mutated thunder spiritual root, the top of the combat power chart," Xia Jin exclaimed in delight from the side. This thunder spiritual root itself had an extremely high combat power index. If he could cultivate the corresponding technique upgrade and transcend a thunder tribulation, he could even absorb lightning to enhance his strength. What thunder tribulation? A trivial matter. Truly fortunate, could he be the child of destiny? Could he be the main character? Xia Jin patted Xiao Xian on the shoulder excitedly, saying, "Brother, you're amazing. A mutated thunder spiritual root. Cultivate well, and you'll definitely be on the combat power chart in the future. I believe in you, we rely on you for protection." Xiao Xian's mouth twitched slightly. This sounded a bit strange. It had been a while since he heard her call him brother. However, this mutated thunder spiritual root was indeed impressive, being ranked first in combat power, a true powerhouse. Thinking of this, Xiao Xian's mood lifted. He wasn't overly concerned about the combat power chart. He just needed to be strong enough to protect those he wished to safeguard. He understood the cruelty of this world, otherwise how would he have been poisoned and crippled? The world of cultivation was even more so. The lives were cheaper than grass. One moment people could be chatting and laughing, and the next they could be lifeless. Previously he had no attachments. A dying was just dying, but now he had two loved ones, and he wanted to protect them. He wanted to be with Xia Jin for a long time, greedily wishing for this life, the next life, or even longer. Alright, let's go to the technique pavilion, and pick a technique suitable. Xia Jin interrupted his thoughts, and the two walked into the technique pavilion one after the other. The pavilion was not large, divided into 3 levels, each with a row of shelves filled with rare treasures. The first level displayed technique manuals, the second level contained rare pill formulas, the third level housed spiritual tools, talismans, formations, weapons, and various spiritual artifacts, including even divine artifacts. You need to release your spiritual power to sense these techniques, and choose the one that suits you best, Xia Jin said. She had no interest in studying the techniques, and was too lazy to care about those treasures. Thus, standing aside, she let Xiao choose for himself, when in fact it was also the techniques choosing him. Xiao nodded, gazing at the dazzling array of books. He closed his eyes, and released his thunder spiritual power to sense them. His spiritual sense spread out, forming a vast network in his mind, searching for all content related to the techniques. Soon he locked onto a technique, called Hongmeng Tianlei Ju, which was stirring with energy. Upon seeing this technique, surprise appeared on Xiaoxian's face. Hongmeng Tianlei Ju. He felt a force of mutual attraction filling him with joy. Suddenly a purple light shot towards Xiaoxian, directly piercing into his brow and merging with his soul. Xiaoxian felt his head tingle, as something was imprinted deep within his soul. It was a method of cultivation, the core essence of Hongmeng Tianlei, namely Hongmeng Tianlei Ju. In an instant, Xiaoxian's memory expanded with a wealth of information. Hongmeng Tianlei Ju. By cultivating this method, one can condense heavenly thunder to strike down enemies with overwhelming power. Hongmeng Tianlei Ju. It is divided into 9 layers, each layer more powerful than the last. Hongmeng Tianlei Ju. First layer, temper the body with thunder attribute, heavenly thunder, to enhance one's defense, and incorporate thunder elemental attributes into attacks. The Hongmeng Heavenly Thunder art, when cultivated to the 9th layer, can form a heavenly thunder pearl within the body. It can condense the thunder element into heavenly thunder, inflicting devastating damage upon enemies. Cultivating this art allows one to merge the thunder element into attacks, wielding immense power that can rival true spirit realm cultivators. Xiaoxian stared at the information in his mind, feeling dazed. True spirit realm. He had never heard of it. He had been limited by his narrow perspective. He had originally thought this technique was ordinary, but never expected it to be a powerful divine-level technique. Moreover, this technique had a special effect, the ability to condense the Heavenly Thunder Pearl. What exactly was the Heavenly Thunder Pearl? That thing could absorb the power of thunder from heaven and earth, merging it into martial skills. Its power was absolutely formidable, even capable of killing enemies beyond one's cultivation level. Since he had encountered such a fortuitous opportunity, he would not hold back. He would cultivate with all his might. Guided by the technique in his mind, and with a resolute mindset, Xiaoxian unknowingly broke through to the 5th layer of the Qi refining stage. Xiaoxian felt the thunder element within his body surging as if inexhaustible, and a powerful aura emanated from him. At that moment, Xia Jin gasped, looking at him as if she had seen a ghost. What extraordinary talent! He truly is the male lead. She cultivated and advanced quickly because of the spatial realm Zaibai Bai and her master's power inheritance. But Xiaoxian had none of these. He relied solely on his own talent and comprehension. Indeed, one cannot underestimate any ancient person. Xia Jin sighed, and shook her head, feeling that she could no longer look down on anyone here. She must cultivate seriously, and stop working sporadically. Congratulations, congratulations. She hurriedly offered her congratulations. Xiaoxian smiled, then looked at Xia Jin. Thanks to Xia, otherwise I would just be a cripple waiting to die. Xia Jin pursed her lips, and rolled her eyes at him in irritation. Don't always say such discouraging words. It's all in the past. Cultivate well, and strive to be strong. Xiaoxian laughed. Right. I was foolish. I won't say that anymore. My wife is right. Cultivate well, and strive to be strong. He understood in his heart that Xia Jin disliked excessive formality among family members, and dwelling on the past. Being too polite would create a sense of dwelling on the past would never lead to a good future. However, Xiaoxian would remember this kindness. In the future, he would cultivate diligently, and love her and Xiaobao well. The two walked out of the technique pavilion, chatting and laughing. Mother, father, what are you doing? Xiaobao stumbled into the courtyard. Xiaoxian quickly picked him up. Father is learning to cultivate from your mother. Really? That sounds amazing. Xiaobao widened his beautiful big eyes. Xiaoxian smiled and nodded. Wow, I'm so envious of father. You can cultivate. I want to cultivate too. Xiaobao turned to look at Xia Jin. Mother, can I cultivate too? I want to protect mother and father. Xiaoxian was taken aback, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He was just a little kid, but his filial piety was commendable. Xia Jin stepped in front of them, took Zaibao's little hand, and looked at him seriously. You're not even 3 years old, yet still illiterate. You've only learned a few characters. How can you learn? Tell me. Wait 2 more years until you can read, then I'll teach you. Xiaobao pouted. Alright then he'll study hard, and learn to read well. Xia Jin patted his little head, then couldn't resist pinching his fair tender cheeks. Let your father teach you martial arts first, and then study knowledge with your teacher. Xia Jin had no interest in raising children. She was a rough person lacking patience, but playing with them was fine. Hee hee. She had her own things to do. On one hand, she wanted to earn more money to give her family a better life. On the other hand, she wanted to do good deeds and help those in need here. She could also take them along to earn money and find them ways to make a living. For the rest of her time, she would cultivate properly. Mother, it hurts. Xiaobao rubbed his face. Mother, you pinched for too long. Xia Jin chuckled and let go. Oops, she had indeed pinched too long. His face was red. Ahem. Sorry, I was wrong. Xia Jin took the initiative to apologize to Xiaobao. Adults must also apologize to children when they do wrong because they are independent individuals with feelings and awareness of pain. They are not toys, they have emotions. Mother, admitting your mistake and correcting it makes you a good mother. I don't hurt anymore. Then he patted Xiao Xian's shoulder. Father, I don't want to be a weak little one. Teach me, okay? Xiao Xian shook his head helplessly. Then you must persevere and not give up halfway. Xiaobao patted his chest. Of course. I will persevere. Alright, go play with your brother first. We'll start learning tomorrow. Xiao Xian set Xiaobao down, and the family left the spatial realm. Okay, I'll wait for you, father. Xiaobao bounced away. Xia Jin watched as Xiaobao sprinted toward the courtyard gate, and quickly ran out of the yard. You can teach him some basic exercises. Decide on the cultivation time, based on his physical condition. I'm afraid he's too young, his mind is unstable, and accidents could happen. Moreover, his physique is still too weak. Okay. They'll have him stand in a horse stance for half an hour starting tomorrow. That might not be necessary. Xiao Xian and Xia Jin talked about Xiaobao's situation as they walked to the stone table under the tree. Brother Qiuqiu, I'm here. Let's play together. Xiaobao called out as he ran to the backyard, just bumping into Su Yunxiu, who was coming out. Su Yunxiu saw Xiaobao running in and quickly hugged him. Oh my little ancestor, why are you running so fast? What if you fall? It would hurt a lot. Xiaobao frowned and looked at Su Yunxiu seriously. Brother Qiuqiu, I was running very steadily. And I know I won't fall. Brother shouldn't think about bad things that haven't happened. Think about good things. If Xia Jin were here, she would be amazed. Could Xiaobao be a reincarnated spiritual master? What a burst of positive energy. The law of attraction. Think good and good comes, think bad and bad comes. It made so much sense. Su Yunxiu held Xiaobao and quickly nodded. I know. Little brother Xiaobao is amazing. Xiaobao grinned and replied loudly. Brother Qiuqiu is also amazing. Little uncle is amazing too. Mother, father, everyone is amazing. Everyone is amazing. All amazing. Su Yunxiu said proudly. Indeed, in his understanding, Aunt Xia had saved their family. She was their benefactor, and they were all extremely amazing. He didn't understand many principles, but deep in his heart, he had silently made a decision. In the future, he would work twice as hard to take care of little brother Xiaobao, and not let down their kindness. Brother, I'm hungry. Xiaobao rubbed his belly. Okay, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Su Yunxiu said with a smile. Xiaobao nodded with a smile, his eyes squinting into slits. He just loved to eat. Xia Jin arranged a spirit-gathering array in the courtyard where they resided, facilitating Xiao Xian's cultivation. During this period, under the pretext of treating his leg, they stayed in the town, allowing him to train diligently. Xiao Xian had already seated himself on a stone bench, immersing himself in cultivation without wasting a single moment. He was determined to grow strong enough to protect them. Seeing Xiao Xian absorbed in cultivation, Xia Jin went to the weapon room within the space to retrieve a storage ring and a defensive bracelet for each of them. The storage ring was meant for Xiao Xian, capable of holding only inanimate objects, yet it was already considered extremely rare. As far as she knew, a spiritual spring space like hers that could accommodate living beings was utterly non-existent in this Fanteon continent. Here, storage rings, bracelets, and pouches could only contain lifeless items, typically with a capacity of just a few cubic meters, small yet exorbitantly expensive, with larger ones being exceedingly hard to find. The storage ring she gave Xiao Xian had an immense interior space spanning thousands of cubic meters. As for Xiaobao, he was too young, so she hadn't considered giving him a storage bracelet for now. If it were accidentally exposed, it could harm him instead. Giving him a defensive bracelet would better protect him from external harm. Once attacked, it would automatically form a defensive barrier, reducing damage. She couldn't always be by their side, though everyone needed their own independent space, including herself. Even with a beloved partner and a child, she still cherished moments of solitude. Moreover here, she also needed to try making new acquaintances. Perhaps the future would be more interesting. After all, living is about finding joy. What difference is there between a dull life and a salted fish? What difference between a salted fish and a lifeless object? Death brings only decay and stench. Taking the two items, she exited the space. Sensing her presence, Xiao Xian ceased his cultivation and opened his eyes to look at her. Xia Jin sat beside him and asked, "How do you feel?" Xiao Xian nodded. My cultivation is progressing smoothly, and the spiritual energy is abundant. It'll soon reach the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Of course the spiritual energy is abundant. I set up a spirit gathering array in the courtyard. Focus on your cultivation these days. Tomorrow I'll return to check on the house's progress, and see how Xiao is doing. Xiao Xian was momentarily stunned, feeling as though he hadn't thought about village matters in a long time, then nodded. Alright, I'll trouble you, dear. They'll keep an eye on Xiaobao. Xia Jin didn't notice Xiao Xian's absent-mindedness. She was never particularly observant of others, nor possessed strong empathic abilities. Xia Jin believed that everyone had their own experiences and emotions, whether joyful or not. They were personal feelings that one should manage and control. She rarely paid attention to others' emotions, and was even poor at caring for or comforting people. Back in the modern world, a friend had called her cold-blooded, but she didn't mind. She cared little about others' opinions of her, so she lived quite freely. People tire themselves out precisely because they overthink and care too much about external attention and criticism. Most people don't even realize that others speak, ask, or gesture casually, without any concern for who you truly are, or whether you're being authentic. Only you take it seriously, dwelling on it, until you lose your peace of mind and your health. For a bad mood inevitably leads to a sickly body. According to traditional Chinese medicine, most people are essentially killed by their own anger. Anger harms oneself, not others. Having died once, Xia Jin cherished her hard-won life, and treasured every person and every joyful moment around her. As she mused, Xia Jin slipped into a wondrous state. Around her there was nothing but emptiness, and within this void, she drifted like mist, like wind, like rain, like clouds. Yet she was nothing, dissolving into the void. Suddenly a warm, soft sensation touched her. It felt like a gentle spring breeze, incredibly soothing. So comfortable. She murmured involuntarily. She reached out her hands to embrace the source of that sensation, greedily absorbing the softness, as if it were not merely a touch, but something tangible. Scenes flashed through her mind, mysterious and beautiful, compelling her to seek more. The feeling was subtle. She seemed to see everything yet saw nothing at all. She didn't know how to describe this peculiar state. Who am I? Suddenly a soft voice broke her trance, jolting her back to reality. She looked up abruptly to see a familiar, handsome face. Xia, my dear. Xiao Xian, seeing her lost in thought, and unable to awaken, feared something was wrong. He leaned close to her face, calling her tenderly and affectionately, careful not to startle her. Xia Jin's heart raced as she gazed at the exquisite features before her. Xiao Xian's face was perfectly sculpted, brows like paintings, a straight nose, and full sensual lips. His skin was astonishingly fair, fairer than a woman's. This man was far too handsome. Excessive beauty in a man was not necessarily a good thing. Before, because of his disability, the village girls who admired him had only been watching from afar. Once his legs healed, and he returned to the village, wouldn't countless men and women swarm around him? Xia Jin felt a bit annoyed. She hated trouble. Since he was her man, he must uphold male virtue and never allow any ambiguity. Claiming absolute trust in Xiao Xian now might be premature. After all, they had only known each other for a little over a month, and she didn't understand men especially. She would wait and see. Since she wasn't deeply in love, if he proved unworthy of trust, she could let go. Though she had brought him into cultivation and the space, Xia Jin was not worried. She could enable him or disable him, grant life or death. Don't blame her for being ruthless. She knew that if she wasn't hard on others, she would be the one to die, and she didn't want to die. One cannot give up on life just because of fear or doubt. That would be no different from being dead. Proceed cautiously and observe. Perhaps she'd be lucky enough to find a happiness that truly belonged to her. Hee. Seeing Xia Jin with her eyes open, but still dazed, Xiao Xian thought he had started. What's wrong? Did I scare you? He gripped her shoulders anxiously. Xia Jin shook her head. No, it's nothing. I was just thinking about some things. Okay. Xia Jin snapped back to attention. By the way, this storage ring. Contract it by dripping blood onto it. It can only hold inanimate objects which... Okay. Xia Jin snapped back to attention. By the way, this storage ring. Contract it by dripping blood onto it. It can only hold inanimate objects, which will be convenient for you. Later, well, pick a suitable weapon. Alright. Xiao Xian finished speaking, then cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the ring before placing it on the ring finger of his left hand. Xiao Xian looked at the newly added ring on his left ring finger, his eyes filled with joy. It was quite beautiful. A sense of inexplicable reassurance. Xia Jin also glanced at the ring on his left ring finger and smiled. It looks really good on you. Don't take it off. Whether or not he understood the significance of wearing a ring on that finger, Xia Jin found it pleasing to the eye. I won't take it off. Xiao Xian nodded, then took Xia Jin's hand. Come on, let's go eat. Xiao Bao must be starving. Maybe. The two left the courtyard and headed toward the dining hall in the back. It was fortunate that Xia Jin still remembered Xiao. If she returned to the village, she would discover that the current Xiao was no longer the miserable wretch of the past. Now he was Xiao Xiao. He no longer wanted to wrong himself, no longer wanted to be servile, and no longer wanted to be the timid little fish. Now he was Xiao, hands on hips, ha. That day after eating at Xia Jin's house and crying his heart out, he vowed to rise up and change. Since they didn't want him, he didn't want them either. These family members who wanted to sell him, whoever wanted them could have them, he would even give them away for free. He had already repaid his father for the gift of life, having worked like a beast of burden for over a decade, never having enough to eat or wear, beaten and scolded. That was it. Sister-in-law Xia Jin was right. Being born into such a family was not his fault. He hadn't asked to be born, and they didn't love or cherish him. Instead, he had given too much to that family without complaint. Still, he didn't regret it. He considered it a kind of ordeal to repay a debt, repaying the debt of life. But raising them was unnecessary. He had been raised by his mother and himself. Now he had awakened. From now on, his life was his own, not lived for them. Henceforth, he would live for himself. This time, he was not Xiao, he was Neo Guladayu. He would live anew. Xiao, you little bastard. Have you lost your mind? Go cook the meal and wash the clothes right now, or I'll sell you to Widower Wang's house. I'm telling you, if you dare disobey, I'll break your legs. If you don't work, just see how I'll finish you off. Get to work. A boy is born a cheap little slut, a worthless burden. Thinking of the 15 taels of silver Widower Wang had promised her, but her husband wanted to haggle for 5 more. Xiao. Amid the clamor, the faces of sister-in-law Xia Jin and his own mother floated before Xiao's mind. That sharp-tongued, mean face before him. What a disgusting sight. He lifted his leg and kicked hard, sending the wooden table flying. The planks shattered into pieces. Xiao stood there sneering coldly. You little bastard, how dare you raise a hand? Slap. A palm struck toward her. Xiao stared at her coldly. This slap, I'm giving it on behalf of my mother. You treat her son like this. Aren't you afraid she'll come find you in the middle of the night? Slap. Another slap landed on her. This one is for myself, for all the suffering I've endured these years. I Xiao owe you nothing. Since the day I learned you were going to sell me to Widower Wang. He wouldn't hit his father, that would be truly unfilial after all blood ties. But this stepmother, she had come into this family and started beating and cursing him. She didn't deserve his respect. He had endured long enough. He had gathered evidence. Once the village chief arrived, he would demand a division of the family property and live on his own. You unfilial son. Before he could finish, Xiao kicked the wooden cabinet beside him. He wanted his father to understand that Xiao owed no one, not even him. Oh my God. Husband, I'm not going to live anymore. Your son has beaten me to death. After shouting, she threw herself onto the ground, throwing a tantrum. This unfilial son actually dares to hit your mother. Rebellion. This is sheer defiance of heaven. Mother. She's not my mother. She doesn't Xiao stared at them with a blank expression. Father, you are my father. That can't be changed. I will support you in your old age. But if you still join this woman in abusing me, beating and cursing me, and insist on selling me to Widower Wang, then don't blame me. Xiao's gaze made him uneasy. You unfilial son. I'm your father. You have to listen to me. Whatever I tell you to do, it's only right. If you only bully me because I have no mother. When my brother comes back, do you still dare to sell me? Do you? Xiao had given up on his father, completely looking at him like a stranger. You don't dare? All these years you've watched my stepmother bully me, beat, and curse me, never letting me wear warm clothes or eat enough. I've never worn a new piece of clothing. I do all the work in the house. Look at me now. Do I look 15 years old? Xiao, growing more aggrieved and furious, pointed at the stepmother and that younger brother and roared, and look at them. Fat, round, with big heads and thick ears. Is that fair? They're raised like pigs and still not satisfied. Why should I support them? Am I not your own flesh and blood? Why must I suffer like this? Just because I don't you bully her son like this. Aren't you afraid she'll crawl out of the grave in the dead of night and come for you? Xiao's barrage of accusations lashed them like a torrent. They had never seen this side of Xiao. The Xiao they knew was weak, timid, shy, and cowardly, someone who did whatever he was told. They hadn't yet adjusted to the new Xiao. They hadn't yet adapted to the current Xiao. You little slut. You ingrate. Raising you is nothing but feeding a wolf in sheep's clothing, a useless piece of trash. And you dare threaten me. It's stepmother Wang Chunhua went berserk and raised her hand for a slap. But Xiao dodged it. She raised her hand again, but this time he caught her wrist and flung her away hard. Wang Chunhua winced in pain. Ah, you shameless little slut. Xiao couldn't be bothered to argue any longer. They just repeated the same insults, slut, worthless, and he was sick of hearing them. Ignoring her, he stared straight at his father, Xiao. Father, let's divide the family, or we can sever the kinship entirely. I won't wrong myself and let you bully me anymore. If we don't split, I'll beat this useless little brother and this stepmother every day. If I beat them to death, I'll pay with my life. 1 life for 2. That's a fair trade. When he went crazy, even he would be scared. You. Xiao was too furious to speak. Xiao glanced at him and continued, if we divide the family, I'll give you 200 copper coins every month for your upkeep. Whether you give them to them is your business. I'll only give to you. If we sever ties, I'll give you 50 taels of silver in one lump sum, but after that we'll have no relationship whatsoever. We won't see each other again. On the day you die, I'll come and kowtow 3 times at most. Xiao looked at his father gravely. Xiao will not be bullied by you anymore. This is not a joke. I'm willing to give up my life. If you force a fight to the death, then we'll all die together. That's fine too. You've pushed me to this. Xiao knew that if he didn't threaten them, they wouldn't take him seriously. These 3 people treasured their own lives, dearly considering themselves precious, while that was Xiao. Xiao, having fully awakened, would not let his future be dictated by them. He was only 15, with a long life ahead. Even if the world called him rebellious and unfilial, he no longer cared. He only wanted to live well, to live like a human being. If that was a mistake, then let it be. When he suffered from cold and hunger, endured beatings and scoldings, and was even sold, no one had spoken a word for him. Now he no longer needed them. Yes, in this world, even his own father would not help him, watching him be trampled upon with cold indifference. Once he had hoped someone might save him, but that was merely the ignorant fantasy of the past. Through endless torment, he realized he could only rely on himself to stand up and survive. He must never depend on others, not even his own elder brother. No one had come when he was desperate, let alone rescued him. Sister-in-law Xia Jin was the second person in all these years willing to help him, but he had to stand up on his own to not waste her kindness. As he pondered, Xiao felt an inexplicable relief, as if he had let go and accepted all his entire being, now light and free. He watched the farce before him and curled his lips. When village chief Xiao Zhongyi arrived, he saw Xiao sitting on a chair, Wang Chunhua wailing on the ground, and Xiao Dahai trembling with rage, unable to speak. The scene bewildered him, and he felt a slight urge to laugh despite himself. He knew the circumstances of Xiao's family, but every family has its troubles, and it was not easy to intervene. The child had indeed suffered. He had spoken to Xiao Dahai before, but Xiao Dahai was not human-hearted. Sigh. Dahai Xiao, what is going on? The village chief frowned, glancing at the woman still crying on the ground. Village chief uncle, there is no way to live in this family. If I want to survive, it must be either separation of the family or severance of ties. Xiao stood up, looking at him earnestly. I want to start my own household, even if it means leaving with nothing. This place is truly deadly. As he spoke, tears streamed down uncontrollably. Xiao, why are you talking nonsense? Your father is still alive. How can you separate the family? Besides, if you leave, how will you manage alone? The village chief was genuinely anxious. It was against all custom to separate while parents lived. Xiao was determined to leave, disregarding those so-called rules. He glanced at the village chief and the crowd of villagers watching behind him. Village chief uncle, fellow villagers, this is not my home. I have a father who is no different from having none. They never treated me as a human. I think you all know how I've lived these 10 years. Never enough to eat, or wear endless chores, beaten and sold. What did I ever owe them? Why should I alone support their entire family? What kind of father is he? Coldly indifferent, aiding the tyrant. I would rather never have been born into this family. Xiao was sobbing uncontrollably. Those present felt pain to hear him, but each had their own sorrows, and their own families were hard-pressed. What could they do? Everyone shook their heads helplessly. Xiao looked at them. He hadn't expected them to speak for him. Today, either we all perish together, or we separate and sever ties. Since you don't want me to live, then no one will live. I started working to support them when I was 5. I've provided for them for 10 years. That's enough to repay the debt of birth. Even if we perish together, heaven won't blame me. He glared fiercely at Xiao Dahai and the others. There was no turning back. If he didn't walk out that door today, he might never be able to leave. He knew how ruthless those two could be. Moreover, he didn't want to turn back. Let them call him unfilial or unreasonable, he didn't care. The village chief saw Xiao's attitude and knew the child was dead set on leaving. Xiao Dahai, what do you say? He was also angry. This matter brought disgrace to the village. While the child wasn't at fault, he just wanted to survive. Help if possible for the village's good karma. Xiao Dahai was speechless with rage. This damn child had thoroughly embarrassed him. He should have listened to his wife and sold him earlier. But then he recalled the offer of 50 taels for severing ties. That was not unacceptable. He raised his head and glared at Xiao, asking in a harsh tone, you just said you'd give 50 taels for severance. Is that true? Where do you have so much silver? Xiao was utterly disappointed. The last shred of familial affection vanished. He should have known that in his father's heart, only silver mattered. What was he? Less than a human, just a tool. How pathetic. Such relatives were better off abandoned. Xiao turned to the village chief and spoke slowly, each word deliberate. Village chief uncle, please write 3 severance deeds for me, and have them registered at the government office. I will give him 50 taels of silver in one lump sum to repay the debt of life. These words left the village chief stunned. He looked at Xiao with a heavy heart. Xiao smiled bitterly. Village chief uncle, after I leave, I'll live better. At least I can be a human being. Thank you for your trouble. He then bowed deeply to the village chief, and also to the crowd behind him to express his gratitude. This gesture moved everyone present. They silently resolved to help him more in the future. Such a good child. May Xiao Dahai never regret his actions. Once the village chief finished writing the severance deed, Xiao Xiaoyu walked toward Xia Jin, who stood behind the crowd. Understanding his intention, she took out a 50-tael silver note from her pocket and handed it to him. Xiao Xiaoyu looked at Xia Jin deeply, moved his eyes reddening. Sister-in-law. Thank you. Don't say that. What are we? As I said, no matter what, your sister-in-law and third brother support you. Pack your things and come home with me. Xia Jin gently stroked Xiao Xiaoyu's head. She felt sorry for the child. Such a good boy. Okay, sister-in-law, it'll be quick. Xiao Xiaoyu held back his tears, spoke loudly, took the silver note, and turned to walk into the house. He handed the silver note to the village chief, took his own copy of the severance deed, with his thumbprint, returned to his shabby little room, grabbed a small bundle, and walked to sister-in-law. Let's go. His tone was noticeably lighter. Then he turned to the crowd again. Thank you, village chief, uncle, thank you, everyone. Without looking back, he followed Xia Jin away from the place he had lived for 15 years. They walked in silence. Xiao Xiaoyu didn't want to talk. He only felt light and free. He needed to plan his future, and he was fearless. Xia Jin watched him, thinking he might still be sad. After all, he was only a 15-year-old boy, and his emotional resilience might not be that strong. Xiaoyu, you still have me and your third brother. We are your family. I know, sister-in-law. I'm fine now. I'm not sad anymore. Xia Jin observed him again. His tone seemed genuine. He had probably accepted it. This child had an incredibly strong inner strength, a good sign. Xia Jin already wanted to nurture him well. She admired those who refused to resign to fate and refused to give up. Such people deserved respect no matter what. Life is inherently unfair. Some are born rich, some poor. But as long as one doesn't give in to fate, the poor can become wealthy, and the wealthy can lose everything. Nothing is eternal. The only constant in the world is change. Change is the truth, the norm. Xiao Xiaoyu shook her head, saying, I want to go out and find a job to earn some silver. Taking care of myself won't be a problem. Xia Jin frowned, thinking that what could such a young child do? Her mindset was still that of a modern 15-year-old who should be in school, but in ancient times children from poor families at 15 were already taking charge of the household, and could even get married. You? What work can you do? Xiaoyu felt that his sister-in-law looked down on him. Sister-in-law, I can do laundry, cook, and clean. I can work as a helper in a tavern or do odd jobs for a wealthy family. No matter what, it can't be worse than before. He thought quite well of it. It had been very difficult and tiring before, and he often went hungry and cold. He wasn't afraid of hardship, as long as he was given a chance he would work diligently. Xia Jin couldn't help but laugh at Xiao Xiaoyu's words. Haha, Xiaoyu is so capable, I will rely on you to earn big money in the future. Her words were not flattery, but the truth. Xiao Xiaoyu was very clever, quick-witted, and had her own opinions. As long as she was given a chance, the future was unpredictable. Sister-in-law, don't worry, I will work hard. Xia Jin patted his shoulder, encouraging him. I believe in you. Keep it up. After saying that, she stood up and dusted off non-existent dust from her clothes. Let's go see how the new house is coming along, then we can discuss the next matters in town. Xiao Xiaoyu was taken aback for a moment, but quickly responded, all right, sister-in-law. He followed Xia Jin out of the small courtyard. The two chatted and laughed along the way. The villagers they passed greeted them, though they weren't very familiar. Given what had just happened to Xiao Xiaoyu, everyone still showed a degree of sympathy, and thus behaved courteously. After walking for over 10 minutes, they came upon a courtyard that was taking shape, just a bit short of being topped off, and having tiles laid. Initially, Xia Jin had only bought 2 acres of land to build the house. Later, realizing she could only build a house, she bought another 2 acres. This amounted to over 2,000 square feet of land. She used over 1,000 square feet to build the house, and another 1,000 for the courtyard. Regardless, she did not want to shortchange herself or her family. Aside from life and death, the most important thing was to have comfort in food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Looking at the not yet fully completed courtyard, Xia Jin felt at ease. Now she had achieved having a house, money, a car, and even a man and children. It felt like she had reached the pinnacle of life. Wow, sister-in-law, I can imagine what the house will look like when it's finished. It's truly one of a kind in Taohua village. Xiao Xiaoyu exclaimed, his mouth agape in surprise, completely taken aback by how different the house his sister-in-law was building was from what he had imagined. It was so grand. Xia Jin nodded happily. Our family is large, and it is essential to be comfortable living here, otherwise working would lose its charm. Although Xiao Xiaoyu didn't fully understand her words, he still nodded in agreement. Sister-in-law, why did you come over today? Xiao Yun rushed out from inside, his face covered in sweat. Thank you for your hard work. Oh, I stopped by to take a look. It's not hard. Sister-in-law, in about 10 days it will be basically done, and then we'll start decorating. If we hurry, it should take at least 15 days to finish the decoration. If done slowly, it would take about a month to complete everything, and then after resting for a few days they could move in. It's fine, there's no rush, safety comes first. Xia Jin truly was not in a hurry. Now that she had a place to stay, this house in the village was just to satisfy her psychological needs. After all, this is where her journey in this world began. You go ahead and busy yourself, or we'll leave in a bit. If there's anything, go to Jin Tianyuan in town to find me. Be careful. By the way, buy a pig in the village to slaughter for everyone to eat well. Only when they are full can they work properly. This will be counted in the wages, and I'll pay you all together. Xiao Jin nodded. His sister-in-law was truly kind. Excitedly, he bade farewell to Xia Jin and turned to run back to continue working. Xia Jin, taking Xiao with her leisurely, made their way back, boarding the carriage to leave Taohua village. When the two returned to the town, it was almost dinner time. In Jin Tianyuan, Xian was practicing. Several children were playing. The steward was making plans, and the kitchen was preparing dinner, each one methodically doing their tasks. As Xiao and Xia Jin entered Jin Tianyuan, Xian immediately gathered his internal breath and stopped practicing. He came out from the room and respectfully said, "You're back. Is everything going smoothly?" Xia Jin nodded, leading Xiao toward the dining area. "Yes, everything is quite smooth." Xian smiled, looking at Xiao. "Welcome home, Xiao." Although Xiao felt no particular emotion from this statement, his eyes became moist. It seemed no one had ever welcomed him home. He had never had a home. But from Xian and Xia Jin, he could feel the warmth of family, a genuine acceptance from the heart. His voice choked as he replied, "Thank you, third brother, for the trouble I've caused you all." Xia Jin looked at the child about to cry and felt a bit amused. "Were the people here made of water? All right, we are family. There's no need to trouble anyone. Let's eat, everyone is hungry." She took one hand of each of them and led them to the back dining hall. Just as they reached the entrance of the dining hall, a small whirlwind rushed over and hugged her leg. Mother, where did you go? I missed you so much." Little Bao looked up at Xia Jin. Xia Jin squatted down and patted her head affectionately, saying, "Mother went to the village to pick up Uncle Xiao and also went to see our new house." Little Bao pouted, looking a bit unhappy. "Mother, why didn't you take me? I also want to pick up Uncle Xiao and see the new house." Weren't you supposed to accompany your big brother and little uncle? You were so busy I didn't dare to disturb you." Little Bao looked at her innocently. Was he really that busy? He didn't know. Mother said he was busy, so let him be busy. His own mother could only spoil him. So he held onto his mother's hand. "Mother, will Uncle Xiao live with us in the future?" Xia Jin was taken aback for a moment. How sensitive was this child? This thought was impressive. She could only yield in admiration. She looked seriously at Little Bao. "Yes, Uncle Xiao will be part of our family from now on. You need to take good care of him, okay? This task is assigned to you. Can you do it?" Looking at the earnest Xia Jin, Little Bao blinked his bright eyes and seriously replied, I can do it." Xia Jin nodded and then held Little Bao's hand as they walked toward the dining hall. Little Bao reached out to pull Xiao, happily waving his hand. "Uncle Xiao, welcome home. Little Bao will take care of you from now on." He liked his current home, where there were people to play with, good food, and it was beautiful. Everyone treated him very well, and he wanted to treat everyone well in return. Xiao couldn't take it anymore, looking at Little Bao with tears in his eyes. What a precious treasure. So cute, so heartwarming, and he wanted to take care of him. "Thank you, Little Bao. I'll be counting on you from now on." He also looked seriously at Little Bao. Little Bao felt recognized and needed. He grinned widely, revealing his snow-white teeth, a little white tiger tooth shining blindingly. "You're welcome. We are family after all." Xia Jin and Xian couldn't help but chuckle. These two children were simply adorable. The dinner was sumptuous, with 8 dishes and 1 soup. Aunt Wang was a skilled cook. Xia Jin taught her a few subtle techniques, and she was able to prepare delicious meals, demonstrating considerable talent. The whole family would enjoy good fortune in meals from now on. Eating is an indispensable part of life every day, so one must eat well and savor good food. Xia Jin simply loved food. During the meal, she introduced everyone present. As expected, Xiao, though only 15, had grown mentally mature and possessed a strong personality due to his bitter experiences. He and Yun, she hit it off instantly, like long-lost siblings, sharing an extraordinary bond. Xia Jin found it amusing. They were like bosom friends. Ahem. I hate to interrupt, but you can chat all night after dinner. Everyone was startled by the sudden interruption, except for Xian. Xian shook his head with a smile. Such a mischievous streak. How had he never noticed it before? Well, as long as she was happy. Don't be afraid. I just wanted to share the plans for the next steps." Everyone put down their chopsticks and fixed their eyes on her, including Little Bao, who didn't understand a thing. "Ahem, I have a few ideas here. I'm about to open a restaurant with others starting from this town. You'll need someone to liaise. I plan to use 5% of the profits for charity, establishing orphanages in the city to take in widows and orphans. Those with ability and ambition can be trained to work in the restaurant or even receive investment to start their own businesses. Second, Peach Blossom Village is our home. I intend to plant some crops, like high-yield grains and spices, to help the villagers make money and improve their lives. This also requires someone to oversee. See which area suits you. If you don't know, learn. If you don't understand, ask. As long as you're willing to work, there's always a chance to succeed." Xia Jin fell silent after speaking, leaving everyone to ponder on their own. Having been a manager herself, Xia Jin knew how to utilize people and bring out their strengths. All she had to do was employ the right people and use them well, then she could sit back and relax. Why not? Many modern bosses die from overwork. They bear immense pressure, refuse to delegate, distrust others, shoulder everything alone, and suffer from deep-seated anxiety, insomnia, depression, and the like. In the end, they toil their entire lives, amass a fortune, but die suddenly before they can enjoy it. Then who gets the money? Family? The state? Who knows? Xia Jin was lazy. She wanted to live long. Health preservation was really about cultivating the mind, maintaining a steady mindset, avoiding excessive joy or sorrow, and not letting anger take hold. She focused on the beautiful and good in people and things, observed others' strengths, kept an open heart, and refrained from constant suspicion. There were plenty of bad people in the world, but also many good ones. Xia Jin had her own principles in employing people: trust those you use, and don't use those you doubt. If someone looked decent and had good character, that was enough. Skills could be cultivated. Ever since she began her cultivation, she could read people with unerring accuracy. She saw the light emanating from each person: black, white, gold, gray. Those with merit glowed gold, good people white, bad people black, and the deeply troubled or depressed gray. The ones she had brought home were all white, normal, good. Yun, she even had a hint of gold, indicating he had done many good deeds before. She chatted leisurely with Xiao, occasionally teasing the adorable little Bao. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the first person to speak surprised her. Sister, I want to go to Peach Blossom Village to farm. I can learn how I've farmed before, so we'll pick it up quickly. I want to do something for the poor people. We've suffered too much, not enough to eat or wear. If they had money, they wouldn't sell their children, and the village kids could live properly. Xia Jin and Xiao were stunned. This child had truly suffered. However, he was also a considerate soul. One who had been drenched by rain, wished to hold an umbrella for others. He didn't harbor resentment for being sold by his family. Instead, he retained a pure heart. Truly admirable. Since the child had ambitions, the family would fully support him. Xia Jin and Xiao exchanged glances, and then answered in unison, "Oh, thank you, sister and brother-in-law." Xia Jin looked at him, her eyes softening. "But you're only 7 now. First you must study. Though learning doesn't guarantee everything, it will help you read, discern right from wrong, and achieve what you want more." Xia Fengting listened attentively to Xia Jin's words, nodding frequently in agreement, looking utterly obedient. Xia Jin turned to Xiao, who was about to speak. "Xiao, any thoughts?" Xiao pursed his lips. "Sister-in-law, I can go to Peach Blossom Village. First, I'm familiar with it, and can get along with the villagers. Second, I know how to farm, so we'll pick it up quickly. I can take Xiaofeng with me." He glanced at Xia Jin and the others. Xiaofeng, hearing he would be taken along, quickly raised his hand. Sister, Xiaofeng can do it. He'll study hard." Xia Jin, seeing his enthusiasm, happily agreed. "Then it's settled. But both of you must study. That will be entrusted to Steward Su." Rest assured I will teach them well," Su Muchio replied cheerfully. At this moment, Yun, she also raised his hand. Xia Jin and Xiao looked at him. "Xiao, I'll take charge of the restaurant and the orphanage affairs. He'll ask and learn if I don't understand. I think what you're doing is all virtuous work, very impressive. He'll give it my all." Yun, she smiled sweetly, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Despite the scar on his face, his bone structure was undeniably beautiful. No wonder he had caught the eye of that wicked young master. Xia Jin looked at his face and thought she should find time to remove that scar. She was capable of protecting them. "Xiaoxi, I trust you. Keep it up. If there's anything you don't know or understand, ask me. He'll cooperate with you." Xia Jin loved beauty, especially self-reliant beauties. In every era, there was the saying that beauty is a fragile fate. Though beauty was a blessing and an advantage, without sufficient backing and strength, it could also be dangerous. The current emperor was relatively wise and not too harsh on courtesans or women. However, in remote mountain villages, the preference for men over women and courtesans was still severe. Traditional thinking could sometimes be poison. She couldn't change tradition, only help more courtesans and women become independent. Xia Jin thought she would go to the space later and ask Xiao by what pill could restore his appearance. Yun, she nodded happily. Sure. He felt they were incredibly lucky to have such a good master. One who not only treated them as family, but also allowed them to learn and pursue their dreams. They must have done many good deeds in their past lives. He believed in karma and resolved to lead the whole family in doing more good deeds. As for Aunt Wang, you're the most important. The whole family's meals are in your hands. Whether we eat well depends on you. Xia Jin teased. Yes, Aunt Wang is the most important. Indeed. Right, I love good food. Everyone agreed unanimously, causing Wang Kuiping's face to flush with embarrassment. Haha, I'll practice my cooking skills and make delicious food for everyone. Hearing this, everyone felt reassured. The future would be filled with good food. Xia Jin was also satisfied. She continued, as for Steward Su, you'll be the household manager. Xia Jin's words made Su Mukia's eyes light up. He clasped his fists and said in a steady voice, Thank you for your appreciation, master. I shall live up to your expectations. Xia Jin nodded with a smile. Seeing this, Xiao also spoke up. Steward Su, you'll have a hard work ahead. I hope everyone will protect this home as if it were your own. As for Xia and me, will focus on cultivation and protect everyone. Yes. Yes, came the two adorable childish voices mixed in. What about me and little brother? Xiao Bao asked, anxiously looking at his father and mother. Why did he have nothing to do? Oh, I almost forgot about my little Bao and Xiao. Sorry about that, haha. Xia Jin couldn't help but laugh. The two children didn't understand what was so funny. They wanted to be useful too, otherwise this family wouldn't need them at all. How pitiful, no one wanted them, not enough to eat, hungry tummies, so uncomfortable. So after a laugh she froze. Facing two pairs of round sincere eyes, Xia Jin didn't dare to laugh anymore. She patted their heads. Oh my, you two have the most important task: study hard, become the top scholar, and bring glory to our family. Looking at the children still processing her words, she wanted to laugh again, but held it in. The others turned away, quietly chuckling. Oh dear, children, being too serious isn't good either. For now I can barely fool them. You two are responsible for growing up well, and studying, understand? This time they understood: grow tall, and study books. The two little heads nodded heavily. Got it. Xia Jin patted her chest, relieved. Children were fun, but sometimes exhausting. She didn't want the children to feel pressured. They should just do what was appropriate for their age. 3 or 5-year-olds should be happy, healthy, and carefree. The same went for adults. Instead of worrying too much about the unknown future, it was better to focus on the present and enjoy every moment. Life was a journey, and everyone had a different path. No one could know what the future held. Alright, everyone, go back to your rooms and rest. Xia Jin waved her hand. She took Xiao Bao and Xiao Xian back to their courtyard, washed up, and returned to the space to continue their cultivation. Days passed slowly as everyone studied and cultivated. Xiao Xian's leg had fully healed. Now he had to deal with unresolved issues from the past, so he had to leave temporarily. Xia, I might have to leave for a while. I can't delay the previous matters any longer. I need to handle them personally. Xiao Xian sat on a chair sipping the freshly brewed fragrant tea and spoke to Xia Jin with an apologetic tone. Xia Jin was stunned for a moment, then quickly recovered and accepted it. She had long expected this day to come. Xiao Xian surely had things he needed to do. For Xia Jin, parting was normal. Everyone had their own past or matters to resolve, and no one would stay by another's side forever. Those who could stay together long-term were both strong with a balanced relationship, not one-sided sacrifice, compromise, or accommodation. Lasting affection was mutual achievement and shared growth. Everyone was an independent individual. Just because you were with someone didn't mean you had to obey them. Besides, a little separation made the heart grow fonder. Neither of them was blinded by love. She couldn't stand clinginess. Distance actually made her feel more at ease. It was just a business trip after all. She also had her own ideas and a career to build. Xia Jin looked at Xiao Xian and smiled. I understand. Take care of yourself. Come back soon. If you can't solve it, come back to me, and I'll go with you. Xiao Xian looked at Xia Jin for a moment, then smiled. A smile tinged with affection, helplessness, and a touch of emotion. I know, Xia. I'll be back as soon as I can. Wait for me. Xia Jin also smiled. We'll all be here waiting for you. At that moment, Xiao Xian's long legs were hugged tightly, and he couldn't break free. Father, where are you going? How long will you be gone? When will you come back? What if I miss you? Xiao Bao's barrage of questions softened Xiao Xian's heart. He crouched down, touched his son's head, and gently kissed it. Xiao Bao, be good. Father will be back soon. He'll bring you a gift, okay? Then father must be careful and not get hurt again. Xiao Bao and mother will worry. Father must be obedient and well-behaved. Xiao Xian looked at the little one helplessly, truly a worrywart of a child. His heart felt warm. This was his good son, worth all the love. Father promises Xiao Bao that I will protect myself and not let you and your mother worry. Seeing Xiao Xian's earnest gaze, Xiao Bao felt moved. Father was the best. He nodded heavily. Father, I believe you. Seeing Xiao Bao like this made Xiao Xian's heart even softer. He picked up his son and kissed his chubby little face again and again. Finally, he reluctantly let him go. Father is leaving now, Xiao Bao. Listen to your mother and protect her for me. Father, I know. Leave it to me. He even patted his own chest with a thump. It was getting late. Xia Jin watched the clingy father and son and rolled her eyes in exasperation. It wasn't like he was never coming back. Really. She directly reached out and patted both the adult and the child. Alright, it's getting late. Don't delay the journey. You two are so clingy, huh? She crouched down to be level with Xiao Bao. Your father will be back soon. Trust him. If he doesn't return by the appointed time, mother will take you to find him. Be good, don't delay father's time, okay? Xiao Bao looked at Xia Jin with teary eyes, then at Xiao Xian. He knew his mother said this for his sake, so he behaved and didn't bother father anymore as long as father came back quickly. Xia Jin could understand Xiao Bao's fear. He had just found happiness and suddenly someone was leaving, especially his most beloved father. So the child felt, but Xiao Bao was also very sensible. He knew adults had their own matters, and a sensible child shouldn't delay them. Looking at the father and son, Xia Jin sighed, helplessly stood up, picked up Xiao Bao, and waved at Xiao Xian. Alright, goodbye. Safe travels, smooth journey, come back soon. Xiao Xian looked at Xia Jin, feeling both moved and helpless. Xia Jin really didn't show any reluctance at all. Sigh. I will. Wait for me. After saying that, he suddenly leaned towards Xia Jin, quickly kissed both Xia Jin and Xiao Bao on the cheek, then turned and left. Xia Jin and Xiao Bao stood frozen in place, their faces still feeling the warm, moist touch. Father is so bad. Xiao Bao covered his face, shouting shyly. Xia Jin was fine with it. It was just a kiss on the cheek. She accepted it well, but she felt like laughing at this reserved man. I said father is so mean. He attacked by surprise. That's right, a sneak attack. When he gets back, he's in for it, ha. Mama, make him pay. Mother and son laughed happily, dispelling the sadness of parting, looking forward to the return of their beloved. After Xiao Xian left, Xia Jin devoted herself entirely to the construction and decoration of the new house, putting great care into the place where she would live. Once the roof was tiled and sealed, she brought Xiao Yu and Xiao Feng back to Taohua village. She participated in the house decoration work every day, busily and joyfully occupied. On the day of delivery, there were virtually no modifications or adjustments needed. On top of the original budget of 300 taels, she added 50 taels for furniture, resulting in a total cost of 350 taels of silver. In Xia Jin's eyes, it was truly worth it. In modern times, a courtyard house of this size would cost over 100 million, and even then it wouldn't be available to just anyone. The three of them stood before the courtyard, and Xia Jin felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was the house of her dreams. Many people could never realize such a dream in their lifetime, yet she had experienced it firsthand and was about to move in. Was this a gift from heaven? The compound occupied 4 mu of land. Because it was at the foot of the Yunling Mountains where there was a risk of wild beasts descending, Xia Jin had requested a wall nearly 2 meters high to be built. Later she planned to set up a defensive formation to guard against both beasts and humans. Greedy thieves existed in every era. It wasn't that Xia Jin thought ill of this era, but taking precautions in advance was never wrong, no matter the time or place. In front of the main gate stood 2 tall osmanthus trees considered auspicious in a courtyard garden. Pushing open the vermilion gate, one faced a large entrance screen adorned with the character Fu, symbolizing the arrival of blessings, good fortune, and peace. It also served to block the view, preventing a clear sight line into the house from the entrance. Xia Jin had a strong belief in architectural feng shui. As the saying goes, believe it, and it exists, don't believe, and it doesn't. It all depends on the individual. Passing through the entrance screen, there were carved rosewood corridors on both sides, with an exquisite garden in the center. Most of the plants were transplanted from the mountains by Xia Jin, though in reality, she had taken them from her space. In the middle of the garden, a fish pond was built for raising koi, an indispensable element in a courtyard house. Rockeries, lotus flowers, and koi, The corridors on both sides led directly to the first courtyard's main hall. The first courtyard contained guest rooms, a kitchen, a dining hall, storage rooms, and the like. The second courtyard consisted of 3 independent small yards, the main yard, the east yard, and the west yard, which were the living quarters. Xia Jin had originally considered building a 2-story structure, but then she thought she hadn't liked living in multi-story buildings, even in modern times, and since the land here was spacious enough, there was no need. To the left of the courtyard, and at the rear, lay a tumu area of garden, orchard, and vegetable patch. Xia Jin also found flowers resembling roses on the mountain and planted them around the walls. Now thick, lush branches were already climbing the walls, of verdant expanse awaiting bloom. In the corner of the yard was the orchard where Xia Jin planted her favorite fruits, peaches, plums, grapes, and others. The garden was quite large, with trees and flowers arranged in varying heights, including evergreens and wild roadside blooms. It already formed a scenic landscape. Finally, the area closest to the mountain foothills was the vegetable patch and poultry yard, separated by hedges into independent zones that neither interfered with each other yet remained harmonious. The atmosphere of daily life rushed forth, filling one with a sense of hope. Xia Jin also had bluestone slabs laid on the walkways, ensuring they wouldn't become muddy even on rainy days. For a more leisurely life, Xia Jin had a pavilion and a small bridge built in the garden, adding layers to the entire yard. When the flowers bloomed, whether admiring them or gazing at the moon, it would be a delightful experience. She loved to smell the fragrance of flowers when they bloomed, listen to the sound of rain, while meditating in quiet cultivation, and gaze at the full moon on the 15th day, missing her distant family, wondering if they were looking at the same moon. The moving date was set for 3 days later. Today the 3 of them had come to see what needed tidying up, preparing everything in advance so they could move in directly. Each room was quite spacious, roughly 20 square meters, with the master bedroom slightly larger. However, once the furniture was placed, it didn't feel too empty. Today they had come to do a final cleaning and spread the bed sheets and duvet covers. Xiao Xian and Xiao Bao lived in the main yard. The east yard was for Xiao Yu and Xiao Feng, while the west yard was left empty for now, to be arranged later. The compound was quite large with over a dozen or 20 rooms. Xia Jin felt a bit troubled. A small house was bad, but a large house was also problematic. Cleaning was very troublesome. Their family wasn't large yet, and she estimated they might need to buy a few more servants. As for buying people, she had come to accept it quite well, but she would treat them sincerely. Xiao, let's only clean the main hall, kitchen, dining hall, and the main yard and east yard. We'll take care of the other rooms slowly later. There are too many and the three of us won't finish in a few days. Okay, sister-in-law. Okay, sister. The two responded, and began to work their hands and feet very nimble. They were both accustomed to labor, and in their eyes cleaning the house was the easiest and simplest task. Xia Jin looked at them, and shook her head with a smile. It seemed she was the only one who didn't know how to work. She had grown lazy, haha. Those two really did the work of 3 people. Cleaning was effortless for them. In just 2.5 shurchen, they were basically done. Xia Jin glanced at the time. It was already getting late, and they had tidied up enough. She called Xiao and Xiao, and headed back to town, arriving just in time. Xia Jin glanced at the time. It was already late, and she had more or less finished tidying up. She called for Xiao and Xiao and headed back. During dinner at home, the absence of Xiao left a subtle void she couldn't quite articulate. Fortunately, the children, Xiao, Xiaobao, and Qiao, livened the atmosphere with their chatter. Xiao, seated beside Xia Jin, asked with a grin, "Sister-in-law, what's the plan for tomorrow? Should we continue cleaning, or do something else?" The others at the table paused their chopsticks, and looked at her. "Well, tomorrow we can go shopping first, buy some home decorations. Steward Su need not come, ITLL, just be us." Su Muchio was taken aback for a moment, then understood. Lady Xia intended for them to have some fun. He had no interest in shopping anyway, it was too tiring. Understood. They'll stay at home. If you need help, just call for me. His tone had become less rigid over the past month. He had realized that Xia Jin treated them as family, not servants. This was their good fortune, and if they didn't reciprocate with sincerity, they would break her heart. When the monthly silver was distributed 2 days ago, she had given him and Yunxi 50 taels each, and Aunt Wang 30 taels. She was the most generous employer he had ever encountered, and he cherished this hard-won opportunity. They all vowed to fulfill their duties, protect this home, and fight tooth and nail against anyone who tried to destroy it. After dinner, and making arrangements for the next day, Xia Jin took Xiaobao to wash up. Once he fell asleep, she entered the space to cultivate. A nightly ritual she never skipped. Cultivating in the space was twice as effective in both spiritual energy and time. Seated in the cultivation chamber, she absorbed millennia of power as spiritual energy surged into her body, nourishing her meridians and organs, enabling every cell to bear the enhancement of her spiritual power. Xia Jin's meridians were broader than others, and her spiritual power was denser, allowing her to store far more energy than the average cultivator. Though she hadn't reached a breakthrough point, she could feel herself growing stronger. She believed she would soon break through to the golden core, just a little more. She opened her eyes, stood up, and stretched. Glancing around the antique shelf filled with elixir bottles, she called out, "Xiaobai, are you there?" "Speak." Xiaobai replied, curtly aloof as ever. "Xiaobai, being so cool will leave you friendless." "Nonsense. If you have nothing to say, I'm going back to cultivation." Xiaobai couldn't be bothered with her, finding her a bit silly. Xia Jin stopped teasing him, such a spoiled child. "Well, I have a friend whose facial scar is large and deep. Current medical methods can hardly heal it. Which of our pills can help him?" "Look on the shelf. There should be face restoration pills, or jade beauty pills. Most of them can do the job." Xia Jin walked to the elixir shelf, and took out a red bottle labeled face restoration pill. This face restoration pill should heal his face. She uncorked the bottle and sniffed. The fragrance was subtle and pleasant. "Alright, this one it is. I want use the jade beauty pill. Restoring his original appearance is already good enough. Making him too handsome right now wouldn't do him any. As you wish. For a mortal, one face restoration pill is enough to erase a scar. It's dawn now. Go out and cultivate well." With that, Xia Jin shook her head helplessly. Xiaobai was still. She flickered out of the space and saw Xiaobao sitting up groggily, about to get out of bed. "Xiaobao, why are you up so early?" She watched him amuse as he stuck out his bottom, preparing to climb down. "I want to go shopping." Xiaobao answered his mother frankly, though he found her a bit odd. Hadn't they already agreed yesterday? Oh well, as the son with his father away, he had to indulge her. His feet finally touched the ground. He walked to Xia Jin, took her hand, and pulled her toward the door. "Mother, where are we going shopping today?" "Well, just wander around the town, buy some things. Since your father is away, it's up to us to decorate the house. As the young master of the family, you should also look after everyone else. See if they need anything." "Oh, I've thought about that, but I'm broke. I can't take care of anyone." Xiaobao frowned. He was so poor. His father had taken all his pocket money, leaving him nothing. Really, his dad. Xia Jin held his hand, watching his furrowed brow, and found it hilarious. She knew Xiaobao had saved up 10 taels bit by bit, but that rascal Xiao had swiped it all, claiming he'd keep it safe and give him interest. Ha 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 ha. Xia Jin burst into laughter. Xiaobao looked up at her pitifully. Mother, could you lend me some money? They'll pay you back when father returns, okay? Xia Jin stopped laughing and ruffled his hair. How much do you want to borrow? Xiaobao thought for a moment. I want to buy gifts for everyone. Can I borrow 10 taels? Though he had been studying for a while, his knowledge was still limited. Xia Jin sighed and rubbed her forehead. This little guy only remembered the number 10. Alright, fine. Seeing his pitiful expression, she took out 10 taels of silver from her pouch and handed it to him. Take it. Xiaobao quickly stuffed the silver into his own pouch and jumped up with joy. Thank you, mother. I love you the most. You're the best. Watching Xiaobao become so lively and cheerful, Xia Jin was delighted. A child's healthy growth requires love and companionship. A family environment truly matters. Let's go. Eat first, then we'll go on a shopping spree. Wow. Shopping spree. Excitedly, he followed Xia Jin to the dining hall. After breakfast, Xia Jin took Xiaobao, Xiao Yu Xia, Fengting Yunxi, and Xiao out together. Aunt Wang refused to go no matter what. She would just buy her something later. The group cheerfully walked down the street. Although Xia Jin had been shopping before, each time she had rushed through her purchases and left. Let alone the others present. Previously, to survive, they simply hadn't had the means to go shopping. So today, everyone's emotions were mixed. For Xia Jin, it felt somewhat like going shopping with family and close girlfriends. The 6 of them strolled along, looking around, stopping now and then. Summer was approaching, and Xia Jin planned to buy 2 sets of summer clothes for each, along with some accessories to dress them up. Small decorations for the new house, daily necessities, oil, grain, and seasonings. Thinking about it, there was quite a lot to buy, likely a full day of shopping. The 6 entered Li's cloth shop, a fairly sizable establishment in Tianyuan town. It had ready-made clothes and various grades of fabric from high to low, dazzling the eyes and clearly indicating a high price. Except for Xia Jin and Xiaobao, the other 4 adopted a just-looking attitude. First, they couldn't afford it. Second, it was still too expensive, and they couldn't bear to spend. They were grateful just to wear coarse linen. They clearly understood their position. Their current life was entirely thanks to their mistress Xia Jin. They couldn't cause any more trouble. They must be content, and as soon as Xiaobao entered the shop, he opened his small mouth in surprise, unable to close it. Wow, so many beautiful clothes. He pulled Xiao over to the children's section. Brother Xiao, pick your own. Today I have money, I'll treat you. Xiao looked at the beautiful clothes and wanted them too, but young as he was, he knew he shouldn't. He would work hard in the future to earn plenty of money and buy beautiful clothes for Brother Xiaobao. I have clothes to wear. I don't need any. Xiaobao looked at him in confusion. Why not? I have money. Let me buy them for you. Be good. He patted Kyuki's arm. Meanwhile, Xia Jin took Xiao and the others to the ready-made clothes section. Look at which styles you like. Choose your own clothes, and once you've picked, go in and try them on. Sister-in-law, I have clothes to wear. I don't need to buy any, Xiao quickly said. Yunxi echoed. Yes, Xiao, we don't need to buy. We all have clothes. Didn't we buy several sets last time? That's enough. Xia Fengting also hurried over to Xia Jin. Sister, you pick. We'll help you choose. I still have clothes too, I don't want to waste money. Xia Jin looked at them. She could understand their current behavior. The unease, the fear of troubling her, the worry about wasting money, and the issue of status. But she truly regarded them as family. Perhaps in this other world, being alone would be too lonely. So she didn't mind spending money on her family. Right now, money was the least of her concerns. It seemed that if gentle persuasion didn't work, she would have to be firm. Alright, I know what you're thinking. I've said it before, since we are family, we should all eat well, dress well, and live happily. The boys should look handsome. She swept her gaze over them. You're worried about money. Let me make it clear right now, money is the least of my problems. Supporting you is easy. What you need is to adjust your mindset and live sincerely. In my eyes, there is no high or low status. I'm also from Peach Blossom Village. Xiao and the others felt a bit guilty under her gaze. She had hit on all their thoughts. They feared they were unworthy and would waste her money. Now that she had spoken it plainly, their hearts were both bitter and sweet. She was truly a good person. What if she encountered bad people, greedy ones? So from now on, they would have to protect this family more diligently. If Xia Jin knew what they were thinking, she would only send them a few more laughs. Since breaking through the foundation establishment stage in her cultivation, she could judge people at a glance. A good and evil could not hide from her. She just wanted to find a group of like-minded friends from another world to have fun with. Seeing that they had relaxed, she said loudly, alright, choose your own. Today Xiaobao is paying. Xiaobao, who was pulling Xiao to pick clothes, heard his mother's voice and responded enthusiastically. Yes, I'm paying today. Bye. Hee. Little uncle, come over here. This is where our clothes are. You're going the wrong way. Xia Fengting glanced at Xia Jin, received her smiling response, and happily ran over to Xiaobao and Xiao. Xiao also suddenly had a change of heart. Since his sister-in-law was buying him clothes, now he might as well accept. Later he could buy them for her. His sister-in-law didn't like people who were fussy. Wow, Xiaobao is awesome. Thank you, Xiaobao. I won't be polite then. We won't be polite either. Thank you, boss Xiaobao. Ha. You're welcome. Xiaobao has money. Ha. After a round of laughter, everyone felt enlightened and accepted the moment. Bye. At worst, they would repay everything with their hearts and who doesn't like beautiful clothes and jewelry? The shopkeeper of the cloth shop, seeing everyone start looking at clothes and fabrics, smiled expectantly at this big order, instructed the shop assistant to serve warmly, and personally attended to them. Please feel free to browse. When you found something you like, just tell the shop assistant to bring it for you to try on. If it doesn't fit perfectly, we can alter it to ensure your satisfaction. Xia Jin had always been fond of red and blue, but only the shades of burgundy and sapphire. She happened to spot a burgundy dress set that was simple and elegant without excessive frills or trains. She disliked the overly elaborate attire of ancient noble ladies, as it was too cumbersome and inconvenient for her to say engage in a fight. Thus she picked 2 sets of simple, yet stylish outfits with trousers inside, both dashing and practical. Once she put them on, her aura transformed entirely. How to describe it? She was simply heroic and spirited. Indeed, clothes make the man just as a saddle makes the horse. As for jewelry, she disliked the jingling and clattering. It was too troublesome. So she only selected a few hairpins and ribbons, also simple and elegant. Setting aside her own selections, she wandered around to see what the others had chosen. Xiao and Xiao had already picked their outfits. How independent ancient children were. They didn't need adults to help them decide, they made their own choices. Xiao chose a sky blue set and a white set, while Xiao was reluctantly persuaded by Xiao to pick a dark green set and a navy blue set. Since they had made their decision, Xia Jin didn't interfere. Once you've chosen your clothes, you'll have to wear them no matter what. That was what she had once told Xiao. Take responsibility for yourself. Only take what you truly like, don't be swayed by others' opinions or voices. Take responsibility for yourself, oh, don't force yourself to settle. Xia Jin leisurely walked over to Xiao Fengting. This child was the most sensible. One could say he had attained worldly clarity. Little Fengting, have you made your choice? Xiao Fengting looked up at her and nodded. I've chosen 1 white set and 1 black set. As long as you like them. You're my little brother, and I'm happy to buy you clothes, understand? Don't worry about anything else. Children should be happy, stop pondering the meaning of life all day. Be good. Little Fengting followed behind Xia Jin as she walked toward Xiao and Yunxi. With a faint smile on his lips, he looked at Xia Jin and said, Sister, I understand. I've got everything you said. Don't worry. Good. She patted his head. Now go take a look at hair crowns and accessories. Even a young gentleman can dress up handsome. Xia Fengting obediently nodded and walked over to the accessory counter on the other side, joining Xiao and the others in a lively discussion. Xiao turned around and saw Xia Jin approaching. She quickly called out, Sister-in-law, come over and take a look. What do you think of this purple one? I think it's pretty. Xia Jin walked over, picked up the garment, and held it against Xiao. It really is nice, Xiao. It complements your skin tone, making you look even fairer and more adorable. It suits you. Yunxi looked on from the side. Hey, it's true. This shade of lavender is quite light, perfect for you. Go try it on. Mom. Xiao happily took the dress and entered the fitting room. And you? Have you tried yours? Xia Jin asked, glancing at Yunxi, who seemed idle. I already chose mine long ago. I know what I like and what suits me at a glance. Choosing clothes is simple for me. Yunxi looked at Xia Jin with confidence, blinking. If one ignored the large scar on his face, he practically radiated brilliance. Indeed, Xia Jin felt that Yunxi must not be from an ordinary family. It was just that he had gone through a series of unfortunate events later which had dulled his edge. Alright, I know you're capable. Have you picked any accessories for yourself? And what about your other half? You haven't forgotten him, have you? Ahem. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten. Forgive me, ha. Tisk tsk. If he finds out, you're in for it. Xia Jin teased him. As long as you don't say anything, he won't know a thing. He'll probably be overjoyed to receive the clothes. Alright, I won't say a word. I'm on your side. With that, Xia Jin pushed him toward the section for Steward Sue's clothes. And so the 6 of them spent an hour at Lee's cloth shop. Each selected 2 sets of clothes along with some accessories. Of course, for Aunt Wang they bought fabric. In the end, after a discount, the total came to 100 taels of silver. Of course, Saibao's 10 taels weren't enough, so he didn't pay. However, Xiaobao was very generous and declared that he would treat everyone to snacks along the way. Carrying their beloved clothes, they happily walked out of Lee's cloth shop. The shopkeeper and the assistant also cheerfully saw them off outside the store, welcoming them to come again and offering them a discount next time. Xia Jin and the others had shopped for nearly the whole day, exhausting her. They bought a lot of things: clothes, accessories, home decorations, kitchen utensils, and more. They kept snacking along the way, so by the time they returned home, no one was hungry. Watching Xiao and Yun, she still brimming with excitement, she could only admit defeat. Tomorrow they would move into the new house, and the whole family would go, except for Xian, who had already left. They all went to bed early. On the 6th day of the 4th lunar month, it was auspicious for breaking ground and moving into a new residence. Moving into a new house from ancient times to the present, there has always been a tradition of hosting a housewarming feast. Xia Jin was not short of money and could have easily held a banquet. However, after thinking it over, she decided against it. She found it too troublesome and noisy. In her view, inviting others to dinner would require them to prepare gifts or monetary presents, which would be an inconvenience to them. Besides, she hadn't been in Tawa village for long and knew very few people, so she simply didn't bother to host a party, as she would leave it for another time. So she invited Aunt Zhang's family, the village chief's family, and shopkeeper Zhou, about 2 tables of people. Shortly after they arrived at their new home, they saw the village chief's family and Aunt Zhang's family coming with gifts in hand. Some brought chickens and ducks, others brought vegetables, fruits, grains, and rice, and some even gave silver directly. The village chief's family of 6 entered the main gate, and Xiao Yun shouted in a loud voice, "Third brother, sister-in-law, congratulations on your new home." As a result, they only saw Xia Jin and a middle-aged man beside her whom they didn't recognize. He looked around in confusion, wondering who this man was and why third brother was not there. Xia Jin smiled and welcomed them. "Thank you, please make yourselves at home inside. Your third brother has left Tianyuan town on business and will be back in a few days." She said, "Uncle village chief, please come in." Good, then we won't stand on ceremony. I must go in and see. I've heard it's really beautiful." "Then sister-in-law, I'll take them in first, you go ahead with your work." With that, he led the village chief and his family into the courtyard. It was the house he had built, and he wanted his family to see it properly. "Alright, you're quite familiar with the place. Please take Uncle village chief and the others on a tour." "Sure. Dad, I tell you, it's so beautiful. You have to believe me. Let me show you the garden properly." Xia Jin listened to Xiao Yun's excited voice and shook her head. A house maniac. Su Muchio looked at her and Xia Jin, then said to him, "That was the village chief's family. They're good people. The house was built by that young man Xiao Yun just now." "Oh, I see." Since neither of them had been to the village before, they came today to get acquainted with the people, which would facilitate his future work. Next, Aunt Zhang's family arrived. "Oh, Xiao Xian, congratulations. The house is so beautiful, so big." Not bad. Good days are ahead." Aunt Zhang was one of the kinder people in Taohua village towards Xiao Xian's family. She had even cooked for them before. So Xia Jin was very grateful to them. "Welcome, Aunt Zhang, Uncle Zhang. Please come in." "Alright. Hey, where's Xiao Xian?" Aunt Zhang also looked around in confusion, not seeing Xiao Xian in his wheelchair. Had something happened? "Aunt Zhang, Xiao Xian has recovered. He's gone away for a while to handle some personal matters, but he'll be back soon." Knowing they were all concerned about Xiao Xian, she patiently, "Really? He's recovered? And his leg too?" Aunt Zhang was very excited. She truly felt sorry for young Xiao Xian. Disabled at such a young age, what would become of him? "Yes, thank you for your concern, Aunt Zhang. His leg is also healed, and he can walk freely." "Ah, that's good. After all the suffering, happiness has come. You too." Aunt Zhang patted Xia Jin's shoulder and said with a smile, "And we will. Aunt Zhang, please come in and sit down." Xia Jin warmly invited them inside. "Butler Su, please take Aunt Zhang and the others inside." "Alright, Aunt Zhang, please follow me." Butler Su led them into the courtyard and poured tea for them. "Aunt Zhang, please have some tea first." "Sure, thank you, Butler Su. You're welcome, it's my duty. Feel free to stroll around the yard." Xia Jin was still at the door, now only shopkeeper Zhou was missing. As if speaking of the devil shopkeeper, Zhou arrived by carriage. "Congratulations, Boss Xia, on your new home." Shopkeeper Zhou immediately stepped down from the carriage, beaming with smiles, as he offered his congratulations to Xia Jin. He also specially handed her a red envelope from the carriage. Xia Jin took it with a grin. Before she could speak, shopkeeper Zhou added, "This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it." "Thank you, shopkeeper Zhou." Hee, you're welcome. It's the least I can do. In the future, I'll have to rely on your kind patronage, Boss Xia." Not at all. Please come in, shopkeeper Zhou." Boss Xia the master wrote, saying he is already on his way back. He should arrive within a few days. Shopkeeper Zhou said, "That's great. Our business can begin. Yes, we're all prepared." Shopkeeper Zhou was also full of anticipation, hoping to ride this favorable wind to expand the business and realize his grand ambitions. Xia Jin looked at the excited man and thought that he probably had something to discuss with Su Muchio. Today's invited guests had almost all arrived, and Su Muchio was already busy inside entertaining everyone. Having a butler was really convenient. Xia Jin no longer liked socializing, as she felt she had nothing to say. She had stopped forcing herself to do things she didn't enjoy. Under Su Muchio's hospitality, the village chief's family, Aunt Zhang's family, and shopkeeper Zhou were drinking tea and chatting, all marveling at how Xiao Xian's family was getting better and better. The grand house and garden, they had never seen anything like it in their lives. Now that their village had such a magnificent house, the village chief felt proud. They had achieved something. Xia Jin went to the kitchen. She had another purpose in inviting the village chief today, to make boiled fish with chili and Sichuan pepper, so they could taste the flavors. Seeing Xiao, Xiaoyu, and Yun, she helping Aunt Wang with the side dishes. Most of the other dishes were already prepared. Only the boiled fish, spicy chicken, and stir-fried rabbit with chili peppers remained undone. Xia Jin stepped forward to cook them herself. She hadn't cooked in a long time since Aunt Wang arrived. "Sister-in-law, come quick. These are the only dishes left. I haven't tasted your cooking in ages, am craving it." Xiao Xiaoyu swallowed as he spoke. "Ha ha, you'll die of greed. Be careful, Aunt Wang might get angry and not cook for you." "Humph. Aunt Wang played along. Xiao quickly ran to Aunt Wang's side, grabbed her arm, shook it, and acted coquettishly. He looked at her with bright eyes and blinked. Aunt Wang, don't be mad. Your cooking is delicious too. Really look at my sincere eyes. She silently watched Xiao's antics from the side without interrupting. He also wanted to taste Xia Jin's cooking. He had heard it was very tasty. You always so glib. Aunt Wang, let me handle the remaining dishes, you just watch from the side. Xiao prepare the table and serve the dishes. Xia Jin urged them. She was hungry and really wanted to eat. She figured Xiaobao must be hungry too and would come running in soon. Upon hearing this, Xiao immediately responded, got it, sister-in-law. With that, he and she rushed in and out, setting the table and serving the dishes. Xia Jin picked up the prepared seasonings, poured oil, heated the wok, added the seasonings, then put the chicken in and stir-fried over high heat. As the flames roared, the aroma burst forth. Wow, so fragrant. I'm drooling. Xiao exclaimed exaggeratedly. Alright, don't be impatient. We'll eat soon. Xia Jin looked at Xiao's eager expression and felt she was being too harsh on him. Xia Jin took the last dish off the stove, went to the dining hall, and called everyone to eat. The dishes prepared for today's housewarming banquet were exceptionally abundant: braised pork belly, sweet and sour spare ribs, boiled fish, and spicy broth, spicy chicken, with chilies, rabbit meat, with hot peppers, boiled sliced pork and chili sauce, and several vegetable dishes. A total of 10 dishes and 1 soup. A jar of fine liquor was also placed on the table, knowing that village chief and Uncle Zhang and the others enjoyed a drink. Xia Jin raised the tea in her hand and stood up. I am truly delighted to have everyone here today. On behalf of Xian, I toast to all of you. Thank you for your help, we will always remember it. Xian is a fine lad, and Xiao Jin, you are both good children. Your days will only get better and better, said the village chief happily. He then downed the liquor in his cup in one gulp. Good wine. Good wine, Uncle Village Chief, drink more, there's plenty. Good. Auntie also wishes Xiao Jin and Xian all the best. Today's dishes are so lavish, I've never had such a feast in my life. Thanks to your hospitality. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. If you like it, eat more, you're welcome anytime. Alright, I won't be polite then. Aunt Zhang was a straightforward person. Yes, everyone, please don't stand on ceremony. After that toast, everyone began to eat, drinking, and dining, the atmosphere incredibly lively. Xia Jin, seated beside the village chief, waited until they had tried the boiled fish and spicy broth and other spicy dishes, then asked, Uncle Village Chief, Aunt Zhang, how do you find these spicy dishes? Do they suit your taste? Delicious. They are numbing and spicy, yet you can't stop eating. They go very well with rice. Aunt Zhang said as she picked up a piece of fish and put it in her mouth. Her tongue tingled from the spiciness, but she couldn't resist and kept eating, finishing 3 bowls of rice before stopping. Xia Jin, your boiled fish is really something. The fish slices are thin and tender with a full numbing and spicy flavor and very fragrant. This is the first time I've had fish without any fishy taste. Amazing. You could definitely open a restaurant, the village chief praised. That's right, I think it's even better than what you get in restaurants. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Xiao Yun chimed in, his chopsticks never stopping. Xiao glanced at Xia Jin and couldn't help complimenting. Xia Jin, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. This is the first time I've seen such delicious spicy dishes. At home we always eat mild food, and even when we occasionally go to a restaurant we can't get dishes that are both numbing, spicy and fragrant. Yes, indescribably delicious. I've already eaten several bowls of rice today and can't stop. Huh. Seeing that everyone enjoyed the food, Xia Jin felt reassured. I'm glad you like it. Actually, I just used more seasonings such as chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. Oh dear, I've tried making spicy dishes before, but it was terrible. My mouth got swollen from the heat, and the worst part was that the whole family felt awful. Xia Jin's method is amazing. It's spicy, but we can eat it, and even want more. Aunt Zhang said, picking up a piece of meat and bringing it to her mouth, then taking a bite. She praised again. The chili peppers are delicious, the Sichuan peppercorns are delicious, the numbing spiciness is just right. Mom, what we make is really not good. Xia Jin's cooking is superb. The village chief's wife also laughed. Mom, delicious. Mom's cooking is great. I love. Xiao Bao, who was buried in his food at the next table, didn't forget to praise his mother. Haha, yes, your mom is awesome. I love it too, sister-in-law's cooking. Xiao chimed in. Xia Jin gave the two a helpless look. Alright, thanks for the compliments. If you like it, just eat more. Then she turned serious, looking at the village chief and the others. Actually, cooking with chili peppers is good for health, but you can't eat too much. Overeating leads to internal heat and restlessness. Cooking occasionally with a small amount is fine. Sichuan peppercorns are also beneficial. They dispel dampness and detoxify. They can be used in cooking and even for foot baths. Oh, I see. So there are so many intricacies. I thought eating chili peppers was bad, that they would make your mouth swollen and painful. Yes, I never expected so many uses. Listening to their conversation, Xiao, you couldn't help interjecting. Xia Jin, there are very few people nowadays who can cook with chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns and make it taste good. Around here, basically no one eats them. First, those who have tried them once are scared and won't eat them again. Second, they have no idea how to cook with them. He paused, then continued, as far as I know, in the Huarong County area, Sichuan peppercorns and chili peppers are rarely seen. Xia Jin saw that he was analyzing very logically and took over. Yes, it's probably because the proportions are wrong when stir-frying and there are no other seasonings to balance them. So using only chili peppers gives a dry spiciness, and using only Sichuan peppercorns gives a pure numbness. Each is unpleasant. Every dish I make is prepared with many seasonings to achieve the perfect balance, so they are both delicious and won't cause internal heat. After hearing this, everyone understood. It was so complicated, it must cost a lot of money. For rural folks, just having enough to eat was already good. Who had that much patience? And they didn't have that much money either. I plan to open a restaurant specializing in spicy and numbing dishes with boiled fish and spicy broth as the main dish. So I will need a large quantity of chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. Upon hearing this, Xiao instantly sobered up and looked up at her. What's your plan? Xia Jin smiled. Smart people reacted quickly. I've already reached a cooperation agreement with a restaurant owner in Yun City. We'll first open the first boiled fish restaurant in Tianyuan Town, then expand to Huarong County, and later to Yun City and other towns. I will provide the recipes and the raw materials of Sichuan peppercorns and chili peppers. At this point, the village chief and the others were all looking at her. Ahem, what I mean is if the village is willing, I will provide the seeds. In return, the Sichuan peppercorns and chili peppers must be supplied to me first with a signed cooperation agreement. What do you think, Uncle Village Chief? Xia Jin turned to ask the village chief seated beside her. The village chief looked at her, considering her words. He thought it was feasible as long as it could help the village. This is a good thing. Of course I have no problem with it. He'll first ask everyone's opinion. But on my side I can take some seeds first. He'll take some too. Seeing that everyone at the table trusted her, Xia Jin was quite grateful. After all, they weren't very familiar with each other, and using land to plant unfamiliar crops was still somewhat risky. However, she didn't mind either way. It was fine if they didn't plant. She had originally wanted to help the villagers increase their income. Making money also depended on choices. The 10 mu of fields she had bought could be planted first, which should be enough to supply the restaurant in Tianyuan Town. Alright, thank you all for your trust. Rest assured you won't regret it. In a couple of days, it'll start raising seedlings, which will increase the survival rate and reduce your risk. Great. The meal lasted a long time until the sun set over the western hills. Only then, full and satisfied, did everyone stagger homeward under the glow of the sunset. Fortunately, there were many family members, so after cleaning up, everyone went to their rooms to wash up and rest. The first night in the new home was accompanied by sweet. Xia Jin waited until Xiaobao finished speaking, then entered the space. She looked at the bags of chili and Sichuan pepper seeds she had bought earlier along with some rice. In fact, she didn't know much about farming or planting. Although she was from a rural area, she had almost no experience. She only knew that when crops were ripe, they could be eaten. As for how they came to be, she roughly knew they were grown in fields and soil, but how exactly to plant them and what needed to be done, how many modern young people knew that? The patch of Sichuan peppers and chili peppers in her space were just casually soaked in spiritual spring water sprinkled on the soil, and then they grew freely. They sprouted in 2 days. The chili peppers were ready to eat in less than 3 to 5 days, and the Sichuan peppers could be picked in less than 10 days. She figured that seeds soaked in spiritual spring water would sprout more, grow faster, and taste better than ordinary ones. Act on an idea immediately. That was Xia Jin's strength. So she took out several large basins, poured the seeds into them separately, and ladled several big scoops of spiritual spring water into the basins, just enough to submerge. She planned to raise the seedlings herself, and then have the village chief and others plant them directly in the fields. Although she didn't know much about farming, any seed soaked in spiritual spring water, even if casually tossed into the soil, would have a very high survival rate and grow faster than ordinary ones. That was the power of the spiritual spring water. Water of life, full of vitality. After realizing this, Xia Jin sat cross-legged beside the large basins ready to cultivate. The night passed in cultivation, and when she finished it was already dawn. After exiting the space, she saw Xiaobao still curled up, sound asleep. Xia Jin sighed softly. Children grow well, with plenty of sleep. Sleep on. Stepping out of the room, she breathed in the fresh morning air and performed a set of boxing. She was now considered a skilled martial artist. Xiaobao had been urging her to intensify her cultivation, but she didn't understand why she needed to cultivate so quickly. She was fully capable of protecting herself now. Xia Jin looked up in confusion at the small mountain village with curling cooking smoke ahead. She seemed to have no idea what she truly wanted to do or what her purpose here was. Farming. Raising a child. Cultivation. Forget it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's first take care of today's tasks. To raise seedlings, she needed to choose a good seedbed. It was said that the soil for a seedbed should be fertile and nutritious, located on higher ground with sunlight. She remembered there was a piece of dry land that was just suitable. After breakfast, she took Xiao to inspect the site. Sister-in-law, why are we going to look at the land? Are we starting to plant? Xiao asked excitedly. He just wanted to have something to do. Having nothing to do made him anxious as he was eating and living for free. Xia Jin understood his feelings. Yes, I'm planning to find a dry field to raise seedlings. It's still not too late. Regarding farming, although Xiao was not an expert, he knew a thing or two, so he shared his experience. He said, well, although it's a bit late in the season, the current climate is good for seed germination. The only thing is the maturity period might be a little later. Xia Jin nodded in agreement. Yes, we're not in a hurry to eat them. We'll just grow some samples first. If others are willing to plant, we can give them some. Xiao followed behind Xia Jin, sharing his thoughts. Well, I think many people probably won't be willing. After all, farmers care most about food crops. They don't know much about chili peppers and Sichuan peppers, so they won't take the risk. Xia Jin smiled, looking unconcerned. It's fine. It's not like I absolutely need them. I just wanted to give them an extra way to make money. Let's see how it goes. Don't overthink it. Got it, sister-in-law. Xiao suddenly understood. His sister-in-law just wanted to help the village. Those who were bold could follow and make some money. The timid ones wouldn't lose anything. You're so kind, sister-in-law. You're a great benefactor. Xia Jin thought Xiao was exaggerating. You stop praising me. I'm not a great benefactor. I just do what I can. While sister-in-law is a soft-hearted benefactor with a tough mouth. Xiao looked at her, not hiding his admiration. Xia Jin was taken aback, then smiled and shook her head. Xiao always spoke directly without beating around the bush and was clear about what he liked and disliked. After chatting for a while, they arrived at the farmland Xia Jin had bought earlier. Looking at the rows of fields, she felt quite emotional. Farmers relied entirely on these lands for their food. If she planted them all with Sichuan peppers, chili peppers, and rice, when they grew, they would be a sight and a symbol of hope. At that moment, Xiao ran down from the hillside panting. Sister-in-law, I've checked it out. Up there are 2 dry fields with fertile soil and plenty of sunlight. They're suitable for seed beds. Following the direction Xiao pointed, it was indeed good. High ground, ample sunlight, and not too large, about 100 square meters, more than enough for raising seeds. Great, that's the spot. Then sister-in-law, I'll start loosening the soil right away. We'll have to do this ourselves. Xiao felt he could handle it alone. The area was small, he could finish it in half a day by himself, no need to ask others. Seeing his enthusiasm, she let him go ahead, because Xia Jin also felt she could handle it in half a day. They were both doers. Alright, I'll leave it to you. I'm not going to worry about it, huh? Don't worry, sister-in-law. I've been doing this kind of small task for 10 years. He even patted his chest. Then back at the yard, Xiao found the tools, shouldered them, and headed to the field. Xia Jin also took out the soaked seeds from the space, and set them aside, waiting for Xiao to loosen the soil, then scatter the seeds, and finally water them with spiritual spring water. It was much simpler than ordinary seedling raising. Today only Xia Jin and Xiao were around. The others had gone back to town early in the morning. One reason was that the children needed to continue their studies, another was that the 3 children had to prepare for going to the academy tomorrow. Xia Jin was also going, and she certainly couldn't miss such an important event. In this era, being able to study was a remarkable thing. Everyone from children to adults was nervous. Xia Jin supported and understood this. She felt she should gradually integrate into it. Indeed, entrusting professional tasks to professionals yields remarkable efficiency. In less than half a day, Xiao had finished digging the ground. He ran back, drenched in sweat, and shouted joyfully, sister-in-law, I'm done. Next step is sowing the seeds. Let's go. Seeing him drenched in sweat, Xia Jin felt he should rest. How about a break? Aren't you tired? No need, sister-in-law. This is nothing, a piece of cake. Let's finish quickly and head back to town. Isn't there something important tomorrow? Waving his hand, Xiao dismissed the matter entirely. He was delighted. Seeing that he was indeed fine, she didn't insist further. As she prepared to carry 2 bags of seeds and a large bucket of spirit spring water before her hand, even reached the bucket, Xiao lifted it and headed out the door. Xia Jin chuckled. Alright, a diligent one. Good. They walked swiftly to the fields and divided the work. One sowed seeds, the other watered. Together they covered the ground to protect it. Though the temperature wasn't cold, they feared birds would eat the seeds. Once the seeds sprouted, it would be fine. Standing up, she dusted off her hands. The first step was finally done. The seeds should sprout quickly. Xia Jin had already planned what to say. As long as the results were good, the people here would have few objections, since news traveled slowly. Thus novel things were relatively easy to accept. Back in the courtyard, they made simple noodles, ate, cleaned up, and boarded the carriage to town. When they arrived, the children were napping. You're back, Xiao Yun. She hurried to the carriage, looking at the 2 emerging from it. Mum, I'm back, brother Xiao. Xiao jumped straight off the carriage. Hard work. Be careful, Yun. She quickly caught him. Have you eaten? Yes, we ate. You all play, I'll go rest for a while, Xia Jin said, looking at the close friends, and waved as she walked toward her own courtyard. Okay, sister-in-law. Okay, Xia. Yun, she smiled, and watched Xia Jin leave. Then he looked at Xiao and asked her, the seedlings all done? Yes, we were fast, Xiao said excitedly. That's impressive. Yun, she smiled at Xiao. Of course I have experience in farming. Don't worry. Let's go. You've been working half the day, go rest. We'll talk in the afternoon. He hadn't mentioned it, but now he did feel a bit tired. Was it because he had been idle lately, making his body weaker? Alright, I'll sleep a bit. I'll find you later. Xiao Yan headed to his room and collapsed onto the bed. The next morning after breakfast, the family took gifts and boarded the carriage for the academy, leaving Aunt Wang to watch the house. Xia Jin didn't participate in preparing gifts. She wasn't sure what one should give for schooling in this era. In modern times, beyond the basic tuition for 9-year compulsory education, gifts and money were also expected. Every field was competitive. However, according to Steward Seuss investigation, the master of Banshan Academy did not accept any form of gifts any discovered would result in dismissal. It was permissible to openly give vegetables and fruits, but it was best not to hide silver inside. Haha, Xia Jin found this amusing. Modern gift-giving had become bizarre, but the ancient way was also interesting. Hiding silver inside vegetables and fruit. From this, the academy seemed decent. She had even asked Steward Sue to prepare some red envelopes, but now she dared not give them lest the 3 children lose their chance. Apparently some things couldn't be generalized. Not all crows are black. Arriving at the academy gate, carriages could not enter. The academy was halfway up the mountain, hence the name Banshan Academy. Simple indeed. After knocking, the group waited quietly. Soon the gate opened, and a guard looked at them. What business do you have? Holding vegetables and fruits, Steward Sue smiled at the guard. Please, kind guard, introduce us to the academy master. We have 3 children who wish to study. The guard looked at the 3 children and frowned. These 3, how old are they? A bit young. Can they take care of themselves? The eldest is 8, the younger one 6, and the youngest 3. They can all manage themselves. The guard nodded. There were younger students before, as long as they could take care of themselves and weren't troublesome. The master doesn't like rowdy children. As long as they can manage themselves, it's fine. Steward Sue handed him a big red apple. Rest assured, kind guard. Our children are very well-behaved, obedient, and sensible. They won't cause trouble. Homegrown, very sweet. Please have a taste. We'll be troubling you often in the future. The guard looked at the fragrant red apple and accepted it without hesitation. He glanced at the vegetables and fruits in their hands. The master doesn't like receiving gifts, especially those with hidden silver. If you have any, take them out now. Children shouldn't be too attached to family. As the saying goes, even a minor devil can be troublesome. They had heard the same from their inquiries and had not tucked any red envelopes into the vegetables. Following the guard through the gate, they ascended 99 stone steps and reached the main hall of Banshan Academy. Shaded by trees with a beautiful, quiet environment, it was indeed suitable for focused study. It was a simple large courtyard with several large classrooms in front, each seating about 20 people. Passing by the classrooms on both sides, they entered the inner courtyard where the masters rested and reviewed papers, commonly called the office. The guard led them to a side hall reception room. Please sit and wait here. They'll go find the master. Steward Sue nodded with a smile. Thank you. He placed the vegetables and fruits on the table. Looking at the 2 carefree little ones and the slightly nervous elder, he patted Xiaofeng. Relax. Haven't I taught you? Whatever the master asks, answer truthfully. Xia Jin, seeing his nervousness, also encouraged him. Xiaofeng, it's okay. Keep a calm mind. If you know, answer. If not, be honest. After all, we're here to learn because we don't know, right? Yes, exactly. That's why we're here to study. Don't be afraid, Xiaofeng. We're all with you. The others nodded in encouragement. Xiaofeng took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. The 2 younger ones chimed in, got it. Instantly, the tense atmosphere relaxed. Xia Jin felt this was like an interview, different from modern schooling. In modern times, there was no such step. You just took the exam, paid tuition if accepted, and attended. How you performed was your own affair. Here it was like an interview. Only after passing the interview could one study. As for the future, it meant endless studying and exams. 10 years of hard study, a reality fully embodied only in ancient times. I never expected that children here face such immense pressure from the very start of their studies. After waiting for a while, the family finally saw a middle-aged man in a deep blue robe with a refined and elegant demeanor slowly walk in. Xia Jin and the others stood up as the master approached, politely bowing in greeting. The 3 little ones followed suit, mimicking the gesture with earnest imitation. The master smiled faintly, took a seat, and gestured to Xia Jin and the others. Please have a seat. The steward has already informed me about your children. Are these the 3? Xia Jin patted Xiaofeng's shoulder. Yes, these 3 little ones. Go introduce yourselves to the master. Xiaofeng led Xiao and Xiao to the center, bowing once more to the master. Master, hello. My name is Xiaofeng, and I am 8 years old. Su Yunxiu was a rather cheerful little one, not easily intimidated. After hearing Xiaofeng's introduction, he stepped forward, bowed to the master, and said, Master, hello. My name is Su Yunxiu, nicknamed Xiao, and I am 6 years old. Finally, it was the adorable Xiaobao's turn. Still a bit confused about the situation, he walked up to the master with great composure, bowed, and introduced himself. Master, hello. I am Xiao Jinan, nicknamed Xiaobao. Please guide me well, master. After saying this, he stepped back to stand side by side with his uncle and brother, smiling warmly at the master, displaying remarkable poise and grace. After hearing the three children's introductions, the master was somewhat surprised. Three children, three different surnames. They were not from the same family, yet they looked. He glanced at the adults present, pondered for a moment, and then asked, "Are you relatives?" The academy always made it a point to clarify the family background of prospective students to avoid any future complications. Xia Jin understood this well. Just as in modern times when joining an organization, one's family background would be inquired. It might not cause any issues, but it was prudent to be aware. "Master, we are a family, friends living together. Xiao Jinan is my child, Xiao Fengting is my younger brother, and Su Yunxiu is the child of my friends." As she spoke, she gestured toward manager Su and Yunxi, who were nearby. She continued, "Our family is quite simple. We are from Taohua village and are preparing to start a business in town, so we live here as well. In the future, the children's transportation will mainly be handled by Su Muchio and Yunxi. So master, rest assured we have no complications. We simply want the children to study and gain wisdom. If they show talent, we will fully support them in taking the examinations." The master was quite surprised by Xia Jin's introduction. He had assumed that the sole middle-aged man was the head of the household, but it turned out to be this woman. He was not prejudiced against women being independent and running the household. He was not that old-fashioned. Moreover, from her speech, he could tell she was an extraordinary woman. The master smiled at Xia Jin, nodding with a hint of admiration, then turned to the three little ones. "In that case, what books have you studied before?" The family background check was passed, and everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. Xiao Fengting replied with gentle confidence, "So far I have only studied some of the three-character classic." "Good. Can you recite it?" "Yes, please guide me, master." "At the beginning, human nature is good. Their natures are similar. Is there a three-character classic in every era? Has there ever been a Fantian continent or a Yunhua kingdom in history?" She had no recollection at all. Xiao Fengting recited it from beginning to end with effortless ease. The other two children had a tougher time. Su Yunxiu stumbled through the recitation, but managed to finish it. Xiao Bao only recited half of it, but he felt no pressure. He had only learned up to that point, which showed his memory was quite good. The master nodded with pleasant surprise. All three children were good, especially considering their young age. They were already quite impressive. "Can you write your own names?" "Yes, but they are not well written." They took the brush and paper the master offered and wrote their names. Indeed, they were not very neat, crooked and wobbly, barely recognizable. Xiaobao's was even worse. He had not been learning long, and being so young, he had difficulty holding the brush. He only managed to write Xiaobao in a shaky hand. The three characters for Xiao Jinan were too difficult for a beginner. However, being able to write Xiaobao at 3 years old was already quite remarkable. The master was fairly satisfied with the three little ones' performance. He smiled and nodded in approval. "Very good. You are still young, so you can practice writing more in the future. Tomorrow, prepare your books, brushes, ink, and paper. Each of you will pay 2 taels of silver as tuition. You may start school tomorrow." Hearing this, everyone was delighted and expressed their thanks in unison. "Thank you, master." The three little ones joyfully held hands and spun around, whispering to each other on the side. After Xia Jin paid the tuition, Su Muchio picked up the vegetables and fruits from the table and handed them to the master. "Master, please try some from our own garden." Having accepted 3 talented and well-behaved students, the master was in a good mood. He glanced at the offering, just vegetables and fruits, and graciously accepted them, planning to take them to the cafeteria later to add to the children's meals. "Thank you very much. As long as children want to study, as long as they study hard, I treat them all equally. I teach them all the same. That is my duty as a master. I will thank the children on their behalf for these vegetables and fruits, and use them to supplement their meals." It seemed he was a compassionate master. Having principles and compassion was already remarkable. Finally, the master wrote out 3 tuition receipts and listed the names of the books they needed to purchase. After bidding farewell to the master, the family left Banshan Academy and headed toward the bookshop. "Let's buy the necessary brushes, ink, paper, inkstones, and books on the way, and then get something to celebrate our little treasure's successful enrollment." "Great. Okay." Thinking that they could start school tomorrow, they resolved to study hard and become accomplished individuals. The 3 little ones were all very enthusiastic and responded in unison. The bookshop was not far, about a 15-minute walk. Xia Jin led them inside, where they purchased brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Then they went to the book section and selected 3 sets of the 3-character classic, the Analects, and Arithmetic, among others. Xia Jin sighed, thinking how tough children in ancient times had it. After shopping, they strolled through the market, bought some snacks, and then prepared to return home. The next morning, only butler Su escorted the 3 little ones to formally enroll in school. Xia Jin and the others did not go. After all, the Banshan Academy was not far from home, and her attitude towards children was to let them be free-range, independent, and cultivate the habit of doing things on their own from a young age. Even though it was their first day of school, she did not insist that the whole family accompany them. In her view, that would be a bit pretentious. Therefore, she only sent a representative, Butler Su. to escort them. The three little ones quickly accepted her explanation and responded magnanimously, saying that they were no longer children and did not need so many people to see them off. Later they could even go and come back on their own. Xia Jin was very gratified. The children were sensible, and she was happy, but she did not agree to let them go and come back on their own just yet. It was not feasible for the time being, they would discuss it later. So every day for school and after school at least one family member had to pick them up and drop them off, and they were not to follow strangers. Xia Jin walked into the courtyard where Yunxi lived holding a bottle of rejuvenation pills. Yunxi, wake up. Yunxi had just finished washing up when he heard the voice from outside. He hurried to open the door. Xia, do you need something? Yeah, have you eaten? Yunxi glanced at Xia Jin, standing at the door. Not yet, about to eat. I haven't eaten either. Yunxi invited Xia Jin to sit down, and he sat down as well. Then he urged Xia Jin to eat, and they chatted while eating. Xiao, the buns are delicious today. By the way, is there something on your mind? Yunxi held a bun in his hand and brought it to his mouth. Nothing major, just, have you ever thought about restoring your face? Xia Jin still felt she should ask for his own opinion. Yunxi was startled, quickly touched his cheek, then lowered his hand, shaking his head helplessly. Of course I have thought about it, but forget it, it's fine. Xiao, this way is okay too. At least it's safe, isn't it? After saying that, he lowered his head, lost in thought. He had actually always longed for his face to be restored, but unfortunately there was no way. Before it was because he had no money and was sold, so he had no right. Now, although Sumuchio was also secretly inquiring about how to restore his appearance, he had consulted no fewer than 10 doctors, all of whom shook their heads. He had also encountered a doctor who said there was a chance, but it required internal regulation and external application using precious medicinal herbs. They did not have enough money for the time being. Xia Jin glanced at Yunxi. As long as he was willing, that was fine. Alright, don't think too much. I can help you restore it. Would you like to try? Yunxi stared at Xia Jin with sparkling eyes and nodded quickly. Really? Of course I'm willing. That's good. I have a rejuvenation pill here that can remove the scars on your face and expel impurities from your body. Rejuvenation pill. Yunxi widened his eyes in surprise at Xia Jin. He had never heard of it. What is a rejuvenation pill? I've never heard of it. He didn't know what a rejuvenation pill was, but Xia Jin did. He suddenly felt that Xia Jin was mysterious and formidable. How could they deserve such a blessing? As the name suggests, the rejuvenation pill can restore one's skin. Not only will it return to its original state, but it will become even more beautiful. Rest assured I won't harm you. Of course I trust you. Xia is such a good person. Xia Jin was taken aback. Well, she had just been given a good person card. Yunxi jumped up happily like a child. He'll take it right now. Is that okay? Xia Jin nodded and handed him the rejuvenation pill. Yunxi took the pill and put it into his mouth without hesitation. Xia Jin watched from the side, a faint smile always on her face. She also wanted to see the miracle happen. Yunxi swallowed the pill, closed his eyes, and waited. The pill dissolved upon entering his mouth, and then the scars on his face began to slowly disappear. Patches of black mottled marks gradually faded, and finally became smooth and flawless like a peeled egg, even better than his original skin. Xia Jin also widened her eyes in amazement as the miraculous transformation happened right before her. Wow, the effect of this pill is so fast. The scars are already gone. Really? They're really gone. Yunxi's hands trembled as he touched his face. Xia Jin nodded. Of course. If you don't believe me, go inside and look in the mirror. Yunxi didn't immediately run into the house. Instead, he stretched out his right hand. On his middle and ring fingers, a long scar left from a previous injury had also— Wow, Xia, it's amazing. I didn't even feel anything, and it's already fully healed. Yunxi stared in disbelief. He never imagined that the scar on his face and the one on his hand would disappear so easily. Xia Jin looked at his restored appearance, but there were still some impurities. She had to remind him, you might want to go wash up first. Years of impurities, After saying that, she touched the tip of her nose. Yunxi saw her somewhat disdainful expression. Could it be? He raised his arm and sniffed. Ugh. He couldn't help it, quickly turned and ran into the house, but not before shouting to Xia Jin, Xia, wait for me. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Xia Jin held her stomach, running around the yard laughing uncontrollably. Yunxi could be so cute and shy. Yunxi also found it funny and embarrassing, but deep down he was very happy. For so long his greatest regret had been the scar on his face. He himself was okay aside from a bit of inferiority. More than that, he was afraid of disgracing Sumuchio. A monster didn't deserve Sumuchio. Fortunately, Sumuchio did not despise him and remained as devoted as before. He was truly grateful to heaven that no matter what happened, he had him by his side. Yunxi went inside to wash up while Xia Jin was still laughing. He didn't care, let her laugh. At least he hadn't embarrassed himself in front of outsiders. When he came out after changing, he saw Xia Jin still laughing and couldn't help asking, Xia, are you okay? Is it that funny? Xia Jin waved her hand. No, not at all. My stomach hurts from laughing. Xia Jin normally had a high threshold for laughter, but seeing Yunxi with patches of black on his face and a bewildered expression just struck her as hilarious. Finally she stopped laughing. Gazing at the completely renewed Yunshi, Xia Jin couldn't take her eyes off him. He was probably even more handsome than modern celebrities, truly natural and unadulterated. She was almost captivated, but fortunately, he wasn't her type. Yunshi, you're so handsome, like a celestial descending to earth. Extraordinarily beautiful. Thank you, Xia. Yunshi was a bit embarrassed, rubbing his nose, feeling shy from the praise. I also think him quite handsome, even better than before. He had always been aware of his appearance. For him the advantage was that he had met Su Muchio, and he had always cherished and taken care of his looks. The disadvantage was being targeted by ill-intentioned people, and the worst was the incident last time. However, he would rather disfigure himself than be humiliated, so he never regretted ruining his own face. At least he had preserved his purity and not betrayed Su Muchio's love. Alright, great beauty, Yin, don't be shy and don't overthink it. You look great now, a feast for the eyes. Xia, my confidence is back. That's wonderful. Whether you're a man or a woman, you are all capable. You can do whatever you want. As long as you have ability and ideas, we support you. Xia Jin gave a thumbs up. Yunshi followed suit and gave a thumbs up as well. Xia, you are the greatest. I will work hard. Xia Jin smiled and nodded. At that moment Xiao ran in. Seeing him, Yunshi hurried over. Xiao, you're here. Wow, Xiao, how are you so beautiful? Oh my god. Xiao's eyes fell on Yunshi wide as saucers, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Xia Jin spat out a mouthful of tea. Xiao, are you out of your mind? Yunshi was always beautiful. Yunshi quickly shielded his chest with his sleeve, staring warily at Xiao. You don't come over. Ha, where can the beauty flee? I'm coming. He fled, he chased, he couldn't escape, even with wings. When Butler Su returned after dropping off the children, he saw Yunshi, whose appearance had been restored, and even more handsome. He was stunned, and it took him a moment to react. Overjoyed, he said, Sierra. Your face. I'm healed, it's all fine now. Yunshi gave Butler Su a sweet smile which made him even more excited. Wonderful. Thrilled, he ran over and hugged Yunshi tightly. Xia Jin and Xiao exchanged a knowing glance, and slipped away with sly grins. That noon, Butler Su and Yunshi both unexpectedly did not come to lunch. Xia Jin and Xiao had a knowing, oh, he. To celebrate the restoration of youngst's beauty, Xia Jin decided to prepare a new dish, braised pork intestines. It had been a few months since she arrived here, and she yearned for that savory braised flavor, especially the spicy kind. Everything can be braised. Slurp. Mouth-watering. After another night of cultivation, Xia Jin stepped out of her room to check on Xiaobao. Ever since Xiaobao started school, he had slept on his own, no longer clinging to Xia Jin for bedtime. He was truly independent. Every evening after finishing homework, the three little ones would retreat to their rooms and read for half an hour. Before sleeping, they would lay out their clothes and school bags for the next day on the nightstand. The next morning, he would rise, go to the yard to practice a set of fist techniques, hold a horse stance for half an hour, wash up, eat breakfast, and then head to the academy. Such self-discipline made Xia Jin bow in admiration. She certainly couldn't match it. This morning was no different. By the time Xia Jin left her room, Xiaobao had already washed up and was heading to the dining hall. Good morning, mother. Xiaobao greeted Xia Jin obediently. Morning, sweetie. You're amazing. Is school fun? She truly wasn't a qualified mother. She had no experience raising children, so she couldn't be meticulous. The three little ones were picked up and dropped off by Steward Su and Yunshi, and they also guided their studies. It's very fun, and I study seriously too. Xiaobao replied to Xia Jin earnestly. Taking his hand, she walked toward the dining hall. Then enjoy your studies. If you're ever bullied, tell mother. I know, mother. I won't be bullied. I have to protect uncle and brothers too. Xiaobao clenched his fists tightly and waved them twice to encourage himself. Good, our Xiaobao is the best. After breakfast, she sent the children onto the carriage. She said a word to Yunshi and the others, then stepped out of the courtyard herself. Her plan today was to buy medicinal herbs, spices, pork intestines, and such to make a braised dish for everyone. No one here could cook it, and she had never seen a similar dish on the dining table. It wasn't that this era was impoverished. On the contrary, it possessed many things the modern world lacked. Xia Jin entered the Huichun Hall. It was still early, so there weren't many people. Sister Xiao, long time no see. What brings you here today? Xiao Jiang was delighted to see her. He really liked this older sister. Xiao Jiang, how have you been? Xia Jin greeted him with a smile. I'm fine, just running errands. Xiao Jiang scratched his hair embarrassedly. By the way, Xiao Jiang, I need to get some herbs. Xiao Jiang immediately asked, is someone in your family sick, Sister Xia? What herbs? No, everyone's healthy, don't worry. Knowing he had misunderstood, she appreciated the boy's concern. She explained, please get me some dried tangerine peel, star anise, fennel bay, leaves, white angelica, Camphoria galana, a bit of each. Sure. Sister Xia, what are these herbs for? Xiao Jiang was genuinely curious. To make some food. They'll bring you some to try when it's done. Xia Jin didn't explain too much. Sometimes talking too much caused trouble. It was easier to give the finished product. Xiao Jiang's eyes lit up. Really? Thank you, Sister Xia. Don't be polite. We're old friends. Okay, wait a moment, Sister Xia. He'll go fetch the herbs for you. Xiao Jiang scurried off. He was an apprentice at Huichun Hall, extremely skilled at identifying medicinal herbs and adept at filling prescriptions. Here you go, Sister Xia. Xia Jin weighed the herbs in her hand, enough to make 2 large pots of braised dishes. She looked at Xiao Jiang happily and asked, Sister Xia, it's 501. 501 wasn't too expensive for Xia Jin, but it was indeed pricey for ordinary people, though not something they ate every day. Alright, here you go. She took out 501 from her pouch and handed it to Xiao Jiang. I'm off. Drop by when you're free and play with Xiao Bao and the others. Xia Jin patted Xiao Jiang on the shoulder and invited him. Xiao Jiang happily took the money. Sure, Sister Xia. I miss Xiao Bao too. You're welcome. Bye. Xia Jin waved and walked out of Huichun Hall. She still needed to buy offal. Xia Jin walked to the market street, where vendors sold vegetables and meat. The peak hour had passed, and the meat stalls had only a few decent cuts left with only a handful of customers. She noticed some bones left over. It seemed people rarely bought bones. They didn't think it was worth it. In this era, the wealthy didn't eat bones, and the poor, if they could finally afford meat, wouldn't bother with bones. Boss'll take all those bones plus the pork intestines and pig liver. How much? Xia Jin spotted a basket of pork intestines under the stall. Oh, braised intestines would be delicious. The boss looked at the young woman. She didn't seem like someone who couldn't afford meat. Why would she buy unwanted bones and offal? He had never encountered this before. No matter how poor, no one ate pig offal. It was stinky and troublesome to clean. He usually threw it away. A life was hard for everyone. Such a nice young lady. The boss felt a pang of sympathy. Miss, nobody eats those bones and offal. If you want them, he'll give them to you. They're worthless. Take them, take them. Xia Jin hadn't expected the boss to be so generous. She smiled. Thank you, boss, but no need. I still have to pay something, or else I won't take them. Seeing her seriousness, the boss sighed. Alright, just give me a few and 10 or so. In the end, Xia Jin gave him 21. Honestly, in the modern world, intestines were expensive. She couldn't bear to take them for free. Boss, I didn't bring anything to carry this. Can I borrow this bucket and return it tomorrow? Sure, take it back. Bring it whenever you're free. Delighted by the unexpected 20 when the boss agreed readily. Xia Jin carried the bucket of pungent offal. Just as she reached her gate, she ran into Yunxi and Xiao, who were about to go out. Wow, what's that smell? It's awful. Xiao pinched her nose, staring at Xia Jin entering the gate. Yunxi also frowned. He glanced at the dark, grimy bucket in Xia Jin's hand, wondering if it contained something unclean. Haha, it's a bit smelly now. Xia Jin saw their expressions and stopped in her tracks, bucket in hand. Xiao glanced at her sister-in-law, then stepped forward to peek at the bucket's contents. Ugh. Sister-in-law, why are you carrying a bucket of pig offal? She pinched her nose, disgusted. Yunxi wasn't as dramatic as Xiao, but he was equally puzzled. Yes, Xiao, what are you planning to do with that? He knew Xia Jin wouldn't buy it without reason, but he was curious. Xia Jin looked at them and decided to tease them. Eat it, what else? Ugh. Ugh. Both immediately retched, their faces changing color. Even dogs wouldn't eat that. Xia Jin chuckled and stopped. Alright, is it that exaggerated? Don't you trust my cooking? Don't fight over it when it's done. The two suddenly understood. Xia, you're so naughty. Sister-in-law, you. Huh. What did I do? Xia Jin giggled, carried the bucket straight to the kitchen, and instructed Aunt Wong on how to clean it, scrubbing vigorously with flour. Then she went to prepare the bone broth. The bone broth could be served in bowls for everyone, and the rest would be used as the base for the braising liquid. That way the braised dishes would absorb more flavor, and the soup-soaked rice would be delicious. She planned to make spicy braised pork using her own chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, numb, spicy, savory, and richly aromatic. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. Xia Jin placed the braising spices on the stove and began preparations, starting with the bone broth. She added some water, put the bones into the pot, added ginger slices and scallions, blanched them to remove the gamey smell, then added more water, brought it to a boil, and simmered on low heat. When the broth was nearly ready, Xia Jin began to prepare the stir-fry seasonings. After the oil was heated, Xia Jin poured a dozen medicinal herbs and spices in precise proportions into the pot, stirring them back and forth. Soon the entire kitchen and even the courtyard were filled with the pungent, spicy aroma. Aunt Wong, who was tending the fire, and Xiao, who was watching the excitement, coughed and wiped their tears. Sister-in-law, this is too much. I don't want to cry, but it's so choking. Cough, cough, cough. Haha, bear with it. Soon you'll know today's suffering is worth it. Xia Jin laughed heartily at them without restraint. Then Xia Jin poured the prepared broth into the pot and added the blanched pork intestines. She turned to Aunt Wong and said, after it boils, let it simmer on low heat. Alright, now we just wait for it to cook. We'll go take a bath and change clothes. Indeed, the smell was unpleasant. Xia Jin quickly went to the courtyard to bathe and change. After freshening up, she felt instantly refreshed and fragrant. About half an hour later, Xia Jin came to the kitchen and lifted the lid. The aroma of braised spices immediately filled the air, evoking great anticipation. Xia Jin picked up a piece of pork intestine with chopsticks, put it in her mouth, and bit down. A rich, intense flavor spread from her tongue throughout her body. She squinted her eyes in pure enjoyment. The long-missed spicy braise. This taste, simply indescribable. Xia Jin sighed with emotion. So fragrant. Indeed, the dishes cooked with spiritual spring water had an extraordinary flavor and texture. Xia Jin then added vegetables and let them cook for another quarter of an hour. Aunt Wong simmer on low for 2 more quarters, then it's done. Don't take it out of the pot, I'll let it steep longer, and it will taste even better in the evening. Aunt Wong quickly adjusted the fire to low and began to simmer slowly. When Xia Jin reappeared, it was already dusk and her stomach was growling with hunger. She looked at the steaming dishes in the pot and swallowed. Aunt Wong, it's ready to serve. Slice the braised dishes and plate them. The extra broth can be saved for cooking other dishes or for soaking rice. Alright, I'll stir-fry a couple more dishes. Aunt Wong cheerfully replied, while continuing her work, eager to taste the spicy braise her mistress had mentioned. The moment the braised dishes left the pot, the aroma was irresistible. With the wind, it wafted for miles. Even Xiao was lured by the fragrance, crouching at the doorway, eager to sit down and eat. Oh my Xiao, can you not be so greedy? A young gentleman should be restrained. Steady. No, it smells so good I want to eat. Don't you dare snatch it later. Xiao shot a provocative glance at Yunxi. You better stay steady. Yunxi ignored him, watching the dishes under Aunt Wong's hands with intense longing. If not for his strong self-control, he would have rushed over to grab food. Xia Jin looked at the 2 playful lads, amused by their good relationship. Alright, hurry up and take it out. The children will be back soon. Coming right away. They both shouted in unison, carrying plates of delicious food and walking out excitedly. Wow. Yunxi looked at the fragrant dishes before him, drooling, eager to taste them. Just as all the dishes were set on the table, chattering voices came from outside. Great time for dinner. Little Bao hopped into the room with a joyful face. Xiao also bounced in, eyes sparkling at the food on the table. Only Xia Fengting strolled steadily behind them. Yunxi smiled at the 2 little ones. Little Bao, Xiaofeng, go wash your hands quickly. Dinner will be ready soon. Okay. The 2 little ones cheered and ran to wash their hands, with Xiaofeng following close behind. When everyone sat at the table, they saw several large dishes of food they had never seen before, slightly dark in color, but incredibly fragrant. Alright, let's start eating. This is a new dish today. Everyone have a taste. Xia Jin picked up chopsticks and gave Little Bao a piece of braised intestine, then began to eat herself. The others couldn't wait, and as soon as she finished speaking, they all started trying the dishes. After eating, they couldn't help but praise, "This is absolutely delicious, better than the best dish I've ever had." Little Bao and Xiao, the 2 little buns, kept exclaiming how tasty it was. Xia Jin smiled and said, "Eat more if you like it." She then gave Little Bao and the others some vegetables. Since it was the first time making spicy braise, Xia Jin considered the children and didn't make it too spicy. There was only a slight kick which the little ones could handle. Everyone was extremely satisfied with the meal, especially Xiao and Little Bao, who ate the most. After eating and drinking their fill, they ran to the courtyard to digest. "Sister-in-law, your cooking skills are amazing. If we sold this, it would do well." Xiao thought it would be popular because no one in their area had ever made it, and rare things were usually sought after. It could be served as a bar snack in the tavern. Xia Jin thought for a moment. "Xiao, not bad, you have some business sense. Let's set it up." I'm learning from sister-in-law." "You're too humble, I hadn't even thought of that." "Xiao, as a young gentleman, you must have your own ideas. Don't care too much about outside voices. You live for yourself, so stand tall." "Yes, I understand, sister-in-law." Xiao felt that this sister-in-law was like a life mentor to him, saving him, giving him freedom and opportunities, and teaching him knowledge. It was simply wonderful. If he still didn't grow up after all this, he would be utterly useless. Xia Jin knew that Xiao had a strong moral compass, completely different from typical rural lads. If properly nurtured, this child would achieve great things in the future. Since she had met him, she was willing to help. She glanced at Yunxi and Xiaofeng, who were earnestly absorbing their words. They were also good, but their thoughts were constrained by this era. Alright, don't overthink. Do every task well in the present, and you'll find yourselves growing, and life will get better day by day. When we know. Time passed day by day in cultivation, idleness, and playing with the child. One day, shortly after finishing lunch, Steward Su came to Xia Jin's courtyard to inform her that someone was looking for her. Xia Jin was quite curious. In this place, she had few friends, and knew only a limited number of people. Only 2 or 3 could possibly come to see her, and judging by the date, her business partner should be back. Sure enough, the person sitting in the hall drinking tea was Feng Muchuan, whom she hadn't seen in nearly 2 months. "A long time no see, boss. Feng has finally returned." Xia Jin greeted him cheerfully. "Yeah, boss, yeah, I rushed back without a moment's delay, just for our prosperous venture." Feng Muchuan quickly replied. "Oh, what do you mean by that, boss Feng?" Xia Jin asked. Feng Muchuan winked at her mysteriously. "Take a guess." Xia Jin thought for a moment, and said, "Isn't it about chain investments in the catering business?" "Smart. I went back to raise funds and go all out." Feng Muchuan clapped in praise. Xia Jin was also delighted. "Boss Feng is impressive. Are you planning to proceed simultaneously? Feng Muchuan shook his head. Not exactly. I intend to start here and in Huarong County first, then head north developing along the way through the counties we pass. The border areas are off the table for now. There might be war soon. We're waiting for your menu and decoration plans. Let's launch in Tianyuan Town and Huarong County first. We can go check the sites tomorrow. Hearing this, Xia Jin was also excited. After all, food is the first necessity of the people. Wherever there are people, they need to eat. As long as the taste is good and service is impeccable, there will be strong competitiveness. Alright, I've already prepared the decoration plans and blueprints. We can start after checking the sites tomorrow. If nothing unexpected happens, and we speed up, we can open within half. Great. Feng Muchuan slapped his thigh in excitement. He was always thrilled about making money. They chatted about work for a while longer, then Feng Muchuan stood up. Xia Jin politely invited him to stay. Boss Feng, would you like to stay for dinner? No, I'll go back and make arrangements first. I can't wait. Feng Muchuan waved his hand. Another day, let's eat together. I'll wait for you at the restaurant tomorrow. Xia Jin smiled and nodded, watching him leave. He was a true workaholic, throwing himself into making money. Thinking of the banknote of 120 silver taels she had just received, Xia Jin felt more secure. The more than 20 silver taels in her hand would be enough to sustain the entire family for a long time. However, she couldn't just sit idle and eat through the savings. Everyone needed to have something to do. If left idle for too long, people would become spoiled. Xia Jin had no obligation to support so many people. Everyone had their own value, and maximizing that value gave life meaning, didn't it? Xiao Yunshi, come with me to the restaurant tomorrow morning. Our venture is about to begin, and you'll need to handle the liaison work from now on. Okay. They both replied at once. They also longed to have something to do, as that brought a sense of security. Security always came from one's own worth. Through their time with Xia Jin, many of their thoughts had changed. The next morning after breakfast, the three of them hitched a ride to Xuan Tower. It was still early, and the main entrance of the restaurant wasn't open yet. However, manager Xiao was already waiting at the door. He led them through the employee entrance on the side, and directly up to the private room on the second floor. Feng Muchuan's study. Oh boss, Xiao, you're so early. Feng Muchuan sat at his desk smiling at them. Xia Jin walked into the room and said, nothing much to do in the morning, so I came a bit early. After all, the early bird catches the worm. Feng Muchuan chuckled, picked up the teacups beside him, and handed one to each of them. This is a fine tea I brought from home. It's especially fragrant. Try it. I think it'll suit your taste. Xia Jin took the cup and took a sip. The aroma lingered in her mouth. The taste was acceptable, but she still missed the pure tea from her modern life, which left a lasting fragrance and endless aftertaste. She invited Xiao and Yunshi to sit down and introduced them to each other. These are Xiao and Yunshi. Yunshi will be responsible for all liaison work regarding the restaurant, from decoration and opening to daily operations. Xiao will handle the condiments. I brought them today so you can get acquainted, as you'll be in frequent contact. Also, they can get familiar with our work arrangements. Feng Muchuan looked at the two young men. He was not a rigid person and held no prejudice against gay men or women. Otherwise, he wouldn't have partnered with Xia Jin. He generously introduced himself. Hello, I'm Feng Muchuan. Looking forward to working together. Xiao and Yunshi greeted Feng Muchuan in a friendly manner. Please take care of us, boss Feng. No problem. From now on, we're brothers. Don't stand on. After saying that, Feng Muchuan refilled their teacups. Xia Jin's expression turned serious. Let's talk about the restaurant business. Ahem. Here's my idea. Tianyuan Town already has 2 large restaurants and a bunch of small eateries. Its consumer base can't support another largest. He glanced at the 3 present, and seeing that they showed no strong reaction, he continued. I plan to remodel Xuan Tower into a boiled fish village. First, we have a fixed customer base. Second, boiled fish will be the signature dish exclusive. He looked at Xia Jin. Feel free to raise any different opinions. We're partners. That works. Xia Jin nodded. Actually, the decoration for this kind of restaurant isn't complicated. We just need to partition the areas into independent private rooms. Of course, these private rooms won't just be separated by walls. I can also set up soundproofing formations, so whether people outside are arguing or discussing business, it won't disturb the guests inside. Seeing that the 3 were listening attentively, Xia Jin continued, it's like upgrading Xuan Tower. Improving the environment, the dishes, the service. Everything. Xia Jin took out her simple hand-drawn blueprint and spread it out to explain one by one. The hall on the first floor is the public area. Along the walls and windows, we'll partition them into private rooms. In the center, we'll set up a round operating station for self-service condiments and complimentary snacks. Near the entrance, we'll create a snack counter selling desserts and drinks, changing according to the season. She took a sip of tea and continued, with this layout, the first floor can accommodate about 12 tables. The second floor already has 10 private rooms, so if we can fill them all or have turnover, that would be great. Also, there's the open space outside the restaurant's main entrance. It can accommodate quite a few seats. As for the kitchen area, we'll make it transparent. Customers can see the cleanliness, hygiene, and freshness of the ingredients. We can use glass or crystal to separate the space, which will block cooking fumes while allowing diners to see the simple operations. Fresh and reassuring. Feng Muchuan was intrigued by Xia Jin's design layout, but he had some concerns. He looked at her. If competitors see the kitchen operations, won't they steal our tech? Xia Jin slapped her forehead. Anyone would have that worry. Don't worry. We'll only let customers see the clean kitchen, fresh ingredients, and the moment the dish comes out. No need to show everything else. The three listened intently, absorbing the information, and then their eyes lit up. Amazing. I never thought of that. Brilliant. Awesome. Xia Jin looked at their delighted expressions and silently thought, this is the wisdom of modern people. Open kitchens and bright stoves so diners can eat with. The three listened attentively and understood perfectly. The design was truly reasonable, making full use of the entire space, while offering greater privacy and a more layered feel than the current layout. They all nodded in satisfaction. Xia Jin was simply too brilliant. In truth, this was nothing more than the simplest design concept from modern times, utilizing the flow of movement to harmonize each space, enhancing one another without interference. Slap. Let's go with this design. It's absolutely fantastic. You're no ordinary person, boss Xia. I was right to choose you as my partner. Wow. Feng Muchuan gazed at Xia Jin, showering her with praise and treating her as his idol, his eyes sparkling with admiration. She also felt the design was exquisite, truly a testament to Xia's creativity. He was utterly awestruck. Xiao looked at her with equal reverence. Xia Jin smiled and said, all right, since there are no issues, let's proceed. We'll post a notice at Xianlu announcing the renovation and a grand reopening in 10 days. Great. Feng Muchuan clapped his hands. It's settled. He'll arrange it immediately. Good. Let's each handle our own responsibilities. Xia Jin waved her hand. Go ahead with your work. We'll head back now. All right. Feng Muchuan nodded and rose to see them off. Please take care all. I won't see you far then. Farewell. Oh, and please select the chefs so I can train them and then conduct taste tests and seasoning adjustments. Understood. The three left the restaurant and parted ways. Xiao and Yuanxi excitedly discussed the matter. Xiao truly inspires us. When will we ever become so accomplished? Yuanxi sighed, yearning for such confidence. Xiao happily added, yes, I feel the same. We must study hard and strive to grow quickly. Enough, don't rush. A meal is eaten one bite at a time. Things are done step by step. You will have your day. Many skills come from practice and repetition. Xia Jin encouraged the two enthusiastic young men. In this era, few men or women ventured into the public eye, so she wholeheartedly supported them. If they were willing, she would invest in their endeavors. Days passed amid the intense renovation, taste testing, and seasoning. 3 days before the grand reopening, Xia Jin added marinated dishes to go with drinks and a spicy relieving milk tea to the restaurant's menu. The restaurant renovation had entered its final phase, deep cleaning and soft decoration. For the cleaning, Xia Jin simply used a dust-clearing spell, while the soft decoration required everyone to pitch in and work Hansen. On the day before the grand reopening, Xia Jin gathered a group of child beggars and had them distribute flyers all day long advertising the grand opening promotions and special offers for Zui Xian Lao spicy boiled fish. Almost every street in Tianyuan town received a flyer. For the first 3 days of the reopening, any customer spending over 1 tael of silver would enjoy a 20% discount and receive complimentary snacks. On the opening day, Zui Xianlu was packed with people. Both new and returning customers flocked in. The restaurant had already established a reputation in Tianyuan town and had a loyal following of regulars. The regulars were all familiar with the spicy boiled fishy. Those who had tried it couldn't forget the taste, and those who hadn't were intensely curious. Shopkeeper Zhou and Feng Muchuan stood at the entrance to welcome the guests, while Xia Jin and the others tended to the customers inside, bustling about like busy bees. Master Zhang, masterly welcome. Please come in. Shopkeeper Zhou and Feng Muchuan, one on each side, ushered the elderly gentleman into Zui Xian. Shopkeeper Zhou, boss Feng, may your business prosper. Several richly dressed individuals greeted them warmly. They had only learned in recent days that Zui Xianlu was now serving boiled fish, and they were craving that spicy, numbing flavor. They also knew that the person behind Zui Xianlu was from the capital, so regardless of the situation, they couldn't miss the opening. Thus, wave after wave of guests arrived. Both the first and second floors were completely full. The waitstaff were overwhelmed with taking orders and serving dishes, so Xia Jin and the others quickly stepped in to help seat guests and take orders. Su Muchio was responsible for collecting payments and settling accounts that day. With clear division of labor despite the crowds, the operations were orderly amidst the bustle. The group worked until afternoon, and it wasn't until the afternoon hours that the guests finished their meals and gradually left Xianlu. Only then did everyone relax, sit down to drink milk tea and take a break. Heavens, were exhausted. But there were so many customers today, absolutely incredible. Xiao patted his calves. Running back and forth to attend to guests was indeed tiring, but it was worth it. Good business meant more money. Yes, I haven't been this tired in a long time. Shopkeeper Zhou also rubbed his sore back. In all his years he had never been so exhausted, but it was worth it. Sister-in-law, when can we eat? I'm so hungry. Xiao patted his flat stomach and looked at Xia Jin with pitiful eyes. All morning he had been surrounded by the tantalizing aroma of spicy and savory dishes, and he had been swallowing his saliva the whole time. Yunshi picked up a pastry from the table and handed it to him. Here, have this. Wow, thank you, brother Yunshi. He gobbled down a piece of pastry. It's already being prepared. We'll eat soon. Seeing everyone both tired and hungry, Xia Jin herself felt a bit hungry though not overly tired. Soon several large basins of spicy savory dishes were brought to the table. Of course the signature dish, spicy boiled fish, was included with beans, sprouts, cabbage, mushrooms, and other vegetables as the base. There was also boiled pork slices, spicy rabbit meat, and a large basin of pickled fish. Xia Jin had personally made this last dish because she noticed that some people today didn't eat spicy food, so she prepared it to recommend starting tomorrow. Once all the dishes were on the table, the spread was full and abundant, making everyone's mouth water. Let's eat. Thank you all for your hard work today. Have plenty, and also try the pickled fish. If it's good, we'll start recommending it from tomorrow. Xia Jin picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of the pickled fish. The sourness, tenderness, and freshness were irresistible. This was the best pickled fish Xia Jin had ever tasted, better than any she had before. She couldn't remember how many years it had been since she had experienced such a flavor. The pickled vegetables were perfectly sour and tangy with an authentic taste. As soon as Xia Jin finished speaking, a flurry of chopsticks reached for the pickled fish. Feng Muchuan and Xiao both picked up a piece and ate. Delicious. So delicious. So appetizing. I can eat several more bowls of rice. Seeing everyone's enjoyment, Xia Jin felt a sense of relief. Their reactions were exactly what she had anticipated. The promotion of the spicy boiled fish had been a success, and the word of mouth was excellent. She believed that the pickled fish recommended tomorrow would also be well received. From now on, Zui Xian Lu would surely get better and better, and so would the profits. Keep it up. Eat more to earn more. Boss Ya, today's opening was a great success. I think we can start preparing the store in Huarong County. What do you think? Feng Muchuan said while eating. That works. He'll leave the location scouting to you. I'm not familiar with the area. No problem. We can choose a new location in Huarong County. The county seat has a larger population with stronger purchasing power. They'll send someone to scout places first, and once we've selected one, we'll go over together. Feng Muchuan voiced his thoughts. What do you think? Xia Jin pondered for a moment, and said, absolutely no problem. Glancing at the others who were still eating heartily, she added, everyone worked hard today. After the meal, rest a bit. There's likely another busy round tonight. Once tomorrow and the day after, past business should return to normal. Just 2 more days of hard work. Then she turned to Su Muchio and asked, how did the revenue? Su Muchio put down his chopsticks. Pretty good. Total revenue was 987 taels and 5 chien of silver. Wow, 987 taels and 5 chien. That's really something. There's still the evening round, which should bring in about 500 taels more, Xia Jin said. This level is already impressive for a town. If it were a county seat, it could easily reach 1 or 2,000 taels. Feng Muchuan was also pleased. His other restaurants in the town had mediocre earnings meant only to build brand awareness and reputation. Breaking even was already satisfactory. Thus today's midday revenue had already astonished him. Partnering with Xia Jin made him see more possibilities, with more silver flowing his way. Excitedly, he looked at everyone. Thank you all for your efforts these past days. After the 3-day rush, I'll give each of you a red envelope. Wow, thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Boss, you're generous. Ha ha ha. After the meal, everyone rested in the private room, regaining energy to serve the evening customers. Thus 3 busy days passed, leaving everyone exhausted like dogs. Xia Jin just wanted to lie flat. The catering business was truly not for humans. When business was good, people were too tired. When business was poor, they lost money. However, hard work did pay off. The 3-day revenue was around 4,000 taels. Given the low pricing in the town and the limited crowd, reaching 4,000 taels in 3 days was quite satisfying. Everyone's worked hard. Get some good rest. Xia Jin stretched. I'm sleepy too. I'm going home to sleep. Alright, starting tomorrow we'll continue. Okay. Xia Jin walked toward the door of the private room, intending to leave. Just as she reached the door, Feng Muchuan came down from the 2nd floor and called out to the departing group. Come. Here are the red envelopes I promised. You've worked hard. He cheerfully handed a money pouch to each person present. Thank you, Boss Feng. You're welcome. You deserve it. By the way, Xia Jin, let's rest tomorrow and head to Huarong County the day after. I want to strike while the iron is hot. How about it? Alright. The day after tomorrow, start from my place. Just come over directly. Xia Jin nodded. Got it. They'll be off then. Xia Jin turned and walked out of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Goodbye. Feng Muchuan waved at them, standing at the main entrance. Manager Zhou were probably short on staff. Arrange it yourself. Next time I want help, you humph. Even though he had made money, he had never been so exhausted. Manager Zhou immediately nodded with an apologetic smile. Yes, yes, rest assured. He'll arrange it tomorrow. Alright, handle it yourself. I need to rest. I'm dead tired. He patted his sore back. Master, you've worked hard. Manager Zhou watched Feng Muchuan leave. Xia Jin and the others sat in the carriage heading home, too tired to speak, simply sitting in silence. Wow, so much silver. Didn't they give the wrong amount? Xiao suddenly exclaimed. She took out the money pouch Feng Muchuan had given her and poured out the silver. To her surprise, there were 10 taels. This boss Feng was quite generous. 10 taels of silver. Isn't that too much? Yunxi also took out his own. Had he earned 10 taels in just 3 days? Xia Jin looked at her 2 astonished brothers and felt that they were indeed a bit narrow-minded. She had to take them out to see the world. She would bring them along on the trip to the county seat the day after tomorrow. Come on, it's just 10 taels of silver. After 3 days of hard work, shouldn't we get some silver? Would you rather work for free? Yunxi found this reasonable and tucked the money pouch back into his chest. Shit is hard to eat, money is hard to earn. Who would ever complain about having too much silver? Only an idiot would. Do you understand now? We shouldn't be cheap labor. Everyone is precious. Xiao and Yunxi were moved and nodded. Outside, Su Muchio drove the carriage in silence. The journey was smooth, and they finally returned home. The entire courtyard was quiet. The children were all asleep. Tonight, everyone slept soundly. The next day, after finishing her cultivation practice, Xia Jin stepped out of the room and saw Xiao Bao earnestly training in the yard, running and practicing martial arts. The child was so self-disciplined, needing no adult supervision at all. Now Xiao Bao had grown much taller, put on some weight, and his face had become round and plump. Watching Xiao Bao practice with his serious little face, Xia Jin sighed. Oh, this child is too well behaved. He's the most determined child I've ever seen. If he grows a few more years, he'll surely be extraordinary. Xiao Bao, good morning. Xia Jin greeted her son happily. Mom, morning. Xiao Bao was also very happy to see Xia Jin, but he only greeted her without coming over. Xia Jin found his behavior strange. Normally wouldn't he rush over and hug her leg? What was wrong today? Was the child starting to be a little proud? Rebellion at 3 years old. Xiao Bao, what's wrong? Come on, let's go eat. Xia Jin reached out her hand to him. Xiao Bao thought for a moment, then walked to Xia Jin and took her hand. Mom, have you been very busy lately? Xia Jin looked at him questioningly. Just a bit busy the past few days. What's up? It's been a long time since you played with me, Mom. And I don't know when Dad will come back. I miss him. Xiao Bao said this with a pitiful look, lowering his head, his eyes red, holding back tears. Xia Jin's heart skipped a beat. She quickly crouched down facing him and looked at the aggrieved child, feeling a pang of sympathy. She had thought that once the child went to school and had playmates, he would be happy. Having never raised a child, she didn't know exactly how to care for one. She had always treated Xiao Bao as an equal, as a friend, giving him freedom, letting him do what he liked as long as he didn't hurt others or break the law. She had overlooked that Xiao Bao was only 3 years old and needed parental companionship more than anything. Moreover, his experiences had left him feeling insecure. She was wrong. Xiao Xian entrusted the child to her because he trusted her, yet in less than a month the child had been wronged. Fortunately, Xiao Bao would actively come to her. If he had kept silent and not come out, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Alright, darling, Mommy was wrong. From today on, I will play with you every day, okay? Xiao Bao looked up, his eyes still red, looking especially pitiful. He sniffled and said, Okay, I believe Mommy. Let's go eat, I'm hungry. Mom, let's go eat. Mommy, why hasn't Daddy come back? The place your father went is probably very far, it will take some time. But Mommy promises you if after some time your father still hasn't returned, I'll take you to find him, okay? Xia Jin was startled, then quickly explained. Okay. Mommy is the very best, I love you the very most. Xiao Bao immediately broke into a smile through his tears. Seeing the child's happy smile, Xia Jin felt a warm glow in her heart. Children truly are the most adorable creatures. Xiao Bao, let's have breakfast first, then we'll go back to the village to take a look. Okay. Xiao Bao jumped up happily to wash his hands, then went to eat. After breakfast, Xia Jin took Xiao Bao, Xiao Feng, and Xiao Xiaoyu out. The group took a carriage back to Taohua village. After the house was built, they had only stayed a few days, but it was still her home after all. It was the first place she saw when she opened her eyes after rebirth. The villagers weren't particularly good except for a few troublemakers, the rest were honest farmers. Tianyuan town was not actually far from Taohua village, but the road was rough. A carriage would take over half a shurchen, about an hour, an ox cart probably 1 shurchen, and on foot it would take about 2 shurchen. However, riding a horse was fast, at most 2 ku 30 minutes. Every time the carriage jolted so much that her bottom hurt, but at least she didn't get carsick. Finally, after a bumpy ride, they arrived at the village entrance. At the village entrance stood a century-old tree with lush branches spreading out, blocking much of the sunlight. The villagers were all cooling off under the tree, chatting and gossiping. This was one of the few pleasures for the people of Taohua village. As a carriage passed by, the people under the tree looked up and saw 2 little children sitting on the carriage, a girl and a boy. Hey, isn't that the wife of Xiao Sanling? Yes, that family built such a big house. Soon after moving to town, they struck it rich. Alas, why don't we see Xiao Sanling? He didn't come back last time, and not this time either. Could it be? Then how can this widow and orphan build such a big house? They must have a lot of silver. Look at that carriage, it must be worth a lot. Oh my, it's the style of rich folks. But where did the money come from? This Xiao San's wife is too capable. Why does a woman need to be so capable? TSK tisk, now she's still a widow with a child. Could Xiao Sanling have been killed by her sister-in-law? They are too much. Jealousy is a disease. How can they say that about you and about third brother? Xiao Xiaoyu was furious hearing these gossip. Xia Jin glanced at Xiao Xiaoyu, whose face was red with anger, smiled, and comforted him. All right, let them talk. It won't kill anyone. Don't mind them. Many poor people can't stand seeing others do well. They harbor jealousy and resentment, and once these negative emotions breed, they cannot have a good life. So no need to get angry. We don't have time to focus on these unimportant people. Isn't making money more appealing? I understand, sister-in-law. Xiao Xiaoyu nodded obediently. The Xiao family also received news of Xia Jin's return. Seeing that the house had been built, they felt very unbalanced, never expecting Xiao Xian to live so well. Xia Jin and the others got off the carriage and pushed open the gate. Xiao Bao ran in like the wind. Wow, I'm finally back my home. Ha ha, Xiao Bao, who taught you that? My home is in the northeast on the Songhua River. Ha ha, Xia Jin thought of that lyric. Mommy, it's me. My home, I'm back. Hee hee. Alright, go play by yourself, be careful. She turned to Xiao Fengting and said, Xiao Feng, keep an eye on Xiao Bao, don't let him get too wild. Be careful. Got it, sister. Xiao Fengting was an obedient child. He cherished his current life deeply, so he treated everyone who was kind to him sincerely. Xia Jin led Xiao Xiaoyu to the nursery area, looking at the green Sichuan pepper and chili seedlings in the shed, as well as rows of rice seedlings. Sister-in-law, we can transplant them now? They've grown so fast. Xiao Xiaoyu walked to the side, crouched down to observe the seedlings. They all seemed quite tall. They grow so fast, look full of vitality, easy to survive. Xiao Xiaoyu crouched there for a long time, pulling out weeds on the side, and asked, Sister-in-law, how should we arrange these seedlings? Xia Jin pointed to a field nearby. This entire field is ours. We need to find a few people to help, you can't do it alone. The land up there will be used for growing Sichuan pepper and chili. Then for these seedlings, you'll go to Uncle Village Chief later, and give some to them for planting. When the time comes, you'll be in charge of buying their Sichuan pepper and chili both dry. Okay, sister-in-law, leave it to me. I know how to do this. Xiao Xiaoyu pointed confidently. This was his forte. He had farmed for 10 years. Good. It was definitely to be handed over to him. Xia Jin knew nothing about farming. Her principle was to let professionals handle professional matters, allocate resources, wisely execute the process well, and maximize results. She would just lie back and relax. Hee hee. She had no thought of contracting fields or hillsides for large-scale planting. She only wanted to make some samples to attract more villagers to do this, solving the seasoning issue, while also helping the villagers earn income, making their lives better. Carrying 2 boxes of pastries, she walked to the village chief's house and knocked on the door. Who is it? The gate isn't locked, just push it open and come in. The auntie's voice came from inside. Xia Jin had to push open the gate and walk in. Auntie, it's me, Xia Jin. I'm looking for Uncle Village Chief. Is he home? He's in. What do you need the village chief for? He just got back from town. Come in quickly. Thank you, auntie. You're welcome, come on in. Okay. Xia Jin walked into the main room and quietly placed the pastries she was carrying on the table. Xiao Xian's boy didn't come back today either. The village chief sat on a chair and gestured for her to sit. He went on a long trip. It will probably be a while before he returns. Xia Jin explained briefly. Knowing that Xia Jin was a capable and resourceful child, she did not say more. What brings you here today? Oh, Uncle, the pepper and chili seedlings I mentioned last time are ready. You can go to my seedbed to dig some for planting. I can only tell you now that these are high-yield seeds I encountered outside. You can plant some. Besides the pepper and chili seedlings, there are also rice seedlings that yield at least 1,000 jin per mu. The village chief, who had been drinking water, suddenly looked up at her and put down his cup. Really? Absolutely. I can guarantee it. If not, I'll pay you double the cost. Xia Jin knew the importance of grain to rural people, and she would not joke about this. Seedlings soaked and nurtured with spiritual spring water would have growth rates and yields far beyond ordinary ones. A yield of 1,000 jin per mu was still a conservative estimate. Hearing this, the village chief knew the child was not joking. Every year the grain in their village was barely enough to feed everyone. Every household lived in hardship, and it was already fortunate not to starve to death. He had been the village chief for many years, wholeheartedly wanting all villagers to live well, but he lacked the ability. His eldest son told him that Xia Jin and Xiao Xian were definitely not ordinary, and that he should get close to them, trust them, and help them. A few days ago, his eldest son, who had returned from town, said that Xia Jin had partnered with others to open a restaurant and business was booming. He wanted to gamble. It couldn't get any worse, could it? Would heaven ever let people starve? Alright, Xia Jin, our family hasn't started planting yet. This year's seedlings will all be yours. They'll also plant the pepper and chili seedlings. I want to try it. If it works here, I'd like to promote it to the whole village. What do you think? Uncle, absolutely no problem. Uncle, we can sign an agreement. Whether the peppers and chilies you plant are dried or fresh, you'll buy them all. Dried 40 won per jean, or fresh 20 won per jean. I only have one request, keep the price confidential. The village chief's eyes brightened at this. The price was indeed not low, it would increase income significantly. And the 1,000 jean per mu yield you mentioned earlier, you can also write it into the agreement. If it's not achieved, it'll compensate double. Seeing Xia Jin's confident demeanor, the village chief's heart stirred with excitement. He knew this girl was not bragging. For her to say such words, she must be alright, no problem. When my eldest son comes back, I'll have him write it up and come find you to sign. The two quickly reached an agreement. This saved him a lot of trouble. Everything would proceed according to plan. It was a gamble. If he won, the whole village would have hope. Oh, by the way, uncle, could you find some people to work on my 10 mu of farmland? I need to plant them too. Xiao will be in charge in the village during this time. You can contact. No problem, but the wages might be higher because everyone is busy. That's fine. Xia Jin thought it was normal during the busy farming season. Suddenly she realized that if she had to travel back and forth frequently, the road would be a major problem. It took too long. Uncle, about the road to town. Could you estimate how much it would cost to widen and level it? Once the farming season is over, we can start work. The road. No problem. The village chief agreed without a second thought. He had heard from his eldest son that Xia Jin was capable, and building roads was a merit. Good deeds bring good rewards. Alright, I'll be in the village today. They'll head home now. Sure. Xia Jin walked out of the village chief's house looking relaxed. She could finally rest easy, accompany her little treasure, and focus on cultivation. Silver in hand was just silver, neither increasing nor decreasing. But if silver flowed, it might surge in like a tide. As soon as she entered the gate, her little treasure pounced and hugged her leg. This habit of hugging legs. Behind him, Xiao Fengting ran over, his little face flushed. She found it hard to judge. Mommy Xiaobao and uncle have a new discovery. Xiaobao blinked his big eyes, speaking mysteriously and secretly about, oh, what discovery? How amazing. Xia Jin really didn't know what new thing could be in the yard that she didn't know about. With a sweep of her divine, since no living thing within 100 miles could escape her. But children's discoveries, let him show off. So she took each by the hand and led them to the stone table in the backyard, sitting down quietly to watch his performance. It's that all the plants in our garden have bloomed and the fruit trees have borne fruit. Xiaobao and uncle just ate some fruit. It's so sweet. Xiaobao waved his little finger excitedly, recounting the miracle they had just discovered. Really? Then let's go pick some and taste them. Xia Jin's face lit up with surprise. So the spirit-gathering array could accelerate the growth of plants. Having fruit was wonderful. Fruit was terribly scarce here. She usually ate it in the space, not daring to bring it out now. She had planned to take some from the space to share once she was outside. The three walked through the garden, a wave of floral fragrance wafting over them. The flowers and trees were lush and vibrant, the blossoms dazzlingly beautiful. They went straight to the orchard. Wow. The trees were laden with bright red fruit, their rich aroma filling the air, making one's mouth water. Xia Jin walked to a tree, picked a grape, and bit into it. It was sweet and sour, juicy and thick-skinned, delicious beyond words. She loved the taste, but unfortunately, she didn't know how to make wine. She picked some more and handed them to Xiaobao and Xiaofeng. Wow. Mommy were so happy. Happy about what? Xia Jin swallowed a grape and asked, puzzled. What was a child's happiness? Happiness is being able to eat so many sweet fruits. Xiaobao said with a smile. Xia Jin almost choked on her grape. Alright, Xiaobao was impressive. She gave him a thumbs up. Xiaobao, amazing. Contentment brings happiness. She had lived for decades, but was not as wise as a 3-year-old. She picked more fruit from other trees to take home for everyone. She was one who knew how to share. Suddenly, she noticed Xiao Fengting standing silently, not eating, lost in thought. Curiously, she asked, Xiaofeng, are you feeding the fruit to your nose? Xiao Fengting snapped out of his reverie, scratching his head shyly. What are you thinking about so deeply, eh? Xiao Fengting shook his head. I still haven't figured out why the plants and fruit trees in our yard are so different from those outside. Isn't this too strange? If discovered, could it be dangerous? He looked at Xia Jin with a mix of doubt and worry, then glanced around at the flowers and trees. Xia Jin rolled her eyes. This little brat was as serious as an old scholar, fretting with worry, yet showing no expression. Would he grow up to be a mask-faced? If her brother became expressionless, it wouldn't be easy to marry him off. Xia Jin had intended to brush him off with a casual remark, but seeing his earnest gaze, she found herself unable to speak. One lie would require how many stories to patch up? Just thinking about it was exhausting, as she didn't like fabricating tales. So she led them back to the stone table, and Xia Jin looked at him seriously, and said, the worries you have, Xiao Feng, won't come to pass. I've arranged everything myself. Outsiders won't see the true state of things inside the courtyard unless they step through the gate. Illusionary. People outside the wall can't see the flowers and trees inside. Xiao Fengting summarized. He was a child who could grasp the key points. Xia Jin nodded, that's right. As for this appearance, it's because I set up a spirit-gathering array. The plants inside will grow faster with eternal spring and blooming flowers. Hearing such marvels, Xia Fengting finally dropped his expressionless mask. His mouth fell open wide, and his eyes sparkled as he looked at Xia Jin. Xia Jin felt this was how a child should be, adorable and lovable. Xiao Feng, would you like to learn alongside me? Xia Jin wasn't acting on a whim to teach them cultivation, as she had been considering it for a long time. Though she didn't know their aptitude or how far they could cultivate, her primary concern was that they could protect themselves. She couldn't always be by their side, one day they would part. Xia Fengting was utterly stunned to hear that he could also learn such powerful magic. How could he be worthy of this? I can. Will it have any harmful effect on you? His first thought was not to hinder or affect Xia Jin. No harm at all, little one. Don't worry too much, or you might not grow tall. Then you'd be the one losing out. As long as it didn't affect her, of course, he was willing to learn. Once he grew strong, he could protect his sister and the others. His sister was too childish. What did height have to do with thoughts and worries? It was linked to exercise and nutrition. He ate well every day and trained diligently. Then sister am willing to learn. He'll study hard. He walked up to Xia Jin and sincerely declared, "Good. Tomorrow I'll go to the county first, and when I return I'll teach you." She tousled his hair. "Hurry up and eat or Xiaobao will finish it all." Xiaobao was focused on enjoying the fruit. Hearing his mother mention him, he put down the fruit and pouted, "Not a pig, I can't eat that much. They'll leave some for little uncle, and Mom, you're so mean, ruining my reputation." "Oh my, you know about reputation now. Your studies haven't been in vain." "I'm serious. You just didn't ask me." Xia Fengting covered his forehead. His sister was too childish, always teasing the kids. Alright, it's Mommy's fault. I won't disturb your fruit eating. Remember moderation. Too much will upset your stomach." "Got it." Understood. Two voices chimed in together. Xia Jin left with peace of mind, letting them play on their own. Checking the time, it was almost lunch. As she pondered what to cook, she headed toward the kitchen. To her surprise, Xiao had already quietly started preparing lunch. Watching Xiao's busy back, Xia Jin felt fortunate. After her rebirth, the people she encountered were kind, especially the few in her household now. All sincere in their actions. No one was lazy or took advantage. "Xiao, what's for lunch today?" Xiao turned to see Xia Jin and happily exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, you're back." "I've been back for a while." Xia Jin nodded. She had already eaten a lot of fruit, but poor Xiao hadn't even had a single piece. "Well, sister-in-law, let's just have a simple meal today. I'm not as good as you and Aunt Wang, but it's edible." Xiao wanted to cook a meal for Xia Jin as a token of gratitude. When he arrived, he took some meat from the kitchen, both fatty and lean. And since the vegetables in the yard were ready, he picked some green peppers, cabbage, eggplants, and so on. Today he made some home-style dishes: braised pork, stir-fried pork with green peppers, minced pork with eggplant, sautéed greens, and cold cucumber salad. Enough for everyone. Xia Jin helped bring the dishes to the table and called out from the door toward the backyard, "Xiaobao, Xiao Feng, wash your hands and come eat." The two kids heard and came running in excitedly. "Wow, it smells so good. Today it's your Uncle Xiao who cooked. Sister-in-law, try it." Xiao picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in Xia Jin's bowl, looking at her expectantly. Xia Jin picked it up and ate it, then gave a thumbs up. "Delicious. Tender yet not greasy, melts in the mouth." She casually picked a piece for each of the two little ones. "Yummy, Uncle Xiao is amazing." Xiaobao praised with a mouthful. Delicious, brother Xiao is great." Xia Fengting also complimented. Xiao smiled, and then gave each of them a few more pieces of stir-fried pork with green peppers. It was the most basic home-style dish, simple yet refined and satisfying to eat. After tasting it, Xia Jin squinted with satisfaction. "Truly nice. Xiao's cooking is flavorful and goes well with rice." After lunch, everyone took a rest. In the afternoon, the village chief came with his eldest son Xiao, and they discussed more cooperation details. Finally, both parties signed and sealed the agreement, keeping 3 copies. The remaining tasks were left to Xiao. "Xiao, you stay and handle the rest. Tomorrow take the agreement and discuss with Aunt Zhang and the others. The cooperation terms will be the same as with the village chief's family." Xiao nodded. He could handle that. "By the way, you can bring the village chief or Xiao along. Our current cooperation price is only for the village chief's family and Aunt Zhang's family, because I want to thank them, so it's fine to give a little more." "Understood, sister-in-law. Rest assured and go to the county. I'll handle things here." Xia Jin trusted him. This was a small matter, nothing difficult. So she picked some fruit in the afternoon and took the two little ones back to town. Early the next morning she had to go to the county. It was said that the carriage ride took over an hour. Wow, 2 hours. That was really far. If she flew by sword, it would probably take at most half an hour. But flying by sword in the mortal realm would make her seem like a monster. This place was remote and conservative with virtually no cultivators, so she'd better, just lost in thought, she drifted into cultivation. The next morning after finishing her cultivation, she had just finished breakfast when Steward Su said Feng Muchuan was already waiting at the gate. Really, she was speechless. Feng Muchuan's energy for making money was boundless. Sure enough, when she and Yunxi reached the main gate, they saw Feng Muchuan waving energetically at them, looking utterly ridiculous. "Ha ha. Good morning, my brothers." Feng Muchuan said with a roguish grin winking at them. Xia Jin ignored him while Yunqi could only manage a gentle greeting. You're in high spirits, boss Feng. Of course. In putting all my energy into making money, Feng Muchuan replied with a cocky air. Go for it, boss Feng. Take me along. Xia Jin thought Feng Muchuan was a bit of a fool, naive, fervently driven by money, brimming with energy, and yet unrestrained and magnanimous in character. As long as she knew this person meant them no harm, the rest was none of her concern. In aristocratic families, who was truly innocent? Those who had long since perished or passed on. It took Xiao Xin nearly a month to finally reach the border. Without alerting anyone, he went straight to the general's mansion. General Yu. You're healed. A middle-aged man in his 40s seeing Xiao Xin before him rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After confirming that he was indeed standing there, he asked in a trembling voice. Uncle Bai, I've put you through a lot these days. Is everything all right? If the general is well, then we are well. Xiao Xin nodded slightly, gazing at the middle-aged man, the strategist Bai Cheng, also his savior. Had he not controlled the poison back then, Xiao Xin would never have survived to this day, let alone met Xia Jin and become a cultivator. What's the situation now? Xiao Xin asked, seated in a chair. The outlook is grim. Bai Cheng's expression turned grave. The enemy's offensive is fierce and our border defenses are buckling. Not long ago we received intelligence that the enemy has dispatched tens of thousands of troops to the frontier. At present we're deliberating on a countermeasure. Hearing this, Xiao Xin fell silent. The enemy's forces were formidable, while they had only a little over 10,000 troops. On his way into the city, he noticed that the number of refugees along the streets had increased sharply, ragged, emaciated with sallow faces and hollow eyes. Before his injury, things had not been like this. He never imagined that in just 1 year such a drastic change could occur. In the end, it was the common people who suffered most. The more Xiao Xin pondered, the heavier his heart became. Since he had Xiao Bao and Xia Jin, his heart had grown much softer. Since they insisted on fighting, he would wage a decisive battle. He would put an end to their probing attacks once and for all, so that the soldiers would no longer be exhausted and the people terrified. By the way, Uncle Bai, did you read the Xiao Xin had previously sent a letter about his background to Bai Cheng asking him to investigate. We already have news. Bai Cheng glanced at Xiao Xin. With such divine features, he had felt it impossible for him to be an ordinary child. Such looks couldn't be inherited from common folk. So he had asked a friend to look into it. The more he dug, the more shocking the truth became. Another group had been secretly searching for someone for 20 years. When they finally made contact, they discovered that the truth was always stunning. If he really was that man's younger brother, then his heavenly appearance made perfect sense. If our investigation is correct, you were born in Yunqi City. You still have a biological elder brother, and your parents have passed away. Moreover, your brother has been searching for you for 20 years. Is that so? Xiao Xin felt a pang of disappointment. Still no parents. But having a brother was not bad. How can you be sure they're looking for me? How can they prove it? According to them, you disappeared when you were a little over a year old. They searched all of Yunqi City and the surrounding towns, but found nothing. Yet they never gave up, always investigating quietly. They never imagined you had ended up so far away, at the very western edge of Yunqi City. Looking at Xiao Xian's impassive face, he suddenly thought of something. By the way, do you have any mark on your body? Xiao Xian was startled, then recalled the scar on his body. It had been deliberately left as a mark. There's a scar. Then that's it. Their criterion for recognition is a mark left by their mother. You'll need to go there in person because your brother has one too. Xiao Xian now understood. He should go. Since he had living relatives, it wouldn't hurt to visit. He'll go, Uncle Bai. Send a reply. He'll set out after this battle. Good, he'll do it right away. Just as he was about to leave, he paused and asked curiously, General, is it true that you've married and have a child? At the mention of Xia Jin and Xiao Bao, Xiao Xian's brows softened. It's true. Then what kind of woman is the general's wife? Bai Cheng wondered what kind of woman could be with Xiao Xian, whose cold, expressionless face could easily frighten children. Xia Jin is wonderful, very capable, unlike ordinary women. Xiao Bao is also very well behaved. Xiao Xian spoke of them with deep contentment. Hearing his description, wonderful, capable, unlike ordinary women. What kind of person was that? He had never heard a woman described that way. Well, he would surely see her someday. By the way, Uncle Bai, what about the poisoner? Xiao Xian suddenly asked. Bai Cheng's face darkened. Dead. Dead. Xiao Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. He had wanted to settle the matter himself. He never imagined the culprit was already dead. He hadn't even had the chance to toy with him. It was too easy on him. Well, never mind. He would focus on the war, then go to Yunqi City, and finally return to Taohua Village to be with Xia Jin and the others. Uncle Bai summoned all the officers to the meeting hall. We need to discuss the next steps. Understood. A quarter of an hour later, the officers filed in one by. They saw Xiao Xian back safe and sound, and he seemed even stronger than before. All the officers breathed a sigh of relief. They were genuinely loyal to Xiao Xian. A fierce wolf, ruthless and aggressive, but he treated his own people well. General, it's such a relief you're all right. We've been so worried about you these days. An officer couldn't help speaking, his eyes reddening. That's right, General. It's good that you're safe. Have you fully recovered now? The other officers also chimed in with questions. General. Thank you all for your concern. I've fully recovered and can fight again. Xiao looked at his brothers who had faced life and death with him, feeling both excitement and deep gratitude. Although he was not one to smile, he could tell who was sincere and who was false. The position of general had been earned with his blood, his life, and his strength, and of course with the support of the brothers present. Great. Let's crush them. We will follow the general to the death. A wave of fervor rose in their hearts as they stood and saluted. You've all worked hard. Well, rest for 2 days, and then continue the campaign. This will be our final battle. We'll beat them so badly they'll wet themselves and never dare to invade Yun Kingdom again. As you command. It took Xia Jin nearly an hour and a half to finally reach Huarong County. Gazing at the 4 to 5 meter high, somewhat dilapidated city wall with guards standing on either side of the gate, she truly felt the reality of being in ancient times. A queue formed at the city gate where guards questioned and inspected those entering. Xia Jin noticed people in the line, some in tattered clothes, others gaunt and sallow, yet all gazing longingly toward the city. These people must be refugees fleeing from the border. Huarong County is the closest county to the frontier, so whenever war breaks out, many come here. Feng Muchuan explained as he noticed Xia Jin looking at the queue. And how will they be arranged once inside? If too many enter, might it cause chaos? Xia Jin wasn't so much worried about chaos as she was curious about their arrangements. If no plans were made, how would they survive? Would they have to beg? Many of them were clearly families. Some will find work, others will sell themselves at the labor market to become servants. Xia Jin nodded. This phenomenon existed in any era. To survive, people might become laborers, beggars, or even prostitutes in brothels. The better options were low-skilled jobs or serving in wealthy households. At least they would have a place to stay free from hunger and cold. In this world, inequality always existed. The poor grew poorer, the rich richer. Watching the commoners file into the city, Xia Jin felt like an alien. She considered herself fortunate, having transmigrated without suffering hardship and even enjoying life thanks to her golden finger. The carriage drove directly into the city. On both sides were various shops, pharmacies, general stores, taverns, inns, and more, all bustling with act. The streets were crowded with people coming and going. Where there were people, there was money, a universal truth. While good wine needed no bush, time was required for reputation to build. Xia Jin wanted to make a splash and establish her tavern's name immediately. So their location had to be on a main thoroughfare with plenty of foot traffic. The carriage continued until it reached the central main street of Huarong County. This was the most prosperous and expensive area in Huarong County. Whether for food, clothing, or lodging, everything was upscale and luxurious. The carriage stopped before a 3-story building. Young master, we've arrived. Let's get off. Feng Muchuan descended first, followed by Xia Jin and Yunxi. Looking around at the surroundings and the crowd, Xia Jin saw mostly wide-fronted shops and 3-story buildings. This area had a high flow of people. Clothing stores, jewelry shops, cosmetics boutiques, upscale inns, and large taverns were plentiful. Huarong County was indeed prosperous, but Xia Jin hadn't expected it to be this bustling. Observing the passers-by and their attire, she felt like a country bumpkin. Is this the building? Xia Jin looked suspiciously at the locked door. This was a great location. Why would a property be vacant? Yes, my people found this place. Don't worry, it's clean. The family moved to Yun City and the asking price was too high for anyone to buy. Feng Muchuan seemed to anticipate her doubt. How much? The owner only sells, not rents. 30,000 taels. That scared off many interested parties, so it's our chance now. 30,000 taels wasn't much for them. If business went well, they could recoup it in a month. Boss, you're here. Let's go inside and have a look. Manager Wang rushed over, breathless, accompanied by a real estate agent, and opened the door for them. The shop still had furniture as it had previously been a restaurant. It looked decent. The ground floor was open, roughly 800 square meters, and after accounting for the kitchen, restroom, and storage rooms, it could accommodate about 20 tables. The second and third floors each ranged from 400 to 600 square meters, and after leaving some common areas for decoration, they could design 18 to 20 private rooms. Beyond the ground floor was an inner courtyard with a spacious yard that could hold 10 tables. There was also a garden and 4 rooms that could serve as staff dormitories. As Xia Jin walked around, she pondered the layout. After completing the circuit, ideas had formed in her mind. She nodded with satisfaction. I think it's fine. The location, structure, and size all work. Feng Muchuan also nodded in agreement. The real estate agent grew nervous and excited. This deal would bring him a handsome commission. Both bosses, the seller, said they'll leave all the furniture. It's yours for free. If you're opening a restaurant, you can save a lot. Most of it is nearly new. Xia Jin saw the tables, chairs, and kitchen tools. Most could be reused. The previous owner had good taste. She only needed to make partial renovations, add partitions, and then open. I think it's good. We can open in about half a month. Then let's settle it. Sign the contract. Feng Muchuan looked at the agent. Great, boss. I've brought the agreement. Take a look, and if it's fine, just sign. And the agent beamed with joy. Today was his lucky day, with a large sum flowing into his pocket. These two bosses were the most generous and straightforward he had ever met. He truly was fortunate. He even offered to handle the subsequent procedures for free. After securing the shop, Xia Jin and the others entered a large restaurant next door. They wanted to taste the dishes and gauge the price level for future pricing. By the way, Manager Wang, could you prepare some paper and a brush for me? Certainly, I'll get it right away. Manager Wang knew Xia Jin was remarkable. Manager Zhou had already informed him, so he was eager to impress. Got an idea already, boss? Xia? Fang Muchuan asked when he heard her request for paper and brush. Yes, since we're here, and I've seen the site, I might as well sketch the design. Manager Wang can then arrange the workers for renovations. Next time I come, it'll be for the opening. It's too far, and even the carriage ride is a hassle. Fang Muchuan was stunned by her efficiency. After getting to know her, he realized she was actually lazy. Huh? Alright, you're the expert. We'll follow your lead. Welcome, esteemed guests, please come in. As they approached the entrance of Huarong restaurant, a waiter promptly came forward to greet them. Following the waiter into the restaurant, they were greeted by the aroma of cuisine and the scent of wealth. What lay before Xia Jin was luxury itself, solid wood furnishings throughout. Upon entering the hall, they saw flowers water a small bridge and an old tree. The entire first floor was a landscape of beauty. The dining areas were on the second and third floors, private booths on the second floor, and private rooms on the third, each with different price levels. Would you, esteemed guests, prefer a booth or a private room? How much does a booth cost, and how much for a private room? The waiter, realizing they were new customers, began to explain. Dear guests, in the booth you can order directly from the menu. For a private room, there is a minimum consumption of 100 taels of silver. Gosh, what a ripoff. 100 taels could support a family for how many years? Such is the life of the rich and the poor. Then let's go to the booth. Hearing this, the waiter showed no sign of disdain or any other expression. After all, anyone who could afford to dine here, whether in a booth or a private room, would spend a considerable amount, and none were people he could afford to offend. Please follow me this way, we'll be there soon. How about this spot? Since it wasn't peak dining hours, the waiter led them to a booth with good views and privacy. It's fine, thank you. Xia Jin found the waiter quite friendly, so she smiled and thanked him. The waiter was flattered. Few guests ever thanked him, as they considered it his duty and themselves honorable patrons. You're welcome, enjoy your meal. The division of labor was clear. After the waiter withdrew, a steward came to take their orders. Xia Jin and her 3 companions ordered 4 dishes and 1. The portions were generous and the ingredients fresh, but the flavors were average, lacking distinction. The most notable feature was the price. Main dishes ranged from 8 to 10 taels, each well beyond the reach of ordinary people. It was likely a place for entertaining and saving face. It was a casual hobbyist restaurant where each table served was a bonus, catering to those with money to burn. Before the dishes arrived, Xia Jin sketched out the restaurant's layout and design in front of Manager Wang and discussed it with him. This was to be a pure fish restaurant featuring fish prepared in various ways: boiled fish, green Sichuan pepper fish, pickled pepper fish, sauerkraut fish, grilled fish. She aimed for unique flavors, fresh ingredients, reasonable prices, and an elegant yet private environment. In the end, Manager Wang understood and was thrilled, assuring the 2 owners that he could complete the task successfully. After the work was arranged, the 4 of them ate and chatted happily. By the way, Manager Wang, could you please keep an eye out for 1 or 2 houses? They don't need to be too fancy, just livable. Xia Jin said to Manager Wang after finishing her meal. Fang Muchuan also put down his chopsticks and looked at her puzzledly. Why are you looking for a house? Are you planning to live here? Yunxi, upon hearing Xia Jin's request, roughly understood what she intended to do. Only Fang Muchuan was completely baffled. Why would Xia Jin want to live here? He couldn't figure it out. Then Xia Jin spoke. Not for myself to live in, but to use as a charity home. To take in the elderly, infirm, widows, orphans, and the like. Fang Muchuan's eyes widened as he looked at her, feeling as though Xia Jin was glowing. He had earned so much money but had never done much charity, just donating some money and distributing porridge every year. Moreover, the people he dealt with mostly did such things for a good reputation. A few were truly kind-hearted. Kind people, he believed, could never reach high positions or amass great wealth. How many of those who climbed to the top were clean? How many hadn't carved a path of blood under their feet? In his view, Xia Jin had no need to seek a good reputation. Her family was ordinary, and no one required such things. It was completely unnecessary to waste money. Wouldn't it be better to spend it on herself? Manager Wang was also somewhat moved. He lacked funds, but would do his utmost to handle the matter well. No problem, boss. Xiao, leave it to me. Alright then, I'll trouble you with the shop's renovation and the house during this period. We'll probably come back when it's time for the opening. No trouble at all, it's my duty, boss. Xia. Manager Wang quickly waved his hand. Xia Jin smiled with satisfaction, very pleased with Manager Wang's attitude. His demeanor was quite endearing, and she felt he was a sincere and responsible person, somewhat similar to Manager Zhou. Could they be friends? Finally, Xia Jin and Yunxi wandered around, bought many things, and then headed home. As the carriage left the city, they passed the same city gate where a group of people were carefully queuing to enter. I never really paid attention to these people and matters before. Now they seem quite pitiful, especially the children and the elderly. Xuan lifted the curtain to look at the people by the roadside. Xia Jin frowned slightly, showing some disagreement. In my opinion, no one needs others' sympathy or pity. That is the most worthless thing. If when one has the ability, one offers appropriate assistance to give them more opportunities to climb out of the depths, that would be more acceptable. As the saying goes, help in emergencies, not in poverty. Seeing both of them lost in thought, Xia Jin looked into the distance. In this world, everyone has their own path. Whether good or bad, it is their own karma and obstacles that they must cross themselves. Therefore, there is no need to pity or sympathize with others. Fortune cycles after all. Yunxi and Xuan heard Xia Jin's words and suddenly found them very reasonable. Yunxi thought of his own past. He had once lived a decent life, yet ended up being sold and humiliated. Now because he had met Xia Jin, he could live like a human again and even pursue his own career. So ups and downs were all karma. One only needs to accept the present, do well in the present. The past is all illusion, the future is all unknown. It is better to seize every moment of the present, cherish the people around, accept oneself now, and be the best version of oneself now. No matter what the future holds, one is always growing, improving, and becoming stronger. Yunxi looked at Xia Jin and smiled gratefully. Sensing that Yunxi had completely accepted and let go in his heart, Xia Jin also smiled happily. In life, one can only save oneself, others can only assist. By the time they returned to Tianyuan town, it was already time for dinner. After Xia Jin left Taohua village, Xiao took the agreement and went with the village chief to Aunt Zhang's house. They had previously agreed to try planting Sichuan peppers and chili peppers, but at that time, they hadn't mentioned seedlings. Xiao entered the courtyard and sat on a stone stool in the corner of the open area, elaborating on the cooperation agreement in detail. Aunt Zhang's family, upon hearing that the village chief supported Xia Jin, felt that there would be no problem. Moreover, the agreement clearly stated the consequences. Even if it failed in the end, they would not suffer any loss. They generously let old Zhang sign and press his thumbprint. They agreed to go to the seedling bed the next day to pick up seedlings. Their fields had already been plowed and were ready for the new seedlings. Seeing that the task was completed so smoothly, Xiao grew more confident. He believed that as long as he was willing to learn and work hard, nothing could defeat him. Go for it, he silently cheered himself on. The village chief, seeing Xiao's current state, felt relieved. He had always felt sorry for this child, but he didn't have the ability to help. Fortunately, Xia Jin was there, and now the child had become so capable. He patted Xiao on the shoulder and said earnestly, Xiao, from now on follow Xiao Xin's wife well. You are doing well, and you must be grateful. Xiao was grateful to Uncle Village Chief in his heart. He understood that every family had a hard life. To be able to offer timely help and give a little warmth was already not easy. He was already very grateful for that little bit of warmth. What he had experienced before was his fate that had happened and was now in the past. He was quite thankful. He also thanked the self that refused to accept fate, otherwise he wouldn't be where he is today. I'm content. I know, Uncle Village Chief, don't worry. Thank you, Uncle Village Chief. Xiao replied with a grin. Seeing the grinning child, the village chief couldn't help but smile. You child, that's enough. He'll go now. Tomorrow morning, go to the seedling bed to pick up seedlings. Remember to get up early. After saying that, he walked toward his home without looking back. He was already old, as long as the children lived well, that was enough. He also wanted to take a gamble. If he won, his own family's situation could improve, and the two children's lives would get better in the future. Moreover, the village would also improve. Having been the village chief for decades, he should at least give the villagers a chance. When Xia Jin returned home, she was warmly welcomed by the children. She had thought that since the academy was busy, only the two of them would return to the village. Unexpectedly, the academy was very humane. It granted a 3-day holiday for the entire academy during spring plowing, allowing students to go home and help so that they could experience the hardships of farmers and study better. Xia Jin felt that the teachers of this academy were really good. Not only did they not look down on farmers, but they also encouraged students who could help. It seemed that this era was not as pedantic as imagined. Children are the future of the country. If the teachers who educate them have incorrect values, it will directly affect their future direction and values. Also, the ones who directly influence children are their family members' parents through words and deeds. Children learn very quickly. No matter how well you speak, if your actions differ from your words, and children see it, they will directly learn the attitudes and behaviors displayed by their family. Alright, then the whole family will return to the village. Aunt Wang will be in charge of cooking, and everyone else will go to the fields to work. Even the 3-year-old will go transplant rice seedlings. The next day at the crack of dawn around 7 o'clock after breakfast, the family took a horse-drawn carriage to Taohua village. In the carriage, besides the people, there was food for the next few days. After a bumpy ride back to the village, probably because everyone was busy or it was too early, the gossip spot in the village was empty. The carriage drove directly to the gate. Just as they got off the carriage, they met Uncle Village Chief and his family who had come to pick up seedlings. Oh, Xia Jin is back too. Xia Jin greeted them happily. Several children jumped off the carriage at this time. Xiao, who hadn't seen the village chief and the others for a long time, was looking at them curiously and didn't greet them. Is this Xiao? Oh, he's grown taller, and his body is healthier, fair, and chubby. You're such a polite child. Uncle Village Chief patted Zaibao's head. Seeing that the child was no longer shy, Xia Jin smiled at him and said, Xiao, say hello. Hello, Grandpa Village Chief. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Auntie. Xiao greeted them in a sweet childish voice, making everyone feel warm, and they all responded with. After the gate was opened, they found that Xiao was not inside. He had probably gone to the fields. Uncle, shall we go directly to the seedling bed? Okay. Xia Jin, I actually mentioned this to some people, but they were afraid it wasn't reliable and didn't dare to take risks. They just want stability. The village chief suddenly remembered that he had previously approached several families about the Sichuan pepper and chili peppers, but none of them agreed. They wanted to think it over or wait and see. He sighed. Alas, he understood that people were afraid to take risks. That was the fundamental reason for Taohua Village's poverty. He couldn't change everyone's minds. Only by taking the risk himself and setting an example for others to see could he make them believe. As he thought, he shook his head and sighed. Xia Jin was not surprised to hear the village chief's words. This was normal. New things and new ideas were not easy to accept. No one wanted to be the first to try something new, especially in a backward village where people only sought to have enough to eat and wear. It's okay, Uncle. You plant here, Aunt John's family will plant, and I will plant too. That's enough for a demonstration. When they see the results later, they will act. Don't worry. That's the only way. The group walked to the seedling bed, and indeed saw Xiao carefully digging up seedlings. Xiao. Hey. Xiao looked up surprised to see them. Wow, sister-in-law, Uncle Village Chief, how come you all came together? We happened to meet, so we came together. How's it going? How many have you dug up? Hee, it's enough for Uncle Village Chief and them. Uncle, just take them and plant them right away. Xia Jin thought for a moment and asked, did you water them with water from our courtyard? Sister-in-law, don't worry, I've already watered them. That's good. Uncle, take all these back and plant them directly. By the way, Uncle, are there people coming to help us transplant rice seedlings today? Xia Jin saw that the surrounding fields had already been plowed. A few people. They should be here soon. Is the wage still 50 won a day? The village chief asked one more question. He was envious of the wage, it was really high. However, his family had a lot of fields and couldn't spare anyone. The few hired helpers were all from families with little land. They came because the wage was high. With little land, they weren't in a rush to transplant rice seedlings in these 2 days. They wanted to earn the money first as the opportunity was rare. Yes, 50 won a day, meals not included. Good, thank you on their behalf. Arrange them when they arrive. We'll go back first. After speaking, the family carried the new seedlings and walked toward their own fields. Looking at the green seedlings, he too was filled with hope. Sure enough, before long the village head brought several men, sturdy and swarthy, their robust physiques speaking of years of labor. Xia Jin did not directly assign them tasks. Su Mucho handled everything, as was the steward's duty, leading the 5 grown men toward the seedbed with 3 little children trailing behind. Mother, we're here. We also want to transplant rice seedlings. The teacher said that as children of farming families, we must experience farm work to understand the farmer's hardships and appreciate the hard-won life. Since joining the lessons, Xiao spoke fluently and articulated clearly, fully expressing his thoughts, maturing rapidly. Xia Jin did not refuse their farm work experience. She wholeheartedly supported the children's ideas and desires regardless of the outcome, valuing the process of participation. No problem, come over here to get the seedlings, then learn from the uncles. Go ahead. After a moment's thought, she decided to add a little incentive. In a while I'll check on you. Those who do well will receive a reward. Wow, great. Awesome, the reward is mine. The 3 children showed varying degrees of excitement, then ran over to Xiao to get their seedlings. Xiao placed the seedlings into their little backpacks, clapped his hands, and said, good luck, I'm rooting for you. The 3 little ones hoisted their small backpacks and walked to the nearest paddy field, which also had the shallowest water. Unfortunately, Xiao was still far too short. As soon as he stepped in, his legs sank halfway into the mud, and he could barely move. Xia Jin followed behind. Xiao looked over with a pitiful expression, his mother showing not an ounce of sympathy. He was in such a sorry state, twisting his little waist and lifting his legs only to sink deeper and deeper. Ah, mother, I'm going down. Save me. The other 2 children heard the cry and immediately went over, but being too short, they couldn't pull him up. 3 little heads turned to look at Xia Jin and the others. These adults were simply too unreasonable. How could they tease children and bully them for having short legs? Feeling thoroughly embarrassed under their gaze, she quickly went over and pulled the children out one by one. This is the first step of transplanting, getting into the field. How does it feel? Looking at the dejected trio. Father, we just have short legs, that's all. Chio admitted, clearly aware of her own shortcoming. So you can't act impulsively in anything, understand? If this place were very deep, and you stepped in, would anyone even see you? Got it. MMM. The three little ones chorused, then, after understanding the lesson, they stood on the ridge of the field ready to continue working. Such diligent workers. Yunxi taught them at the side, believing that adults should not dampen children's enthusiasm for doing things. Thus the three little ones watched Yunxi's transplanting technique, while learning, and gradually, they did quite well. A small field after half an hour was fully planted with seedlings, yielding 3 mud-covered children. From head to toe, not a single clean spot, only 2 round, sparkling eyes shining. Haha, we did it. Wow, yes, amazing. Farmers work really hard. We must cherish every meal, every bite of rice, and every dish. Though they looked filthy, the children had gained something which made it worthwhile. She couldn't bear to see them like that anymore, and lifted each one onto dry soil. You did a great job today, fantastic. Go back and take a bath, little mud babies. Hoisting their small backpacks, they happily followed Yunxi. Let's go, time to head home. Mother will go bathe, and come back to keep you company. With that they skipped away. Xia Jin's farmland was not extensive, everything was completed in less than 3 days. On the 3rd day they finished in just half a day, but Xia Jin still paid them wages for 3 full days. The men were deeply grateful, and said they would come whenever there was work. After lunch the family rested in the yard, enjoying the cool shade. They ate sweet fruits, and admired the blooming flowers throughout the courtyard, curious, but not probing. This was the most beautiful scenery they had ever seen, and the fruits were the most delicious they had ever tasted. They clearly noticed that since following Xia Jin their bodies had been growing stronger and healthier. Knowing their place they understood what to ask, and what not to. They were grateful and content with everything they had now. Watching the few quietly eating fruits at the table, Xia Jin felt they were very sensible. Such companions were rare. They had boundaries, and knew their limits. They vied to do everything, learning by asking when they didn't understand. Dutiful and responsible, she was fortunate to have these people who were grateful and content. Over the past few months she had been observing. In this time and space, she was alone, but Xiao Xian's identity seemed far from simple. Complexity meant risk. Even if her cultivation was high, she was only one person. She needed her own people, and they must be strong. She valued quality over quantity. The farming life would probably not last much longer. Companions, what do you think is different about this courtyard? Xia Jin smiled, and looked at them. Su Muchio paused his movements, and spoke first. The air is fresh, the flowers and trees are more vibrant, and full of life. It feels like one could live many more years just by being here. Yes, the fruits are especially delicious, sweet, and juicy. I feel completely relaxed here, as if all fatigue has vanished. The men and the boy indeed had different ways of thinking, focusing on different aspects. Then you don't have any doubts? Xia Jin asked with a chuckle. Doubts about what? Xiao looked at her with a bewildered face. Xiao Fengting simply closed his eyes, thinking this elder brother was a bit dense. It was Su Muchio who took over the conversation. There's nothing to doubt. The world is full of wonders, we just hadn't encountered them before. Now that we have, it's our good fortune. Yunxi nodded in agreement with Su Muchio. We are already so grateful to enjoy these things, truly. Xia. Yes, with good food and drink, such a beautiful place to live, and following my sister-in-law, how happy I am. He'll do whatever my sister-in-law asks. Xiao felt he was quite clever. Following his sister-in-law meant good food, and he just needed to obey and be useful. Xiao Fengting listened to the adult's words, and felt he was gaining insight. He needed to learn more. As for Xiao Bao and Xiao, they were completely baffled, focused on eating the sweet fruits. The two children chased each other around the yard, full of joy. Xia Jin felt that everyone was expressing their loyalty to her. These were all intelligent people. She nodded. Alright, I understand. Wait for me, I will go get something. Okay. The four replied in unison. Xia Jin stood up, and walked toward her own courtyard. She planned to first take the spiritisting stone to check their spiritual roots. Those who could cultivate would be taught, those who couldn't would only receive detoxification to remove impurities, ensuring a healthy body for more years. Cultivation depended on personal fate, as she had no ability to forge spiritual roots for others. Stepping into the courtyard, she vanished into the space. Xiaobai, are you here? I'm thinking of bringing a few people to cultivate. Is that alright? She still wanted to hear Xiao Bei's opinion. When it came to cultivation, Xiao Bai was more experienced than her. Of course, as long as they have spiritual roots, and you're willing to guide them. By nurturing more of your own people, you can devote yourself entirely to cultivation. Before long, you should form a golden core. Xiao Bai analyzed earnestly with her. When you form a golden core, this place is unsuitable. You must enter the depths of the Yunling Mountains, otherwise the impact will... After forming a golden core, you must go out and train. You cannot stay in one place. This space is vast. Exploring the world will greatly aid your... A cultivator must improve both their cultivation strength and their state of mind. Xia Jin listened quietly to Xiao Bei's analysis. I understand. I know what to do. Thank you, Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai shook his head. No need. Cultivation is your own, just work hard. Xiao Bei's analysis was sound. She could not stay here forever. She needed to go out and test her actual combat abilities. Without actual combat, all cultivation was mere talk and flashy moves. When encountering a formidable enemy, one would be utterly vulnerable. She had already broken through to the late foundation establishment stage and was only one step away from forming a golden core. She did not have much time left here. Then you continue cultivating Xiao. Bye. I'll head out now. Bye-bye. She picked up the spirit stone tester and walked out of the courtyard. Coming to them, she placed the tester on the stone table. The four asked in unison, "What a huge crystal ball." It was the first time they had seen such a large crystal. "It must be worth a lot of silver." Xia Jin was, "It's a spirit stone tester used to measure spiritual roots." Xia Jin explained helplessly. "Measure spiritual roots. What's that?" Measuring spiritual roots means assessing a person's aptitude. If you have a spiritual root, you can cultivate immortality. Do you know about immortality? Xia Jin patiently explained. Xiao Xiaoyu and Xia Fengting simply shook their heads. They truly did not know, they had never heard of it. However, Su Muqiu and Yun, she showed no surprise. They nodded, their calm exteriors belying inner excitement. Xia Jin observed this. Those two were indeed not simple. Never mind. The function of this spirit stone tester is simple, it measures a person's aptitude. If the aptitude is good, they will have a spiritual root and can cultivate. If not, they are ordinary and cannot cultivate. If you want to become a cultivator, the tester can determine whether you have the aptitude. I can give you a chance to cultivate immortality. Good. I want to test my spiritual root. Xia Fengting was the first to raise his hand. Me too. Xiao Xiaoyu also raised his hand. We are will. Su Muqiu and Yun exchanged a smile. Then let's begin. Xiao Feng, place your hand on it, close your eyes, and concentrate your mind to transmit your will to the... Following Xia Jin's instructions, Xia Fengting held his breath, closed his eyes, and focused his willpower to output into the tester. The tester slowly began. A faint blue light radiated from his palm, gradually seeping into the tester. The tester slowly turned from a watery blue to a frozen state. Oh, your talent is not bad. A mutated ice spiritual root, strong in attack. Hearing Xia Jin's excited voice, Xia Fengting let out a sigh of relief. Having a spiritual root was enough. He didn't want to hold anyone back. In the end, all four could cultivate. Tisk tisk tisk, her judgment was truly excellent. Although Xiao Xiaoyu had a dual-element spiritual root, he could primarily cultivate fire, which was perfectly fine. As for Su Muqiu and Yun, they also had good talent, both with single-element spiritual roots. Su Muqiu had a wind spiritual root, and Yun, she had a water spiritual root. Striking while the iron was hot, Xia Jin made them take marrow cleansing pills to cleanse their marrow and meridians. Then in the garden, she successfully guided them to draw qi into their bodies. In the scripture pavilion, they found suitable techniques for each. The subsequent cultivation would depend on their own efforts. Once anything begins, only persistence will yield results, regardless of the outcome. It is the path one has chosen. Everyone returned to the town to attend to their own affairs and cultivate. Xiao Xiaoyu stayed behind in the village, waiting for the busy farming season to pass to oversee the construction of the dilapidated road from the village to the town. 10 days later, Xia Jin figured the farming season should be over, so she took a carriage back to Taohua village. She brought Xiao Xiaoyu to the village chief's house. The village chief, knowing their purpose, beat a gong and drum to summon all the villagers to the largest flat ground at the village entrance, announcing that there was an important matter to declare. Standing on a small hill, the village chief looked at the 100 or so people in the flat ground and said loudly, "Today I've called everyone together to discuss an important..." The villagers buzzed with chatter. At this hour, could something big have happened in the village again? Is it good news or bad news? Stop. Listen to me. It's Xia Jin, also known as Xiao Xian's wife, who is funding the rebuilding of the road from the village to the town for Taohua village. The crowd erupted. Building a road is no small expense. Yet can Xiao Xian's wife afford it? She's not going to make every household pay, is she? Our family doesn't have the money. Everyone found it strange. Was Xiao Xian's wife so wealthy? How had she come by the money so quickly? In just a few months she had built a house, and was now building a road. Was her money that easy to earn? Village chief, where did the money come from? Our family can barely afford to eat. We can't contribute any money. Hearing these words, Xiao Xiaoyu was so angry he couldn't speak. The villagers were too much, utterly ungrateful. Furious. Just as he was about to speak, Xia Jin shook her head at him, signaling him to stay quiet. The village chief, hearing these selfish words, was both helpless and... Such was the mindset of the poor when they themselves were incapable. They denied all good intentions from outside, afraid they might have to chip in. Alas, he really didn't want to bother with it anymore. But as village chief, he couldn't just ignore it. It was his responsibility. In a few years he should step down and let someone else take over. Alright, shut up. No one is asking you to pay. Did you hear that clearly? If anyone still has doubts, step forward one by one and speak up. Seeing the village chief angry, everyone fell silent. This is good news. So will we be doing the road work? An old man raised his hand and asked. Yes. Each family with labor must send at least one person or more if they can. Of course you'll be paid. 41 per day, no meals included. But don't come if you're going to slack off. If everyone is unwilling, you'll go to the town or other villages to hire people. The village chief looked sternly at everyone present. He knew not all of them were hardworking and honest. Since Xia Jin was willing to spend money to help the village, he had to ensure the workers were reliable and not let her waste her money. No matter what, this is a great thing for the village. Our family can send 3 people. Don't worry, village chief. This concerns our convenience and travel, so well, definitely. The village chief looked at everyone and shook his head. As the saying goes, if you want to get rich, build a road first. This road will greatly reduce the time it takes to get to the... In the future, it will be much more convenient for everyone to go to town to do small business or work for wages. Hearing the village chief's words, indeed, this was a godsend. They were lucky to have Xia Jin in Taohua village, who still considered the village's welfare. Moreover, the wages were not low, matching what they could earn working elsewhere. Only a fool would refuse. Well, sign up. One after another, the villagers registered. When the count was taken, there were actually 60 people. After the villagers dispersed, Xia Jin called Xiao, the village chief, and a few others for a small meeting. She laid out her requirements. First, the safety of the construction workers. No rushing. Second, quality. Even if it was slower, the road must be built to standard with guaranteed quality. If any problems arose later, she would not pay another cent. Third, the village chief and Xiao were to supervise the site every day, monitoring progress and quality. Finally, she gave Xiao 500 taels of silver and would not involve herself further. Returning to the town, she continued cultivating. She trusted that Xiao and the village chief would be even more diligent than she was. The time spent in cultivation always passes very quickly. She estimated that she could form the golden core within half a year at most. By then, her farming and the restaurant would have yielded results, and it would be time to leave this place. Another 5 days passed, and they arrived in Huarong County, preparing for the grand opening ceremony. It was now noon, around 11 o'clock in the morning. A 3-story building on the main street of Huarong County was surrounded by a crowd. A red cloth hung over the entrance. The time has come. Grand opening, great fortune. Let the opening begin. With a shout, the red cloth was pulled down, revealing the words Huarong Fish Restaurant. Groups of 3 or 5 people walked into the restaurant. The flyers distributed 3 days before the opening had been very effective, reaching almost every hand. Thus, Huarong Fish Restaurant became popular even before its opening. Everyone wanted to taste the non-fishy fish, spicy fish, and fish prepared in various ways, and there was also a 20% discount on everything. A deposit of 100 taels could get a VIP membership card offering a lifelong 20% discount. Huarong County was not short of wealthy people. If the food tasted good, they would be happy to spend 100 taels for a VIP card. After all, they were honored guests. With money, they were honored guests wherever they went, and they were used to it. The first ones to enter the restaurant were dazzled. The decoration was simply stunning. The first floor atrium was almost entirely filled with greenery and flowers. Each table was partitioned by walls or windows, providing good privacy. The most spectacular sight was the greenery and flowers cascading directly from the 3rd floor. Looking up, one saw strips and clusters of them. How beautiful! They had never seen anything like it. Moreover, guests could see the kitchen area where dishes were prepared and stir-fried. The faint, tantalizing aroma of spicy and numbing flavors teased the senses, whetting the appetite. There was also a self-service area where guests could pick their favorite snacks, fruits, and condiments, all free of charge. This restaurant owner has a grand vision. People were amazed and, guided by the servers, took their seats and began ordering. Within less than half an hour, all seats on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors, as well as those in the courtyard, were completely filled. Drawing on the experience of the previous opening, this time the staff was fully prepared. They attended to the guests in an orderly manner, greeting, taking orders, serving dishes. Busy, yet well organized. Not only that, but they also offered fine wine, delicious food, milk, tea, and braised meat. The guests praised continuously, unable to stop eating. Huarong County had a large population, and at noon, they turned over tables 2 or 3 times, and guests left gradually only after the hour, around 23 p.m. When Su Muchio finished the accounts, he was astonished. Nearly 10,000 taels of silver. This is too much. The dining revenue was about 5,000 taels, and the card sales were also 5,000 taels. It could only be said that Xia Jin and Feng Michuan's collaboration was incredibly effective. I bow to your superiority. In 3 days of opening, we can expect to reach 5,000 to 6,000 taels. Unbelievable. Money is so easy to earn. If Xia Jin knew about Su Muchio's foolish thoughts, she would probably laugh to death. Easy money. That's only because of the effort put in, whether it's the restaurant's decoration, the taste of the dishes, or the freshness of the fish. If any aspect were slightly flawed, it would not win the diner's favor. If a place that sells food loses the diner's liking, can it continue? Therefore, in the restaurant business, one cannot have the slightest bit of luck. For the remaining matters, Xia Jin would no longer intervene. If she did everything herself, then what was the point of hiring people? She took Yunxi to see the courtyard that manager Wang had found. The house agent led them through 2 streets where the crowds grew thinner. There were almost no commercial storefronts on either side, only high gates and large courtyards, residential areas. They reached a fork in the road. The left was Fuju Lane, the right was Qingyi Lane. Following the agent, they entered Qingyi Lane on the right and stopped at the fourth court. We're here you too. Both of these courtyards are for sale. They have the same layout, 3 entry 3 exit courtyards. Shall we look at this one first? The agent took out the key, opened the wooden gate, and pushed both doors open with effort. He gestured for Xia Jin and Yunxi to enter. The courtyard was a bit messy with blue stone slabs on the ground. On both sides were flower beds and large trees with yellow leaves scattered on the ground. Passing through the main hall led to the second courtyard, which was a residential area somewhat secluded, but with a pleasant environment. On both sides of the main hall were rows of side rooms, about 30 in total. Inside the main hall, the furnishings were simple and elegant, with 2 tables and chairs. Behind it was a large courtyard with 2 big plots of land, presumably for growing vegetables and herbs. The design was quite good, mainly because there were many rooms suitable for a Qian institute. Xia Jin saw Yunxi still carefully inspecting everywhere. How is it? Not bad. The rooms can be renovated and expanded, even 40 rooms wouldn't feel cramped. Looking at the large courtyard near the entrance, there's also space for activities, and the backyard can be used for growing vegetables. Alright, I think it's about right. Xia Jin nodded and looked at the agent. How much is this courtyard? The area is decent and the layout is acceptable, but the furniture is seriously lacking. Then she shook her head. This mansion is 800 square meters, very suitable for your requirements. I found it according to Manager Wang's instructions. Since I heard it's for a charitable cause, I compared options in terms of area, price, and environment. The agent, upon hearing that it was to shelter homeless elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, was deeply moved. Although he couldn't contribute money, he could help find a... This mansion is quite dilapidated. For various reasons, it was not for rent or sale. I only dared to bring you to see it after applying to the county office. The magistrate said that if it's for a shelter, you need to register, and it can be sold to you for 500 taels. The agent continued to explain. 500 taels was nothing to Xia Jin, but what interested Yunxi was, if we register the case, can the government provide subsidies? The higher-ups have mentioned it, but you'll have to negotiate the details. The agent smiled at them. Since they had the key, Xia Jin and the others also took a look next door. Although not exactly identical, the overall structure was quite similar, and it could also be renovated into about 40 rooms. Moreover, Qingyi Lane was not too remote. It was mainly a residential area for ordinary people, so safety was guaranteed, making it suitable for a shelter. The two exchanged smiles and nodded, both satisfied. Interrupting Xia Jin, who was about to speak, Yunxi began to negotiate. If we take both, can we get a discount? If we can get a discount, well, consider it. The main thing is that there are many renovations needed, which will cost a lot. You know, this courtyard is for a non-profit, so it's all investment. We're helping the magistrate build his political achievements and reduce his burden. Although she knew it was useless to say this to the agent, every bit saved counted. Unexpectedly, there was even a 20 discount. If it were Xia Jin, the spendthrift, she would have paid directly. Sigh. This family still needed him to watch over it more. The last 2 properties were successfully signed for 800 taels. Yunxi planned to go to the yamen later to register and discuss subsidies. Xia Jin continued strolling through the streets and did not go with Yunxi to handle the matter. Wandering alone, taking in the sights, the ancient county town was quite vast. There was even an entertainment district dominated by brothels like Baihua Tower and Tianxiang Garden. Beautiful women and young men were resting on the balconies, watching the bustling crowds on the streets. Xia Jin could see their confusion. Not all of them had entered willingly. Life is filled with regrets and unavoidable circumstances. Since a choice has been made, one should do it well, or perhaps change will come in time. Just like the beggars on the street. Perhaps in a while they could enter the Qian shelter and gain temporary residence. That way they would no longer be exposed to the elements or beg on the streets, and their lives might change forever. Everything continued as normal. Xiao Xian also sent a letter saying that the border had won a battle and his next step was to head to Yunxi City to resolve issues regarding his origins. Xia Jin led everyone in continued cultivation. The weather was growing hotter by the day. What to do without air conditioning? In mid to late July, the heat became unbearable. People were too hot to even eat, languid all day, unwilling to move, and breaking into a sweat at the slight. This directly affected the daily revenue of the 2 restaurants. Just 2 days earlier, Feng Muchuan had been complaining to her. Xia Jin thought for a moment and decided to find saltpeter to make ice. Thus Xia Jin left the cool little courtyard and informed the 3 little ones who were home on break and playing of her whereabouts. They all wanted to follow, but as soon as they stepped out the gate, they felt the temperature difference and didn't want to go out. Xiaobao said seriously, "Mommy has to go out in this heat, so it must be important. We won't disturb Mommy, and will wait obediently at home." Xia Jin nearly choked on hearing that. That little rascal was getting cleverer by the day. She didn't want to force them, nor did she want to take them out in such heat, for fear of, Alright, go play. I'm off." Xia Jin sighed. Children were no fun when they grew up. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage stopped at the entrance of Drunk Fragrance Tower. Xia Jin lifted the curtain and jumped down. Entering the hall, it was cooler than outside, but still not comfortable. A few scattered tables of guests were dining, and a waiter nearby was fanning himself. She went up to the private room on the second floor, knocked, and entered. Sure enough, it was cooler than downstairs. They must have bought ice. Oh, enjoying life, aren't you? Tisk tisk tsk. Business is so bleak, yet you're still sipping tea and relaxing. Truly a wealthy and generous boss, Fong. Xia Jin couldn't help teasing him when she saw his leisurely demeanor. Hey, why are you here? Your place is so cool. How could you bear to leave? Fong Muchuan didn't care what she said. If you had money, you should enjoy the moment. I heard you complaining about the bad business, so I came to help you think of something. Alas, what can we do in such heat? Just let it be. Fong Muchuan resignedly thought heaven wasn't giving him a chance, and he couldn't fight it. If you can get saltpeter, I have a solution. Xia Jin took a sip of tea. Really? I do know where to get saltpeter, and I can get a considerable amount. Hearing that there was saltpeter, it was settled. What else do we need besides saltpeter? They'll send someone immediately out. It can be brought back in half an hour. Such efficiency. Prepare a few large buckets too. Big sister will take you to enjoy an icy summer. Go arrange it. Hearing Xia Jin say this, his eyes lit up with excitement. He immediately got up and left to dispatch his men. He was eager to see how Xia Jin would make ice. If it worked, it would be an incredible fortune. In less than half an hour, Fong Muchuan's men returned with buckets and saltpeter. Xia Jin told them to set it up in the backyard since there were few people around. She trusted Fong Muchuan wouldn't be foolish enough to keep untrustworthy people nearby. Entering the backyard, she saw 5 large buckets filled with water, and beside them a smaller wooden bucket. Xia Jin poured the saltpeter into the water, stirred it with a wooden stick, and then placed the small bucket filled with water into the large one. After a puff of white smoke, a miracle occurred. The water in the large bucket gradually cooled until it froze. Fong Muchuan and the other man stared with wide eyes, utterly transfixed by the transformation in the bucket. It was incredible. They could brag about this for a lifetime. Ice was so simple to make, were they just too stupid to have thought of it? Fong Muchuan turned and stared intently at the other man. Keep your mouth shut. From now on, ice making is your responsibility. Only you are to know. Yes, your subordinate understands. Fong Xiao was immensely proud. Such an amazing task entrusted to him. Wow. He could brag about this for a long time. Remember, the ice from the large bucket is not for direct consumption. Use it for cooling the restaurant and preserving food. The ice from the small bucket is edible and can be used for iced milk tea, iced glutinous rice balls, iced fruit tea, iced water, etc. Add it to the snack section for sale. Boss Fong, in the scorching summer, everything can be frozen, everything can be joyful. Oh, and be careful when making ice. Just stir with a stick the whole time. Understood, Boss Xia. Fong Xiao immediately replied. Fong Muchuan also grasped the immense value of ice making and would plan carefully. This was a staggering fortune. Xia Jin handed over the entire ice-making operation to Fong Muchuan. How to manage it was his concern. A shareholder didn't need to know everything. After settling this matter, she had lunch, and then took the carriage home. From today onward, business at Drunk Immortal Tower and Huarong Fish Village would boom. In the sweltering summer, a cool restaurant environment made people reluctant to leave. Iced milk tea, iced fruit tea, frozen fruits. They were in such high demand that it was only natural to make money. Diners thought the owners of Drunk Immortal Tower and Huarong Fish Village were too generous and willing to spend on ice. They provided a wonderful environment and delicious food, so customers felt they should patronize them and show gratitude. But competitors thought Drunk Immortal Tower and Huarong Fish Village were foolish. Could the cost of ice be recouped from the dishes sold? Regardless of what others thought, that summer Xia Jin and her group lived well with both money and leisure. Xia Jin watched the dividends increase month by month and felt quite satisfied. Doing her part, however small, was her duty. As for whether Fong Muchuan kept the ice-making method tightly to himself or did business with the authorities, she would not interfere. To Xia Jin, good things should be shared. Of course, she only wanted the return she deserved and would not be greedy. Her ambitions lay elsewhere. For the family, financial freedom and a comfortable life were enough. Besides, having come to this place, if she could bring changes to the common people's lives, it was merely a casual act, and she was grateful for her advanced era. One day her cultivation was nearly complete. Xia Jin returned alone to Peach Blossom Village and saw the golden stretches of crops. It was time for the harvest. On this day, having finished her cultivation practice, Xia Jin leisurely strolled back to Peach Blossom Village. As she reached the village entrance, her eyes were greeted by clusters of golden ears of rice, a sight of bountiful harvest. Alas, fortune favored some while others mourned. She arrived relatively early, merely taking a walk. The sky had not yet fully brightened, yet the villagers had already begun their work in the fields. She headed toward the village chief's house. As she approached the entrance, she saw the chief's family of 6 or 7, all brimming with excitement, carrying bamboo baskets on their backs and scythes in hand, heading for the fields. "Uncle Village Chief, you're starting to harvest the rice so early?" Xia Jin asked with a smile. The chief was delighted to see her. "Xia Jin, we started harvesting ours 2 days ago." This year's rice quality is superb. Every grain is plump, not a single empty husk. I am overjoyed. Thank you so much. You should thank yourself. It was your courage to take the gamble that brought today's harvest. Xia Jin accompanied them as they walked toward the rice fields, chatting along the way. I've noticed that this rice variety matures early. The other households in the village haven't ripened yet, they probably need another 10 days or so. Xia Jin nodded upon hearing this. Yes, this is a superior variety, easy to grow. If one puts care into weeding and fertilizing, it matures earlier. She paused, then added, Uncle, the best part is that this variety can be planted twice a year. The chief was overjoyed, his hands trembling. The others around him were equally astonished, gazing at Xia Jin with surprise. Wonderful, wonderful. That means we'll never go hungry again. With our 20 acres all planted, how much would we yield? I can't even calculate it. Hee, I can only imagine we won't have enough space to store it all. Wow, we won't starve anymore. I'm going to die a well-fed ghost. Amid their peculiar chatter, Xia Jin could sense the turmoil in their hearts. She understood, for farmers, grain is the root of life. The village chief's entire family was profoundly grateful to Xia Jin. Earlier they had also earned a good sum from selling Sichuan pepper and chili peppers. However, they had planted too little of those. The family had decided that from now on they would use this rice variety and expand the planting area for Sichuan pepper and chili. Better days lay ahead. Seeing their excitement, Xia Jin asked, have you weighed the yield per acre? Oh, I almost forgot. Yes, we did. The yield is over 1,000 jin. I've farmed all my life, and this is the first time I've seen such a yield. Speaking of the per acre yield, the chief grew even more emotional, tears glistening in his eye. 1,000 jin. What a concept. For so many years, even reaching 500 jin per acre depended on luck and the mercy of the heavens. That's good, Uncle. Since the Sichuan pepper, chili peppers, and rice variety have all met expectations, the other villagers must have come to ask right. The chief chuckled. Yes. They're envious and regretful. Serves them right, haha. Seeing the chief so overjoyed, Xia Jin shook her head. Uncle, the rice can be planted for another season. If the other villagers want seeds, remember to charge them. You can give a discount, but not for free. Don't let them get used to taking advantage. I gave them seeds for free before, but they refused. Now that the results are good, they scramble for it. That won't do. Everything comes at a price. The chief nodded. All right, I understand. Rest assured. Xia Jin, don't worry. I'll handle it properly. The chief's eldest son, Xiao, chimed in. Then Uncle, Aunt, everyone please get on with your work. I'll head back now. Xia Jin prepared to leave. Sure, we'll come help you after we finish today, the chief said. Xia Jin nodded and walked toward her own home. As she reached the edge of her rice field, she saw Xiao bent over, working hard cutting the rice. Xiao, why are you cutting the rice alone? Hire more people. You can't finish it all by yourself. Xia Jin called out. Sister-in-law, why are you back? Hearing the familiar voice, Xiao looked up with a grin. I suddenly thought the rice should be ripe, so I came to check. Hee, sister-in-law, this rice variety is incredible. Look how the heavy ears of grain bow down. They're so full and substantial. Xiao spoke with equal excitement, eager to feel the weight of this abundance. While seeing him so happy, she let him enjoy himself. Tomorrow she would bring the children to experience the joy of the harvest. By the way, I'll bring Xiao Bao and the others tomorrow to cut the rice so they can experience the harvest. Tomorrow hire a few more people. We have 10 acres. Let's see if we can finish it in one day. Xiao surveyed the vast expanse of golden rice and calculated. If we have 10 people, it'll probably take 2 days. Sister-in-law, it'll be at least 2 days. Besides cutting, we also have to thresh the rice. That's an extra step compared to transplanting. All right, you arrange it. I'm heading back now. Okay, sister-in-law, take care. See you tomorrow. Xiao waved as he watched Xia Jin walk away, then bent down again, humming a nameless tune. Xia Jin turned and headed out of the village. Today she hadn't taken a carriage. With the village road repaired, a normal walk took about half an hour to reach the town. At her speed it would take about 15 minutes, but she intended to take her time. Having traveled this road so many times, she realized she had always been in a carriage. Just as she reached the village entrance, she saw a crowd of gossiping villagers gathered under the big tree along with a few elderly folks. Some recognized Xia Jin. Oh, Miss Xia is back. Miss Xia, are you leaving now? I heard that the rice variety from your family yields 1,000 jin per acre. That's incredible. Xia Jin smiled and nodded, but said nothing. Suddenly, everyone fell silent, unsure how to proceed. They had been waiting for her to offer them the chance to plant Sichuan pepper, chili peppers, and rice. But Xia Jin didn't say a word. Xia Jin, you see, we were wondering if you could let the village plant your rice, chili, and Sichuan pepper seeds too. We're all from the same village. Could you help us out? Yes. The crowd spoke over one another, staring at Xia Jin. Xia Jin found it absurd. Why did these villagers think she had to help them? Were they trying to pull rank by age? Everything she did was out of her own willingness. She had no obligation. They acted as if it were unreasonable for her not to help. Looking at the dozen or so people, even those who hadn't spoken wore expressions of entitlement. She decided not to engage them. There was nothing to say. If you want seeds, go see the village chief. With that she turned and walked out of the village without looking back. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Why wasn't Xia Jin playing by the script? She had no heart. A sigh escaped someone's lips as they shook their head. Some cursed and muttered, saying that she had forgotten she was from Peach Blossom Village now that she had money, and that she wouldn't help her fellow villagers. At dawn the next morning, Xia Jin led the 3 children back to the village. Children should learn from an early age where their food comes from, and when conditions allow they should be made to work and experience the toil behind it, so that they won't grow up ignorant and make a fool of themselves. In modern times many children, and even adults from the city, had no idea where grain came from. I still remember the foolish, ignorant answers given during interviews, and some even thought it was perfectly fine not to know. Good heavens. Back then Xia Jin thought to herself, if disaster struck one day, what would their survival rate be? That was why she raised her children with the principle of more experience, more action, no fear of dirt, no fear of fatigue. Just being alive was enough. If the children could do something themselves, she would never help. Do your own things yourself, oh, don't always expect others to help you. Mother, are we going to cut the rice today? Xiao Bao looked up at Xia Jin with innocent eyes. He had never cut rice before. How was it done? Yes, it's our own rice, so we have to put in some effort, or else you'll feel guilty eating the white rice. Xia Jin suddenly felt like teasing him. Is it that serious? But I've never cut rice before, I don't know how. Xiao Bao turned to ask Xiao and his little uncle. Brother, little uncle, do you know how? I don't know either, but we can learn together, little Bao, said Xiao, feeling that as the elder brother, he should lead and encourage the. Xia Fengting looked at the 2 children confidently. I know how. They'll teach you later, follow me. Wow, great. Xiao Bao and Xiao answered in unison, then gazed at Xia Fengting with admiration. Xia Fengting touched his nose, unaccustomed to such attention. But they were just 2 little kids, so he didn't feel too embarrassed. Xiao Bao and Xiao stayed close to Xia Fengting. Little uncle, you're so amazing. I admire you so much, Xiao Bao said, resting his chin on his hands with. Xiao also looked at Uncle Xiaofeng with hearts in his eyes. So handsome, so captivating. Ahem, alright, Xia Fengting gently patted the 2 children's shiny foreheads. The 2 children obediently sat beside him, whispering to each other, laughing and chatting all the way. They soon arrived at the doorstep. Xia Jin jumped off the carriage first, then lifted the children down one by one, set them on the ground, and walked into the courtyard. Hey, sister-in-law Xiaofeng, Xiao Bao, Xiao, you're back. Xiao Xiao looked at them with surprise. He hadn't played with the children for a long time and missed them. Uncle Xiao, long time no see. Did you miss us? Xiao Bao ran over and threw himself into Xiao Xiao's arms. Uncle Xiao, Xiao echoed, following behind Xiao Bao. Xiao Xiao beamed at the 3, kissed Xiao Bao, and said, Xiao Bao is getting cuter and cuter. Xiao has grown taller, and Xiaofeng is becoming more and more. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. Sister-in-law, have you had breakfast? How about I cook some dumplings for you? Great. We haven't eaten yet, and we'll need to be full for cutting rice later. Xiao Bao clapped his hands happily at the mention of food. Xia Jin looked at him helplessly, such a glutton. Thank you, Xiao. Well, I'll have some. Since they were going to cut rice, they might as well eat well. Xiao Xiao nodded and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Xiao Bao and Xiao sat on chairs on either side. Xiao, you look so ugly when you sleep. Xiao Bao suddenly pointed at Xiao. Really? I didn't know. Xiao touched his face. He couldn't see himself when he was asleep. Oh, how troublesome. Xia Jin was dying of laughter. Xiao Bao's emotional intelligence was worrying. Would he still have friends when he grew up? Xia Fengting had thankfully gone to the kitchen to help Xiao Xiao, or else. After breakfast, Xiao Xiao brought out the small baskets and sickles he had prepared for them, and the 3 children each took their own. Xiao Bao, Xiaofeng, Xiao, when you cut the rice, be careful and take it slow, okay? Xiao Xiao instructed. Seeing the 3 little ones so serious, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but laugh. He had never seen them so earnest before. We get it, Uncle Xiao. Don't worry, leave it to us. And so on the country path, 3 children from shortest to tallest, carrying small baskets on their backs, wobbled along in a line, looking utterly comical. At first Xiao Xiao worried they might fall, but they walked steadily and didn't stumble. Soon they reached the rice field. At a glance, a vast golden expanse was dotted with countless dark figures harvesting the grain. The 3 children went straight to the field they had been responsible for, declaring that since they had planted it, they should harvest it. Watching the children disappear into the field as soon as they stepped in, Xia Jin laughed heartlessly on the side. Haha, where are the people? The rice cutters. They've vanished, she shouted deliberately. Haha, mother, I'm over here. Hearing his mother's voice, Xiao Bao parted the heavy rice stalks and revealed his grinning face. Oh, there you are. Keep it up and be careful. I believe in you. He lowered his head and continued cutting one stalk at a time, his small hands unable to hold many at once. Xia Jin only wanted them to experience the hard work of farmers. So after they had filled 1 basket each, she led them back. The weather was already getting hot, and she didn't want the children to suffer heat stroke. On the way back, she gave each of them a bowl of mung bean soup to cool down. Wow, this mung bean soup is so good. Xiao Bao drank it in big gulps. Slow down, no one's going to snatch it from you, Xia Jin said, watching him wolf it down. Mm. After finishing the soup, Xiao Bao drank a large glass of water and honestly, with such a big appetite, you'll definitely grow into a chubby boy. Then I might not be able to support you, Xia Jin said with a disdainful glance. Mother, you're the chubby one. You're just jealous that I can eat. Father said I have baby fat. It's healthy. Xiao Bao glared at his mother angrily. Xia Jin couldn't help laughing. He baby fat. Just like your father. If you get so fat you can't walk, that would be really pitiful. Mother, I definitely won't. Xiao Bao stomped his foot in anger. Alright, Aunt Xia is just teasing you. Xiao Bao is so cute. Qiu looked at the angry Xiao Bao and wanted to laugh. Brother Qiu, you're bullying me too. Xiao Bao glared at him, puffing his cheeks. Hee, I wouldn't dare. Qiu shook his head. If you were bullying me, I'm not playing with you anymore. Xiao Bao pouted and stormed off. Haha, Xiao Bao is so cute. Xia Jin had teased enough. Occasionally, one must play with the child, otherwise it would be too boring. Alright, sit down and tell me how you feel. You'll go first, mother. The child was so lively and adorable again. Alright, you go first. Xia Jin encouraged him. I only cut a little bit and my hand already got tired. The farmers work very hard. I want waste food. They'll eat more every day and finish everything without waste. I only cut a little bit and my hand already got tired. The farmers work very hard. I want waste food. They'll eat more every day and finish everything without waste. They spoke their minds in unison, exchanged a smile, and were utterly speechless. Only he could think of that. Qiu didn't notice anything wrong as she clapped her hands in support of Xiao Bao, and immediately said, yes, they work so hard. I want waste food either. Xia Fengting nodded in agreement. Indeed, at noon they weed with hose, their sweat drips on the soil. Each bowl of rice, who knows, is the fruit of hard toil. The farmers work very hard to grow grain. From now on we must cherish every bit of food. Xia Jin suddenly looked at Xia Fengting, surprised that this era also had this poem. She didn't ask him about it. If it existed, it existed. She wasn't studying scholarship, so it didn't matter. Seeing that all three children had gained something, Xia Jin smiled with satisfaction. In the evening, Xia Jin personally cooked a table of dishes to reward them. Everyone gathered around the table to eat. It tastes great. Xiao couldn't help but praise. Sister's cooking is the best. Mother is the most amazing. Yes, and Xia, I want to eat a lot. Haha, not at all, not at all. As long as you all like it. You've worked hard today. We've had a great harvest this year, so we deserve to eat well. The three children started devouring again. Soon everyone was full and satisfied, so they had to go to the backyard to run and digest. The county magistrate learned about Peach Blossom Village's new rice variety, yielding 1,000 jin per mu, and sent someone to investigate. When Xia Jin found out, she donated 500 jin of seeds on the condition that they be distributed to the farmers. The county magistrate was overjoyed and immediately sent people to load the grain onto carts, praising Xia Jin greatly. He personally promised that the seeds would be given to the farmers so they wouldn't go hungry. Xia Jin was quite satisfied with this. She also hoped that the people here would have a slightly better living environment, enough to eat and wear and live well. As for Peach Blossom Village, everyone was planting Sichuan pepper, chili peppers, and grain, rushing to harvest another crop this year. The whole village was busy, with few people gossiping anymore. Gossip wasn't as important as having enough to eat. Even the Xiao family didn't dare to provoke Xia Jin, let alone the so-called family of the original Xia Jin. They never came looking for her, as if she didn't exist. Xia Jin enjoyed the peace. With no revenge to seek, she immersed herself in cultivation. Originally, Xiao had written to say that he had found his real family and planned to come back to fetch them. Xia Jin thought that the round trip would take at least 2 months, and it wasn't necessary. She was about to break through and advance to the Golden Core in the next few days, so she would have to. She replied to Xiao, telling him to wait in Yunqi City and not to come pick them up. It would waste time. Finally, she gave some guidance to Xiao and the others on. Then she went deep into the Yunling Mountains to begin secluded cultivation, breaking through to the Golden Core. Time flowed like water. 5 or 6 days passed in a blink, and Xia Jin finally reached the breakthrough point. The spiritual energy in her dantian spun, wildly compressed, and then solidified. The animals deep in the Yunling Mountains hid one after another, trembling as they stared at the same place. Xia Jin focused completely. Her dantian continuously absorbed the spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Gradually, a colorless golden core the size of a fist slowly formed. At that moment, thunder suddenly roared in the pitch-black night sky, and lightning bolts densely rolled one after another. Xia Jin had never seen such a spectacle. She felt a little helpless and scared. This thunder tribulation will help you. The chaos spirit root is not afraid of the thunder tribulation. Relax and accept it. Xiao Bei's voice suddenly sounded, and Xia Jin instantly relaxed. Yes, with Xiao Bei here, she really had too little experience. So she relaxed her body, absorbed the power of lightning, letting it temper her mortal frame and make it stronger. Rumble, rumble. 9 bolts of thunder tribulation struck Xia Jin one after another, until she became a pitch-black figure, completely lost in the pain during this time was beyond words. She cried out, but no one answered. She called to the heavens, but they turned a deaf ear. After barely enduring it, Xia Jin directly flashed into her space and jumped into the spiritual spring water. Her injuries healed instantly, showing no sign of the severe wounds she had just suffered. Xia Jin stood up, stretched her limbs, and felt full of strength, extremely comfortable. At that moment, most of the people in Peach Blossom Village were also awakened by the thunder and lightning. They jolted awake from their dreams and looked outside only to see the sky pitch black. What's going on? Why is there such strong thunder and lightning? Has something big happened? No way, such strong thunder and lightning must mean something serious has happened. Everyone discussed, endlessly, constantly peering outside, praying for better times. Xia Jin raced back home. As she entered the yard, she saw Xiao and the others waiting for her. Seeing her safe return, they all breathed a huge sigh of relief. All right, breakthrough successful. Pack up these 2 days. Are you coming with me, or do you have other plans? Congratulations, sister-in-law, on advancing to golden. Congratulations, master. Xiao, congratulations. Sister, congratulations. Wherever sister goes, I'll go. Xia Jin nodded. She was democratic. If Xiao and the others wanted to stay, she would support them. As for their deeds of indenture, she had long returned them. They were free to arrange their own lives. We'll go with you to Yunxi City too. Yunxi quickly pulled Su Muchio and said to Xia Jin. With Xia Jin around, even if they returned, he wasn't afraid. Besides, he was no longer the Yunxi of before. He, of course, will follow sister-in-law. I've never left Tianyuan town. When you're young, you should go out and see the world. Xia Jin was very happy to hear everyone's words. These were her friends in this ancient world. All right, you two arrange your work these days and hand over properly. Leaving doesn't mean we stop making money, right? Of course. The several replied in unison. Without money, would they all drink the northwest wind? That phrase, drink the northwest wind, was something Xia Jin had. By the way, Su Muchio, let Aunt Wang stay here. Take good care of this house. It's safe here. Buy 2 more people to look after her in her later life. Got it. They'll handle it tomorrow. All right, it's almost dawn. Let's disperse. Fang Muchuan heard that Xia Jin and her group were leaving for Yunxi City. He hurried over to find her. Lately, he had been busy with fish restaurants in other counties, which had gradually opened one after another. The only one left was in Yunxi City, where the shop was already secured, waiting for his return. It was rather dull being alone. He hadn't noticed before, but recently spending time with Xia Jin and the others had made life seem more meaningful. Xia Jin. His voice arrived before he did, panting as he ran into Xia Jin's courtyard. Xia Jin looked at him with bemusement. What's the matter? In such a hurry? Give me some tea, I'm parched. He picked up the teacup and gulped down a mouthful. Hey, I heard you're leaving for Yunxi City soon. How could I not be in a hurry? Fang Muchuan rolled his eyes at Xia Jin. Are we brothers or not? You didn't even ask me to come along. How was I supposed to know you wanted to go back? You usually wander around on your own. We're quite a crowd. Are you the young master comfortable with that? Xia Jin, annoyed by his glare, shot back. Comfortable? Why wouldn't I be? I love crowds, humph. Fang Muchuan replied with a hint of petulance. Fine, do whatever you want. I'll give you 1 day to prepare deal. Xia Jin smiled, watching him. She suspected this guy had ulterior motives, though she wasn't sure when his interest had sparked. 1 day? Too long. I can be ready by tonight. Xia Jin was speechless. Suit yourself. With that, she stood up and left. Xia Jin gazed at the unknown Yunxi City where her boyfriend was. She hadn't seen him in nearly half a year, wondered if he had grown even more handsome. Though she wasn't the clingy type who needed to stick to her boyfriend every day since they were a couple, it was only natural to think of him. She might not be skilled at romance, but she wasn't heartless. With a chuckle, she thought, my long-lost boyfriend wait for me. Over in Yunxi City, in the study of the Xian prince's mansion, Xiao suddenly sneezed. Reading the letter Xia Jin had sent him, he couldn't help but look forward to her arrival. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. That confident, lovely woman. He wondered if she had grown even stronger. Xia Jin was always one to act on impulse. She set the date 2 days later, and so it was. The time to leave finally arrived. 3 carriages stood at the gate of the courtyard with luggage and provisions already loaded, waiting only for their owners to board. Master, safe travels. They'll take good care of the house. Rest assured. Aunt Wang looked at the group with reluctant affection. These were her family. She didn't know if this would be their last meeting. Take care of yourself too. Send us word if Aunt Wang, take care. After the farewells, they all boarded the carriages. Mother, will we ever come back? Xiao Bao was filled with reluctance. This place held his happiest memories. Xia Jin lifted him onto her lap and said with a smile, of course we can come back whenever we want. This is our home, and so is Taohua Village. I know, mother. Will we see father soon? Xiao Bao looked at Xia Jin with eager anticipation. Xia Jin nodded. Wow, that's great. I miss daddy so much. Xiao Bao's eyes lit up and he exclaimed with a beaming smile. He was overjoyed. It had been so long since he'd seen his father, and he had been secretly worried, not wanting to let his mother see his concern. Xiao Bao was truly a good child. His father must miss him too, right? Xia Jin and the others traveled in their carriages at a leisurely pace, stopping to sightsee along the way, laughing and chatting. Such a carefree journey. Over a month later, on a clear afternoon, Xia Jin's carriages, after many stops and starts, finally arrived at Yunqi City. They had exchanged letters along the way. Xiao had calculated their approximate arrival time and had sent people to wait at the city gates for the past few days. Today, as if sensing something, he came to the city gate himself to wait. Soon 3 carriages approached. As if by telepathy, Xia Jin lifted the curtain, and their eyes met across the distance, filled with tenderness and sweetness. The carriages slowly came to a halt. Xia Jin jumped down and walked to Xiao. A Xian. Xia. Xiao Bao poked his head out of the carriage, beaming at Xiao. His eyes curved like crescent moons. Daddy. A surprised little voice interrupted their greetings. They exchanged a glance, smiling with a mix of helplessness and affection. Hey sweetheart, did you miss Daddy? Xiao walked toward the carriage, reaching out to lift Xiao Bao. The others also disembarked. Master, long time no see. Is everything well? Very well, thank you, Master. Daddy, I missed you so much I couldn't eat or sleep. Xiao Bao said to his father very seriously. Oh, is that so? Let me toss you up and see if you've lost weight. Here. He tossed Xiao Bao into the air. Haha, so high. We fun. Father and son laughed heartily, showing no signs of estrangement despite their long separation. Let's go. First, back to the mansion. I've prepared courtyards for everyone. Great. Let's head home. Holding Xiao Bao and taking Xia Jin's hand, he boarded the carriage. With the prince's token, they didn't need to queue for entry or show travel permits. They entered through the express lane. Everyone enjoyed the privilege that power bestowed. The Xian prince's mansion was located on the bustling main avenue of Yunqi City, very close to the imperial palace, just a quarter-hour's walk away. The young emperor had finally found his lost younger brother and thought it safer to keep him nearby, making it convenient for them to visit each other. There's no helping it. Everything will belong to Xiao Bao someday. How you choose to arrange it is up to you. Xia Jin teased him lightly. What was the point of having a child, if not to tease him? Oh, really? I don't really want it. It's too big. I'll never be able to walk across it. Xiao Bao wrinkled his plump, fair little round face, gazing helplessly. Sigh. Isn't a modest courtyard enough for a family to live in? Such an enormous estate would only gather dust and mildew. He still preferred a small courtyard where father and mother were all he needed. Xiao watched Xia Jin and Xiao Bao in quiet silence, his expression tender yet indulgent. Let's go. I'll take you both to my residence. Our family will live together under one roof. At those words, Xiao Bao immediately leapt with joy, clapping his tiny hands excitedly, then glanced at his father with a look that plainly said, why didn't you say so? He strode ahead of them, hands clasped behind his back. By the way, we're meeting the emperor tomorrow. What preparations do we need? Xia Jin felt it prudent to ask, better to avoid taboos and prevent scheming individuals from seizing any pretext to cause trouble. No preparations are necessary. I've already arranged everything. Rest assured. Very well, she replied. If Xian said it was settled, then surely all would be. She had seen many emperors, not in person, but on television, some stern and forbidding, others frail and aged, while the younger ones often appeared feeble and But this one was the genuine sovereign, alive, breathing, and reportedly still young. That evening, Xia Jin and Xiao Bao stayed at the Xian royal residence. Before dawn the next day, Xia Jin was dressed in an exquisitely tailored royal consort's robe, ornate though cumbersome, yet perfectly fitted. The transformation was striking. Her bearing shifted instantly, radiating captivating beauty that made Xian pause, momentarily dazzled. Accustomed to Xia Jin's everyday simplicity, this new elegance struck him as almost unreal. Yet when he found himself staring rapt, she showed no trace of shyness. Why should she? Beauty deserves admiration, and admiration, when sincere, requires no embarrassment. The love of beauty resides in every heart, even between spouses or long familiar kin. An occasional dazzling transformation uplifts everyone's spirit. It is simply wonderful. How do I look? Not bad, right? Xia Jin asked confidently, spinning twice before him. Truly splendid. It suits you perfectly. Xiao stepped forward and gently took her hand. Today he wore the formal robes of a prince. Black brocade adorned with intricate embroidery, commanding presence emanating from every fold. As they stepped out the door, a charming, delicate child stood waiting. Haha. Even Xiao Bao, usually carefree with his top knot, now wore a dainty, exquisite hair ornament, adorable and refined. His attire was the ceremonial robe of a crown prince heir, handsome beyond measure. Wow, Daddy, Xiao Bao looked so beautiful. Upon seeing them emerge, Xiao Bao dashed over and clung to his father's leg, cooing affectionately. Absolutely magnificent. Xiao Bao truly is radiant. Xiao nodded approvingly, stroked the boy's head, bent down to lift him into his arms, and holding Xia Jin's hand walked toward the main gate. The servants observed their master's easy intimacy, not with envy but quiet gratitude. They knew their place, and also knew how fortunate they were to serve such benevolent lords. All the way there, Xia Jin and Xiao Bao chattered animatedly, exchanging compliments and praise, unabashedly self-admiring. Within the palace precincts carriage, the three alighted from the carriage and strolled leisurely inward, hand in hand. Xiao Xian walked steadily ahead, while the two beside him craned their necks in every direction. Eyes wide with wonder, mouths agape, one moment puckering in mild disdain, the next shaking their heads with amused skepticism. Like country folk entering the capital for the first time. Xiao Xian could only sigh inwardly. His wife and son showed no restraint whatsoever. Well, let them be. Joy after all needs no restraint. Only upon the eunuch's formal announcement did they compose themselves, stepping into the imperial study. We pay homage to your majesty. The emperor, may your reign endure 10,000 years. Xiao Xian and Xia Jin bowed deeply, accompanied by a sweet piping voice. Xiao bows, melodious and clear. Enough, there are no outsiders here. No need for such formality. Emperor Xiao Ran smiled warmly at the trio before him, his heart swelling with quiet. How perfectly matched they are, truly a family through and through. His younger brother's happiness brought him profound contentment. And that child, so charming. That sweet childish voice had captivated him instantly. Come sit down at once. This is family, no formalities required. The emperor gestured eagerly for them to be seated, then instructed the eunuchs to prepare an array of delicacies, so tempting that Xiao Bao's mouth watered visibly. Yet he held himself in check, not reaching for them, immediately mindful of preserving his parents' dignity. To lose face would be most unseemly. You're Xiao Bao, aren't you? I'm your uncle. Here, try this osmanthus cake. The emperor promptly picked up a piece and offered it, his voice softening instinctively. Xiao Bao turned to glance at Xiao Xian, who gave a gentle nod. With a gleam of tiny teeth, he beamed broadly at the emperor and piped in his clear, bright voice, Uncle, hello. Thank you, uncle. I'm Xiao Bao. My full name is Xiao Jin. Excellent. What a well-mannered boy. Xiao Ran exclaimed thrice, beaming as he fondly patted the child's head. And this must be your sister-in-law, Xia Jin. Xiao Xian speaks of you often. Xiao Ran possessed sharp discernment. This young woman was far more than she appeared. Yes, your majesty, I am Xia Jin. It is my honor to meet you, and even greater joy to know you are Xiao Xian's elder brother. He is truly fortunate. Unversed in imperial protocol, Xia Jin kept her greeting simple. She'd rather be authentic than perform pretense. Sigh, perhaps this bluntness was one of her. Startled by such an unconventional reply, Emperor Xiao Ran paused, then broke into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Fascinating. How utterly fascinating. Rare indeed. Though he had encountered countless women, none had matched Xia Jin's rare authenticity. Unfazed, unself-conscious, unobsequious, unconstrained by petty decorum, yet effortlessly graceful and poised. His younger brother certainly possessed keen judgment. Xiao Xian smiled softly, delighted that Xia Jin remained utterly unflustered, and equally pleased that his elder brother seemed genuinely delighted. Truly they were all family now. Then, as if recalling something vital, he bowed formally before the emperor. Your Imperial Highness, Xia and I have yet to hold our wedding ceremony. I humbly request your majesty's blessing and decree to solemnize our union. Xia Jin froze. She hadn't realized she wasn't yet married. She had completely forgotten. Even Xiao Bao blinked in bewildered astonishment, though he scarcely grasped the significance. Yet his expression spoke volumes. Granted. I shall issue the edict forthwith. The emperor beamed, his joy palpable. He had long regretted missing his younger brother's nuptials. Xia Jin, Xiao Xian, and Xiao Bao spent a cheerful, leisurely lunch with the emperor inside the palace, then returned home. At dawn the following day, the imperial marriage edict arrived. Only then did those watching the Xian royal residence realize the prince had never wed. Yet what of it? A man taking multiple wives was commonplace, especially a prince whose station demanded broader alliances. Surely he could not devote himself to just one woman alone. After receiving the imperial decree of marriage, Xiao Xian brought Xia Jin into the palace to express gratitude. Xiao Xian went to the emperor to set the wedding date, and it was finally settled on the first day of the 3 months later. With the date fixed, it felt reassuring. The following 3 months would be dedicated to meticulously preparing for the wedding. He did not intend to involve Xia Jin in any of these preparations. He could tell at a glance that she was not knowledgeable, not willing, and not interested. Although he did not fully understand her, he had some insight into her character. Xia Jin herself probably would not even want a wedding. She found it troublesome and exhausting. Perhaps this was a difference in personal values. Meanwhile, Xia Jin was led by a matron to the imperial harem. She heard that the empress wanted to see her. She had no choice but to go. This was the ancient hierarchical system where imperial power crushed all. In the eyes of the world, the emperor's women were blessed. They ate well, dressed well, and held noble status, especially the empress. But who knew that appearances could be deceiving? There were countless women in the harem, and an empress without favor was merely a pitiable woman. Xia Jin entered and saw several young, beautiful women already seated inside. Some were dignified and elegant, some seductive and radiant, some delicate as water. Could the emperor handle all of them? It was no wonder his kidneys were weak. Greetings to Her Majesty the Empress. May you live 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years. Xia Jin bowed slightly. The emperor had already warned the empress not to trouble Xia Jin, which filled the empress with jealousy. Rise and be seated. After sitting down, Xia Jin remained silent, not knowing where to start. She had no idea why the woman had summoned her. She was not familiar with them, had no conflicts and no competition. All they did day after day was vie for men and favor. What Xia Jin did not realize was that the women of the harem were actually fighting for life and death. If they did not compete, they would ultimately die with no good end. Of course, Xia Jin did not look down on their survival tactics. She simply hoped not to be dragged into it along with her family. The atmosphere grew awkward, and the empress coughed involuntarily. "Dear sister, I summoned you today for no other reason than to meet the princess of Xian to get acquainted. We are family after all. You don't mind, do you?" Xia Jin was utterly speechless. What did she mean? The pretense had already begun. Was the palace intrigue starting? "Your Majesty, not at all. It is my honor to meet all the noble consorts. Truly a great privilege." Xia Jin did not want to stay long. The atmosphere did not suit her. The air was stifling, truly uncomfortable. A few women, hundreds of scheming minds. "Does your Majesty have any other business?" Xia Jin looked around. No one spoke, all sitting like puppets in this awkward silence. "Why remain? What? Is the Princess of Xian reluctant to stay with us?" A consort seated next to the Empress smiled sweetly, but her words were anything but gentle. Her remark drew the interest of the others, who all looked up at Xia Jin. Xia Jin really wanted to slap her. The more you engaged with such people, the more they would push and become rude. It was not that she lacked the courage. This era valued hierarchy, but it also valued strength. She preferred to be polite before resorting to force, giving others a chance to stop before it was too late. "It is not that I disdain the noble consorts, but I truly have many matters to attend to and cannot afford to waste a single second." Xia Jin replied calmly, "Oh, I heard that the Princess of Xian comes from a place called Peach Blossom Village and only arrived in Yunxi City a few days ago. What could you possibly be so busy? Do share with us so we can learn." The Empress, hearing Xia Jin's blatant disrespect, dropped her pretense. Xia Jin found the self-important cunning women amusing but irritating. "Well, I farm so that the common people have food to eat. I open taverns so that many can enjoy delicious meals. I make money. I establish shelters so that the homeless have a place to stay." Seeing the women stunned, Xia Jin released the pressure of the foundation establishment stage, afraid that the golden core stage might kill them outright. "I am also busy cultivating, aiming to ascend to the upper realm. Do you think I am busy? Do I have time to idle here with you?" Her words were commanding yet dignified, and the women could not help but shudder. Seeing Xia Jin's languid demeanor, they did not know what to say. Such a person as Xia Jin would never take them seriously. At that moment, they all understood this was a true powerhouse. "Since the Princess of Xian has matters to attend to, we shall not detain you." Now how could they dare to propose that the Prince of Xian take a secondary consort? No one would ever mention it again. Xia Jin seemed to know what they intended to say and cast a sideways glance. "Do not let me hear any gossip outside. I prefer a quiet, simple life devoted to cultivation. It is best for all if you do not disturb me. Rest assured, Princess of Xian, focus on what you love. We understand." Looking at the trembling women, Xia Jin did not enjoy bullying them, but she disliked trouble and did not like playing games. Either use strength to deter so no one dares to cross her again, or simply eliminate them. After Xia Jin left, the women's clothes were soaked, utterly disheveled. This affair ended before it even began because of Xia Jin's impatience. They had not expected Xia Jin to be such a person. In the eyes of a true expert, mundane matters were nothing, and she had never regarded them as worthy. If only they had known, they would have tried to win Xia Jin's favor. With such a powerful ally, what would they have to fear? After leaving the palace, Xia Jin was indeed busy. She and Feng Muchuan opened several shops, which became incredibly popular, earning a fortune. Every day she was all smiles. The children also passed the entrance exams and continued their studies. Xiao kept supplying raw materials. Yunxi continued to provide aid, donate, run charitable homes, and arrange for ways of people in need. Su Muchio was too busy. He managed all the affairs of the Xiao residence. Everyone was occupied with their own tasks, but none forgot to cultivate or stray from their original intentions. One day at the morning court, several ministers suggested that the Prince of Xian's household lacked heirs, and that he should take a secondary consort to expand the royal lineage. The emperor was furious. He knew how much Xiao Xian loved Xia Jin. How could he possibly take a secondary consort? Whatever made his younger brother happy, he supported. "It seems you are all too idle, meddling in the affairs of the royal family. Have you nothing better to do? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. We merely offered a suggestion. We dare not make any improper remarks. We only act for the sake of the royal family." Indeed, indeed. Xiao Xian was already furious when he heard everyone urging him to take a concubine. He would never betray Xia, not even in death. With a dark expression, he glared at the ministers. "I know the intentions of some of you. I, Xiao Xian, will never take a concubine. No matter which minister's family it is, your power and status are already sufficient. Stop coveting the royal house." As soon as he said this, the ministers' faces showed embarrassment and inner frustration. Who would ever have too much power and wealth? They were fighting for themselves, but this Prince Xian was too harsh on their dignity. Xiao Xian, however, cared nothing for their thoughts. In the face of true power, they were nothing. He turned to face the emperor, clasped his hands in salute, and fixed his eyes on him. Imperial brother, I promise Xia Jin that in this life and the next I will only have one person for a lifetime. The emperor was speechless. He knew that. He had never thought of arranging a concubine for him. It was all the fault of these idle ministers. If his younger brother got angry, he would hold them accountable. He quickly calmed him down. All right, don't be angry. I understand and I support you. Hearing this, Xiao Xian realized he had wronged his brother. That was truly He would go back and discuss with Xia whether they could bring the emperor along in cultivation. Once he became powerful, no one would dare bully him. He despised these so-called ministers who always presumed on their seniority and forced the emperor to do things he disliked. Unfortunately, the intricate network of connections in the Yun kingdom was not a recent development. If the emperor could cultivate and become strong, he would no longer fear any tangled relationships. It was decided. Thank you, imperial brother. With the emperor's support, what did he have to fear? His own cultivation was about to reach the foundation establishment stage. Ministers, the emperor supports me as well. So please bear this in mind. Go back and warn any children in your families who have ideas. Keep them in line and don't let them hover around me or cause trouble for the Princess Xian. I will not spare your dignity again. Being crippled would be lucky. If they lose their lives, don't blame me. He swept his oppressive aura over everyone present. Our family just wants to live in peace. It's lucky if you don't come to disturb us. Think carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, he withdrew his pressure. Everyone felt a cold sweat on their backs. The civil officials could barely stand, their legs weak. The emperor watched in amazement. His younger brother was quite impressive. He rubbed his nose and thought that they needed to have a good talk. Thus from that day on, everyone in Yunxi City knew that Prince Xian's love for the Princess Xian was profound. He only wished for one person for a lifetime. To win a heart, to stay together until white hair. How enviable. To be her Dao partner, one must be even more ruthless. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before they knew it, the day before the wedding had arrived. Xia Jin returned to her own courtyard, which had been festively decorated by Yun Shi and the others. Red lanterns hung high and a red carpet was laid out, creating a joyous atmosphere. Xiao, you're finally back. Yun Shi watched Xia Jin step down from the carriage and hurried over to greet her. Congratulations. You must be utterly happy. Yun Shi saw the sweet smile on Xia Jin's face and felt delighted for her. Her happiness represented their happiness, for they were a family. Don't worry, I will be happy. You two, no matter what, I'm here. Xia Jin knew that Yun Shi had a story, perhaps not a sweet past. But now that Yun Shi was a member of her acknowledged family, she would protect them. Her greatest virtue was her fierce loyalty to those she loved. Yun Shi felt a warm comfort in her heart upon hearing Xia Jin's words. I know. It's getting late. Tomorrow is the wedding, we must rise early. Alright, I'll go to sleep. You rest too, you'll have a busy day tomorrow. They exchanged a smile and returned to their own courtyards to rest while preparing to welcome the happiness of the next day. On the wedding day before dawn, Xia Jin was pulled out of bed by Yun Shi. This is why getting married is troublesome, a sweet burden indeed. Xia Jin donned her long trailing red wedding gown and sat before the dressing table. Yun Shi personally applied her makeup. Xia Jin looked at herself in the bronze mirror, turning left and right, and nodded with satisfaction. Truly a beautiful and moving bride. Xia Jin gazed at her unparalleled face in the bronze mirror, her heart filled with joy. Clothes make the woman, and dressed up she was indeed radiant and charming. Xia, you are so beautiful. No one can compare. Yun Shi praised Xia Jin with a devout heart, silently blessing her happiness. Because Xia Jin was a person who inspired hope. With a loud cry, the auspicious hour has arrived. A red veil was placed over Xia Jin's head, and she sat in the bridal chamber. At the entrance of Xiao residence, Xiao Xian leaped down from the carriage and strode into the courtyard. Today Xiao Xian was dressed in a magnificent red wedding robe, exceptionally handsome and peerlessly elegant, every move radiating an irresistible charm. His arrival silenced the lively courtyard instantly. Everyone stared at him in stunned amazement. What? Is there something wrong with me? No. Nothing. Too handsome. The bride is waiting for you. Go, don't keep her waiting too long. Knowing his eagerness, Yun Shi and the others did not make things difficult for him. Xiao, my wife, I'm here to take you home. Pushing open the door, Xiao Xian could see nothing else, only the red figure was deeply imprinted in his heart. Suddenly he felt deeply moved, recalling every scene of their meeting, every detail of their time together. Though ordinary, it was now inseparable. She was his wife, the most important woman in his life. Xia Jin, I have come to marry you and take you home. From now on you are my wife. The only woman. Xiao Xian walked towards Xia Jin, stopping 3 feet away from her, and suddenly knelt on one knee. I promise you from this moment on, for one lifetime, one world, one pair, I will never betray you. If I violate this vow, may I be struck by lightning and never find redemption in any life. Suddenly heaven seemed to accept his oath and a thunderclap resounded. Seeing Xiao Xian kneeling on one knee, Xia Jin was deeply moved. In an era where men were revered, he could kneel for her, truly precious. Such a man was worth having. She was willing to follow him for 100, 1,000, even 10,000 years. Xia, I love you. Xiao Xian gazed at Xia Jin with profound affection. I love you too. Then now we should return to the mansion for the ceremony. Leave it to me. With that he scooped Xia Jin up in his arms. Let's go home, my wife. Xia Jin wrapped her arms around Xiao Xian, her heart surging. Let's go home together. The newlyweds boarded the wedding carriage and the dowry from Xia residence followed in a grand procession, heading majestically towards Xianwang Mansion. The grand wedding of Xia Jin and Xiao Xian shook all of Yunqi City. The entire populace was astonished, and all the townspeople gathered on the streets to witness this magnificent ceremonial wedding. Xianwang Mansion was also bustling with excitement. A continuous stream of guests crowded outside the gate, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary bride and groom. At the entrance of Xianwang Mansion, Xia Jin alighted from the wedding carriage only to be lifted again by Xiao Xian. Xia Jin smiled, a mixture of helplessness and sweetness. At that moment in the main hall of Xianwang Mansion, only the spirit tablets of the late emperor and empress were placed on the high altar. Emperor Xiaoran sat merely in a seat of the row below. After going through the elaborate rituals, the two bridal pair finally arrived at the main hall. The master of ceremonies proclaimed in a loud voice, "First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the ancestors." Bride and groom bowed to each other. The couple faced each other, deeply bowing with profound reverence. The ceremony is complete. Escort the bride to the bridal chamber. Words of gratitude. They bowed deeply toward Emperor Xiaoran. Then, guided by the master of ceremonies, they walked toward the bridal chamber. Your Highness, congratulations. Just as they reached the main hall, someone came forward to offer congratulations. Meanwhile, a group of officials also approached in succession. Prince Xian, congratulations. This is a perfect union, a match made in heaven. We offer our sincere congratulations. Thank you, everyone. Please enjoy yourselves today. Eat and drink to your heart's content. Xia Jin, sitting in the bridal chamber, had originally intended to come out to propose a toast and greet the guests, but then she remembered that this was an ancient era, not so open-minded. So she obediently sat in the bridal chamber waiting for Xiao Xian, munching on snacks at her ease. After the wedding banquet, Xiao Xian eagerly returned to the... He saw Xia Jin leisurely eating snacks and drinking juice. He paused for a second, then realized. His Xia was always so willful. Xia, let's drink a cup of nuptial wine together. He picked up the small red wine cup and handed it to her. Alright, but you have to drop a drop of blood into the wine. Xia Jin herself dripped a drop of blood into the wine cup. Xiao Xian, without a word, followed her example. Very good. Once this cup is drained, you may never betray or leave me for life after life. If you ever harbor the thought of betrayal, you shall suffer 10,000 arrows, piercing your heart, your body destroyed, and your Tao extinguished. Do you dare? Xia Jin widened her eyes, looking at him with serious solemnity. Xiao Xian raised his cup, hooked his arm with Xia Jin's, and downed the nuptial wine in one gulp. He not only spoke, but he also acted. Xia Jin used the blood-pact method of Tao partners, binding both by heavenly Tao and blood lineage. Truly a ruthless person. Since they were to marry, they would be bound forever with no way out. Xiao Xian took her hand and led her toward the bridal bed. Xia Jin suddenly felt a bit nervous. Oh crap, even a modern person was getting married for the first time. She knew exactly what came next. Anticipation mixed with helplessness. Finally, seeing the expression on Xia Jin's face, Xiao Xian smiled tenderly. His deep voice rang out, "Relax, leave it to me." Xia Jin nodded obediently. Then the two of them tumbled onto the bed. Xiao Xian's lips found Xia Jin's neck, and he unbuttoned her clothes one by one. You. The sudden kiss made Xia Jin lose herself in it. One wild night, and the next day, Xia Jin successfully woke up late. Fortunately, there was no need to serve tea to the elders. Emperor Xiaoran had said that brothers could dispense with the tea ceremony, telling her to rest well. Truly considerate. Not necessary at all. Yunqi City was not merely vast. The carriage journeyed from the city gate along the main thoroughfare, turned left onto Yunnan Street, and continued onward for nearly... It halted before a mansion, its gate bearing a plaque inscribed with two characters, Xia Residence. This, unmistakably, was their home in Yunqi City. A luxurious estate with 3 courtyards and 3 entrances. Pushing open the door, Xiao Xian led the way, introducing the layout of the courtyard. Xiao Bao felt the estate was immense, far larger than the 2 in the village and town. One courtyard led to another. The garden was sprawling, the corridors long and winding, twisting and turning for a considerable distance. Their small group could never fill such a place that felt hollow and empty. Running from one courtyard to another would take considerable time. It was quite exhausting. Ow. Xiao Bao sighed, lamenting life's hardships. Hearing the child sigh, Xiao Xian thought he might be hungry. He knelt down, embraced him, and asked, "What's wrong?" "No, Daddy, I'm not hungry." He had been snacking the entire journey. How could he be hungry? He wasn't a little piglet. Then why did you sigh? Xiao Xian had not communicated with the child for half a year and felt somewhat at a loss. I just think this courtyard is so huge with so many— Xiao Bao gazed at the courtyard with a bewildered expression. Ha ha ha, Xia Jin finally understood. The child was probably worried about the long distances he would have to run back and forth, which would indeed be tiring. Alright, Daddy arranged this for us. We must be grateful, not ungrateful. Many people wouldn't even dare to dream of such a place. I know, thank you, Daddy. I like the new house. Now we can play hide and seek. This estate was a gift from Xiao Xian's elder brother after they were reunited, and it was redesigned and built according to his own wishes. Each courtyard had its own unique scenery. For independent small courtyards, each with its own character. A special children's courtyard was built for Xiao Bao and the others, safe and filled with childlike whimsy. Xiao Xiaoyu was originally assigned a separate courtyard, but fearing loneliness he insisted on living with the children. Fortunately there were enough rooms, so they let him. Yunxi and Su Muqiu each had their own courtyard. Xia Jin lived alone, unafraid of solitude. She enjoyed her own company. However, Xiao Xian would also stay occasionally, though only from time to time. After the courtyards were assigned, Xiao Xian took them out to eat. As for why Xiao Xian insisted on settling them in a separate mansion and establishing an he planned to marry Xia Jin and wished to give her a grand wedding. Upon returning to Yunxi City, he realized that the waters here ran deep. The strife between powerful families and the struggle for power were far more intense than in the village. He had to make arrangements in advance to ensure that Xia Jin and the others suffered no humiliation. If Xia Jin knew of his concerns, she would only smile. In her heart, she understood the cruelty of imperial power struggles, having seen plenty in television dramas. She was not adept at palace intrigues, but she had strength, both in wealth and martial prowess. She would rather act than argue. She lacked the cunning for such games, and had no intention of engaging in women's rivalries. She was not short of money, she could earn her own. She had no intention of competing with other women for a man. To vie for favor. Unworthy. What was hers she would cherish, or what was not she would not fight for. It was better to let go. Men in her eyes were not that important. Merely the icing on the cake. Xia Jin was a person of extreme rationality. After a hearty lunch, everyone was weary and retreated to their own courtyards to rest. Xiao Xian took Xia Jin's hand and led her into their courtyard. The two moved in harmony like an old married couple. Xia Jin smiled, cherishing this gentle, steady, and enduring affection. A natural rapport, a natural life. She feared overly passionate emotions. They might burn her, and they often came quickly and faded just as fast. Tell me about your background. It sounds extraordinary. Xia Jin sat down, took a sip of tea, and gazed at Xiao Xian with a smile. He nodded, picked up the cup, poured some tea, and moistened his throat. Go on, Xia Jin said, intrigued. She had a keen interest in such stories. It's a long story. He glanced at Xia Jin, seeming hesitant. My elder brother is the current emperor. My mother was the Empress Dowager, but she is no longer with us. His voice dropped with a hint of melancholy. Having finally found his family, only one remained. Sensing his low spirits, she walked over, embraced him, and gently patted his back to comfort him. You still have me and Xiao Bao. We are here. I know. It's just that I never got to see her. It's a regret. Xiao Xian's voice was muffled. He understood that life does not grant everyone perfection. But he was already content. He was fortunate to have a wife and child, and now a brother. My elder brother asked me to bring you and Xiao Bao to meet him. Would you like to? Oh, meeting the emperor. Sure, why not? Xia Jin was curious about meeting the emperor. She had certainly come a long way. Don't worry, Xiao Bao will probably be happy too. Don't underestimate us. We're not afraid. Good. Xiao Xian nodded. And so Xia Fengting, Xiao Xiaoyu, Yunxi, and Su Muqiu settled into the Xiao residence. Xiao Xian took Xia Jin and Xiao Bao to his Xianqing mansion. The mansion was located on the bustling avenue of Yunxi City, very close to the imperial palace. Only a quarter's walk away. The young Emperor Xiao Ran had finally found his lost brother, and felt it safer to keep him nearby, making it convenient for visits. The mansion's steward had already arranged for the servants to receive the princess and young master with due respect. Entering the mansion, Xia Jin gazed at the opulent garden, unable to find words to describe it. The emperor's affection was profound and immense. Such a vast estate. It would likely take 2 days to walk through the entire garden. There were over a dozen independent courtyards, and even a hill at the back. Wow, Daddy, this place is way too big. Xiao Bao really didn't want to walk anymore. His father was too wealthy. Why buy such a huge mansion? It made walking— Xiao Bao's little legs were truly put to the test. Ha ha, Xia Jin burst out laughing at the child's aggrieved, milky voice. This little one was just too adorable. Yunxi was originally the legitimate son of the prestigious Yun family in Yunxi City. Born into privilege, he was pampered and cherished from childhood. However, his idyllic life came to an abrupt end when he turned 15. After his mother fell ill and passed away, his father quickly remarried a stepmother, and his life descended into a harrowing ordeal. As the saying goes, once a stepmother enters the household, a stepfather is not far behind. A full-scale conspiracy against Yunxi began. The stepmother brought along a child only 2 years younger than Yunxi. To secure the child's position, Yun Shi had to be eliminated, and not only that, his reputation had to be utterly destroyed, leaving him despised by all. The stepmother played the role of a loving mother arranging a marriage for the eldest son, intending to marry him off, but not to a favorable match. However, Yun Shi had always been a person of strong character. He saw through her ill intentions with keen insight. He refused her kindness, little knowing that this refusal would bring catastrophic consequences. The stepmother arranged for a middle-aged widower at a tavern, and under the pretext of the Yun family head, she lured Yun Shi to the establishment. As for Yun Shi, he harbored deep resentment toward his father, the Yun family head. In his eyes, his father was a heartless and faithless man. Yet regardless of his feelings, the man was still his father. Yun Shi decided to see what excuse his father had this time, and so he went to the meeting as arranged. No sooner had he entered the tavern room than the door was locked behind him. Only then did he realize he had been tricked, and he cursed his own naivety. A wave of incense assailed his senses, and he collapsed to the floor. When he regained consciousness, he found a stranger lying beside him. In an instant, he understood his innocence was lost. He did not panic, knowing it was futile. He woke the man in the bed, Su Muchio. He asked what had happened, and how much the man knew. To his surprise, the man was entirely ignorant. It seemed Yun Shi had only dragged him into this. He had come to the capital for the imperial examinations, and upon arrival, he was drugged, and ended up in this situation. Yet unexpectedly at that moment, a commotion arose outside the door. The stepmother from the Yun residence burst in with the Yun family head. She claimed that someone had seen Yun Shi enter and never leave, and fearing he might be in danger, she had brought the family head without a second thought. The Yun family head was a man in his 40s, dressed opulently with the appearance of a refined scholar, but a calculating gleam lurked in his somber eyes. Yun Shi looked at the pair and let out a cold snort. So this was their scheme. What a pair of adulterous dogs. From that moment on, he was an orphan, without father or mother. The Yun family head glared at the two with a mixture of disappointment and frustration, then reluctantly insisted that they must marry, for his son's purity had been sullied and marriage was the only remedy. However, during the wedding preparations at the Yun residence, news spread that Yun Shi and Su Muchio had eloped. Little did anyone know that the stepmother had drugged them both and sent them to be sold by a human trafficker with strict instructions to send them as far away as possible. And so the two were sold to a small town in Huarong County, where they lived peacefully for 5 years. But then they encountered a depraved young master, and were sold again, eventually meeting Xia Jin and the others. Now they live a happy and contented life, their bond with Su Muchio growing deeper. They have a lovely son, and the whole family practices cultivation together. Suddenly Yun Shi felt that everything he had endured before was but a dream, a necessary tribulation. Without the pain of the past, he would never have met Xia Jin, nor would he have everything he has today. He would have been confined to this small world, living out his days until death. In that moment, the knot in his heart loosened. His entire being felt light, and his cultivation broke through to the 9th layer of chi refining. He opened the door and stepped out, seeing Su Muchio standing guard in the courtyard. He walked over and embraced him around the waist. Muchio, thank you. Su Muchio saw that his cultivation had advanced, indicating that the knot in his heart had been untied, and he felt joy for him. He had never regretted meeting Yun Shi. In fact, he felt immensely grateful that it was he who had been with him that day. Perhaps it was their destiny, to meet, to share both joy and hardship, and to journey together toward a broader horizon. He turned and held him tightly, whispering softly in his ear, "My love, you need not be polite with me. I would do anything for you. Even give my life, you know that." Yun Shi was deeply moved, lifted his head, and kissed him. "I feel the same." He gazed affectionately at the man before him. "I've decided not to seek revenge. Let them live out their miserable lives. They are not worth affecting our cultivation. They are unworthy, they will die eventually anyway. Let them wither away slowly. Let us cultivate diligently together, follow Xia to the higher realm, and stay together forever. How does that sound?" "I am willing." Su Muchio directly captured his beloved lips. Before the age of 15, Xiao's life was arduous and exhausting, devoid of purpose or reason for existence. Each day was a ceaseless toil, never enough to fill his stomach, numbing his spirit, until he contemplated the respite of death. Until one day he encountered his third brother's wife, Xia Jin, who was to become his sister-in-law. A remarkable woman graced with ideas and perspectives far beyond her era, possessing a unique independence and a magnetic charm akin to a radiant beacon. From that moment, Xiao felt as though awakened. He followed his third brother daily to learn martial arts, and his sister-in-law to absorb her enlightened thoughts. Thus he was reborn, acquiring skills that enabled him to aid the villagers in reaping greater harvests and wealth, ensuring that more people were fed and clothed. He discovered his own value, and his efforts grew ever more fulfilling. Who dares claim that women are inferior to men, or that a son is but a burden to be cast aside? He was a person capable of creating value and generating benefits, the master of his own destiny. Watching those around him find their own happiness, he felt neither haste nor envy. He resolved to perfect himself, trusting that when the flowers bloom, the butterflies will come. He believed he would encounter someone who cherished him as an equal, not a mere accessory. Lately a certain man had been lingering before him, casting glances again and again. How utterly tiresome. Xiao fixed his gaze on him and demanded, "Have you?" Feng Muchuan, caught red-handed, replied with a brazen face, "How could you know I was watching unless you were watching me? That means we've seen eye to eye, don't you think?" Xiao rolled his eyes at him. What thick skin is expected of a merchant who had traveled far and wide? "I don't care what you think. I care what I think." Not at all. Teasing him was amusing, for now he was bold and brimming with confidence. Money gave him the power to speak loudly, to argue, and even to refuse. Thus, due to frequent business dealings, Xiao was now responsible for the shipment of raw ingredients like Sichuan peppercorns and chili peppers, which had been distributed across. As they spent time together, they discovered a shared passion, the love of making money. The more they discussed wealth, the more animated they became. Unexpectedly, this bond deepened into affection, and they pledged their lives to one another. Upon returning to Yunxi City, Feng Muchuan informed his parents of his beloved, only to be bitterly scolded by his mother. "You scoundrel! Who gave you permission to marry such a country bumpkin, and a man at that? Get out of my sight." "Mother!" Feng Muchuan called out in grievance. "How dare you speak? It's either him or me. Now get out." With that, she grabbed a broom and struck him. Feng Muchuan fled in an instant, his face etched with sorrow. He would never yield, for he had finally found his true love. Yet he could not allow Xiao to suffer. His mother was a snobbish, narrow-minded, and mercenary woman, forever insisting on a match of equal status to benefit his future. But what help did he need? Wealth and power were already his. What more could he require? He sought not the throne only to earn coin and live a peaceful life. No, he must devise a plan to make his mother willingly propose that Xiao marry him, so that his beloved would endure no grievance. Their minds were wholly consumed by commerce, unable to conceive a solution. In low spirits they drowned their sorrows in a tavern, and by chance Xia Jin, having drunk heavily, Feng Muchuan poured out his grievances to Xia Jin. Only then did she learn that the two had become a couple. After a moment's thought, she was genuinely pleased, for both were her friends. She knew their characters well, and their union promised a harmonious life. Of course Xiao must not suffer any injustice. As for a match of equal social standing, that was impossible. However, wealth, power, and influence were no issue. He was the brother of a prince and a princess consort, a cultivator himself, and his personal assets were at least as substantial as Feng Muchuan's. Following Xia Jin's advice, Feng Muchuan returned home and spoke to his family. The next day his parents investigated and were exceedingly satisfied. Because Feng Muchuan and Xiao were together, Xia Jin also agreed to teach him cultivation. The Feng parents were overjoyed, boasting that their family had accumulated great virtue to encounter Xiao. They could not wait to welcome Xiao into the Feng household as a son-in-law. After their union, they cultivated while expanding their commercial empire, amassing vast fortunes. They presented their wealth to the emperor, replenishing the national treasury, and in return the emperor bestowed upon them a marriage decree and honored them as imperial merchants. One's misfortune and fortune sometimes hinge on a single moment. Never abandon the pursuit of a beautiful life and a beautiful love, no matter the circumstance. This perhaps is why Xiao, by seizing the spark of hope in his darkest hour, found ever-growing happiness. Xia Fengting could no longer recall his former name or surname. It was as if he had utterly abandoned or obliterated that unfortunate past from his very soul. From the age of 8 his future began to change. He could speak freely, come and go freely, and eat freely. He felt that life could be so wonderful, and he cherished each day with extraordinary care. At 8 years old, he had a name and a surname. He was called Xia Fengting, and everyone called him Xiaofeng. How wonderful. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. From then on he was pulled out of the dark, sunless ditch by someone with light in their heart, and he gained a large family. An elder sister, a brother-in-law, and nephew, and more. He felt that every day was brimming with hope. He began to study desperately to change himself, cultivating himself into a gentle, harmless, and likable person. At the academy his grades were among the top, yet he was always willing to help others, humble and eager to learn, earning the recognition of both his seniors and classmates. But he always remembered his goal, what kind of person he wanted to become. Later brother Xiao began to learn technical skills, taking charge of cultivation and raw material supply. He flourished, filled with strength and confidence. Brother Yunxi too was diligent and brilliant in both business and charity work. In short, they were not short of money. The elder sister was also very willing to spend, believing that earning money was meant to enjoy life. If you only earned and never spent, then earning money was useless and meaningless. Since he was under 10, the whole family doted on the 3 children. No demands were made on what they should know or do, they only needed to enjoy each day happily. So he focused on studying and devoted himself fully to cultivation. Regarding cultivation, his elder sister said he had extraordinary talent, a wood element spiritual root capable of both healing and killing, which was very convenient. So he focused on studying and devoted himself fully to cultivation. Regarding cultivation, his elder sister said he had extraordinary talent, a wood element spiritual root capable of both healing. Thus he spent most of his time cultivating deep in the Yunling Mountains where the spiritual energy was decent, and there were some animals to practice on. Seeing his rapid improvement in cultivation, his elder sister urged everyone to learn from him, to spend more time cultivating instead of just chasing money and romance. If they didn't work hard, she said she wouldn't wait for them. That scared everyone, and a wave of cultivation fever swept through the household. He thought of the family's goal to reach the true cultivation realm, a place full of opportunities and dangers. His elder sister said that their life was as fragile as an ant vanishing in an instant. It was a world where the strong ruled, even more brutal than their own. To survive, they had to strengthen their cultivation. He pondered carefully among the family. Some could earn money, some had strength. So where did his value lie? He had to make himself valuable. If he couldn't find his own worth, he might lose confidence, lose direction, and eventually lose himself. He didn't want to become useless. Since he had wood element spiritual power, learning medicine and alchemy would be excellent, and it could also earn money. After deciding, he walked to Xia Jin's courtyard, saw her drinking tea, and sat down beside her. What's wrong? Something on your mind? Xia Jin felt that this child had suddenly brightened up, unlike before, when he was always mature and lifeless. Yes, sister. I've figured out what I want to do. Xia Fengting looked at her with bright eyes, a light shining in them. Xia Jin poured him a cup of spiritual tea, lifted it, and placed it before him. Really? There's no need to rush. You're still young, but it's fine to play around. Knowing that Xia Jin wished him a carefree and happy childhood, he smiled happily. Sister, I've really thought it through. I'm not rushing. He looked at Xia Jin with utmost seriousness. Alright, tell me about it. Xia Jin sighed helplessly. Children in this ancient world matured early. Sometimes she couldn't keep up with their pace, and felt they were more mature than she was. Her thoughts still lingered in the free era of modern times, and here she treated everything with a playful attitude. I want to learn medicine and alchemy. I think this suits me. I can settle down to study. After glancing at Xia Jin, he continued, besides, alchemists make a lot of money. Xia Jin thought, how come all the children in her family loved making money? Had she misled the whole family? Yet she still considered Xiao Feng's wood element spiritual root and personality were the most suitable for alchemy. Since he was willing, it was the best choice. Alright, but let me make it clear first, once you choose, you must persist. You can't go back on your word, or give up. Xia Jin didn't like people who gave up halfway. Whatever one chose, one must give it their all, and never regret it. Hearing Xia Jin's agreement, Xia Fengting stood up and assured her that he would never regret it. He was not the kind of person to give up halfway. So Xia Jin took out the compendium of 100 herbs, alchemy arts, and mystical medicine from her spatial storage and directly struck them into his forehead. A dizziness surged through his soul, and a pure force flooded into his mind. He closed his eyes, feeling the contents within his mind, gradually integrating and comprehending them. This was a peculiar state, forming a territory of his own in his mind. He sensed the various spiritual herbs, the methods to refine different pills, their properties and effects, and recorded their attributes in his mind. He looked at Xia Jin in astonishment. Xia Jin patted his head and said, alright, study hard. Tell me what you need, and I'll find it for you. From now on, our family's pills will depend on you. No what? Keep it up, young man. Xia Fengting assured her excitedly. No problem, sister. Leave it to me. Finally, he could contribute to the family and become a person of value. He would definitely study hard and devote himself to cultivation. The youngest emperor of the Cloud Kingdom was not yet 30, yet he had already reigned for a decade. 20 years ago, he had lost his beloved younger brother. The Empress Dowager fell into melancholy and died of illness within a year. Before her death, she held his hand and made him promise to find his brother, his closest kin, the one with whom he could rely on and trust, bound by blood. For 20 years, he had never ceased searching for his brother, though he had come close to giving up. Unexpectedly, he encountered another group, also searching for their kin. When their information was compared, it turned out to be an astonishing coincidence. He was looking for his brother, and the other party was looking for a family member. Their age, appearance, and details were all so similar. Only one final verification remained. They both bore the same mark on their bodies. On the day they met, seeing the mark left by his mother on the other man, Xiao Ran's eyes brimmed with tears. After 20 years, he had finally found his only brother. He excitedly embraced the extraordinarily handsome, tall, and mighty man. This was his brother. Xiao Ran was too overwhelmed to speak, only holding him. Xian, I finally found you. My brother. Xiao Ran explained nervously. Hearing this, Xiao Xian's heart could not calm for a long time. He never expected that he was the younger brother of the Cloud Kingdom's emperor. He was also deeply moved. He too had roots. After the two brothers were reunited, they got to know each other. Xiao Xian told him about his life and experiences over the past 20 years. He never expected that his brother had almost died from poisoning. He was furious, wishing he could tear the culprit into pieces. Moreover, his brother turned out to be the general of the western frontier. Truly impressive, worthy of the second son of the Xiao family. And in the end, his brother had even married and had children. He had missed so much. Now he was determined to make it up to his brother. The villains of the past had been purged, and no one would disturb their lives anymore. He also had the power to protect, allowing his brother to live the life he wanted. Unexpectedly, his brother no longer needed his protection. He was sad. He even had to be protected by his brother. He was gratified. After granting his brother a marriage and holding the wedding, he was very satisfied with his new sister-in-law, a very special and powerful woman. No wonder his brother loved her so much. In his heart, he silently told his mother that his brother was now happy, so she need not worry. One day his brother actually asked him if he wanted to cultivate. Was this a question of whether he wanted to cultivate or not? Although he was the emperor of the Cloud Kingdom in the eyes of cultivators, he was nothing. He knew this very well. To cultivators, mortals were mere ants unworthy of notice. He truly never expected that Xia Jin was a cultivator and that she was leading their whole family. No wonder she looked so strong. So this was a cultivator. With her, a single casual pill could create another cultivator. How formidable. Since he had the chance, he certainly would not miss it. He hadn't become foolish from being emperor. Everyone thought the emperor was exalted, that the whole country was his, and he could do as he pleased, happy and carefree. Power, beauty, money. He could have them all at will. Shallow. In his view, the emperor was a thankless role. No freedom, no choices, no companionship, no sincerity, always alone. Moreover, he did not love power, beauty, or money. He only wanted freedom. Now an opportunity was right before him. If he didn't seize it, he would never rest in peace. Without a second word, he took the marrow-cleansing pill from Xiao and swallowed it. Unexpectedly, he too was one of the lucky ones, and from then on began to cultivate. Xiao hoped he would cultivate diligently and go with them to the upper realm. He also hoped that one day he could follow Xiao and the others to see the upper realm. Regardless, he wanted to be Xiao, not the emperor of the Cloud Kingdom. Over the next 10 years, he cultivated while training the next emperor. Finally, at the age of 36, he abdicated in favor of a worthy successor and went into seclusion to focus entirely on cultivation. When he set down his power, he discovered that his cultivation had actually broken through. So that was it. Cultivation was always closely tied to one's mental state. The emptier the mind, the faster the cultivation speed. For cultivators, mental state determined everything. Therefore, he had to strive to elevate his mental state. Only with a high mental state would his cultivation naturally rise, making it easier to reach the peak of cultivation. He had heard from Xia Jin that the higher a cultivator's mental state, the easier it was to undergo tribulation transcendence. He was also a person with good comprehension. After setting aside the emperor's power, it didn't take long for him to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment. He had taken another step closer to leaving this world and going to the upper realm.